I cross over to the Douluo world. I accidentally awakened Yu Xiaogang's martial soul of the same Luo Sanpao, and was also discovered by Liu Erlong and accepted as an apprentice. I thought that I could only live cautiously by relying on Liu Erlong in this life, who knew that the system would come, and the binding heroine would become stronger when she harvested the strategy value, and evolved the martial spirit. Then since the system is here, I feels that there is no need to carefully rely on Liu Erlong to live. Instead, I relied on the strategy of the heroines to dominate Douluo. Chapter 1 Martial Soul, Luo Sanpao, Nanny Liu Erlong. Heaven Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiao Yu, this is my academy, called Blue Tyrant Academy. From now on, this will be your home. My name is Liu Erlong, I am the dean here, and also your teacher. From now on, your food, clothing, housing, and transportation will be arranged by me. Xiao Yu, don't worry, although you only have 0.5 level of soul power, your martial soul is very unique, and the future prospects are great. You should know that the master who is famous on the mainland now also has the Luo Sanpao martial soul like you. He can even evolve the Luo Sanpao martial soul into a golden sacred dragon with me through martial soul fusion technique. Amidst Liu Erlong's incessant chatter, Xiao Yu absent-mindedly walked on the road of Blue Tyrant Academy, holding Liu Erlong's hand. After all, Xiao Yu already knew what she said, who made Xiao Yu a genuine transmigrator. If it weren't for holding Liu Erlong's gentle and tender jade hand, and her tone that forcefully suppressed her temper, which was quite pleasant to listen to, Xiao Yu would have resigned himself to adversity. There's no way, based on his understanding from his previous life, Xiao Yu knew that he could only obey Liu Erlong, and could not resist. Who made her have the fiery temper of a dragon? If it weren't for the fact that he awakened the same Luo Sanpao martial soul as Yu Xiaogang, perhaps she wouldn't have helped him teach a few guys who mocked him the first time she saw him, and then brought him back. It's just that the price of gentleness is that from the martial soul hall branch where he awakened his martial soul to here, she mentioned the two names Yu Xiaogang and Master at least dozens of times. Xiao Yu couldn't help but want to refute her and tell her not to say it anymore, but he couldn't. If he said something bad about the Master now, and Liu Erlong directly abandoned him, then he would be crying without tears. After all, he transmigrated into Douluo, without cheats, without a system, and the most helpless thing is that he awakened the same Luo Sanpao martial soul as Yu Xiaogang, and even his innate soul power is the same as Yu Xiaogang, only a pitiful 0.5 level. Therefore, if he wants to survive, he can only rely on Liu Erlong's existence. Rely on her longing for Yu Xiaogang to protect him as he grows up. Although it's very unpleasant, there's no way. Xiao Yu, who had already been severely cracked down on by the society in his previous life, quickly accepted reality. Therefore, he doesn't have much surprise that he is now being regarded as a substitute for Yu Xiaogang by Liu Erlong. As for the arrival of Shrek here in the future, let's talk about it then. Survive at this moment first before talking about the future. Before long, amidst Liu Erlong's incessant chatter, Xiao Yu was brought to a lakeside cabin. The scenery here is beautiful, the environment is elegant, and it is extremely quiet. Presumably, this is the cabin where Liu Erlong lived alone in the original work. Tomorrow I will have someone build a small house next to you, and you and I will live together from now on. You can come to me anytime if you have any problems. Liu Erlong touched Xiao Yu's little head and said with a faint smile. Okay, thank you, Teacher Erlong. Yes, so good. Hearing Xiao Yu call her teacher so obediently, Liu Erlong's expression was in a trance for a while, and then she directly picked up Xiao Yu and kissed him on the face. At the same time, a trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. She murmured secretly, Xiaogang, if you were so obedient, how good would that be? Xiao Yu pretended not to hear this, smelling the faint fragrance on Liu Erlong's body, and then placed his little head safely in front of Liu Erlong's softness. At the same time, he also adjusted his hands from time to time to find the most comfortable position. You treat me as a substitute for Yu Xiaogang, I'll do some things for him that he can't do, it's very reasonable and fair, right? Liu Erlong didn't say anything when she felt Xiao Yu's hands and feet. After all, what bad intentions could such a polite child have? After hugging for a while, Liu Erlong seemed to have remembered something and put Xiao Yu down. Xiao Yu reluctantly left the fragrant and soft little nest, looking at Liu Erlong who had an expectant look on her face at the moment. Xiao Yu, as your teacher, I have a responsibility to take a look at your martial soul, show me your martial soul. Hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all and directly summoned his own martial soul. Buzz. Before long, with the surge of a magic circle, a strangely shaped spirit, resembling a pig but not quite a dog, appeared at Xiao Yu's feet. This creature was only about half a meter long, with a thick waist and dark purple fur. Its small ears drooped, and its light purple eyes, upon entering the outside world, immediately began to scan its surroundings with the curiosity of a baby. The moment it saw Xiao Yu, it excitedly wagged its short legs and ran to Xiao Yu's feet, staring at them with great affection. At the same time, it looked at Xiao Yu with immense excitement. Seeing this, Liu Erlong's expression became even more excited. Having Xiao Yu, who also possessed the Luo Sanpao spirit, by her side was almost like having Xiaogang with her, wasn't it? Immediately, she began to mutter to herself. Luo Sanpao, it really is Luo Sanpao, this is wonderful, wonderful, Xiao Yu, this is wonderful. As she muttered, Xiao Yu instantly felt himself being enveloped in a fragrant, soft embrace once more. Feeling that familiar touch and the slight suffocation, Xiao Yu quickly adjusted his position to avoid suffocating. After a long while, Liu Erlong recovered and released Xiao Yu, who was gasping for breath. She quickly said, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. After so many years, seeing Luo Sanpao again made me a little excited. Are you alright? Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head and said, I'm fine, teacher. If you like, you can hug me anytime, the tighter the better, as long as you're happy. Although he felt helpless, he knew that only by making Liu Erlong happy could he survive better in this continent. Seeing that Xiao Yu was so understanding, Liu Erlong was even happier. So, she hugged Xiao Yu again. After being face-washed for the third time, Xiao Yu was already skilled at adjusting his position. Luo Sanpao also gradually disappeared from its spot due to insufficient soul power. Watching the disappearing Luo Sanpao, Liu Erlong released Xiao Yu. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Yu, shall I give your spirit a name? How about Luo Sanpao? Hearing this name, Xiao Yu shook his head. He didn't want to share a name with Yu Xiaogang's spirit. If Tang San were to encounter him and Yu Xiaogang showed even a hint of displeasure, he would definitely be the first to attack. Without a cheat, Xiao Yu didn't want to be labeled as someone who deserved to die. Oh, what do you want to call it then? Let's call him Wolong. Wolong. Hearing this name, Liu Erlong looked puzzled. However, she didn't object much. After all, in her eyes, the name didn't matter. As long as the person was there, she had a target for her longing. The reason for choosing this name was also to give himself a little hope and thought. After going through the trouble of transmigrating, who wouldn't want to stand out? Wolong, Wolong, the dragon lies in the 9 abysses, once it flies, it can soar to the sky. Chapter 2. Taking a bath together and obtaining the system. After settling Xiao Yu in, Liu Erlong left in a hurry after leaving behind a manual on cultivating soul power. As the dean, she naturally had many important matters to attend to. Most importantly, she needed to arrange many courses and meals for Xiao Yu's upcoming days. Xiao Yu was different from the other outstanding students in the academy. Liu Erlong didn't want to see Xiao Yu run away again because he couldn't handle the pressure. Therefore, she could only leave Xiao Yu to cultivate alone. Looking at the manual in his hand, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh that it was good to have someone. If he hadn't been brought back by Liu Erlong, perhaps he could only cultivate using the cultivation manual distributed for free by the Spirit Hall. He believed that it was vastly different from the one Liu Erlong brought from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Immediately, Xiao Yu began to cultivate according to the cultivation method in the manual. Soon, Xiao Yu, who had just started cultivating, felt the soul power around his body rapidly entering his body under his guidance. However, as the absorbed soul power increased, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a burst of pain in his dantian. Due to his low innate soul power and poor talent, his meridians were blocked, causing the thread-like soul power in his body to increase like frequent urination. The intricate meridians were completely unable to withstand the growth and expansion of soul power. Each expansion and growth made Xiao Yu feel like his meridians were being stretched, causing him to feel intense pain. Therefore, even after cultivating for a full 2 hours using the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's cultivation manual, Xiao Yu felt that the progress of soul power in his body was very limited. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to break through to level 10 in less than 2 or 3 years. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. I didn't expect my talent to be so poor. Even cultivation is so difficult, and this is using the method Liu Erlong gave me. If I were using the Spirit Hall's free method, perhaps it would take even longer. Oh, System Big Brother, if you're there, just say something. This is no longer a problem that hard work can solve. Just after Xiao Yu finished cultivating, Liu Erlong also returned after finishing her work. Because of seeing Luo Sanpao again, Liu Erlong's speed in handling matters was much faster. Chapter 2. Many teachers were also sighing that since the academy was built, they had actually seen Dean Liu Erlong's passionate side again. As soon as Liu Erlong returned, she saw Xiao Yu, who was covered in sweat, and frowned slightly as she spoke. Oh, Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? You're covered in sweat from cultivation. Didn't I tell you not to rush? Take your time, let it come naturally. Look at you, all sweaty. Let's go, I'll take you to wash up first. After speaking, Liu Erlong, regardless of Xiao Yu's reaction, directly pulled Xiao Yu towards her own exclusive bathroom. As soon as they arrived, Liu Erlong carefully helped Xiao Yu take off his dirty clothes, and then hugged Xiao Yu into the tub that was already filled with warm water. The tub was large but not high, just enough for Xiao Yu to stand with his head exposed. After putting Xiao Yu in the tub, Liu Erlong also carelessly took off her skirt. Then, in Xiao Yu's dumbfounded gaze, she also took a step and jumped into the tub. Looking at Liu Erlong, who was surrounded by warm water vapor, Xiao Yu's mind was filled with the shocking scene of her stepping into the tub just now. Liu Erlong, who had just sat down, looked at Xiao Yu, who was dumbfounded. Then, she smiled mischievously and tapped somewhere in the water with her hand. She chuckled and said, "Little kid, you're not old, but you have a lot of thoughts. You're still young, don't think so much. When you grow up, I'll help you find someone with a figure as good as mine. As for me, don't even think about it, I already have someone in my heart. And don't forget, I'm your teacher." After harshly pressing Xiao Yu's head into the water to teach him a lesson for having bad thoughts, Liu Erlong began to scrub Xiao Yu's back. At the same time, she couldn't help but start muttering to herself. Ah, Xiaogang, if only you could be like Xiao Yu. After all, if Yu Xiaogang looked at her with that kind of gaze just now, she would definitely be extremely excited. At this moment, Xiao Yu, who was still immersed in his thoughts, frowned slightly again after hearing the name Yu Xiaogang. His heart was full of helplessness, although he knew he was a substitute. But being constantly reminded of it was really annoying. Therefore, Xiao Yu spoke. "Teacher, why do you always look at me and mention Yu Xiaogang's name? My name is not Yu Xiaogang, my name is Xiao Yu. Teacher, have you mistaken me for someone else?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong's expression froze, and she immediately realized that she had said something wrong. This child, who had not had a good life since he was young, might be very sensitive and delicate. Now that she had finally met a child who could be regarded as a thought, she couldn't let him run away so easily, so she casually said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Teacher won't mention it anymore. It was teacher's fault just now. Teacher was just reminiscing about the past. Let's take a good bath. Come, teacher will continue to scrub your back." After speaking, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu with an increasingly gentle gaze. That gaze was as if she was looking at Yu Xiaogang when he was a child. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected Douluo plane. Liu Erlong has increased the host's conquest value by 1%. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the female lead conquest system. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul. Crouching dragon, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul power. Level 0.5, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evolution direction. Dragon lizard species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evolution times. None, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket conquered target. Liu Erlong 1%, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu, who had been full of helplessness, instantly revealed an incomparably surprised expression on his face after hearing the long-awaited mechanical voice in his head. He was so surprised that he stood up all of a sudden, his face full of excitement. As for Liu Erlong, she looked at the little Xiao Yu in front of her, frowned, and then tapped again. Xiao Yu was in so much pain that he sat back in the water. "Xiao Yu, what were you smiling about just now? Liu Erlong asked with a puzzled face. She seemed to be used to the scene just now. It's nothing, it's just that I'm very happy that I can be accepted as your disciple today. As he spoke, Xiao Yu also leaned his face tightly against Liu Erlong's. At this moment, his little face, with the top of his head resting on Liu Erlong's chin, was constantly turning. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was acting like a spoiled child in her arms, Liu Erlong also immediately smiled. At this moment, she seemed to see Yu Xiaogang acting like a spoiled child in her arms. So she began to scrub Xiao Yu's back even more enthusiastically. Xiao Yu also took the opportunity to start digesting the system's simple introduction. After understanding it for 2.5 minutes, Xiao Yu completely understood the system. Chapter 3 Master Yu, who was suddenly unlucky. The system's function was very simple. That was, he only needed to obtain conquest value from the major female leads to bind any female lead. The higher the conquest value of the bound female lead, the more rewards he could obtain. At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at the system panel. The first one he bound was actually the love-brained Liu Erlong. Behind Liu Erlong's name, there was also a progress bar. At the 10% mark, there was a small icon like a gift package. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu guessed that he needed to push this progress bar to 10% before he could obtain the first stage of rewards from Luo Erlong. If I hadn't awakened Master's signature martial soul, Luo Sanpao, today, it might have been impossible to bind Liu Erlong, this love brain. However, how should I increase the conquest value? Make her fall in love with me. Looking at the words, conquer the female leads of the plane, on the system, Xiao Yu pondered, immediately turned his head to look at Liu Erlong and said, Teacher, you've been scrubbing for so long, you must be tired, right? Let your disciple scrub for you. Please turn around first. Hearing this, Liu Erlong's eyebrows lit up with joy. Xiao Yu helping her scrub her back, in other words, wasn't that Xiaogang helping her scrub her back. Thinking of this, Liu Erlong immediately turned around excitedly, pulling her waist-length hair in front of her. As the wet hair was gathered and grasped in front, her white waist, like a water snake, appeared before Xiao Yu's eyes. However, Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to these things at the moment, because he noticed the excitement on Liu Erlong's face, and couldn't help but frown. Obviously, Liu Erlong was once again treating him as Yu Xiaogang. HMPH, for the sake of the system, I'll endure it for now. Today you can still treat me as Yu Xiaogang, but starting tomorrow, I'll make sure your mind is filled with me. Xiao Yu didn't believe that when he raised the capture value to 100%, Liu Erlong would still have a place for Yu Xiaogang in her mind. Presumably, by that time, Liu Erlong wouldn't even be willing to spit on Yu Xiaogang. After saying that, Xiao Yu began to use the bath towel. Open black lens bracket capture value +1, close black lens bracket. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Yu understood that he had guessed correctly. As long as he made Liu Erlong listen to him more and more, even fall in love with him, he could obtain more capture value from her. Therefore, in order to obtain a higher capture value, Xiao Yu began to scrub Liu Erlong's back more carefully. At the same time, he would occasionally ask Liu Erlong to raise her hand or foot. Looking at Liu Erlong's white and beautiful back, Xiao Yu couldn't help but swallow. And even Liu Erlong herself didn't realize that, unknowingly, she was listening to Xiao Yu more and more. Before long, just by taking a bath, Xiao Yu had increased the capture value from Liu Erlong by 5%. And Liu Erlong also unknowingly trusted Xiao Yu immensely, allowing his small hands to stroke every part of her body. Scrubbing every part, and at this moment, Xiao Yu, who was focused on completing the task, didn't see it. Liu Erlong looked at him with increasingly gentle eyes. Xiaogang, how wonderful would it be if you were the one scrubbing my back right now? Liu Erlong murmured to herself. But just after saying this, Liu Erlong suddenly discovered that the perfect image of Yu Xiaogang in her mind suddenly fluctuated, and in an instant, it actually changed into Xiao Yu's appearance, and she didn't feel anything wrong at all, as if it should have been like this. For a moment, Liu Erlong, realizing that she had such an absurd thought it was because she was too tired, so she didn't think so much, thinking that she would go to rest after finishing her bath. Soon, the bath was finished, and after eating dinner, Liu Erlong took Xiao Yu to rest. Because the rooms next to the wooden house had not yet been built, Liu Erlong let Xiao Yu sleep with her first. And as soon as she lay on the bed, Liu Erlong, wearing a close-fitting purple nightgown, directly hugged Xiao Yu. Then, with a complex expression, She said, let's sleep. Not giving Xiao Yu any chance to speak. Teacher, can I always sleep with you in the future? Your embrace is so warm. Feeling the warmth and fragrance in his arms, Xiao Yu murmured. Yes, but when Xiao Yu grows up, you can't sleep with teacher anymore. You're still small now, so it's okay. Hearing Liu Erlong's agreement, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. If I don't sleep together, how can I increase the capture value? Then teacher, can I always sleep with you before I grow up? I really haven't been hugged so warmly by anyone in a long time. I've always been alone before. After saying that, Xiao Yu couldn't help but hug Liu Erlong even tighter. And what he said was also true. Xiao Yu became an orphan after transmigrating. If it weren't for a bit of vision, emotional intelligence, and ability, he would have starved to death long ago. That's good. Before you're 10 years old, we can always sleep together. But after 10 years old, you must go to sleep in the next room by yourself, how about that? Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu, who had a sad look on his face at the moment. She couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal love, her heart filled with pity for Xiao Yu. Xiaogang back then was probably like this too. Thinking of her Xiaogang, Liu Erlong couldn't help but hug Xiao Yu even tighter. And Xiao Yu was also overjoyed after hearing the system's prompt. Open black lens bracket ding. Capture value +3, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The capture of Liu Erlong has reached the first stage, the host has obtained the first stage gift pack, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gift pack automatically opened, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining soul power cultivation speed *10 times, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Soul power level increased by 1 level, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Obtained Liu Erlong's plane aura *10. Liu Erlong's plane aura reduced by 10 points, close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yu immediately felt that his soul power cultivation speed, which was originally increasing like frequent urination, was actually much faster at this moment. And the soul power level on his body actually really increased to level 2. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Yu couldn't help but show an excited look. He didn't expect that just the first stage gift pack would be so outstanding. Not only has the soul power increased, but even the cultivation speed has increased. At this moment, Xiao Yu was even more looking forward to what good things would be in the next gift pack. But what is the plane aura for? With doubts, Xiao Yu looked for it, but didn't find out what it was for, so he stopped looking and entered dreamland with the fragrance of milk. Just as Xiao Yu was sleeping peacefully with beauty, on the other side of the continent, Yu Xiaogang suddenly had bad luck. Chapter 3. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was standing in front of the mirror, looking at his swollen face, his heart filled with grievances and indignation. He was just about to go to sleep. Who knew that a spider would suddenly fall directly onto his face for some reason? Yu Xiaogang wanted to chase it away, so he subconsciously reached out and swatted at it. Instantly, who knew that the spider was not driven away, but was directly slapped to death. It died directly on Yu Xiaogang's face. The spider's various fluids flowed onto Yu Xiaogang's face. Chapter 4. The equally unlucky Tang Hao and 1 year later. Before long, the venom from the spider's body directly soaked into Yu Xiaogang's face, causing Yu Xiaogang to scream in shock. Immediately, Yu Xiaogang quickly got up and cleaned himself, then went to look in the mirror. He saw his entire face swollen from the spider's venom, and felt extremely grief-stricken. In the end, he, who was originally quite happy that he had finally received a disciple who could prove his theory, could only sigh at his bad luck. Then, Yu Xiaogang began to look for medicine to apply. And it wasn't just him. At this moment, not far from Yu Xiaogang's dormitory, at the entrance of dormitory 7. Tang San, who had been playing around with Xiao Wu for a while, was preparing to go back to rest. After all, tomorrow his teacher would take him to obtain a soul ring. Tang San was quite looking forward to tomorrow's soul ring journey. After all, as long as he could obtain a soul ring, his mysterious heaven skill might be able to advance further. Thump. However, just as Tang San's heart was filled with excitement, Tang San, unconsciously, was directly tripped by a stone on the ground and fell to the ground. Feeling the pain coming from his wrist, Tang San cursed his bad luck. Fortunately, it wouldn't affect tomorrow's action. At this moment, these things that happened were just small matters. For the people involved, they would only think that they were unlucky and wouldn't think too much. And they also couldn't imagine that in the future, they would become more and more unlucky, especially Yu Xiaogang. And in a corner that Tang San didn't notice, accompanied by a muffled sound, Tang Hao lay on the ground in a starfish shape, staring blankly at the broken branch in his hand. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Xiao Yu slowly woke up in a fragrant aroma. Then, he got up. He looked at Liu Erlong's jade body lying sprawled out. Then, he helped her cover herself with the blanket. Then, he came outside and began to cultivate. Now that he had the system, he had to take advantage of this system's momentum. Improve himself properly. Yesterday's idea of living off a rich woman had to be changed. Now, with the help of the system, he needed to both live off a rich woman and become stronger. Doing both is the way to go. Therefore, for now, the most important thing was to cultivate soul power and quickly raise his soul power to level 10, and strive to obtain his first soul ring as soon as possible. This was the most important thing. So, having made up his mind, Xiao Yu directly sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate by the small river outside the wooden house. At this moment, after starting to cultivate, Xiao Yu truly understood how terrifying the gold content of the tenfold cultivation speed he had obtained last night was. His current cultivation speed was completely incomparable to yesterday's. According to Xiao Yu's prediction, he would originally need 2 or 3 years to break through to level 10 soul power. And after obtaining the tenfold cultivation speed, this time could be shortened by a large amount of time. Perhaps in just 1 year, he would be able to successfully break through to level 10 and obtain a soul ring. No, perhaps the time can be even shorter. After all, I can still open the treasure chest on Liu Erlong's body. Looking at Liu Erlong, who was currently sleeping soundly, Xiao Yu muttered to himself. At the same time, another idea suddenly began to emerge in Xiao Yu's heart. Before long, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Early in the morning, Xiao Yu carried the breakfast he had taken from the cafeteria and came to Liu Erlong's bedside, preparing to wake Liu Erlong up to eat breakfast. Within this year, although Xiao Yu had successfully cultivated to level 10, he did not continue to open the treasure chest, because the increase in conquest value was slower than he had imagined. A year had passed, and it had only increased to 24%, and the next treasure chest required 30 conquest value to open. Teacher, wake up, the sun is going to be shining on your butt if you sleep any longer. Looking at Liu Erlong's jade body lying sprawled out at this moment, Xiao Yu shouted loudly. Hey, this old lady's martial soul is a fire dragon, am I afraid of it shining? Go ask for leave for me, and tell them not to bother me if there's nothing important. Solve things yourself if there's anything. If you can't beat them, just say you're Liu Erlong's disciple. Liu Erlong turned over, muttering dissatisfiedly, while revealing half of her exquisite curve. And Xiao Yu, as if he was used to it, stuffed this curve into the blanket. Then, he opened his mouth with a mischievous smile. Then teacher, I broke through to level 10 soul power last night. Are you saying that I should let teacher Yin Shu take me to hunt soul beasts, or should I let teacher Chen Lin take me? Quote. Instantly, Liu Erlong, who was still drowsy, immediately opened her eyes after hearing these words. Then, she got up and looked at Xiao Yu. Her jade hand pressed on Xiao Yu's dantian, then her red lips parted slightly, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Level 10, it's actually really level 10. Xiao Yu, how did you do it? 1 year, it's only been 1 year. How did you manage to improve to level 10 in 1 year? Back then, Xiaogang only managed to break through to level 10 in 2 years with the sect leader's help. But you, with the same Luo Sanpao spirit, why are you breaking through so quickly? You're even faster than Xiaogang. As for Liu Erlong suddenly bringing up Yu Xiaogang again, Xiao Yu simply spread out his hands helplessly. Who told him to listen to it for a year? Xiao Yu didn't pay much attention to it anymore. After all, what happened between Liu Erlong and himself this year was very complicated, and it could be said that it was something Yu Xiaogang would never have dared to imagine. Moreover, according to Xiao Yu's calculations, this was the first time Liu Erlong had mentioned Yu Xiaogang in the past 3 months. And regarding this point, even she herself hadn't noticed it. Therefore, listening to it occasionally isn't really a big deal. Afterward, Liu Erlong, with an excited expression, directly embraced Xiao Yu. She was so happy, as if her own strength had broken through. Alright, Let's go. Teacher will take you to hunt soul rings. Regarding your spirit, I believe that in this world, apart from Xiaogang, I believe no one can compare to it. Quote. Quote. Looking at Liu Erlong's exuberant figure at this moment, Xiao Yu frowned slightly, picked up the tights and pants, handed them to Liu Erlong, and said, Teacher, please put on your clothes first. You little rascal, how dare you ignore my perfect figure? You weren't like this a year ago. You're becoming less and less cute. Looking at Xiao Yu's indifferent expression, Liu Erlong, with a strange expression, directly kicked Xiao Yu's butt. Xiao Yu, who was kicked off the bed, rubbed his butt. He slandered in his heart. Could it be that my charm has diminished so quickly? Xiao Yu doesn't like me anymore. Xiao Yu looked at Liu Erlong, who was currently putting on her clothes, and curled his lips, muttering. Unless it's during a shower, otherwise, you only let me look but not touch. Anyone would get tired of it, okay. Without the enhancement of clothes, it's not interesting to touch. The first time he saw it a year ago, of course, he was amazed, but what is it now? At this moment, Xiao Yu was even guessing whether the reason why the capture points were increasing slowly was because he rarely got his hands on her. On the other hand, Liu Erlong didn't think so much, chatting with Xiao Yu about her thoughts on spirits while getting dressed. Then, she started eating breakfast. After finishing breakfast, she informed Academy's truly miserable working person, Yin Shu. Liu Erlong then took Xiao Yu to Sunset Forest in a hurry. Quote. Quote. Inside Sunset Forest, Liu Erlong was currently holding Xiao Yu's small hand, walking on the grass. With excitement and pride between her eyebrows, she said. Chapter 5 Xiao Yu's sense of crisis. Xiao Yu, this time you must listen to me. I've already decided what your first soul ring should be. Just like that famous master, catch a thunder attribute sub-dragon soul beast for you. At this, Xiao Yu frowned, and suddenly understood something. No wonder Yu Xiaogang's first soul skill was so weird. It turned out that his first soul skill came from a thunder attribute sub-dragon soul beast. Farting like thunder, the earth-shattering Luo Sanpao actually originated here. The Luo Sanpao, which contains the light attribute, absorbs the thunder attribute, or even the soul ring of a sub-dragon species. How could that donkey head not matching the horse's mouth form a positive evolution? Teacher, are you trying to kill me? Having quickly made up his mind, Xiao Yu rolled his eyes and said. How could I? I love you too much to even do that, how could I harm you? Liu Erlong asked in surprise. Then why are you asking me to walk the dead end that the predecessors have walked? If my crouching dragon and Yu Xiaogang's Luo Sanpao are the same, then it must be impossible to absorb the thunder attribute sub-dragon species. I don't want the soul skill of crouching dragon to become a disgusting skill like farting. Xiao Yu said dissatisfied, how can this work? Your crouching dragon and Luo Sanpao belong to the same kind of soul beast. If you don't absorb the thunder attribute sub-dragon species, what else can you absorb? I'm your teacher, would I lie to you? No matter what, today, you. Liu Erlong saw Xiao Yu despising her Xiaogang so much, and suddenly felt a slight anger in her heart, and her tone was a little heavier as she reprimanded him. After all, she still wanted to see what Luo Sanpao looked like when he farted. As for Xiao Yu's future, she really didn't think too much about it. She just regarded Xiao Yu as a substitute. What his opinion was, in principle, was not within Liu Erlong's consideration at all. In her eyes, Xiao Yu was just a substitute for Yu Xiaogang. It was okay to follow him on weekdays, but today is the time to obtain the soul ring, so he can't be allowed to act recklessly. However, after seeing Xiao Yu's serious expression, Liu Erlong suddenly forgot about Yu Xiaogang as if possessed by a ghost, and at the same time, her heart, which was originally occupied by Yu Xiaogang, quickly tore a huge opening for Xiao Yu's small figure. Seeing that she was actually threatening Xiao Yu at this moment, for some reason, Liu Erlong suddenly felt a sense of guilt and heartache in her heart, as if she owed him something. But she would only feel this way towards Xiaogang. Could it be that she was too immersed in the play? After Liu Erlong fell silent for a moment with an extremely complicated expression, she opened her mouth with a soft voice that was extremely against her will. Chapter 4. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. The teacher was too loud just now. Since you have your own ideas, why don't you tell me what you're thinking? Maybe I can give you some advice. At this moment, Liu Erlong, who originally wanted to force Xiao Yu to agree to her request, chose to let Xiao Yu decide what soul ring to absorb as if possessed by a ghost. This has completely violated her original intention. However, although Liu Erlong's heart is full of confusion now, she just doesn't know what happened, and only feels that her head is extremely chaotic at this moment. And looking at Liu Erlong's attitude, which is so different from before, Xiao Yu felt a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he had increased the conquest value to 24% in the past year, otherwise Liu Erlong might really have made him absorb a thunder attribute sub-dragon soul beast for her own selfish desires today. When Xiao Yu thought that his first soul skill would be farting like Yu Xiaogang, his face was full of displeasure and fear. If he really let him absorb such a first soul skill, he might as well just die. At the same time, after seeing Liu Erlong's pre-arrogance and post-respect today, Xiao Yu also felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Immediately, he decided to speed up the process, and after going back, he would continue to conquer Liu Erlong. It would be best to take advantage of these few years to increase the conquest value for Liu Erlong to above 90, so that she would be completely devoted to him. Otherwise, if she really meets Yu Xiaogang, then he will definitely be the one who is abandoned immediately. With Liu Erlong's love brain level, a conquest value of less than 80% may not be enough. At the same time, he can't just conquer Liu Erlong. Although Liu Erlong is a soul saint, she is only a soul saint after all. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family can't help him before she is alive, let alone help him. Therefore, the plan to find the Daughter of Destiny with a strong backer must also be put on the agenda. Originally, Xiao Yu was thinking of starting to implement the plan in a few years, but after the sense of crisis was aroused at this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt that this kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. Having a knife and not using it is not the same concept as not having a knife to use. For a time, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his waist. Then he subconsciously touched his waist and found that he didn't feel anything. Is it an illusion? After a moment of thought, Xiao Yu's eyes flickered slightly and he said, "Teacher, according to my guess, my crouching dragon martial soul is not suitable for absorbing the soul ring of a thunder attribute sub-dragon soul beast. The lessons of the past are there, and I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Besides, if I remember correctly, you once told me that the three of you formed the Golden Iron Triangle and could use the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. After you and that flying horn of Fuedivert poured the soul ring and soul power into Yu Xiaogang's Little San will transform into a golden sacred dragon. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, my crouching dragon and that Little San don't need to absorb the thunder attribute sub-dragon martial soul at all, but should absorb the light attribute sub-dragon soul ring. Because after being infused with soul power and soul rings by you and that Fuedivert, the golden sacred dragon form displayed at that time may be the true form that the positively mutated Little San should have. In other words, Little San can actually be said to be a top martial soul, but because of Yu Xiaogang's ignorance, he used the wrong method and absorbed the wrong soul ring, which led Little San to go further and further on the road of weak mutation. If he had chosen to absorb the correct soul ring from the beginning, perhaps Yu Xiaogang could gradually change his own shortcomings, and the martial soul mutation would begin to change from negative mutation to positive mutation. And if Yu Xiaogang can really do this, then he will really live up to his name as a master, and he won't be ridiculed and scolded by the world so crazily today. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong, who was still quite dazed, instantly widened her beautiful eyes. Such a statement, at first glance, may sound a bit like a fantasy, but, after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Yu's statement is really possible. Moreover, the more she pondered, the more Liu Erlong felt that this idea was feasible. At this moment, the more Liu Erlong felt that this matter was feasible, the more she couldn't help but feel regret and emotion. The three of them were really stupid. They had been together for so long, but they didn't even think of this. And Xiaogang, he is so smart, why can't he see through this matter? Chapter 6 Liu Erlong's complex heart and Xiao Yu's single-minded focus on earning points. He always stubbornly believed that Little San's change was formed by the fusion of their three martial souls, and never thought that it should actually be Little San's original appearance. And after sighing, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu with a face full of joy. As expected of Xiao Yu, a new brain is so useful. He actually came up with such a feasible point of view just by relying on a few stories that he had casually told. At this moment, looking at Xiao Yu's confident expression, unknowingly, Liu Erlong's entire head was filled with Xiao Yu's figure. She even had an idea in her heart that she thought was very absurd. This kid Xiao Yu is really amazing, he's even better than Xiaogang. As soon as this idea arose, Liu Erlong immediately shook her head and drove the idea out. At the same time, she quickly sighed secretly that her Xiaogang was definitely the most powerful. After self-hypnotizing for a while, she continued to lead Xiao Yu to harvest soul rings on the periphery of the sunset forest. However, light attribute sub-dragon soul beasts are so rare, so how could they be so easy to find? After searching for most of the day, Xiao Yu and Erlong had no harvest at all. At the same time, seeing the night falling, they could only set up tents on the spot to sleep and rest. After setting up the tent, Xiao Yu was thrown into the tent by Liu Erlong. Xiao Yu, you rest well today, I'll keep watch at night. After speaking, Liu Erlong planned to go outside. However, after seeing Xiao Yu's lost eyes with the corner of her eye, she asked with a little pity. What's wrong, teacher? If I don't sleep with you in my arms, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. Xiao Yu threw himself into Liu Erlong's arms and acted coquettishly. As for Xiao Yu, who was tossing around in her arms, Liu Erlong sighed helplessly. Just one day, just one day. If we find the soul ring tomorrow, the teacher will continue to sleep with you in her arms. You have to be good, okay? After speaking, Liu Erlong pouted and kissed Xiao Yu's cheek, intending to comfort Xiao Yu. It's just that for some reason, she originally wanted to kiss his face, but Xiao Yu turned his head and kissed his lips. Seeing that she had kissed the wrong place, Liu Erlong quickly blushed and pushed Xiao Yu away. Then she prepared to leave the tent. But how could Xiao Yu, who had already made up his mind, let Liu Erlong go so quickly? At this time, striking while the iron is hot as the key. So he immediately continued to act coquettishly. Teacher, you kissed me, I have to kiss you too before I let you go. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong, who had just stood up, squatted down helplessly again and touched Xiao Yu's head, then turned her face to the side. But she didn't expect that Xiao Yu would directly turn her face back. Then, in her stunned eyes, he directly printed it on her. Ooh! Instantly, Liu Erlong's eyes sharpened. She directly pushed Xiao Yu away. Then she said with a murderous aura. Xiao Yu, you've gone too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a child. Woo-woo, teacher, you're so fierce. Didn't you kiss me first just now? I thought. Seeing that Liu Erlong was so fierce, Xiao Yu directly cried out with a wronged expression. Looking at Xiao Yu's aggrieved expression, the anger that originally rose in Liu Erlong's heart directly dissipated for some reason. She was very angry that Xiao Yu had taken her first kiss. After all, this was what she had left for Xiaogang. But for some reason, the anger quickly dissipated after it rose, and besides, if you really want to talk about it, it was indeed she who kissed Xiao Yu first. It is indeed understandable that Xiao Yu would imitate her behavior. It seems that he must have misunderstood. Alas, why is my temper so explosive? Why are you so angry with a child? What does a child know? After a burst of self-hypnosis, Liu Erlong convinced herself. Okay, Xiao Yu, don't cry. It's the teacher's fault. It's just that, unless it's a very close person, you can't kiss your mouth casually. Quote. Then teacher, don't you think I'm your closest person? As soon as these words came out, Liu Erlong was instantly speechless. How could she answer this? It's true that she's an old driver, but how can she drive with a child? Looking at Liu Erlong, who was silent at this moment, Xiao Yu continued to say with a wrong face. I knew it, teacher only has that Yu Xiaogang in her heart, and there's no place for me at all. Teacher doesn't even have a place for me, her disciple, in her heart. I'm so sad, woo 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 woo. After speaking, Xiao Yu covered his face and started crying woo woo. Hey, when did I say that you weren't my closest person? You're my good disciple, of course you're my closest person. You're lying. I'm not lying, really, of course it's true. Then let me kiss you again, and this time it has to be longer. Quote. Hearing this request, Liu Erlong was speechless. What's going on? Instinctively wanting to refuse, she thought again that she had hurt the child's heart and must have made him very sad. Then Liu Erlong began to gradually persuade herself. Soon, Liu Erlong, who had completed her self-persuasion, said, Okay, you can kiss me. I won't avoid it this time. Anyway, he has kissed her twice, and he is still her disciple, not an outsider. Just kiss him, I believe Xiaogang won't blame me even if he knows. Looking at Liu Erlong, who had her eyes closed at this moment. A light curtain flashed in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. Open black lens bracket harvested 5 points of conquest value, close black lens bracket. Looking at this light curtain, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. This was the first time in a year that he had increased a full 5 points of conquest value. Before, it was like squeezing toothpaste, adding a little bit at a time. It seems that my decision to speed up is correct. Now he is only a little bit away from being able to continue opening the box. If I let her default to French kissing, will it increase more conquest value? Chapter 5. As he spoke, Xiao Yu wanted to try and open the second strategy value treasure chest in one go after obtaining the strategy value. However, just as Xiao Yu hugged Liu Erlong's head, preparing to aim for the center of her brow, Liu Erlong suddenly opened her eyes wide. Xiao Yu was startled. Old teacher. Looking at Liu Erlong, whose eyes had turned into vertical pupils, clearly preparing to summon her martial soul, Xiao Yu spoke with a strange expression. Stay here, I'll be right back. A soul beast has entered. After speaking, Liu Erlong, her expression becoming extremely serious, quickly flashed outside. As soon as she came out, she saw a 100-year soul beast emitting golden light all over its body within the range of their camp. It was also looking curiously at the tent and Liu Erlong in front of it, just like a curious baby. What kind of soul beast is this? Why is it so strange? Looking at the soul beast in front of her, Liu Erlong's face showed confusion, but although she didn't recognize it, she still directly took action. Because on it, Liu Erlong felt a strong dragon attributed pressure and the power of light. Chapter 7. A soul beast delivered to your doorstep. Such attributes could be said to be extremely compatible with the soul ring requirements Xiao Yu needed. Good fellow, to actually run into one so coincidentally. Xiao Yu, come out quickly, your soul ring has been found. Liu Erlong shouted excitedly towards the tent while directly activating her martial soul. Dragon claws flashing with flames directly and tightly controlled this soul beast covered in golden armor. Roar, roar. Seeing that it was being controlled, this soul beast immediately roared. At the same time, its body began to twist and struggle rapidly. But how could it, being only a 100-year soul beast, break free from Liu Erlong's control so easily? Xiao Yu also quickly walked out of the tent after hearing Liu Erlong's voice. Seeing this soul beast, a flash of light also appeared in his eyes. Damn, a golden scale mirage beast. Isn't this a soul beast that's always difficult to find? How could it appear here? Hearing Xiao Yu's exclamation, Liu Erlong couldn't help but ask curiously. Do you know what this is? Yes, I know. I saw this kind of soul beast in the books of the Spirit Hall Branch Hall. Because it's very compatible with me, I remember it clearly. The Golden Scale Mirage Beast, one of the top light attribute soul beasts. According to the Spirit Hall's records, the Golden Scale Mirage Beast itself is nothing, but within this soul beast's body, there is a trace of incomparably pure light dragon bloodline. And it can rely on developing this light dragon bloodline to strengthen its own physical skills and even bloodline. Some, with powerful development, can even simultaneously cast healing and damage attributes to amplify themselves. In addition, with the amplification of its body from that trace of light dragon bloodline, it can even directly challenge 1,000-year soul beasts with only 100 years of cultivation. But this kind of soul beast is extremely difficult to breed, so even within the Spirit Hall's records, it's in a state of being sought after but unattainable. I didn't expect to see it deliver itself to our door so late at night. Hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Liu Erlong's red lips parted slightly. She didn't expect that the soul beast that randomly appeared in front of their tent in the middle of the night would actually be so powerful. No wonder she felt quite strained when catching it. She didn't expect that this little guy could actually challenge across ranks with that trace of light dragon bloodline in its body. Then what about the age of this soul beast? Is it suitable for you? To this, Xiao Yu spoke with a slightly excited expression. Although this soul beast only has about 300 years of cultivation, which is not the limit for the first soul ring, I value the trace of light dragon bloodline in its body more. If I can use that trace of light dragon bloodline to evolve my crouching dragon towards the direction of the light sacred dragon, even if the age is a little lower, it would still be a great gain. Hearing Xiao Yu's confirmation, Liu Erlong immediately began to take action without saying a word. She directly beat this soul beast until it only had one breath left amidst its wails. Alright, Since that's the case, Xiao Yu, finish it off. Directly absorb the soul ring. Okay. Afterwards, with Liu Erlong's help, Xiao Yu accurately stabbed the dagger into the neck of this soul beast. Roar. Instantly, this soul beast let out a desperate wail. A pair of golden pupils were filled with fear of death. It didn't expect that it would encounter such a thing just by sneaking out to play. But at this moment, it was too late for it to regret. It knew that the human in front of it would never let it go. Before long, this golden scale mirage beast stopped breathing after wailing. At the same time, a deep yellow soul ring began to slowly emerge on its body. Although it's only about 300 years old, the strength of the soul ring is enough to be comparable to 500 years. Looking at this deep yellow soul ring, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment. He also didn't expect that the one with the light dragon bloodline would not only be powerful in combat, but even the soul ring would far exceed its age. Such a huge change made Xiao Yu, who was originally a little regretful, instantly feel extremely fortunate. Because if this soul beast was really more than 400 years old, then his soul ring would probably be 700 or 800 years old, which would be even more difficult to absorb than it is now. After sitting cross-legged and adjusting his condition, Xiao Yu summoned the crouching dragon, touched the crouching dragon who was eagerly nuzzling him at the moment, and then began to absorb this soul ring. After seeing this scene, the crouching dragon also immediately stopped its eagerness and began to cooperate with its master to absorb the soul ring. When Liu Erlong saw the summoned crouching dragon, her heart almost melted. Before long, the deep yellow soul ring, under Xiao Yu's control, flew above Xiao Yu's head. Then, it slowly rotated up and down around Xiao Yu's body. PFF'd. The moment the soul ring's power entered his body, the immense force caused Xiao Yu to spit out a mouthful of blood mist. This was because Xiao Yu's physical attributes hadn't improved much at this point. Therefore, absorbing a soul ring comparable to a 500-year-old one was quite difficult for him at the moment. However, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Damn it, I'm going all in. It won't be easy to find this kind of top-quality soul beast next time. Besides, I have a system. Can a mere 500-year soul ring stop me? Wolong, refine it for me. Wolong seemed to sense Xiao Yu's thoughts, its eyes filled with determination as it cooperated with its master. Xiao Yu, seeing Xiao Yu with his mouth full of blood, Liu Erlong could only anxiously pace back and forth, completely helpless. Because she knew that if she forcibly interrupted Xiao Yu's absorption at this moment, Xiao Yu would be even more severely injured. Looking at Xiao Yu, whose veins were bulging all over his body, Liu Erlong's heart was filled with indescribable pain. The feeling of forcibly absorbing the soul ring at this moment was also very unpleasant for Xiao Yu. Because from the moment the soul ring's power entered his body, Xiao Yu felt that his body had been completely messed up by this violent energy. His weak meridians were completely unable to withstand this immense power. At this moment, he could only barely maintain it, and had no way to let them flow through his meridians. Moreover, after discovering Xiao Yu's dantian, this energy gathered in Xiao Yu's dantian, because the area here was relatively large. Hot, so hot, so hot, teacher, I'm so hot. Because his body couldn't withstand this energy, Xiao Yu's body had turned completely red. Just like a cooked shrimp. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was asking her for help, Liu Erlong anxiously squatted down, asking with a face full of heartache. Xiao Yu, I'm here, absorb it peacefully, I will always be by your side. However, the next moment, Liu Erlong felt a ball of burning charcoal rush into her arms. Her waist was tightly hugged by a pair of scorching arms. Moreover, Liu Erlong could feel him rubbing against her in her arms in a restless manner. Feeling this strange sensation, Liu Erlong instantly understood. Xiao Yu's body couldn't release the energy, so it had been converted into something that was easier to release. If she could help Xiao Yu release this energy, perhaps. Chapter 8 Liu Erlong's Guilt. Damn it, being your teacher is really unlucky. I haven't treated Xiaogang like this before. At this moment, under the impact of this violent energy, Xiao Yu only felt that he was being wantonly manipulated by a pair of big hands, and he had no way to do anything about it. Outside, even though Liu Erlong felt her hands go numb, the energy still couldn't come out. However, looking at Xiao Yu, who was completely red, Liu Erlong, as an experienced driver, naturally knew what to do. However, Liu Erlong's heart was filled with resistance at this moment, because that belonged to Xiaogang. Teacher, save me. However, Xiao Yu's repeated calls of, teacher, brought back Liu Erlong's reason. Yes, I am his teacher, it is a teacher's duty to help students, I believe Xiaogang can understand. So, after convincing herself, Liu Erlong prepared to help Xiao Yu in another way. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who was in a mess inside his body, didn't realize that the light curtain had reappeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket gain 10 strategy points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected that the host's strategy for Liu Erlong has reached the second stage, obtained the achievement, Liu Erlong remembers the host in her heart, the host obtains the second stage gift pack, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gift pack automatically opened, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the soul ring to the 1000-year level, and synchronizing the host's self-adaptive absorption, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Wolong synchronizes and adapts to the light element dragon bloodline, Wolong evolves, light dragon lizard species. Obtained the talent skill, Dragon King's Pressure, close black lens bracket. Dragon King's Pressure. Wolong's dragon roar contains the power of the light element dragon bloodline, which can affect all ordinary beast spirits and dragon-type martial souls whose bloodline level does not exceed the light element dragon, making them submit to Wolong. Note: the greater the difference in soul power level, the smaller the possibility of Wolong being submitted to. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the soul power level by 2 levels, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The host's physique has been increased by 100%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The host has once again seized 10 points of Liu Erlong's plain aura. Liu Erlong's plain aura is reduced by 10 points, close black lens bracket. Before long, after the system opened the second stage gift pack, Xiao Yu, who was still immersed in absorption, inexplicably felt a burst of comfort all over his body. Especially when he felt that the excess energy in his body had been completely released, and the remaining energy was safely controlled by him, flowing through his meridians, which had become much thicker. That feeling of fullness of power was something that Xiao Yu had not been able to fully experience for a long time before. Finally, after absorbing the first soul ring, Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. And the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Liu Erlong's strange expression towards him, and the trace of crystal at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 6. Teacher, you what? Xiao Yu, you little rascal, I've been worried sick about you. If you don't repay me properly in the future, I'll castrate you. Seeing Xiao Yu's subconscious nod, Liu Erlong's guilt towards Yu Xiaogang dissipated a lot. Because at this moment, her heart was filled with Xiao Yu's figure. Xiao Yu being able to perfectly absorb the soul ring already made her very happy. And after Xiao Yu came back to his senses, discovering the strangeness in his body, coupled with the scenes he observed, he suddenly had an incredible guess in his heart. And this guess, after seeing that he had actually opened the second stage of the treasure chest, and also obtained the, remembered by Liu Erlong, achievement, Xiao Yu felt that his guess was absolutely correct. After all, being able to increase the strategy points by 10 at once is definitely not that simple. Teacher, you're so good. I love you the most, teacher. Understanding everything, Xiao Yu immediately rushed into Liu Erlong's arms, rolling around wantonly in her embrace, making Liu Erlong's heart itch. After fooling around for a while, Liu Erlong pulled Xiao Yu away, then licked her lips with relish, and then said, "All right, stop fooling around, let me see your first soul ring." Hearing Liu Erlong's words, Xiao Yu was also quite excited. After absorbing the golden armor illusion-breaking beast, what would his Wolong become? Come out, Wolong, roar. Before long, accompanied by a dragon roar that made even the soul sage Liu Erlong feel a chill down her spine, it came from Xiao Yu's body. This kind of suppressive force completely from the bloodline made Liu Erlong couldn't help but take a few steps back. And before long, just after Liu Erlong took a few steps back, a greatly changed Wolong appeared at Xiao Yu's feet, and the Wolong immediately gently arched Xiao Yu's feet with its head as soon as it appeared. It could be seen that this Wolong, which was originally quite fat, became much thinner after absorbing the first soul ring and perfectly fusing with that trace of light element dragon's bloodline. The originally chubby appearance also became quite strong at this moment. The originally round head also turned into an incomparably handsome dragon head at this moment, covered with deep purple scales, and the originally simple and lovely, round eyes directly turned into vertical pupils, and the original cyan color turned into dark yellow. And the light golden lines and patterns running through its body, as well as the spreading golden hair, made Wolong even more mysterious. The limbs under its feet also grew strong and powerful claws at this moment. Those seemingly incomparably sharp claws seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Looking at the Wolong with a greatly changed expression at this moment, Liu Erlong said with a face full of disbelief, "My God, is this really Wolong? It would actually become so handsome. Xiao Yu, your theory actually really succeeded. You actually completed something that Xiaogang has not completed for so many years. You are really too amazing." Saying that, Liu Erlong directly hugged Xiao Yu. At this moment, her heart was full of happiness for Xiao Yu. Liu Erlong didn't expect that Xiao Yu would actually do this. He actually allowed Wolong to undergo a positive evolution. Roar. As if hearing the praise for itself, Wolong once again let out an excited dragon roar. At this moment, it could also feel the terrifyingly powerful energy in its body. That was completely different from the previous self. Instantly, when she heard Wolong actually roaring again, Liu Erlong was so frightened by this pressure that she hugged Xiao Yu even tighter. And Xiao Yu also felt the areola for the first time at this moment. Immediately, Xiao Yu immediately stretched out his hands and broke free. After breaking free, he gasped for breath. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with your Wolong? Why do I feel so afraid of its roar?" Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu and asked. "Oh, this, if I'm not mistaken, it should be that Wolong successfully used that trace of light dragon bloodline to wash away the original bloodline that was mutated towards weakness through the soul ring, thus inheriting some of the characteristics of the Light Dragon clan. You must know that the Light Dragon clan is the Dragon King clan. As the Dragon King, its bloodline power naturally has a natural bloodline restraint on beast soul beasts. Although you are a soul sage, teacher, this kind of suppression between bloodlines cannot be blocked by strength. However, it is precisely because the bloodline has been washed again that Wolong's changes are so great. Look at Wolong now, how handsome, how domineering, how much different from before. If I listened to you and got some brain-dead lightning attribute sub-dragon species, I would have to cry while hugging Wolong now. I can't imagine when I think that my first soul ring is farting." Xiao Yu spread his hands and said helplessly, "Roar! Roar!" Wolong also roared softly at Liu Erlong with dissatisfaction. It could feel the dissatisfaction in Xiao Yu's heart, so it began to cooperate with Xiao Yu. After all, as Xiao Yu's martial soul, it always takes Xiao Yu's orders as its first goal. Hearing Xiao Yu's complaint, Liu Erlong's face turned pale. She didn't expect that her actions just now almost made Xiao Yu repeat Yu Xiaogang's mistakes. She suddenly felt that she was really a bit inhuman. She almost killed her only disciple. "Xiao Yu, teacher, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu with red eyes, and just as she was about to apologize, she saw Xiao Yu gently kick Wolong and then said something that touched Liu Erlong's heart. "Wolong, don't do this again in the future. She is my teacher, not my enemy. Don't roar at her for no reason. Got it? Roar roar." Hearing this, Wolong immediately roared loudly twice, and then quickly ran to Liu Erlong's feet, arching her beautiful legs in a flattering manner. Liu Erlong squatted down and stroked Wolong's head. Seeing how much Xiao Yu trusted her, Liu Erlong felt her heart melting. She then said softly to Xiao Yu, "Xiao Yu, it's my fault, teacher was too simplistic. How about this, teacher will prepare an apology gift for you. What do you want?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression faltered. Then, while walking towards Liu Erlong, he softly said, "Teacher, I want." When Xiao Yu whispered the apology gift he wanted into Liu Erlong's ear, Liu Erlong's face instantly turned red. At the same time, her heart was filled with shock. How did this kid know? Wasn't he unconscious at the time? At this moment, Liu Erlong wanted to refuse directly, but she had already promised him, so it wouldn't be good to refuse directly. Seeing Liu Erlong not speaking immediately, Xiao Yu's expression immediately became aggrieved. "Teacher, didn't you say you would agree to anything? I just want to reminisce about a beautiful memory. If it's not possible, then forget it." After speaking, Xiao Yu even turned his back. Seeing this scene, Wolong wanted to speak, but thinking of Xiao Yu's instructions earlier, it could only forcibly hold back its impending roar. It went to Xiao Yu's side to comfort him. Looking at Xiao Yu at this moment, Liu Erlong didn't know why she felt her heart breaking. Xiao Yu had protected me so much just now, but now I can't even fulfill what I promised him. I'm really shameless. I'm really a bastard. He's just a child. What does a child know? Anyway, it's not the first time. Xiaogang, I'm sorry. I believe you won't mind. After all, Xiao Yu is my disciple. And I promised him. As a teacher, I should naturally keep my word. Okay, Xiao Yu, I promise you, but not here. It was because of a special reason just now, but now it's different. So after we go back, I will fulfill my promise. Liu Erlong said with a flushed face. Chapter 9 Further Relationship. She really didn't want to agree, because this, in theory, was exclusive to Xiaogang. She had treasured it for decades, just so that one day she could give it to Xiaogang, but she didn't expect that now Xiao Yu would get it first. However, she still couldn't refuse. Because at the moment she wanted to refuse, a voice in her heart was stopping her from refusing. At the same time, that voice was also frantically telling herself that this was not betrayal, this was following her heart. Open black lens bracket gained 5 points of strategy value, close black lens bracket. Okay, then thank you, teacher. Seeing the system's prompt, Xiao Yu immediately turned his head and looked at Liu Erlong with a smile. He didn't expect that coming out to get a spirit ring could actually get so much strategy value. Xiao Yu also saw that the next strategy value treasure chest was at 80 strategy value. Alright, now that the spirit ring acquisition is complete, let's leave directly. Looking at Xiao Yu's smiling face at this moment, Liu Erlong, who had begun to convince herself, gradually forgot the feeling of guilt towards Xiaogang just now. And soon, Liu Erlong, who was about to get up, discovered something even more wrong. Because the spirit ring on Xiao Yu's body at this moment was not 100-year yellow, but 1,000-year purple. When she saw the spirit ring on Xiao Yu's body, her red lips parted slightly, and her face was full of disbelief. Xiao Yu, your spirit ring, why is it purple? Wasn't it a 100-year spirit beast? Looking at his spirit ring, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly said. I don't know why either. It should be that the spirit ring mutated. After all, teacher, you were watching me absorb it. But isn't this a good thing? I'm fine, and the spirit ring evolved from 100 years to 1,000 years. Under Xiao Yu's explanation, Liu Erlong gradually believed Xiao Yu's explanation. Regarding Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong could now unconsciously trust him unconditionally. If it weren't for the fact that the first spirit ring being 1,000 years was too extraordinary and beyond common sense, which restored a bit of her rationality, she probably wouldn't have felt there was any problem at all. However, trust is trust, her heart was still incomparably shocked. After packing up the tent with such complex feelings, Liu Erlong held Xiao Yu's hand with her soft, boneless little hand. Just as they were about to leave, a series of shocking roars came from afar. And at the same time, there were also two extreme spirit power pressures. Liu Erlong instantly clearly sensed that these two spirit power pressures, one was a strong human, and the other was a high-level spirit beast. Wolong, it's dangerous here, go back quickly. After sensing that she was no match for either of these two auras, Liu Erlong immediately picked up Xiao Yu. At the same time, she directly activated her 7th spirit ability, Red Dragon True Body. After letting Wolong immediately return to Xiao Yu's body, she quickly rushed towards the periphery of Sunset Forest. Wolong also obediently returned to Xiao Yu's body. Because it also felt the two terrifying spirit power pressures behind it. Teacher, this is. Looking at Liu Erlong's nervous expression at this moment, Xiao Yu's heart sank slightly. There are two powerful energies fighting over there. I am not a match for them. Judging by the situation, it is at least a battle between titled Douluos, so we must leave quickly. If we are affected by the aftermath of their battle, even I will have difficulty protecting myself. After Liu Erlong said a simple sentence, she quickly moved forward. A battle between titled Douluos, even Liu Erlong, a spirit sage, couldn't take care of herself, let alone bring Xiao Yu. After Xiao Yu learned of this, he didn't continue to speak. His hands also hugged Liu Erlong's shoulders obediently. Chapter 7. The right thing to do now is to let Liu Erlong focus on escaping. Roar. Just a few minutes after they ran away, an extremely shrill and tragic roar came from behind. At the same time, this sound also gave Liu Erlong a very strong pressure. Damn, it looks like this is at least a top-level soul beast of about 80,000 years. Why would this kind of soul beast appear in the outer forest? Before long, after Liu Erlong ran for about 2 incense sticks time. A dark green figure ran over from behind them, cursing. Damn, what's wrong with this big guy? Isn't it just stealing a honeysuckle from it? Is it worth getting so angry? When he saw Liu Erlong in front using her martial soul to travel at full speed, the figure's eyes narrowed. Feeling the aura behind her, Liu Erlong turned around and glanced at the dark green figure behind her. After feeling the extremely sinister aura on him, she immediately recognized who he was. Poison Douluo, Dugu Bo. I didn't expect that he would be here at this late hour. It seems that he was the one fighting that soul beast just now. Dugu Bo obviously didn't expect to meet people here so late at night. However, both of them were running for their lives at the moment, and the strength of the two sides was very different, so both sides felt that there was no need to have too much contact with each other. They were just running for their lives. Roar. However, just after they continued to run for a while, a huge figure with a height of 15 meters and a body flashing with golden light appeared in front of them. Seeing this figure, Dugu Bo's face changed drastically. How is it possible? How could he be so fast? At this moment, seeing this huge soul beast appear in front of them, Dugu Bo and Liu Erlong stopped. There are still about 3 kilometers before they completely leave Sunset Forest. But let alone 3 kilometers, even if they have left Sunset Forest, it would be easy for this 80,000-year-old soul beast to kill Liu Erlong and the others. After seeing this soul beast that was 15 meters tall, even Liu Erlong, who was known as the Killing Corner, was filled with fear. An 80,000-year-old soul beast is at least the 9th soul ring of a title Douluo for some soul masters. To kill them, at least several title Douluos would have to work together to successfully kill him with the least casualties. At this moment, this soul beast, which even a title Douluo like Dugu Bo could chase after, was obviously not a simple 80,000-year-old soul beast, but definitely a soul beast that was better at fighting. The moment she saw this soul beast, countless thoughts flashed through Liu Erlong's mind, and then she threw Xiao Yu in another direction without saying a word. Xiao Yu, go quickly. I'll stop him. Then, Liu Erlong immediately used the remaining 6 soul skills on her body, and then flew towards this soul beast, whose body was flashing with golden light, like a moth to a flame. Teacher. Seeing Liu Erlong rushing towards this 80,000-year-old soul beast like a moth to a flame, Xiao Yu's face changed drastically. Chapter 10. The same back view, different ending. But at the next moment, seeing Liu Erlong going all out, this giant beast with a body flashing with golden light just waved its claws slightly. Puff. With just such a casual blow, even Liu Erlong, who had her martial soul activated, was still casually slapped away. Liu Erlong, who was slapped away, revealed a thick flame mark in the process of being knocked away, and after breaking several big trees, Liu Erlong stopped. At this moment, Liu Erlong's martial soul was shattered, her martial soul disappeared, and she was seriously injured. Now, even standing up was quite difficult. Xiao Yu, go. But even when she was so seriously injured, Liu Erlong was still most worried about Xiao Yu's safety. Feeling the chaotic state of her body, Liu Erlong showed a wry smile. It's all ruined. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu, this time, the teacher is going to break her promise. I can't fulfill my promise. In the next life, I'll prepare an apology gift for you. I'm sorry, Xiaogang, I can't wait for you anymore. In the next life, no, I'll help Xiao Yu fulfill his promise in the next life. In the next life, let's continue our relationship. I hope we won't be. Xiao Yu, what are you doing back here? Go away. Liu Erlong, who was still reminiscing about her past regrets, saw a thin figure standing in front of her at this moment. And beside him, there was a dragon lizard with tense muscles all over its body. They, one person and one beast, were not afraid at all at this moment when facing this soul beast that even she could not defeat with a single blow. Seeing this figure, Liu Erlong's mind suddenly crashed. Didn't she tell him to run? What is he doing back here? Hearing Liu Erlong's shout, Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Teacher, without you, it's meaningless for me to run away alone. A year ago, you saved my life, took me to upgrade my cultivation, and treated me so well on weekdays. Today, if I still run away alone, then am I still a human being? Besides, as a man, today, if I have to die, I will die in front of you first. How can I let my benefactor, my teacher, die in front of me? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong's expression became extremely dazed. The only thing left in her mind, which was originally full of random thoughts, was the back view of Xiao Yu's thin figure. At the same time, for some reason, the embarrassed back view of her running away on her wedding night, which she had hidden deep in her memory, also emerged in Liu Erlong's mind. Involuntarily, Liu Erlong compared these two back views. For a time, after comparing these two figures, Liu Erlong's brain became even more dazed. She felt that her values were on the verge of collapse at this moment. The same back view, but the difference is so great. One back view is willing to live and die with her, and didn't run away alone even when facing an 80,000-year-old soul beast. Even if he ran away, she would be willing. But the other one can't even abandon the worldly views. She, a woman, wasn't afraid, yet he, a grown man, was so terrified. Meanwhile, Dugu, who had intended to stay out of it and not care about the fate of this master and disciple pair, also wore a surprised expression after seeing this scene. He didn't expect this kid named Xiao Yu to have such a tough character. Although a bit stubborn, it cannot be denied that the qualities this kid is displaying at this moment are absolutely top-notch. After all, when faced with a life or death crisis, how many people can achieve sharing life and death together? Even family members might not be able to. Good kid, tough enough, suits my taste. Seeing how tough you are, this old man will save you once today. Dugu murmured to himself thoughtfully. Subsequently, Dugu's seventh soul ring began to flicker with a mysterious black light, and a faint green light also emerged on his forehead. He prepared to directly use his martial soul true body and Medusa's gaze to quickly control this soul beast, and then take them away as quickly as possible. As long as they entered Tiando City, these would no longer be problems. And with his speed, under full power, a distance of 3 kilometers was nothing. However, just as Dugu was about to make a move, he heard a roar that wasn't loud, but still affected his state of mind. As soon as this sound came out, his biphosphorus serpent emperor, who was originally spitting out its snake tongue, was immediately frightened into closing its mouth and lowering its head, as if welcoming a king. Roar. After seeing this scene, Dugu also wore a surprised expression. Before Dugu could react, he heard the 80,000-year soul beast actually roar softly, as if responding to this roar. Moreover, within this roar, Dugu heard fear and dread. Dugu looked forward in astonishment, and saw that in front of the kid he was optimistic about, a rather strange dragon lizard was angrily roaring at the 80,000-year soul beast with a menacing aura. At this moment, on this dragon lizard, there was no trace of a low-level soul beast's fear of a high-level soul beast. However, what shocked Dugu even more was that after being provoked by this soul beast that could be slapped to death with a casual slap, not only did the soul beast not attack, but it also retreated several steps with incomparable dread. And it was still roaring in a low voice, as if it had encountered an opponent with incomparably powerful strength, fearing the opponent's strength. Seeing this scene, Dugu was a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why can a one-ring little guy's martial soul scare away an 80,000-year soul beast? Could it be that I'm seeing things? What kind of powerful soul beast is that? Not that kid's martial soul. Wait, could it be? Soon, the knowledgeable Dugu immediately reacted. He didn't see it wrong. That kid is indeed a one-ring soul master, but the reason he can do this is probably due to bloodline suppression. There's something wrong with that kid's martial soul bloodline. 7th soul skill, biphosphorus true body. 8th soul skill, time freeze. Head soul bone skill, Medusa's gaze. At the moment of reacting, Dugu directly made a move without saying a word. Such a young genius, and so loyal, and the martial soul bloodline suppression is so powerful, it's worth helping him once. Thus, Dugu, as a titled Douluo, directly transformed into a huge biphosphorus serpent emperor with a body length of 30 meters, covered in protruding emerald green scales. And before this 80,000-year soul beast could react, the 2 major control-type soul skills directly controlled it to death. Caught off guard, this soul beast was directly fixed in place. The body, which was originally flashing with golden light, also turned into a stone statue, and on this stone statue, there were also traces of emerald green patterns frantically spreading on these stones. After fixing this soul beast, Dugu swayed his snake tail. Directly rolled up Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong, who was seriously injured at the moment. Then flew quickly towards the outside of Sunset Forest. Chapter 11 Refused Dugu, I only want Liu Erlong. Soon, in just a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived outside Sunset Forest. And a little further ahead is Tiando City. Just after they left Sunset Forest, The soul beast behind them let out a terrifying roar. And the huge movement of large swaths of trees being destroyed. Huff, it's all right now. Feeling that the soul beast didn't chase after them, Dugubo breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately put down Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong, who was seriously injured at the moment, and at the same time dissipated the martial soul true body on his body. Again restored to the appearance of a bad old man. Then looked at this master and disciple pair with scorching eyes. Xiao Yu was supporting Liu Erlong at this moment. After seeing Dugubo withdraw his martial soul true body, Xiao Yu immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior, for your help. Junior Xiao Yu, this is my teacher Liu Erlong." "Thank you, senior, for your help," Liu Erlong is grateful. Liu Erlong said with a pale face at this moment. If Dugubo hadn't taken action, perhaps they would both have been buried in Sunset Forest today. It's just that Liu Erlong was a little puzzled. According to rumors, Dugubo's personality is very strange, moody, and he is cold and ruthless. Why would he be willing to save himself and Xiao Yu this time? To this, Dugubo just shook his head, then looked at Xiao Yu with a serious gaze. "There are two main reasons for saving you today. First, I like your character very much. Second, I am interested in your martial soul. Your martial soul can actually make my Biphosphorus Serpent Emperor, which I was able to evolve after breaking through titled Douluo, feel fear. It must not be an ordinary martial soul." Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately said, "Yes, Junior's martial soul contains a trace of dragon blood, and it is precisely because of this trace of bloodline power that I can suppress that 80,000-year golden armor-piercing beast." Chapter 8. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize a rare soul beast like the golden armor illusion-breaking beast at such a young age. Dugubo said with a faint, amused smile. Because this junior's soul rings require light attribute soul beasts, I paid special attention. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, this junior's first soul ring might be the child of that golden armor illusion-breaking beast. Dugubo's expression changed upon hearing this. Recalling the golden armor illusion-breaking beast's earlier anger, Dugubo understood. No wonder that beast was so angry when I only stole a honeysuckle from its territory. It turned out it was because its child had been killed, and by this kid in front of me. Wait, doesn't that mean I suffered an undeserved disaster because of this kid? Immediately, Dugubo said with a thoughtful and cold expression. Kid, according to you, this old man was chased for quite a distance by that beast because of you. You made this old man suffer an inexplicable disaster. How do you plan to settle this? Sensing the chill emanating from Dugubo, Liu Erlong wanted to brace herself and stand in front of Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu stopped her. Xiao Yu had Liu Erlong lean against Wolong's body for comfort, then stepped forward alone to face Dugubo, cupping his fist. Since I accidentally implicated you, senior, how would you like to settle this? Simple, become my disciple and join my family. Then, this matter is settled. Seeing Xiao Yu's talent, Dugubo was overjoyed. Especially after hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Dugubo's desire to take him as a disciple became even stronger. Not only was he a young soul master, but his martial soul could also affect his own Biphosphorus Serpent Emperor. Naturally, Dugubo couldn't let go of such an excellent talent. Perhaps he could even find a way to solve the snake venom in Yan Yan's body. Ah, I'm sorry, senior, this junior cannot agree. This junior already has a teacher. What, kid, are you rejecting me? This venerable title Douluo is personally accepting a disciple, a chance that countless people would beg for, and you dare to refuse. Do you know how abundant the resources I can give you are? I can help you obtain all the soul rings you need in the future, like that golden armor illusion-breaking beast just now. This old man only needs to spend a few favors to get a few good friends to help you obtain its soul ring. Can your soul saint teacher do that? With your talent, you might even reach the soul Douluo realm in the future under my guidance. Can your soul saint teacher help you obtain a soul ring then? Quote. Senior Dugu, let me tell you again, my teacher is Liu Erlong, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and my father is Yu Luomian. Quote. Hearing this, Dugubo fell silent. Damn it, why didn't you say you were from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan earlier? If you had, why would I have acted like this? With such a big background, why were you hiding it? Doesn't this make things very awkward now? I've already said those words, and there's no way to back down. What should I do? You say you're from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and that's enough. This old man. Before Dugu Bo could finish speaking, he saw Liu Erlong throw a jade token to Xiao Yu. That was clearly the token of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Damn, seeing this token, how could Dugu Bo, as a title Douluo, not recognize it? He could only curse inwardly. Great, I finally thought of a way to back down, but now there's no way to back down anymore. As if seeing Dugu Bo's embarrassment, Xiao Yu quickly said, Senior, although this junior cannot become your disciple, you are, after all, our savior. This junior would never dare to forget that. Therefore, this junior can give you a promise. If this junior achieves success in the future, senior can come and find me. As long as it's not something that goes against heaven and earth, this junior will definitely not refuse. If this junior dares to refuse, may I be struck by lightning and die. Hearing Xiao Yu dare to say such bold words, the corner of Dugu Bo's eyes twitched slightly. But no matter what, Xiao Yu had already given him a way to back down. If he didn't take it, things would only become more awkward. Therefore, Dugu Bo could only sigh inwardly and say with a normal expression, What an eloquent and sharp-tongued kid. Even this old man was moved by you. This old man isn't the type who likes to invest in people, but seeing your talent and good character, this old man will reluctantly invest in you. Kid, if you dare to go back on your word in the future, this old man might not be able to do anything to you, but this old man still has ways to deal with your other people. Xiao Yu had no doubts about Dugu Bo's words. After all, the scene of the city full of green in the original book was one of Dugu Bo's few highlights. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu smiled. Senior is a title Douluo, it's this junior's honor that you can invest in me. It's because you think highly of this kid. This junior naturally wouldn't dare to go back on my word to senior. This junior also clearly knows that although this junior has good talent, it's just good talent. Naturally, it can't be compared to a title Douluo expert like senior who has been famous for many years. Whether it's demeanor or strength, it's all the same. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Bo didn't know why he felt so happy inside. Many people had flattered him like this before, but none of them made him feel as happy as Xiao Yu did today. However, although he was very happy inside, he still smiled coldly with a cold and ruthless look on his face. Alright, stop flattering me. I've never liked listening to these empty words. If you said it, then remember to do it. Alright, this old man will leave first. You guys go back yourself. After speaking, Dugu Bo's figure disappeared. After seeing Dugu Bo disappear, Xiao Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it's best to take the sincere route with Dugu Bo. If you take some fake routes, he might not have this attitude. Afterwards, Xiao Yu quickly came to Liu Erlong's side, supported her waist, and prepared to take her back to Blazing Academy. Hiss. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Earlier, under the tense situation, Liu Erlong hadn't felt too much pain. At this moment, everything was settled, and Liu Erlong's originally tense nerves relaxed. However, as soon as her mind relaxed, she immediately felt an incredibly intense pain all over her body. Liu Erlong was in so much pain that she couldn't even walk. Wolong, release light breath. Seeing Liu Erlong's tightly furrowed brows from the pain, Xiao Yu spoke to Wolong, who was beside him. Light breath. Yes, teacher, the first soul skill I obtained from my first soul ring is called light breath. It not only has considerable offensive power but also significant healing effects, and it also has the added effect of purifying some negative emotions. Although my strength is relatively low now, since it's a healing type soul skill, I think it should make you feel a little more comfortable. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wolong breathed a golden breath towards Liu Erlong. This breath directly and unimpededly entered Liu Erlong's body. Instantly, Liu Erlong, who had felt pain all over her body, felt the pain rapidly diminishing. Furthermore, Liu Erlong could feel that the bleeding areas on her body were also being staunched by this light energy. Damn, is the effect this good? Xiao Yu, your first soul skill is simply divine. Feeling the state of her body at this moment, Liu Erlong's eyes were filled with astonishment. The effect of this first soul skill was actually so good that it could even heal a soul saint like herself. Teacher, this is just the effect of the soul skill. It doesn't have a significant healing effect on your injuries, it only alleviates the pain. Once the soul skill's duration ends, you'll return to your previous state. But it's okay, I'll release the first soul skill every so often so you can steadily walk back. Xiao Yu explained. For the first soul skill to be able to heal a soul saint, how could it be so miraculous? This is already very good, Xiao Yu, you're a good kid. I didn't dote on you for nothing. Let's go, back to the academy. Subsequently, supported by Xiao Yu, the two began to walk towards the academy. Wolong followed beside Liu Erlong, occasionally breathing out a light breath to lessen Liu Erlong's pain. Walking back, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu, who was supporting her, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. This originally simple journey to obtain the first soul ring caused a tremendous change in Liu Erlong's mental state. Especially her actions while helping Xiao Yu absorb the soul ring, or the tragic contrast between those two figures in her mind. Coupled with that voice in her heart, all of this made Liu Erlong's heart extremely conflicted and struggling. On the way back, Xiao Yu also took the time to check his system panel. Open black lens bracket host, Xiao Yu, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul power, level 15, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul, Wolong, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul type, light dragon lizard species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evolution direction, dragon lizard species right pointing arrow sub dragon species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evolution times, none, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket plain aura, 20 points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket achievement obtained, Liu Erlong remembers the host in her heart. Tenfold cultivation acceleration, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket conquered target, Liu Erlong 44%, close black lens bracket. Looking at this panel, which was much more luxurious than it was at the beginning, Xiao Yu also felt much more comfortable. After all, he could now be considered a true genius. Yu Tianeng, how many times have I told you, call me Dugu Yan, don't call me Yanzi, we're not that familiar yet. Yanzi, didn't I just want to invite you to a meal? Look, I've already booked the restaurant, please just give me the honor of going with me. I'm not going, my grandfather is coming back today, I'm going back to see my grandfather. Hearing this, Yu Tianeng immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say anything more. The psychological shadow of being fiercely threatened by Dugu Bo the last time he pestered Dugu Yan hadn't dissipated yet. Seeing that Yu Tianeng didn't even dare to fart after hearing that her grandfather was coming back, Dugu Yan felt increasingly annoyed with him. He didn't even dare to meet or approach her grandfather, yet he wanted to pursue her. It was simply a daydream. Just as Dugu Yan was about to leave alone, she heard a voice. Tianeng, why are you here? Hearing someone call out, Yu Tianeng and Dugu Yan turned their heads to look. Before long, they saw Xiao Yu supporting Liu Erlong and Wolong standing beside them. My heavens, Aunt, what happened to you? You're so badly injured, what on earth happened? Seeing Liu Erlong like this, Yu Tianeng immediately stepped forward quickly and helped support Liu Erlong. At the same time, he spoke righteously and indignantly. Aunt, who injured you like this? Tell me, I'll help you get revenge. How dare they bully someone from my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they're really courting death. Yu Tianeng spoke righteously, then subconsciously glanced in Dugu Yan's direction. With Dugu Yan by his side, he wanted to show off his heroic side as much as possible to let her see his courage. After hearing Yu Tianeng's words, Liu Erlong wanted to say something to comfort him, but Xiao Yu, with his sharp eyes, spoke first. The one who injured teacher was an 80,000-year-old golden armor illusion-piercing beast. If I remember correctly, it can rely on its bloodline power to contend with a 100,000-year soul beast. Look, it's in the sunset forest behind us, it should still be on the periphery now. If you go look for it, you should be able to find it. Teacher's revenge is up to you. Quote. Hearing Xiao Yu's words and looking at Xiao Yu's extremely serious expression, Yu Tianeng subconsciously released Liu Erlong's hand, the expression on his face becoming incredibly pale and awkward. Chapter 13 Dugu Yan, who is very different. An 80,000-year soul beast. Damn, are you kidding me? I'm just a soul grandmaster who just got his second soul ring, how am I supposed to fight a soul beast whose combat power is comparable to a 100,000-year one? Where did this kid come from? Who is he? Why is he exposing me like this? HMPH. Seeing Yu Tianong's awkward moment at this moment, the disdain in Dugu Yan's eyes was even greater. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the words, Dugu Xianxia, and stopped her steps. Chapter 9, Xiao Yu, you say 2 sentences less. Liu Erlong glared at Xiao Yu, then opened her mouth to comfort Yu Tianong. Tianong, don't listen to this kid Xiao Yu's nonsense. And knows your feelings. Besides, I'm fine. Although we were lucky enough to encounter an 80,000-year soul beast, we were lucky enough to be rescued by title Douluo Dugu, saving our lives. Although I am seriously injured now, at least I am still alive. If Tianong wants to help Auntie take revenge, wait until you break through to become a title Douluo, and then it won't be too late to help me take revenge. Auntie believes you can do it. Hearing Liu Erlong's words, Yu Tianong's expression improved a little, and he nodded in agreement. After all, with his talent, he was confident that he could break through to become a title Douluo. And when he breaks through to become a title Douluo, he will take that soul beast's head for his aunt. So Yu Tianong said with confidence on his face. Okay, then I'll spare its life for now. When I break through to become a title Douluo, I will definitely kill it to avenge you, auntie. Wait until you become a title Douluo to take revenge. That soul beast may have already reached 100,000 years. After all, the golden armored breaking delusion beast has true dragon bloodline. Yu Tianong, who was originally patting his chest with confidence, turned even darker after hearing Xiao Yu's words. A 100,000-year soul beast, even if he breaks through to become a title Douluo, he may not be able to deal with it at all. Xiao Yu. Before Yu Tianong could explode, Dugu Yan came up after hearing Liu Erlong say that she had seen title Douluo Dugu, and asked curiously. Senior, have you met my grandfather, Poison Douluo? How is he? Is he okay? After all, it was an 80,000-year soul beast, and its combat power was comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Although she didn't recognize this kind of soul beast, Dugu Yan was still worried, so she wanted to ask about the situation first. Hearing Dugu Yan's voice, Xiao Yu quickly cupped his hands and said. So it turns out that your grandfather is Poison Douluo, big sister, but I'm sorry, big sister, my teacher is seriously injured, so let me help her explain the situation. Hearing this, Dugu Yan looked at Xiao Yu, and then Xiao Yu continued. Speaking of which, this matter is also our own fault. At the beginning, my teacher and I were originally in Sunset Forest to obtain the first soul ring, but later. Just when my teacher was seriously injured and unable to resist, and my teacher and I were about to be trampled to death by that soul beast, Senior Poison Douluo took action. Not only did he help us regardless of past grudges, but he also spent a lot of effort to control that 80,000-year soul beast. In the end, he quickly took us out of Sunset Forest, saving our lives. Therefore, my teacher and I are really grateful to him. If it weren't for him, we might have really died in Sunset Forest. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Yan couldn't help but feel a little trance. The person he was talking about, was it her grandfather? He would help people he didn't know. And he used his martial soul true body, 8th soul skill, and soul bone skill. When did her grandfather become so enthusiastic? As the granddaughter of Poison Douluo, Dugu Yan naturally knew how the world evaluated her grandfather. It would be good if they didn't say he was heinous and had a cold personality. How could they say he was a good person? Could it be that her grandfather changed his personality? After thinking about it, Dugu Yan couldn't figure it out, so she decided to go back and ask carefully. Then she looked at Xiao Yu. She said softly, "Little brother, so that's how it is. Thank you for your explanation. You should quickly take your teacher back for treatment. I'm going back to find my grandfather too." Facing this young man who praised her grandfather, Dugu Yan subconsciously had a better attitude towards Xiao Yu. And at this moment, Dugu Yan's gentle attitude towards Xiao Yu made Yu Tianong extremely jealous. He had been pursuing Dugu Yan for so long, when had she ever treated him with such an attitude? Therefore, in order to show his spirit, Yu Tianong said loudly at this moment. "What, auntie, you actually encountered such a dangerous situation. Auntie, don't worry, I'll go back and inform second grandfather, and let him kill that what beast. To avenge you." At this moment, what Yu Tianong wanted to show in front of Dugu Yan was the strength and heritage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, indicating that it was just an 80,000-year soul beast, and it could be easily manipulated. However, What Yu Tianong didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, neither Xiao Yu nor Dugu Yan, who were closest to him, responded to him. Only Liu Erlong reluctantly opened her mouth with a look of helplessness. Tianong, Auntie knows your feelings, but, teacher, you are still seriously injured, so speak less, otherwise it will not be good if your injury worsens. Big brother, my teacher is now seriously injured and cannot speak, I can help with anything. But you better speak concisely and say less big words. Damn, you kid, Pucci. Hearing these words, Yu Tianong, who had been holding back and wanted to scold a few words, heard Dugu Yan's laughter and subconsciously turned his head to look. He couldn't help but see Dugu Yan's beautiful and moving smile. Seeing this smile, Yu Tianong only felt his heart move, this time it was really moved. Yanzi, Yu Tianong, call me Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan glared at Yu Tianong. Yu Tianong saw that he had angered Dugu Yan again, and then showed a bitter expression. But he was once again attracted by Xiao Yu's voice. Wow, big sister, your smile is so beautiful. But Dugu Yan smiled gently. Really, do you really think so? Yes, big sister, your smile ranks second in my heart. Oh, who is first then? Is it your mother? No, I was born an orphan and don't know who my mother is. Therefore, the smile that ranks first in my heart is my teacher. Although my teacher is known as the Mother Tyrannosaurus, she is really good to me. And her smile is very beautiful. Slap. Liu Erlong, who was quite happy, slapped Xiao Yu hard on the head after hearing the nickname Mother Tyrannosaurus. The pain made Xiao Yu cover his head immediately. Liu Erlong glared at Xiao Yu fiercely. However, Xiao Yu, looking directly at Liu Erlong, smiled and indicated that he would dare to do it again next time. Chapter 14. Incredibly similar uncle and nephew. Looking at the harmonious pair of teacher and student, and feeling their harmonious atmosphere, Dugu Yan chuckled again. She felt in her heart that they were really harmonious. She envied their kind of teacher-student relationship. Pucci, little brother, you are so interesting, but I have to go back to see my grandfather, so I won't chat with you. I'll leave first. Okay, goodbye, big sister. My name is Xiao Yu. If big sister has time, you can come to Blue Tyrant Academy to find me. Okay, I'll come find you when I have time. By the way, little brother, you can call me Sister Yan Yan in the future. It sounds more affectionate. Dugu Yan touched Xiao Yu's head and smiled gently. Dugu Yan felt very fond of this little brother who was the first person in so many years to praise her grandfather so much. Okay, Sister Yan Yan. Good boy, damn. Seeing Dugu Yan being made to smile happily with just a few words from Xiao Yu, and even being allowed to be called so affectionately. Yu Tianong's heart was filled with little demons ready to tear down the house. He had worked so hard, sending flowers, water, and warmth. He spent all his monthly allowance on buying things for Dugu Yan, although she never wanted them. But even so, he had found it extremely difficult to even get Dugu Yan to say a few more kind words to him. But this kid, with just a few words, just a few compliments to Dugu Bo, actually coaxed Dugu Yan to keep smiling. At this moment, the gentle smile in Dugu Yan's memory was like a scene only seen in dreams when she was facing him. My heavens, is the gap between me and this kid so big? Am I, Yu Tianong, the dignified young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, actually losing to a little brat just like that? At this moment, Yu Tianong was starting to doubt his life. Where exactly did I lose? I could have said those words that Xiao Yu just said. The reason I didn't say them was entirely because I felt it was unnecessary. Dugu Yan didn't pay attention to Yu Tianong's thoughts at the moment, not even glancing at him. Dugu Yan waved goodbye to Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong, preparing to leave. However, as Wolong's breath was released again onto Liu Erlong, preparing to continue the pain-reducing effect. Dugu Yan, who was not far from Liu Erlong, felt that the originally calm poison in her body inexplicably began to stir after being affected by the aftereffects of this light breath. Soon, under the influence of the poison in her body, her complexion instantly turned extremely pale. Her whole person fell directly towards Xiao Yu like a porcelain doll. Her lips also turned from the original bright red to emerald green. Big sister, Yanzi. Seeing Dugu Yan fall down, Xiao Yu quickly hugged Dugu Yan's slender waist, letting her lean on him completely. At this moment, the underage Dugu Yan was only 12 or 13 years old, so she was not much taller than Xiao Yu, who was 7 years old and had obtained his first soul ring. Therefore, there was no problem at all in hugging the semi-fallen Dugu Yan at this moment. However, Xiao Yu had no time to enjoy the fragrance of Dugu Yan's body and her snake-like slender waist at this moment, but was full of confusion. Was she having a poison attack? What's going on? Why did Yanzi become like this? What should we do now? When Yu Tianong saw Dugu Yan's appearance, he panicked instantly, not knowing what to do, not even daring to touch her, for fear of hurting Yanzi and hurting himself. Liu Erlong's face also became extremely ugly, and she subconsciously looked at Xiao Yu, feeling quite apprehensive in her heart. This was Dugu Yan, Dugu Bo's only granddaughter. If something happened to her on their side, not to mention them, even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan couldn't handle it. A title Douluo's desperate revenge, especially a title Douluo who specializes in poison. How many people would have to die to be enough? Xiao Yu, what exactly is going on? Liu Erlong, with an extremely ugly face, opened her mouth with a hoarse voice. Xiao Yu carefully recalled the scene just now based on the original memory in his mind, and came up with a possibility, so he quickly opened his mouth. Big sister, she should be poisoned. Look, her lips have changed color. Teacher, do you know where Lord Dugu's mansion is? After all, if it's poisoning, it's best to find Lord Dugu directly. Chapter 10. Hearing this, Liu Erlong said with a slightly pale face. I don't know. She had been living in seclusion within the Blue Tyrant Academy, spending her days missing her Xiaogang. She only participated in major events within the academy, and basically ignored minor matters. If it hadn't been for Xiao Yu's appearance, Liu Erlong wouldn't have been so active within the academy. I know, Yu Tianong on the side immediately interjected, wanting to prove his existence. However, when he heard Xiao Yu's next instructions, his expression instantly changed. Okay, then go and call Senior Dugu over to the Blue Tyrant Academy. It's closer to the Blue Tyrant Academy here, and there are teachers within the academy who can temporarily help Sister Yanyan suppress the toxicity. If we send her directly back to Lord Dugu's mansion, I'm afraid the poison will intensify during the journey, and it will be even more troublesome then. What, you want me to find poison Douluo? I can't, or I'll take you there. Yu Tianong's face showed horror when he heard that Xiao Yu actually wanted him to find Dugu Bo. He didn't want to go. After being threatened by him once last time, Yu Tianong was half dead from fear of Dugu Bo. If it weren't because pursuing Dugu Yan was a family mission, and Dugu Yan was indeed very much his ideal type, he would have stayed far away from Dugu Yan long ago. How can you not go? You're the only one here who knows where Lord Dugu's mansion is, and I still have to take the seriously injured Teacher Erlong and Sister Yanyan back to the academy, and use Wolong to heal Teacher Erlong. Where do I have time to let you take me there? Looking at Yu Tianong's timid appearance, Xiao Yu frowned and said. He didn't expect Yu Tianong to be so timid. He didn't even have the courage to meet Dugu Bo. How did he pursue Dugu Yan in the original story like this? Is it really a matter of being a gigolo? Quote. At this time, Liu Erlong also said with a solemn expression to persuade him. Tianong, if I'm not mistaken, you should want to pursue her, right? In this way, listen to me, if you go now, then you will indirectly be one of Dugu Yan's saviors, right? By doing this, as Dugu Yan's savior, you will not only leave a good impression on Lord Dugu, but also make Dugu Yan look at you with admiration. At that time, won't you have a greater chance? Chapter 15. Liu Erlong, disappointed in Yu Tianong. Moreover, Tianong, you also know that Dugu Yan is Lord Dugu's beloved granddaughter. If something happens to her, then it will be difficult for us to explain to the family or to Lord Dugu. Under Liu Erlong's reasonable and emotional words, Yu Tianong's eyes lit up slightly, but quickly dimmed again. Looking at Yu Tianong, who was so tangled at the moment, Xiao Yu directly snorted coldly. Damn it, you're really a gutless guy. I really don't know how you grew to be so big. As a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, you don't even dare to call someone, you coward. After speaking, Xiao Yu directly carried Dugu Yan and helped Liu Erlong towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. The more he argued with Yu Tianong at this moment, the more dangerous Dugu Yan would be, so he should take her back as soon as possible to stabilize the toxicity. In any case, at least she can't die. Hearing Xiao Yu's angry scolding, even Liu Erlong, who always favored her nephew, didn't say much this time. Because even she, who liked to help family regardless of right or wrong, felt that Yu Tianong had really gone too far this time. He didn't even have the courage to call Lord Dugu. In this way, he still wants to pursue Dugu Yan. Moreover, she had already told him that this matter concerned the family and could not be taken lightly. But Tianong still looked like he didn't dare to. This is really. For a time, Liu Erlong couldn't help but think of that figure who was also in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who was also easily entangled, and who also had no courage. Sigh. In the end, Liu Erlong could only sigh helplessly, preparing to have people from the academy go out to search after returning to the academy. Looking at the departing Xiao Yu and the others, Yu Tianong bit his lip silently, turned around and prepared to move towards Lord Dugu's direction, to prove that he was not a waste, and to gain Dugu Bo's favor. But after taking a few steps forward, he stopped, not daring to move forward at all, and after being silent for a while, he began to mutter to himself. Can I go and see how Yanzi's injury is first? This way, I can quickly explain the situation to Lord Dugu, so that he won't be unprepared when he comes over. After finding a very lame excuse for himself, Yu Tianong turned around contentedly and quickly headed towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiao Yu, who was walking in the front, did not notice Yu Tianong's small movements, but quickly took Dugu Yan back to the Blue Tyrant Academy. After all, she was one of the heroines he had decided to capture, so she couldn't have anything happen to her. Once something happens to her, even if he really cures Dugu Bo, he might not be able to escape death. After returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy, although Liu Erlong's injuries shocked everyone in the academy. They were shocked that the dean was a soul sage, how could she be so seriously injured? But Liu Erlong didn't have the heart to say too much. After returning to the academy, she immediately had Yinshu summon healing-type soul masters above level 30 in the academy to gather at her cottage. Then she continued non-stop to her cottage. Inside the cottage, Xiao Yu looked at Dugu Yan, who was lying unconscious on the bed, and had some thoughts in his mind. So, Xiao Yu first told Liu Erlong not to call a healing-type soul master. Although Liu Erlong was puzzled, she subconsciously chose to believe him. At the same time, she exited the room. Watching Liu Erlong leave the room, Xiao Yu, looking thoughtful, immediately began to release his first soul skill towards Dugu Yan. Boom! Instantly, accompanied by a flash of purple light in the room, Wolong once again spat out a mouthful of golden breath onto Dugu Yan. Soon, this breath entered Dugu Yan's body without any hindrance. Under the treatment of the breath, the color of Dugu Yan's lips quickly returned to their original color. Dugu Yan's originally tightly furrowed brows also relaxed rapidly. Her face also became much more peaceful. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. It seemed that he hadn't guessed wrong. The reason why the poison in Dugu Yan's body went berserk was because the light breath previously used to treat Liu Erlong had lured it out. When Dugu Yan was illuminated by Wolong's light breath, the light breath, which was intended to clear negative states, dissipated because it was an aftereffect and lacked sufficient power. However, although the effect of the light breath had passed, the dormant poison was stirred up. Therefore, Dugu Yan, having no means to suppress the poison, showed symptoms of poisoning. And since it could be lured out, it could naturally be calmed down. After all, his first soul skill could not only heal but also had the ability to remove negative effects. Therefore, Xiao Yu felt that his Wolong's first soul skill might be able to clear the poison in Dugu Yan's body. Sure enough, after trying it slightly, it really worked. It seems that I have a way to control their grandfather and granddaughter. Xiao Yu muttered to himself inwardly. His first soul skill might not be useful to Dugu Bo, but it would be enough as long as it was useful to Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan was Dugu Bo's precious granddaughter. Moreover, when his strength increased, would it still be useless against Dugu Bo? So, having made up his mind, Xiao Yu continued to release his first soul skill to help Dugu Yan heal. Quote. Outside, Liu Erlong was at the door, having a healing-type soul master treat her. After all, since they were here, they shouldn't waste the opportunity. Suddenly, she saw Yu Tianong's figure sneaking in, and immediately asked. Tianong, has the Dugu title Douluo been invited? Where is he? Hearing this, Yu Tianong was stunned for a moment, then muttered and couldn't say a word. Finally, under Liu Erlong's questioning, he confessed that he hadn't gone. Hearing Yu Tianong say that he didn't dare to go, didn't dare to face the Dugu title Douluo, the usually calm Liu Erlong was about to be angered to death. This guy really didn't know the importance of things. That was Dugu Yan, the Dugu title Douluo's granddaughter, Dugu Yan. Why were they all the same? Yu Xiaogang was like this, and Yu Tianeng was also like this. Why were they all so timid? Not even as good as a woman like her. However, although Yu Tianeng was a pig teammate, there were still people to do what needed to be done. Therefore, even if Liu Erlong was angry, she had to suppress her anger and solve the problem first before settling the score later. Immediately, she asked Yu Tianeng to lead the way so that she could talk to the Dugu title Douluo herself. Otherwise, if anything happened to Dugu Yan in the Blue Tyrant Academy, no one could handle it. Being suppressed by his own aunt, even if Yu Tianeng wanted to resist, he couldn't resist Liu Erlong, even in her seriously injured state, with his strength as a sole grandmaster. Therefore, he could only be forced by Liu Erlong to go to the Dugu title Douluo's mansion. Chapter 16. Saving Dugu Yan. After rushing, Yu Tianeng finally brought Liu Erlong to Dugu Bo's mansion. This was a secluded mansion away from the main roads of Heaven Do City. There were not many shops and pedestrians around the mansion, and guards patrolled here from time to time. On the plaque at the gate of the mansion were written the vigorous and powerful characters, Dugu. Arriving at the Dugu mansion, Liu Erlong looked at Yu Tianeng, who was like a quail beside her, and directly shook him off. Then, with a painful expression, she stepped forward to knock on the door. After informing the butler who came to open the door of the situation, the butler was so frightened that he ran to inform his master. Dugu Bo, who was waiting for his granddaughter to come back for dinner, immediately couldn't sit still after hearing that his granddaughter was poisoned. He immediately arrived at the gate at lightning speed. The first thing he saw was Liu Erlong, whom he had met in the Sunset Forest. However, Dugu Bo didn't have time to reminisce at the moment, but asked anxiously, "Yan Yan, how is she?" "Dugu title Douluo, let's talk as we go. You should come with me to the Blue Tyrant Academy first." "All right, I'll take you there. I want to see who dares to bully my Yan Yan like this. Does he really think there's no one in my Dugu family?" Dugu Bo's old face was full of anger. After his son died because of his poison, Dugu Yan was his life. Whoever dared to touch her, he would fight them to the death. At this moment, Dugu Bo's full title Douluo aura also made Liu Erlong's face turn even paler. Chapter 11. Immediately, Dugu Bo swiftly carried Liu Erlong towards the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy, completely oblivious to Yu Tianeng, who was standing to the side like a quail. Although Liu Erlong noticed him, she didn't say anything, remaining silent. After all, Dugu Yan was more important at the moment. Yu Tianeng, ignored by Dugu Bo, watched Dugu Bo and his aunt disappear into the distance. He sighed helplessly. He initially intended to return to the Blue Tyrant Academy, but after a moment's thought, he turned and headed towards his family's direction. Since Senior Dugu has already gone, Yanzi should be fine. I won't go. It'll only cause Senior Dugu to make trouble for me. Besides, Yanzi is still unconscious, so there's no way to pursue her. I shouldn't waste my effort and just go back to cultivate. Quote. Meanwhile, inside a room at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Dugu Yan, who was gradually regaining consciousness, slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Xiao Yu, standing beside her with a rather pale face. Seeing this, Dugu Yan's heart sank, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. "Little brother, what's wrong with you?" "Yan Jia, you're finally awake. It's good that you're awake." In a daze, after saying these words, the purple soul ring hovering beneath Xiao Yu's feet directly dissipated, and Xiao Yu, having exhausted his soul power, fell directly into Dugu Yan's arms. Wolong, who had just finished expelling the last bit of light breath, also dissipated at that moment. "Little brother, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Seeing Xiao Yu lying unconscious on her chest, with his hand still on her thigh, a trace of panic flashed across Dugu Yan's face. She didn't know what to do. What on earth was happening? However, when she felt that her condition had improved slightly after the influx of that ball of light, a look of shock flashed across Dugu Yan's face. Quote. Senior Dugu, that's what happened. Please go in and check on Miss Yan Yan. Outside the door, Dugu Bo had already returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy with Liu Erlong, and Liu Erlong had explained what had just happened. Immediately, Dugu Bo anxiously pushed open the door, but the scene on the bed inside the room caused Dugu Bo's aura to become uncontrollable, and he exploded in anger. Yan, how are you, you scoundrel, how dare you take advantage of my granddaughter? Seeing Xiao Yu lying on Dugu Yan, Dugu Bo, protective of his granddaughter, instantly flew into a rage. His originally aged hands were now covered in emerald scales, the outer manifestation of his jade phosphor serpent poison. He quickly rushed towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Dugu Yan quickly used her body to block Xiao Yu, while also stopping her grandfather from attacking. Grandpa, stop, soon. With Dugu Yan's obstruction, Dugu Bo barely managed to stop, suppressing his terrifying aura, but his murderous gaze couldn't be removed from Xiao Yu. Especially seeing his own granddaughter hugging a man so intimately, he was incredibly furious. He had previously thought that Xiao Yu was a gentleman and intended to get along with him, but he didn't expect him to be such a frivolous person. However, after listening to the details of his granddaughter's explanation, Dugu Bo suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. He had been too impulsive. Quote. Soon, Xiao Yu, who had fallen into a coma due to repeatedly using his first soul skill and exhausting his soul power, vaguely felt the originally depleted soul power within his body begin to recover rapidly. As the soul power began to flow within him, Xiao Yu vaguely opened his eyes. Dugu, Senior Dugu, you're here. Yan Jia, is she alright? Hearing Xiao Yu ask about his granddaughter's condition as soon as he opened his eyes, without showing concern for his own body, Dugu Bo's originally cold heart softened. What a good child, I almost made a big mistake. If I had misunderstood and killed him, Yan would have hated me for life. I know everything that happened. Thanks to your help, Yan is fine. On the contrary, you exhausted your soul power to help Yan. You should rest well. But I really underestimated you. If I hadn't heard it from your teacher, I wouldn't have known that you released your first soul skill so many times. You're amazing. Dugu Bo saw that Xiao Yu was awake, and then released his hand that was sending soul power into Xiao Yu's wrist to help him recover. Seeing Xiao Yu's soul power depleted earlier, Dugu Bo had sent some soul power to Xiao Yu to help him recover. During the subsequent conversation, Dugu Bo also heard from Liu Erlong that Xiao Yu had been using his first soul skill to reduce her pain since he separated from her. He only fainted after they arrived just now. Dugu Bo couldn't help but be amazed by such a powerful soul power foundation. After all, Xiao Yu was only a soul master at the moment. Chapter 17 Further Manipulation of Dugu Grandfather and Granddaughter. Thank you for your help, Senior. After being able to barely stand up, Xiao Yu cupped his fist to Dugu Bo. It's nothing. You saved my granddaughter, it's not a big deal, and logically speaking, I should be thanking you. Alas, I just didn't expect us to meet again so soon, and you even saved my granddaughter. This time, let's consider it as repaying the time I saved you, and in the future, let's just consider us even. Dugu Bo said, he has always been a person of clear gratitude and grudges. Xiao Yu has saved his granddaughter's life this time. After all, no one knew whether the poison in Yan's body would take her life immediately on the way he rushed over. Therefore, he couldn't just casually gloss over it. Hearing Dugu Bo's words, Xiao Yu shook his head and slowly said, No, Senior, actually, the outbreak of the poison in Sister Yan's body was ultimately caused by Wolong's breath of light. Therefore, strictly speaking, this matter is actually my fault. It's my duty to treat Sister Yan. Hearing this, Dugu Bo looked at Xiao Yu curiously. What do you mean by this? Senior, the thing is like this. Quote. After that, Xiao Yu told Dugu Bo his thoughts. Dugu Bo's expression became extremely complicated. For a moment, he didn't know whether to hate, be angry, or be happy. What he hated and was angry about was that this kid almost killed Yan. What he was happy about was that this kid also saved his Yan. Good kid, you, in just 2 days, you've harmed our grandfather and granddaughter all over. I really have to keep Yan away from you in the future. In the end, the helpless Dugu Bo also said with a displeased expression. As a titled Douluo, when had he ever suffered such grievances? He suffered grievances and couldn't even retaliate. Dugu Bo was experiencing such complex emotions for the first time. Regarding Dugu Bo's complaining expression, Xiao Yu smiled wryly helplessly. There's nothing I can do about this. Who knew that the poison in Sister Yan Yan's body could not only devour its host, but also be so potent? But what I find strange is that Sister Yan Yan is only a great soul master right now. Logically speaking, even if there is poison in her body, it shouldn't be so strong, right? Senior Dugu, is the poison in Sister Yan Yan's body the poison of the Bai Lin serpent? If so, then is there something wrong with her martial soul? Otherwise, why would a mere level 10-something Bai Lin serpent have such a great poison? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, a trace of astonishment flashed across Dugu Bo's face. He didn't expect Xiao Yu to think so quickly that there was something wrong with Yan Yan's martial soul. This matter is a family matter of our Dugu family, I can't tell you. Dugu Bo said with a gloomy expression. He was really ashamed to talk about such a thing. They should have been the family in the entire continent most skilled in using poison, but as a result, they were almost wiped out by poison. Not only did he himself have to endure the torment of poison from time to time, but even his Yan Yan now had a huge amount of poison gathered in her body. It was uncertain when the poison would erupt and kill her in the future. If this kind of thing was said out, wouldn't they be laughed to death? Even if they were laughed to death, it would be fine, but if the enemy knew about it, then how long their Dugu family could live was unknown. Senior, if you really don't want to say it, this junior can understand, but I think that the poison in Sister Yan Yan's body has already been purified a lot just now. Therefore, I was thinking, why not let her come a few more times? Let me completely clear the poison in her body before we talk about anything else. At the very least, let Sister Yan Yan keep her life first. After all, the power of the poison in Sister Yan Yan's body is too terrifying. While Sister Yan Yan is still young, it's best to get rid of it as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Dugu Bo was dumbfounded. The poison in his Yan Yan's body could be completely cleaned. How was this possible? Did this kid actually have this kind of ability? Even he, a titled Douluo whose title was poison, was helpless against the poison that had been soaking her body since Yan Yan was in her mother's womb. This kid actually said that he could purify the poison in Yan Yan's body. Xiao Yu, you just said that you have the ability to purify poison. Dugu Bo said with a face full of disbelief. His heart was filled with a trace of expectation and a trace of doubt. Yes, my Wolong's first soul skill is Breath of Light, which can not only heal, but also remove negative effects. The reason why Teacher Erlong was able to walk back was because my Breath of Light removed her pain, allowing her to feel a little more comfortable. Sister Yan Yan was the same just now. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Bo was completely dumbfounded. The person he had been searching hard for decades who could treat the poison of their Dugu family had actually appeared just like that. This was really a bit of a dream. However, seeing is believing, Dugu Bo immediately called his granddaughter in. He planned to personally see how the poison in Yan Yan's body was. Just now, he saw that Yan Yan's complexion was full, so he didn't carefully investigate. He only roughly checked to see if there was any danger to her life. Now he had to check it carefully. Yan Yan, come in. Coming, Grandpa. Hearing these words, Dugu Yan immediately walked quickly into the room. At this moment, Dugu Yan, whose body had been cleared of most of the poison, appeared even more beautiful and gorgeous. The emerald green in her pupils had also turned into light green. Moreover, the aura emanating from her whole person was no longer slightly gloomy. At this moment, Dugu Yan was full of the appearance of a youthful and lively beautiful girl. Seeing that his granddaughter had actually changed so much, Dugu Bo was stunned again. Why didn't he see that his granddaughter had changed so much just now? Before Dugu Bo could speak, Dugu Yan, who had just entered the door, ignored Dugu Bo and rushed up to hug Xiao Yu tightly. Xiao Yu, sister, I really want to thank you. You saved my life. Dugu Yan squeezed Xiao Yu hard into her arms and smiled gorgeously. Her tone was full of rejoicing after surviving a disaster. After all, if it weren't for Xiao Yu, she would have really died directly on the street. Chapter 12. Sister Union, this matter is also my fault. This is just what I should do. Feeling the fragrance and softness of Dugu Yan's body, Xiao Yu smiled. With Dugu Bo by his side at this moment, he didn't even know where to put his hands. And Dugu Bo, seeing that his granddaughter hugged Xiao Yu as soon as she came in, although he was very upset, he didn't say much, thinking that Xiao Yu was Union's savior. Only that green, resentful gaze made Xiao Yu very uncomfortable. Soon, Unable to watch any longer, Dugu Bo separated them and quickly grabbed Dugu Yan's hand to take her pulse. Now he just wanted to know if what Xiao Yu said was true. However, when he sensed that the poison in Dugu Yan's body had actually been cleared so much, and that the highly toxic poison that had originally penetrated deep into her bone marrow had now been cleared by a third, Dugu Bo's eyes widened incredibly. Chapter 18 Binding Dugu Yan. The look in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yu was full of shock. What he said was actually true. The poison in Yunion's body had actually been cleared a lot. No wonder Yunion's physical condition had changed so much. If it was still unknown how long Yunion could live before, then now, Dugu Bo dared to assert that even if no further treatment was carried out, as long as Yunion's strength increased and suppressed the remaining toxins, and with his treasure land, Yunion could at least live to be 80 or 90 years old. After being silent for a moment, Dugu Bo took a few deep breaths, and then with great difficulty calmed the shock in his heart. After all, this represented the wonderful possibility that his granddaughter could live like a normal person. Therefore, Dugu Bo, who felt guilty towards his descendants, could not maintain a normal heart. Then, with a solemn expression, he slowly opened his mouth. Xiao Yu, are you really unwilling to become my disciple? I can give you an accurate answer, and I can even swear to the heavens that as long as you become my disciple, you will be my own grandson in the future. With your talent, the resources I allocate to you may even exceed those given to Yunion. Furthermore, in the future, I can even let Yunion marry you. You can also inherit all my assets after I die. Grandpa, what are you talking about? What? Die? Or, not die? What do you mean by that? I won't allow you to say that. Hearing that her grandfather actually wanted her to marry Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan was originally shy, marveling at how old Xiao Yu was. How could he discuss this with her? At least it should be a few years later. But when she heard the word, die, Dugu Yan immediately anxiously persuaded him. She didn't care about the allocation of resources, she only cared about her grandfather being by her side, that was all. And seeing Dugu Bo's solemn expression at the moment, Xiao Yu knew that Dugu Bo was very serious. However, Xiao Yu, who has the system at this moment, said, I want it all. So Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and then said, I'm sorry, senior, my teacher is Liu Erlong. So, I can't agree to you, but the poison on Sister Yunion can be left to me, and I will do my best to help. Hearing Xiao Yu's repeated refusal, Dugu Bo could only sigh helplessly. Knowing Xiao Yu's character, Dugu Bo was not too surprised to hear that he had been rejected again. At this moment, Dugu Bo couldn't help but sigh why he hadn't met Xiao Yu earlier. If he had met him earlier, maybe. Oh, well, since that's the case, I won't force you. How about this, you continue to help Yunion clear the toxins in her body. I won't let you help for nothing. In the future, I'll be responsible for protecting you. Your soul rings and safety will all be my responsibility. Hearing Dugu Bo's words, even Dugu Yan was greatly surprised. She didn't expect that her grandfather, who had always liked freedom, would actually propose to be someone's bodyguard. You must know that even Shui Xing, the prince who saved her grandfather's life, couldn't get her grandfather to be his personal guard. Senior Dugu, Sister Yunion's poison is just a piece of cake for me. It's nothing to me. Xiao Yu said, I know, it may be nothing to you, but it's very important to me. Dugu Bo said with a slightly desolate tone. Listening to Dugu Bo's words, Xiao Yu looked thoughtful, and then looked at the cute Dugu Yan on the side, and said, Sister Yunion, I'm a little hungry. Why don't you ask the teacher to prepare some food? Ah, you're hungry, okay, I'll go out and tell her. Dugu Yan didn't have any doubts and walked straight out. And at this moment, Xiao Yu saw the system's light screen light up again. Open black lens bracket gained 5 points of Dugu Yan's strategy value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for binding Dugu Yan. Unlock the progress bar, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket successfully targeted. Dugu Yan 5%, close black lens bracket. Looking at this light screen, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. He had finally taken down Dugu Yan. But now is not the time to be happy, he needs to take down Dugu Bo as soon as possible. So after seeing Dugu Yan leave, Xiao Yu then said, Senior, if I'm not mistaken, you must also be poisoned, and the toxicity, it seems, should be even more severe than Sister Yunion's. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Bo's expression changed in shock. He didn't expect that this kid had already seen through this point. No wonder he let Union go out. You are very smart. Not at all, it's mainly because the senior's words just now sounded too much like entrusting his family to someone, and combined with the fact that Yan Yan is only a teenager but already has such terrifying toxins in her body, I guessed it. Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head and said, looking at Xiao Yu. Dugu Bo sighed helplessly, recalling the toxins in his own body. A trace of tears slowly flowed from Dugu Bo's originally cold and ruthless old eyes. Hey, kid, you're so smart at such a young age. That's right, the poison in my body is even more serious than Yan Yan's. Isn't it ridiculous that I, a titled Douluo known for my poison, have been ruined into this state by poison? Afterward, Dugu Bo began to tell Xiao Yu about the history of the Dugu family. Quote. Yan Yan, how is it inside? Is Xiao Yu alright? Outside, Liu Erlong, who was receiving treatment from a healing-type soul master, saw Dugu Yan coming out and immediately asked. Oh, everything's fine inside. Xiao Yu and my grandfather are chatting very well. It's just that I can't understand what they're talking about. Later, Xiao Yu said he was hungry and asked me to trouble you to get him something to eat. Hearing this, the meticulous Liu Erlong immediately understood that Xiao Yu wanted to talk about something else with Dugu Xianxia and didn't want Dugu Yan to hear it, so he deliberately asked Dugu Yan to come out first. Alright, I'll go prepare it. Yan Yan, can you help me? Okay. The innocent Dugu Yan didn't think too much and readily agreed. After that, Liu Erlong dismissed the others. At the same time, she took Dugu Yan to the cafeteria to prepare the meal. Quote. On the other side, the disheartened Yu Tianeng was walking on the road back to his family, recalling everything he had encountered today, and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Hee, Tianeng, what's the matter that can make you sigh so much? Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Tianeng looked up and saw Yu Luomian, Liu Erlong's biological father, who was just returning from outside. Yu Luomian saw Yu Tianeng and noticed his disappointed look. He then curiously asked, after all, as the eldest son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianeng should not have such a sighing mood at his age. What these young people need to cultivate most now is to use their youthful and frivolous blood to cultivate their own domineering, pride, and indomitable momentum. Chapter 19. Tit for tat. Only in this way can they better exert the power of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the #1 beast soul on the continent. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cultivate when the blood fades and the body functions decline in the future. After hearing the second master's inquiry, Yu Tianeng told him about Dugu Yan and Liu Erlong. After hearing that Yu Tianeng didn't even dare to call Dugu Bo, and that his daughter had to personally pressure him before he dared to go, Yu Luomian also patted his forehead with a frustrated expression, not knowing what to say. Even he himself couldn't figure it out. How could the direct descendant of the dignified Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon be so timid and hesitant? Why is this? Even he himself can't figure it out. No, I must change his thinking. I can't let him continue like this. If he continues like this, what's the difference between him, who is so cowardly and timid, and Yu Xiaogang, that good for nothing? So, regardless of how Yu Tianeng struggled and refused, he immediately and unquestioningly dragged Yu Tianeng towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. In any case, since he is pursuing Dugu Yan, then at least he must have a presentable appearance. Dugu Bo is an absolutely unavoidable hurdle, and Tianeng must no longer fear Dugu Bo. Moreover, the Blue Tyrant Academy is the academy created by his daughter Liu Erlong. After helping her establish it, Liu Erlong was unwilling to see him again. He hasn't seen Liu Erlong for a long time, and Yu Luomian also wants to see his daughter. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The gatekeeper saw that the visitors were from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and let them in without any hesitation. My aunt should be in her exclusive lakeside cottage now, second master, let's go straight there. Yu Tianeng said to Yu Luomian. Okay, let's go. Before long, under Yu Tianeng's lead, they quickly arrived at the lakeside cottage. At this moment, it was empty and the door was tightly closed. Hey, that's strange, they were clearly here just now, why is everyone gone now? Yu Tianeng said in astonishment. Let's go in and take a look. The door is tightly closed, obviously someone is inside. With that said, Yu Luomian quickly walked forward, intending to push open the door directly. However, just as he was about to open the door, an angry rebuke came. "You Luomian, stop right there." Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Luomian turned his head to look behind him, and immediately saw his daughter and Dugu Yan holding food. "Erlong, are you alright?" For a moment, Yu Luomian, who originally had a lot to say, didn't know what to say. "I'm fine, I don't need your concern. The Blue Tyrant Academy is what you owe me," Liu Erlong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Yu Luomian also sighed helplessly. He couldn't speak in the presence of outsiders, and besides, the purpose of his visit was to repair their relationship. Yanzi. On the other side, Yu Tianeng also showed a look of surprise when he saw that Dugu Yan was fine. "Yu Tianeng, how many times have I told you, call me Dugu Yan, we're not familiar enough for you to call me Yanzi." Chapter 13. Dugu Yan's face, which had been full of smiles upon seeing Yu Tianeng, instantly turned incomparably gloomy. She had heard everything Liu Erlong had said. After all, although Liu Erlong favored relatives over reason, she wasn't someone who would lie. Therefore, even though she kept desperately saying good things about Yu Tianeng, it was useless to Dugu Yan. If Yu Tianeng had shown his masculine side when she was unconscious earlier, overcoming his fear and personally calling her grandfather, perhaps she would have changed her opinion of him. But he didn't even dare to call her grandfather himself. He even needed the heavily injured Erlong Jia to pressure him before he dared to go. This alone had already made Dugu Yan completely disappointed in Yu Tianeng in her heart. No matter how Yu Tianeng treated her in the future, Dugu Yan would not be even slightly moved by him. At this moment, Dugu Yan, her face full of disgust, inexplicably had Xiao Yu's thin figure appear in her mind. "Yanzi, I didn't, listen to me." Yu Tianeng wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain for a moment. "There's no need to explain. Just like I said, we're not that familiar yet. You go your way, and I'll cross my single plank bridge. Let's not bother each other. If you dare to bother me again, I'll attack directly." Hearing Dugu Yan's merciless words, Yu Tianeng couldn't help but subconsciously look at his second grandfather. He had been pursuing Dugu Yan for so long, and this was the first time he had seen her so heartless. Yu Luomian was originally already having a headache over his daughter's angry face. After noticing Yu Tianeng's gaze, Yu Luomian couldn't help but have an even bigger headache. "I won't interfere in you young people's affairs, but Tianeng of my family is sincere towards you, Miss Dugu. I can guarantee this. I hope you consider it carefully." Yu Luomian had no choice but to acknowledge Yu Tianeng's gaze and speak. Hearing Yu Luomian speak to her, Dugu Yan became even angrier in her heart. "So, when you can't win, you call for your elders, huh? Does he think that Dugu Yan doesn't have any elders to protect her?" And soon, just as Dugu Yan thought, with the sound of a cold snort, Dugu Yan directly ignored Yu Luomian's words. But, as the door opened, Dugu Bo, who had finished his heart-to-heart talk, opened the door, followed by Xiao Yu. "HMPH, Yu Luomian, you can't even discipline your own family members, and you want to discipline the people of my Dugu family. Do you really think I'm made of clay?" Hearing this voice and feeling this sinister aura, Yu Luomian's expression changed slightly. However, Yu Luomian wasn't too surprised by Dugu Bo's appearance. "HMPH, Dugu Bo, aren't I just giving young people who are just beginning to feel love a chance? My grandson Yu Tianeng is good in every way, how is he inferior to your granddaughter? Marrying into my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the second largest clan on the continent, could that possibly wrong your Dugu family?" Yu Luomian said, his tone full of arrogance. "HMPH, although my Dugu family is small, we still have some pride. We don't need to accept such charity. If Yanyan is willing, I have no opinion, but if she's not willing, even if your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan boasts to the heavens, I won't be moved in the slightest. Moreover, although your Yu Tianeng is good in every way, but just based on his timidity and lack of ability to assess the situation, the people of my Dugu family are very dissatisfied. Just now, Yanyan was seriously injured, and that kid didn't even dare to call me. If Erlong Mizi hadn't pressured him to go, I might not even know by now. If Yanyan really marries into your family, wouldn't Yanyan be bullied to death by you? Don't say anything about Yu Tianeng's personality changing when he grows up. I don't think you can't even teach him well at his age. When he grows up, you'll be able to teach him well." After hearing this news, Dugu Bo almost went crazy. If Yanyan's poisoning wasn't the most important thing, he would have wanted to beat Yu Tianong up again. Chapter 20. Yu Luomian's recruitment and threat. Hearing Dugu Bo's words full of complaints and mockery, Yu Luomian's expression also wasn't very good. Yu Tianong even lowered his head humbly, shrinking behind Yu Luomian like a quail, not daring to look at Dugu Yan again. HMPH, Dugu Bo, don't just talk about others, take a look at yourself. With your appearance, would any young person dare to talk to you? Tianong's reaction is normal, so you can't blame him for everything. He was also very anxious just now. Yu Luomian said, his tone quite unconvincing. Such a statement, anyone could tell that it was just to make a joke and hold the line. But you can't lose to others, how can you be forced to have nothing to say? No matter what, you have to mock the other side. And hearing Yu Luomian's words, Dugu Bo, who should have been so angry that he couldn't speak, instead sneered in an unusual manner. HMPH, Yu Tianong is an individual case and can't represent the entire group. I just had a very pleasant conversation with my little friend Xiao Yu. I'm even thinking of betrothing Yanyan to him when he grows up. What? Hearing Dugu Bo's words, Yu Luomian frowned slightly, but Yu Tianong beside him was shocked. Can anyone even talk to that old monster? Has he changed his personality? And Dugu Yan on the side rarely didn't refute, but her face was rosy, and even the tips of her ears were red. Such a shy scene made Yu Tianong even more moved. As for Liu Erlong, who was standing aside, hearing that Dugu Bo was going to marry Dugu Yan to Xiao Yu, she didn't know why, but she felt very uncomfortable. But for a moment, she didn't know what was wrong. In short, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart, and a sour taste inexplicably filled her mouth, causing Liu Erlong to directly pick up the water glass and drink all the water inside. Tisk tisk, Dugu Bo, you're being quite casual in choosing a son-in-law. You don't want our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's well-established direct descendant. But you want a wild boy from who knows where. Yu Luomian sneered. Yu Luomian, shut up. What do you mean by wild boy? Xiao Yu is a disciple I took in. His talent is very good. In just 1 year, he has improved from 0.5 level of soul power to level 10. His talent is much better than many disciples in the sect. Liu Erlong couldn't bear it immediately when she heard someone talking about Xiao Yu. She directly roared angrily. What? Not only Yu Luomian, but even Dugu Bo beside Xiao Yu was shocked upon hearing this. He originally thought that Xiao Yu was a genius with at least 8th or 9th level innate soul power, but he didn't expect Xiao Yu's innate soul power to be so low. Moreover, he actually cultivated from level 0.5 to level 10 in just 1 year. How is this possible? Logically speaking, those with low innate soul power generally have unremarkable martial soul bloodlines, and there is no possibility of significant progress in the future. But why has this kid changed so much? Listening to Liu Erlong's words, Yu Luomian seriously re-examined Xiao Yu. However, he was shocked when he looked. No wonder Dugu Bo was close to him. He looks only 7 years old, but he is already a soul master. However, judging from his physique, he doesn't seem to have low innate soul power. But with Erlong's personality, she wouldn't lie. What exactly is this? Yu Luomian pondered in his heart. Are you called Xiao Yu? Junior Xiao Yu, greetings, senior. Not bad, you have some bearing. How about this, are you interested in joining my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and becoming an outer disciple of my sect? If you meet my requirements, I can even make an exception and take you as a personal disciple. With the support of me, the second in command of the sect, your future will definitely not be low. Yu Luomian said with a faint smile. Then, he glanced at Dugu Bo provocatively. Yu Luomian believed that the temptation of being recruited by the second sect in the world was something no child could refuse. After all, this is an opportunity to rise to the sky in one step. Noticing Yu Luomian's provocative gaze, Dugu Bo didn't say anything, but looked at Yu Luomian with a sneer. Noticing Dugu Bo's sneer, Yu Luomian frowned slightly, with a puzzled look on his face. Then, he heard Xiao Yu say, I'm sorry, senior, I will only recognize one teacher in my life, and that is Liu Erlong. Hearing this, Yu Luomian glanced at Liu Erlong, who was full of pride at the moment, with a surprised expression. But he still didn't give up and said, it's okay, joining the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will not affect you continuing to be Erlong's disciple. After all, she is my No, in this life, I will only be teacher Erlong's disciple, and I will only be a member of the Blue Tyrant Academy. I will not join any other forces. Xiao Yu thanks you for your kindness, senior. Teacher Erlong helped me when Xiao Yu was most desperate. How can I abandon her? Looking at Xiao Yu, who refused again, Yu Luo Mian's expression was also a bit dumbfounded. At this moment, he understood what Dugubo's gaze meant just now. Presumably, Dugubo must have accepted disciples several times, and has been rejected several times, otherwise he wouldn't be so indifferent. And Liu Erlong couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction in her eyes when she saw Xiao Yu so righteously. However, after hearing Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong couldn't help but feel a burst of guilt in her heart. Because her purpose of bringing him back to the academy was only to Miss Xiaogang, and it was not as noble as Xiao Yu said. Boy, are you rejecting my recruitment as the vice sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Have you thought about the consequences? Yu Luo Mian said with a gloomy expression. Yu Luo Mian, what do you mean? Xiao Yu is my person, dare you touch him? Believe it or not, I will fight you to the death. Seeing that Yu Luo Mian actually wanted to use force, Liu Erlong immediately jumped in front of Xiao Yu, looking at Yu Luo Mian with a serious expression. The guilt just now turned directly into anger at this moment, the kind that would explode at any moment. At the same time, Dugubo beside him also said, Yu Luo Mian, don't be shameless, Xiao Yu has already refused, what else do you want to do? I'm telling you, Xiao Yu is Yanyan's life-saving benefactor, if you want to touch him, should I go to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for a few days? Hearing that Dugubo actually threatened him for the sake of a Xiao Yu. This made Yu Luo Mian, who loved face, a little embarrassed for a while. However, the more they said this, with Yu Luo Mian's vision, he felt that Xiao Yu had the need to be included in the family. After all, it doesn't matter if Erlong is satisfied, being able to make Dugubo care, this kid must have some other abilities. It's just that looking at the current situation, Yu Luo Mian felt that it was not suitable to directly break face with Dugubo, and he also wanted to ease his relationship with Erlong, after all, she is his daughter. Then, after thinking for a while, anyway, Xiao Yu is Erlong's disciple, there will be plenty of time to win him over in the future, there's no need to rush at this time, and if he can use this kid to ease his relationship with Erlong, it might be a good choice. Chapter 21 Yu Tianong, who is like a clown. So, Yu Luo Mian said after a moment of silence. HMPH, I didn't expect you old poison to actually have this day of standing up for others, okay, I'll give you this face, Erlong, since you are Xiao Yu's teacher, then teach him well, give him the best resources, if you don't have what he needs, you can come to me at any time. I will help you as soon as possible. Hearing that Yu Luo Mian, who has always been soft but not hard, actually softened, both Liu Erlong and Dugubo felt surprised in their hearts. Liu Erlong even subconsciously wanted to say something, but was forcibly restrained. Dugubo looked at Yu Luo Mian in silence. The experienced him knew that something abnormal must be a demon. But, where is this demon? For a moment, Dugubo didn't see through Yu Luo Mian's thoughts, and then sighed secretly. He didn't expect that Yu Luo Mian, who has always shown himself as having a violent temper, also has such a cunning side. Seeing some subtle expressions of Dugubo and Liu Erlong in his eyes, Yu Luo Mian chuckled and then looked at Yu Tianong. Let's go, Tianong, let's go back. Yu Luo Mian looked at Yu Tianong and said with a calm expression. And Yu Tianong stared at Xiao Yu with his eyes, and then slowly said. Second grandpa, can I fight him? Hearing Yu Tianong's words, Yu Luo Mian asked in amazement. Why? Because I want to prove that I am more suitable for Yanzi than him. Chapter 14. At this moment, Yu Tianong was completely infatuated with Dugu Yan, so how could he possibly watch his sweetheart be snatched away by someone else? Moreover, this was a task assigned to him by his family, and he couldn't allow the mission to fail just like that. Want to steal Yanzi? Fine, let's have a man's fight. Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian was also delighted. Not bad, daring to love and hate, a bit like his elder brother when he was young. How about it, Xiao Yu, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't dare, it's fine, after all, you're just a soul master, and Tianong has already obtained his second soul ring. Considering Liu Erlong's feelings, Yu Luomian didn't dare to push Xiao Yu too hard. Therefore, he asked symbolically. But upon hearing that Yu Tianong actually wanted to duel with Xiao Yu, before Xiao Yu could even speak, Dugu Yan and Liu Erlong couldn't help but speak up. "You Tianong, I don't have any relationship with you, and don't bother me anymore. If you want to fight, fight me. Xiao Yu, don't listen to him, he's just a madman. Tianong, you're going too far. Xiao Yu is just a soul master, and his martial soul isn't as good as yours. How can he fight you?" Yu Tianong didn't respond to their questions. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yu, staring intently at him. At this moment, he was just waiting for Xiao Yu's answer. At the same time, he was also giving himself an answer. As long as Xiao Yu dared to refuse, that would be enough. Born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he possessed and obtained far more than his peers. He also received a great deal of praise, compliments, and trust. This gave the young Yu Tianong a signal: as long as he wanted to, he could do it. Absolutely no one of the same age could compare to him. However, when he saw that his aunt, his sweetheart, and even his sweetheart's grandfather, whom he didn't even dare to meet, were all praising someone younger than him so much, he felt jealous, envious, unwilling, and even more unconvinced. Especially when he saw that even his second grandfather had changed his opinion of him, this feeling of unwillingness became even stronger. Therefore, he just wanted to see what Xiao Yu looked like when he admitted defeat. He wanted to see what the young man who had been praised to the heavens looked like when he fell from the clouds. Faced with this situation, Xiao Yu slowly walked forward, his face filled with indifference, and said, "I accept your challenge, but I want to make it clear in advance that the reason I'm accepting this completely meaningless challenge isn't because I want to fight for the right to own Yan Yanjia or anything like that. Yan Yanjia is a person, not a commodity. No matter who of us wins today, Yan Yanjia's future is up to her, and it can't be decided by this ridiculous duel today. The most important reason I choose to accept this competition is very simple: if I win today, don't bother Yan Yanjia anymore in the future. What she wants to do and who she likes has nothing to do with you. Unless Yan Yanjia really falls in love with you someday in the future, please don't disturb Yan Yanjia's life anymore. That would be good for you, for your sect, for Yan Yanjia, for Dugu Xianxia, for Teacher Erlong, and for your second grandfather. The martial world isn't just about winning or losing, nor is it just about black and white. Endless entanglement will only backfire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is very powerful, but the greater the reputation, the greater the shackles. Don't let a momentary impulse at your young age cause you to spend the rest of your life in regret and regret." Quote. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, the people present fell silent. Although limited by age and different perspectives, after hearing these words, the people present couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Dugu Yan looked at Xiao Yu with eyes full of tenderness and joy. His purpose in standing up was actually to prevent Yu Tianong from bothering her again. Such words directly captured Dugu Yan's heart. Yes, she is not a commodity, she is a person, and what she dislikes most is a controlled life. And Xiao Yu, whom she had only met for a day, actually saw this, apart from her grandfather. After hearing these words, Liu Erlong, Yu Luomian, and Dugu Bo all looked at Xiao Yu with serious expressions. They didn't expect that Xiao Yu could say such things at such a young age. Especially Yu Luomian, after hearing the words martial world, shackles, and reputation. He couldn't help but repeatedly savor these words in his heart. Yes, Xiao Yu is right, the greater the reputation, the greater the shackles. As the second head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he deeply felt this. Not to mention the Spirit Hall, which has the most spirit masters, even the Clear Sky School and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are much more powerful than their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Even though the Clear Sky School has now closed its mountain, they have only removed Tang Hao's name. Removing the name is not the same as dying. At this moment, Yu Luomian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why isn't this kid a disciple of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? If he were, with these words and his talent, he would definitely be a strong contender for the next sect master. Tianong and Tianxin are too far apart at the same age. Then, Yu Luomian looked at Yu Tianong with a complicated expression. Just from these remarks alone, Tianong, this kid, has already lost before even making a move. After hearing these words, Yu Tianong was completely stunned. He never expected Xiao Yu to say such things. As a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he definitely had some insights. Therefore, after hearing these words that completely did not conform to the current era. He didn't know how to respond. Compared to Xiao Yu, his thoughts just now were like a clown who couldn't get on the stage. Force a fight, that's okay, but does he, who is now like a clown, still have the confidence to make a move? Chapter 22, Intimacy in the Absence of Others. Seeing Tianung's tangled appearance at this moment, Yu Luomian couldn't help but sigh inwardly and said, Tianung, if you fight Xiao Yu now, even if you win, it will be an unfair victory. Why don't you wait until Xiao Yu's strength reaches level 20 and he breaks through to become a great spirit master before you duel with him? You are now level 25. Presumably, with Xiao Yu's talent, it will only take a year or two to break through to level 20. You probably won't be able to advance to level 30 in these 1 or 2 years. So, instead of bullying the weak and being despised, why not wait until Xiao Yu's strength improves and then have a fair fight? Hearing his second grandpa's attempt to defuse the situation, Yu Tianung finally snapped out of his dazed state and nodded woodenly. At that moment, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Even if he were asked to fight now, he would only admit defeat. He felt he had no face to stay there any longer. Okay, alright, Xiao Yu, since you've agreed to the challenge, then for the sake of fairness, we'll wait until you reach level 20. Then I'll bring Tianung over again. Also, the words I said to you before still stand. If you ever have that thought, just let Erlong know. After saying that, Yu Luomian left directly with Yu Tianung, without saying another word. Seeing how quickly Yu Luomian left, Dugu Bo, after regaining his senses, couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. HMPH, Yu Luomian, oh Yu Luomian, even at this point, are you still putting on a brave face for the pride of your sect? If Yu Tianung's character remains like this, how long can you last? The sharp-eyed Dugu Bo could tell at a glance that the idea of waiting until Xiao Yu reached level 20 was just Yu Tianung being so shaken by those words that he couldn't say anything, feeling inferior in his heart. That's why the old fox Yu Luomian came up with such a despicable excuse. If they really fought now, Yu Tianung probably wouldn't even be able to lift a hand and would only have the option of admitting defeat. Quote. Xiao Yu, thank you, really, thank you. Just as Liu Erlong and Dugu Bo were still savoring Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Yan rushed up and hugged Xiao Yu tightly. At that moment, no words could describe the excitement in Dugu Yan's heart, so all words turned into a hug, a thank you, and even more affection. Gently patting Dugu Yan's beautiful back, comforting the softly crying Dugu Yan, Xiao Yu looked at his panel and was surprised to find that after saying those words, Liu Erlong's conquest value had increased by 5 points, while Dugu Yan's conquest value had increased by another 10 points. Now Xiao Yu's conquest value for Dugu Yan was already 15 points. And he could open the first treasure chest at any time. However, Xiao Yu wasn't in a hurry to open it now. After all, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and take advantage of the current situation to gain more conquest value. It's nothing, Sister Union. Even if we had really fought just now, I would have had the confidence to defeat Yu Tianung. Although Yu Tianung is stronger than me and older than me, there is one thing he doesn't have that I do. That is the indomitable spirit. Without this spirit, no matter how powerful you are just outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Even if you are stronger than me at the beginning, the one who will definitely lose if the battle is prolonged is Yu Tianung. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong fell silent. Indeed, Tianung is really like that. For some reason, the indomitable spirit in Tianung's heart has disappeared, causing Tianung to become like this now. She didn't expect that Xiao Yu would discover this after only being in contact for such a short time. Looking at Xiao Yu, Liu Erlong's eyes became more and more complicated. Alright, Union, men and women shouldn't touch each other so intimately. Stop hugging and come home with me. Dugu Bo saw his granddaughter hanging directly on Xiao Yu like a sloth. This caused his emotions to overcome his reason, and he separated them. Grandpa, Dugu Yan said coquettishly, but after seeing Dugu Bo's stern eyes, she didn't dare to say anything more. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future, so she wasn't in a hurry. She could only smile at Xiao Yu. Then Xiao Yu, I'll come find you again tomorrow. Okay, welcome Sister Union to come and play with me at any time. Kid, I, Dugu Bo, haven't made many friends in my life, but you're one of them. After a moment of hesitation, Dugu Bo also left with Dugu Yan. In the end, Only Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong were left outside the house. Teacher, how is your injury? Xiao Yu turned to look at Liu Erlong, inquiring about her injuries with concern. Liu Erlong also came back to her senses and smiled faintly. It's okay. With the treatment of the healing-type soul masters in the academy, it will probably be fine after a few months of recovery. Xiao Yu, aren't you hungry? Come, let's eat first. Okay. Afterward, Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong began to eat. By the way, Xiao Yu, wash your body properly later, it's half dead with dirt. Okay. By the way, since we have nothing to do, why not take advantage of the bath to make up for what I owe you? Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at Liu Erlong, whose face was slightly red, and shook his head. No, teacher, let's wait until your body recovers. Let's just leave it owing for now. You little brat, I finally prepared myself to open my mouth, and you dare to refuse. Do you believe that if you don't want it this time, there won't be a next time? Liu Erlong rubbed Xiao Yu's head and smiled. If there's no next time, then there's no next time. In my eyes, teacher is the most important. Nothing is more important than teacher. Without teacher, where would I be now? Teacher, just take that sentence as a joke. Xiao Yu rubbed the back of his head and said slowly. Xiao Yu, open black lens bracket gain 10 conquest value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current conquest target, Liu Erlong 59%, close black lens bracket. After hearing these words, Liu Erlong's face shook, and her face was full of inexplicably complicated expressions. This feeling of being placed in the most important position in one's heart was a feeling that Liu Erlong had never experienced in so long. This feeling of being cared for, Liu Erlong used to radiate and care for others, this was the first time she felt it radiating from someone else. Now, after feeling this feeling, Liu Erlong's beautiful face couldn't help but turn red. A pair of slender legs were also twisting irregularly. Teacher, are your legs uncomfortable? Do you need me to rub them for you? Seeing Liu Erlong's black silk-covered legs twisting irregularly, Xiao Yu said. Ah, it's a little sore, why don't you rub them for me? Liu Erlong, with a blushing face, took the opportunity to agree. She couldn't possibly say that she was having dirty thoughts, could she? Chapter 15. Having obtained Liu Erlong's consent, Xiao Yu put down the chicken leg. Then, with practiced ease, he lifted Liu Erlong's black silk-clad beautiful leg. His palm gently kneaded her calf. Even through the black silk, Xiao Yu could feel how strong and powerful Liu Erlong's calf was. If only he could be stepped on by such beautiful legs once. Feeling Xiao Yu's hand caressing her calf, Liu Erlong's already slightly flushed face instantly turned even redder. Chapter 23. Liu Erlong keeps her word. Xiao Yu had clearly massaged her frequently before, but this strange feeling was truly a first. How strange, this feeling, I only ever felt it when Xiaogang massaged me back then, why can Xiao Yu also make me feel this way? Liu Erlong wondered incredulously in her heart. Driven by this feeling, Liu Erlong, whose pupils were faintly tinged with pink, even moaned comfortably. After gradually getting used to it, Liu Erlong held the unfinished chicken leg that Xiao Yu had been eating and brought it to Xiao Yu's mouth. Xiao Yu massaged Liu Erlong's leg while eating the chicken leg. And Liu Erlong just watched Xiao Yu like that. For a time, outside the riverside cabin, the scene was a little strangely harmonious. Before long, half an hour had passed. Xiao Yu finished massaging from her calf to her toes, and his hand was already sore. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Liu Erlong smile and say, Xiao Yu, let's go take a bath. After speaking, without waiting for Xiao Yu to reply, Liu Erlong directly carried him to the bedroom. Then, under Xiao Yu's eager gaze, Liu Erlong took off her battle skirt, which was covered in scars, revealing her incomparably perfect, snow-white figure. Come, Xiao Yu, what teacher promised you, I will definitely keep my word. While carrying Xiao Yu towards the bathing pool, Liu Erlong murmured softly. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Yu didn't even want to open Dugu Yan's treasure chest anymore. At this moment he only wanted to experience this rare scene while he was still conscious. Quote. On the other side, just as Xiao Yu was experiencing paradise, Yu Luomian, after taking Yu Tianeng back to the family, looked at Yu Tianeng, whose eyes were still dull. Yu Luomian sighed helplessly. He didn't say anything more. After all, instead of saying it to him only for it to go in one ear and out the other, It would be better to let Tianong go back and calm down, let him think for himself, and when he thought of a problem that was difficult to solve, he could come and ask himself, and he would definitely dispel his doubts. Second grandfather, Tianong takes his leave. Afterwards, Yu Tianong walked towards his small courtyard like a walking corpse. Second grandfather, what's wrong with Tianong? Why does he look like this? Just as Yu Luomian was planning to go and find his elder brother, a familiar voice came. Hearing this voice, Yu Luomian turned his head and saw Yu Tianxin, who had just returned from Thunder Academy. Oh, Tianxin, it's nothing, it's just that Tianong has been hit hard, don't bother him, just let him figure it out himself. Hit hard, who else can hit our Gemini star Yu Tianong? We have no opponents among those of the same age. Yu Tianxin said with incomparable pride. As an outstanding genius within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianxin was confident that he was no worse than anyone. As for Yu Tianxin's words, Yu Luomian was noncommittal. In the past, he might have been proud of this so-called Gemini title, but after seeing Xiao Yu, who was so remarkable in both his temperament and strength, he couldn't do it anymore. In front of outsiders, he could argue forcefully, but in front of his own people, he really didn't have the face to say these things. Tianxin, Douluo continent is very big, besides Tiando City, there are countless geniuses outside, therefore, don't be too proud because of the Gemini title. The 3 words Gemini are your two's honor, but also shackles. Listening to Yu Luomian's sudden lecture, Yu Tianxin subconsciously nodded, not knowing what to say. Alright, go get something Tianong likes to eat later, and go see Tianong. Okay, Yu Tianxin said with a slightly dazed expression. Then, watching the departing second grandfather, his expression was bewildered. What's wrong with second grandfather? Wasn't he always very proud of the Gemini title? Wait, could it be? Combining what second grandfather had just said, Yu Tianxin, who was more mature than Yu Tianong, quickly thought of something, and then his expression sank slightly. Sigh, even second grandfather can look at him with different eyes, it seems that Tianong is hurt pretty badly, headache. As a genius, Yu Tianxin could naturally understand what it felt like to see another genius who was younger than you and even more powerful than you. Quote. Yu Luomian quickly walked along the corridor to the room where the current patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Yuanjun, was located. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw a robust old man with a youthful face and white hair holding a writing brush, writing on the pure white rice paper. Big brother, second brother, come, take a look at how my calligraphy is. Yu Yuanjun was also delighted to see Yu Luomian's arrival. Then he immediately picked up the vigorous calligraphy and painting in his hand and displayed it in front of his brother. Attempting to gain his brother's approval. Big brother, your calligraphy hasn't changed for many years, you've been writing the character, dragon, for decades, why don't we change it up next time? You can't just keep carving the character, dragon, on the 5 characters, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Yu Luomian casually sat on the chair, took the tea handed over by the maid, casually took a sip of tea, and then signaled everyone else to leave, while smiling. Listening to Yu Luomian's words, Yu Yuanjun's face darkened. A little bit of lightning flashed across his old and energetic hand, directly shattering the character, dragon, in his hand. Then he sat down on the seat with a cold expression, and said in an unhappy tone. HMPH, bumpkin, ignorant, I can't be bothered to argue with you, tell me, what did you come to me for? You wouldn't come to me if you had nothing to do. Seeing that he had asked everyone else to leave as soon as he came in, obviously, he had something to discuss with himself. Therefore, he was too lazy to argue with him and directly got to the point. Big brother, you know about my daughter's matter. Are you talking about Erlong? I know, didn't you also help her found the Blue Tyrant Academy? What, your relationship with her hasn't improved yet? Second brother, I say you're too useless, they all say daughters are the father's little padded jacket, yours is not only breathable but also leaky. Yu Yuanjun grinned and said, HMPH, don't you have any idea in your heart who caused our relationship to break down? Yu Luomian said with a slightly sullen expression. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun, who felt guilty, immediately shut his mouth, and then changed his tone. Tell me what you want to say quickly, I'm very busy. There are still many things to do. Hearing his elder brother's slightly embarrassed words, Yu Luomian chuckled. Alright, big brother, stop talking nonsense, It's been 6 years since the Spirit Hall forced the Clear Sky sect to this point, and everyone has been at peace for these 6 years. What are you busy with? If you're really busy, you can still write that character, dragon, that you've been writing for decades to pass the time. Damn it, you Luomian, what do you mean? Say what you have to say, get out if you have nothing to say. I don't want to see you. You're annoying. Listening to Yu Luomian's merciless words, Yu Yuanjun said sternly. Chapter 24 Yu Yuanjun's recruitment and price. Who could have imagined, that the top 2 figures of the dignified Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were arguing and quarreling like children at this moment? If their clansmen saw this scene, they would be stunned. Quote. Looking at his elder brother, who was like an old naughty boy at the moment, Yu Luomian smiled helplessly, and then slowly said, "Sigh, what I want to say is not about Erlong, but about one of Erlong's disciples." Disciple. Hearing these 2 words, a question mark popped up in Yu Yuanjun's head. I remember Erlong is also a soul saint now, right? This strength can also be an elder in the family. What's so great about accepting a disciple? You're not going to show off to me about this, right? You're not that disgusting, right? Quote. Hearing these words, Yu Luomian's face darkened. This old boy is really getting more and more out of tune. But there's no way. Who made him the strongest in the entire family? If he hadn't been unable to break through to the title Douluo level, he would definitely have pulled this out-of-tune person down from the position of patriarch. Yes, a disciple who awakened the same trash spirit as your son, and, most importantly, he broke through from level 0.5 soul power to level 10 in 1 year. And obtained his first soul ring. Quote. Hearing these words, Yu Yuanjun, who had been looking nonchalant, immediately became serious. His old and clean eyes deeply looked at Yu Luomian. He said in a solemn tone, "Are you sure? To be honest, I was quite curious to see what kind of talent that kid had, so I used a little relationship to check the awakening records at the Spirit Hall, and that's how I found out about this. I believe Erlong also chose to accept him as a disciple for this reason. Otherwise, why do you think Erlong would accept a waste with only level 0.5 soul power as a disciple? No, I'm talking about Xiao Yu, no other meaning." Yu Yuanjun waved his hand indifferently to this. "It doesn't matter, Xiaogang's name as trash hasn't been around for a day or 2, I don't care that much anymore, it's enough as long as he's alive." Although he said so, after all, he was his own son, and Yu Yuanjun was still very distressed. Especially after hearing that Xiaogang's situation had become very bad for some reason recently, Yu Yuanjun was even more worried. What? That coward Yu Xiaogang hasn't died yet? That's right, how could someone who immediately abandons his friends and runs away at the first sign of trouble die so quickly? Enough, second brother, no matter what, Yu Xiaogang is still your nephew, alright, big brother, don't say good things for him anymore. Back then, if he had dared to stand in front of Erlong and question me, beg me, and didn't run away, I would have thought highly of him, but he didn't. If it weren't for the fact that he was your son, I would have slapped to death this coward who didn't even dare to stand in front of a woman and only dared to deceive my daughter." Being interrupted by Yu Luomian, Yu Yuanjun had even less to say. "Forget it, let's not talk about that unlucky guy, let's talk about Erlong's disciple. How did he do it?" Chapter 16. I don't know, and I didn't ask for details. After all, Erlong wasn't the only one there just now. That old poison Douluo, Dugu Bo, was also there. Moreover, Xiao Yu seems to have a very good relationship with Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo even said he wanted to marry Dugu Yan to him. Hearing that even Dugu Bo had intervened, Yu Yuanjun couldn't help but look surprised. What, even that old poison, Dugu Bo, intervened? Damn, what exactly is this kid? Even Dugu Bo took a liking to him. But come to think of it, even you, with your eccentric temper, took a liking to him, so it's natural that Dugu Bo, who's even more eccentric than you, would too. Hearing his elder brother constantly making snide remarks, Yu Luomian was too lazy to reply and just rolled his eyes in response. Come on, tell me in detail what exactly happened. You seem to have a lot more to say. Yu Yuanjun quickly regained his composure, took out the snacks hidden deep in the drawer, and said, quote. Seeing this, Yu Luomian directly grabbed a chair and sat opposite Yu Yuanjun, eating snacks while recounting everything he had inquired about. As the vice-sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, if he wanted to know something, naturally many people would rush to deliver it to him. Before long, as time passed, Yu Yuanzhen's expression gradually changed from initial curiosity to complete solemnity. Every word Yu Luomian said exceeded Yu Yuanzhen's expectations. After listening to Yu Luomian's account for half an hour, Yu Yuanzhen could no longer sit peacefully in his chair. Instead, he stood directly by the window, looking at the 9 Thunder Mountains in the distance, watching the lightning flashing on the mountains as he fell into deep thought. Is this all the information you've gathered? Can you be sure he's not a descendant from our sect? Yu Yuanzhen asked in a muffled voice. If Xiao Yu was a descendant leaked from their sect, then everything would be easier to handle. However, Yu Luomian gave a helpless wry smile. How could he not have hoped for that? But after a detailed investigation of the information, he really wasn't. Yes, Sect Master, this is all the information I've found. Xiao Yu has been a beggar in Tiando City since he was a child, so his information is still very easy to obtain. I've also checked, and he's indeed not a descendant of the sect's younger generation. His background is very simple and very clean. Good, good, good. I never thought that the puzzle that has plagued my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be solved by a little kid. Good, good. Listening to Yu Luomian's words, Yu Yuanzhen looked at the distant Thunder Mountains, a painful expression on his face. If he had known this information earlier, perhaps his son, Yu Xiaogang, wouldn't have been trapped by the word trash for most of his life. But it was too late to say anything now. Xiaogang had already passed the age for cultivation for a long time. Even if he gave him the method now, he wouldn't be able to break through. Then what should we do next? Sect Master, what do you think we should do with that kid? Yu Luomian gave Yu Yuanzhen some time to calm down. Then he slowly walked to the window, stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Yuanzhen, and asked. Hearing this question, Yu Yuanzhen was silent for a long time before slowly saying. What to do? What else can we do? Since he's Erlong's disciple, his martial soul is the same as Xiaogang's, Luo Sanpao, and he's even so smart and so good at dealing with people, then we must absorb him into the family. That's right, go find out if there's anyone in the family whose daughter or granddaughter is about the same age as him. When he grows up, use the method of a live-in son-in-law to keep him in our family. Such talent must not be snatched away by others, especially Ning Fengji. Since he recruited the Sword and Bone Douluo, he's been almost driven mad looking for young geniuses with clean backgrounds, and the sect is cultivating them internally at all costs. Chapter 25, Tang San backstabbed by the mysterious heaven skill. That's what you say, but the problem is I invited that kid, but he doesn't seem to want to join us. He's even a little resistant. Resistant? It's probably because you're pushing him too hard. You know your own personality. With your personality, they either come in because of our sect's reputation or because they're afraid of you. How many people have you really pulled into the family based on your personal charm? Quote. Hearing his elder brother's merciless words, Yu Luomian's face darkened even more. But for a moment, he really couldn't refute it. Then he heard his elder brother continue to say, Don't go yourself. Let Erlong do more ideological work. Having Erlong, who is both a teacher and a beautiful teacher, Go will definitely be countless times better than you. By the way, remember to tell Erlong that Xiao Yu must join our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. No matter what method, as long as it's a resource we can afford, we can consider it. But remember, it's using methods, not coercion. If you push such a genius too hard, it will only backfire in the end. Then where is the upper limit of resources? Yu Luomian asked. The upper limit is up to me. Hearing Yu Yuanzhen's words, Yu Luomian was shocked. Up to his elder brother. Could it be that in order to get Xiao Yu to join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, even the position of clan leader could be given up? As if seeing through his younger brother's thoughts, Yu Yuanzhen said lightly. Second brother, I mobilized the entire clan for a Luo Sanpao, but I just couldn't find a solution. Now, a child has found it. This has already proven many things. As for the phrase, up to me, it's just an upper limit. Xiao Yu is still young, and no one knows how far he will go in the future. Therefore, everything depends on how far Xiao Yu can develop Luo Sanpao. Hearing this, Yu Luomian revealed a look of realization. I understand. I will pay attention to Xiao Yu at all times, and I will have everything else arranged as soon as possible. Looking at his respectful second brother, Yu Yuanjun put away his serious expression, his eyes rolled, and then he tentatively opened his mouth. You just said that kid only acknowledges Erlong, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Do you mind your son-in-law being a child? Quote. Yu Yuanjun, I'm talking to you seriously. Be serious. They are teacher and student, how can they do such shameful things? Hearing his elder brother's words, Yu Luo Mian was so angry that lightning flashed all over his body, showing signs of attacking at any moment. Hehe, second brother, what about teacher and student? It's better than cousin and cousin, right? You, damn it, you can think about it slowly, let me know when you're done. I'm going to do other things. Yu Luo Mian really couldn't stand his elder brother's unpredictable personality, so he left directly. Looking at his departing second brother, Yu Yuanjun muttered to himself. What a pity, such a genius, how great would it be if he were really from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Wait, so what if he isn't? As long as he can lead our family to glory, what does it matter if he's an outsider? Just marry a few more women from the clan. For the prosperity and continuation of the family, Yu Yuanjun could do anything. Yu Yuanjun then began to think about how to win over Xiao Yu. Fortunately, there hasn't been anything major recently, allowing Yu Yuanjun to devote himself wholeheartedly to this matter. Quote. Inside the Blue Tyrant Academy, Liu Erlong was rubbing her sore cheeks. And Xiao Yu was wiping her beautiful back. Damn it, it was clearly so fast in the forest before, why was it so slow just now? The thought of making a fool of herself in front of Xiao Yu for almost 2 incense sticks worth of time made Liu Erlong's face blush endlessly. At the same time, she began to let her imagination run wild. And Xiao Yu behind her was also reminiscing about the scene just now. Although the conquest points didn't increase much, at least it could be seen that Liu Erlong already had a sense of belonging. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to agree to such a thing based solely on the relationship between teacher and student. Teacher, thank you for your hard work just now. How about I give you a massage tonight? Ah, it's okay, that's what the teacher owes you, it's no big deal. Liu Erlong said, her speech slightly leaking air. No, I can't let the teacher work so hard. The teacher helped me, and I also want to help the teacher relax. Quote. Alright, the teacher knows your filial piety, you can massage if you want. Unable to refuse Xiao Yu's request, Liu Erlong could only endure it. Okay. Afterwards, the two lingered in the bathroom for 2 hours before finally coming out. As soon as they came out, they saw that it was already dark outside. Immediately, Liu Erlong put on pajamas with Xiao Yu and fell asleep peacefully. Looking at Liu Erlong, who was fast asleep, Xiao Yu didn't continue to act, but chose to let her rest well. After all, there was no rush for this kind of thing. After the night was completely quiet, Xiao Yu finally remembered that he still had treasure chests to open. So he opened Dugu Yan's treasure chest. Open black lens bracket. Dugu Yan's conquest has reached the first stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first stage gift pack. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The gift pack is automatically opened. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the age of the soul ring by 500 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Soul power level increased by 1 level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Obtained Dugu Yan's plain aura *10. Dugu Yan's plain aura reduced by 10 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Liu Erlong's plain aura 80 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dugu Yan's plain aura 90 points. Close black lens bracket. Looking at these things, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Everything else is easy to understand. What exactly is this plain aura? Just as Xiao Yu was confused about this plain aura, Tang San in Nodding City's Nodding Academy, whom he couldn't see, was about to have bad luck again. At this moment, Tang San, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the bed peacefully, suddenly felt that there was a problem with the operation of the mysterious heaven skill. The originally extremely gentle soul power now began to burn Tang San's meridians like boiling water, making Tang San extremely painful. PFF'd. Feeling the internal energy disorder, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. This was clearly a technique he had practiced for 2 lifetimes, and he was clearly extremely proficient in it, so how could there be a problem now? Ah, Xiao San, what are you doing? Why are you spitting blood? Xiao San. Xiao Wu, who was still dreaming of radishes, was splattered with blood on her face by Tang San. Originally full of anger, she immediately became anxious after seeing Tang San's pale face at the moment. As Xiao Wu spoke, the others in Dorm 7 were also awakened one after another. Looking at Tang San at the moment, they were also at a loss, and Wang Sheng was directly called by Xiao Wu to call Master. Before long, when Master arrived, seeing Xiao San spitting blood and collapsing on the bed, his face suddenly changed drastically. Xiao San was the only one who could prove his theory to the world. He couldn't have anything happen to him. Chapter 26. The Master Who Broke His Nose and 2 years later. Therefore, seeing this scene, Master, who was anxious and restless, immediately took Tang San to the medical center outside the school. No matter what, ensure Xiao San's safety first. Ah. Thump. PFF'd. Chapter 17. However, shortly after Grandmaster left the school gate, due to the darkness and his own anxious state, he wasn't paying attention and tripped over a small stone in the middle of the road. Losing control, Grandmaster fell heavily face first onto the ground. Along with the sharp pain from his nose and knees, Grandmaster could clearly feel that his nose was broken. And he even twisted his ankle. But Grandmaster didn't have time to worry about his own safety at that moment. Because he had subconsciously thrown Little San away when he fell. Tang San suffered a second injury as a result, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He was already dizzy, but now he was completely unconscious. Seeing this, Grandmaster couldn't even care about his own pain. Without even brushing off the dust, he joined hands with Little Wu to pick up Tang San. After that, led by Grandmaster's limping gait, they continued to rush towards the medical clinic. This time, however, Little Wu led the way to prevent Tang San from getting hurt again. Fortunately, Little Wu was there to help, otherwise Grandmaster might have been even more overwhelmed on his own. In the shadows, Tang Hao frowned as he watched this scene. Immediately, the vast soul power within him began to spread, searching the entire Nodding City. But he didn't detect the aura of any strong individuals. Clearly, after seeing this, he subconsciously thought that someone was causing trouble. However, after confirming that there was no one around, he could confirm that it was indeed Little San's own problem, not someone else's doing. Could it be that there really is a problem with Little San's soul power circulation? But that doesn't make sense. He has been practicing his techniques for 7 years. Why would a problem occur tonight? Tang Hao murmured, utterly perplexed. Let's see what happens next. If it doesn't work, I'll give him the Haoshan sect's cultivation technique. Even if his current technique is more suitable for cultivating blue-silver grass, if there's a problem, it's better to switch as soon as possible and lay a good foundation for the future. For Tang San's sake, Grandmaster and Little Wu were busy and frantic all night, unable to rest for a moment. Even the next day, they couldn't rest easy, because while they weren't paying attention, a spider that the medical clinic hadn't managed to use for medicine quietly crawled onto Tang San's face and bit him hard. Although the poison wasn't deep, it still caused Tang San's face to swell up a lot. Looking at Tang San's miserable appearance at this moment, Grandmaster and Little Wu, who had been busy all night, had tired expressions on their faces. What exactly is wrong with Little San? Why is he so unlucky today? But no matter how tired they were now, it was best to quickly help Tang San heal. Quote. On the other side, Xiao Yu, the unwitting instigator of this incident, was sleeping soundly. If Yu Xiaogang saw Xiao Yu's current state, he would be furious. The spot that should have been his was now occupied by Xiao Yu, and the things he should have been touching were now being touched by Xiao Yu. At this moment, the beautiful master was by his side, and her faint fragrance was constantly assaulting Xiao Yu's nose. Xiao Yu was sleeping soundly and peacefully. Before long, time flew by, and the next morning, Xiao Yu still got up early to get breakfast, preparing to come back and wake up Liu Erlong to eat breakfast together. Xiao Yu, are you up? I've come to find you. At that moment, just as he was about to go out, he heard Dugu Yan's voice. Hearing Dugu Yan's voice, Xiao Yu immediately went out and whispered. Shish, Sister Union, keep your voice down, the teacher is still sleeping. Let's go out and talk. Hearing this, Dugu Yan nodded, and Xiao Yu took Dugu Yan's hand and walked towards the cafeteria. Xiao Yu, Feeling the warmth of Xiao Yu's hand, Dugu Yan felt a warmth in her heart. And she was led by him just like that. Soon, after arriving at the cafeteria, Xiao Yu first packed a portion of food and took it back to the lakeside cabin, waking up Liu Erlong, who was currently disheveled, to eat breakfast, and then took Dugu Yan to the cafeteria to eat. Seeing that Xiao Yu had ordered a large table of dishes for her, Dugu Yan couldn't help but smile helplessly. There was no way she could finish all of this. But seeing Xiao Yu caring so much about her, Dugu Yan was very satisfied. After eating, the two found a deserted place. Xiao Yu summoned Wolong, preparing to help Dugu Yan dispel the poison. Before long, with the appearance of Wolong, a 1,000-year soul ring flashed on Xiao Yu's body, and Dugu Yan, who was holding Wolong in her arms and Ruaing, it, was filled with shock. Xiao Yu, why? The first 1,000-year soul ring was vastly different from the limit she knew for the first soul ring. This was a completely impossible scenario. A one-ring soul master could absorb a 1,000-year first ring. But if it wasn't possible, why could Xiao Yu do it? To this, Xiao Yu laughed and said, I don't know why either. That's how it was after I absorbed the first soul ring. Okay, these are all minor matters. It's best to deal with the toxins in your body first. Hearing this, Dugu Yan nodded. Then she sat next to Xiao Yu, chatting with Xiao Yu while enjoying the illumination of Wolong's light breath. As the two chatted more deeply, their relationship rapidly warmed up at this moment. Especially the intimate contact that Xiao Yu deliberately created time and time again made Dugu Yan feel extremely shy. Alright, Sister Union, the toxins in your body are still quite deep. If I clear them too quickly, your body won't be able to handle it. Therefore, I suggest slowing down the speed of clearing the toxins and letting your body gradually adapt to this state. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Yan nodded slightly, indicating that she would listen to Xiao Yu in everything. And when Dugu Yan told her grandfather about this, Dugu Bo also agreed. After all, everything should be based on the body's well-being. If the toxins could be completely cleared without any damage to the body, then it wouldn't matter if it took a little longer. Quote. Since then, time has flown by, and another 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, Xiao Yu has become increasingly busy. Because of the detoxification, Dugu Yan directly transferred to Blue Tyrant Academy and mixed with Xiao Yu all day long. And Xiao Yu was also talking about feelings with Dugu Yan during the whole day when he was detoxifying Dugu Yan, and in the evening, he was having a deep master-disciple relationship with Liu Erlong, while massaging Liu Erlong's legs, while planning to let Liu Erlong repeat the last thing in the bathroom a few more times. Chapter 27 Huge Gains in 2 years. Due to Xiao Yu's plea, although Liu Erlong didn't want to agree, she just couldn't refuse for some reason, so she could only follow Xiao Yu's wishes, but her last trace of sanity still forced Liu Erlong to control the number of times, and didn't let Xiao Yu be too presumptuous. At most once a week. Xiao Yu had no objection to this. After all, once a week had already met Xiao Yu's expectations. Liu Erlong is an adult after all, and she still has a love brain for Yu Xiaogang, so it is still difficult to completely turn her against him in a short period of time. Gradual progress is the right way. As for Dugu Yan, it was much simpler. Xiao Yu, who had already captured Dugu Yan's heart, had already successfully taken down Dugu Yan after spending 2 years with her. And this matter was also acquiesced by Dugu Bo. Although Dugu Bo was very upset, he wanted to strangle Xiao Yu every time he saw him, but he still endured it. After all, if Xiao Yu was really his granddaughter's son-in-law, he wouldn't have any major objections. Clean background, excellent talent, except for a Liu Erlong teacher, there is no other too annoying background. Compared to Yu Tianeng, who has a deep family background, Xiao Yu is the best candidate for his granddaughter's son-in-law. And after confirming their relationship, the progress between Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan also developed rapidly, and the strategy value also skyrocketed. In short, except for the last few steps that have not been completed, basically everything else that should be done has been done. After all, Dugu Yan is already 15 years old now, and this age is the age when she can marry outside. All parts of the body that should have developed have also developed almost. At this time, Dugu Yan was only missing the charm brought by age compared to Liu Erlong. Even a few days ago, Xiao Yu had the whim to let Dugu Yan repeat what Liu Erlong had done for him once. However, unlike Liu Erlong, Dugu Yan, who was deeply in love and unable to extricate herself at this moment, did not resist at all, and happily executed Xiao Yu's request perfectly. She even hinted to Xiao Yu that he could do it anytime if he wanted to. Dugu Yan can be said to have completely devoted her sincerity to Xiao Yu. She would agree to many of Xiao Yu's requests, and even be more proactive than Xiao Yu at times. If Dugu Bo hadn't been watching closely, Dugu Yan might have even given herself to him. Although Dugu Yan looked as indifferent as Dugu Bo, Xiao Yu truly realized what initiative was only after getting along with her. And because of the further relationship, Xiao Yu's strategy value for Dugu Yan has reached an astonishing 75 points. As long as he gets 5 more strategy points, he can get the third treasure chest. As for the second treasure chest, Xiao Yu did not open it. He wanted to wait until he obtained the second soul ring before opening it. After all, he is only 4 levels away from level 20. And according to previous experience, the things he gets after obtaining the first soul ring will be much better than when he didn't obtain the soul ring. On the other hand, after 2 years of deep cultivation by Xiao Yu, Liu Erlong's strategy value has also reached 69 points, although the increase is not much. But this did not delay Xiao Yu's plan. Everything is progressing according to Xiao Yu's envisioned progress. Xiao Yu is not in a hurry about this. After all, there are still 3 years before the plot begins, and he still has time. And within these 2 years, Xiao Yu has also successfully broken through to level 20. Originally, Xiao Yu's estimate for himself was to break through to level 20 within a year. After all, he was only 4 levels away from level 20. However, what Xiao Yu didn't expect was that it actually took him 2 years to break through to level 20, and this was still in a state of having 10 times the cultivation speed, plus starting cultivation from level 16. On average, he only broke through 2 levels a year. Xiao Yu also sighed at his slow level up speed. No wonder Yu Xiaogang's soul power could not break through level 30 for the rest of his life. It turns out that the upgrade speed of martial souls with low starting points is so slow. Even if his physique has changed, his cultivation speed has increased, and he even started cultivating directly from level 16. But even so, it took him 2 years to barely break through to level 20. If it weren't for the help of the system, perhaps he would still be working towards level 10 now. However, although Xiao Yu felt it was very slow, other people did not think it was slow. On the contrary, when they learned that Xiao Yu had actually reached level 20, they all showed surprised expressions. You must know that Xiao Yu is only 9 years old now. A 9-year-old Soul Grandmaster is a veritable genius no matter where he is. Even some geniuses with innate full soul power need to be around this age to successfully break through to Soul Grandmaster. On the other side, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who was paying close attention to Xiao Yu at all times. After hearing the news that Xiao Yu had only used 2 years to break through to the Soul Grandmaster, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian were silent and didn't know what to say. Therefore, the two of them were even more determined to let Xiao Yu join their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After all, even Yu Tianong, the next sect master they are optimistic about, broke through to level 20 at about this age. Xiao Yu can come from behind with a soul power of 0.5, which is enough to prove it. Chapter 18. Xiao Yu's talent was much stronger than Tian Heng's. Therefore, after the two brothers discussed for a while, they decided to speed up their efforts and make Xiao Yu develop a favorable impression of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as soon as possible. Now that Xiao Yu hadn't disappointed them, they could confidently take action. Thus, in order to make Xiao Yu owe the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan more favors, Yu Luomian personally came to the Blue Tyrant Academy, intending to help Xiao Yu obtain a soul ring together with Liu Erlong. This way, he could win over Xiao Yu and improve his relationship with his daughter, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, when he arrived here, he discovered that Dugu Bo, the old monster, was already here. Seeing Dugu Bo, Yu Luomian, who had been wearing a smile, immediately darkened his expression, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. This old monster, why do I always see him? Old monster, why aren't you staying in the royal family? What do you mean by running here all day long? You are a member of the royal family, aren't you afraid of being criticized for acting like this? HMPH, Yu Luomian, do I need to report to you where I go? My grandson-in-law is level 20, and I want to take him to get a soul ring. Do you have any objections? Besides, who dares to criticize me? If you have the ability, let him stand out and let me see. HMPH, Xiao Yu is a disciple of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Naturally, our elders will take him to obtain a soul ring. Why do we need an outsider like you to join in the fun? Be wise and leave quickly. Ridiculous, Xiao Yu hasn't agreed to join you yet, don't put a hat on yourself. Moreover, my granddaughter has been dating Xiao Yu for almost half a year, how can I be considered an outsider? Xiao Yu's teacher is my daughter, so Xiao Yu is naturally considered a disciple of our sect. For a moment, Yu Luo Mian and Dugu Bo looked at each other, their teeth itching with anger. Chapter 28, Using a dragon-slaying blade to kill a chicken. For a moment, the two knowledgeable people engaged in a war of words, exchanging blows in a lively and stimulating manner. However, they couldn't do anything to each other by just arguing. Therefore, in the end, the two could only snort coldly and stop talking. Since that's the case, let's go together. Xiao Yu, do you have any objections? After a moment of silence, Yu Luo Mian realized that he couldn't persuade Dugu Bo, so he changed his approach and turned to look at Xiao Yu. He knew that if he asked Erlong would definitely choose to let him leave, so it was safer to ask Xiao Yu. Seeing that Yu Luo Mian actually wanted him to open his mouth and be the peacemaker, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. But since he had been singled out by name, he couldn't refuse. After all, Yu Luo Mian was his teacher's father, no matter what. He couldn't ignore him too much. Now that he had taken a step back and said to go together, what else could he say? Could he forcefully refuse to give face? Although the teacher wouldn't say it, she would definitely feel bad. Her disciple ignored her father. Although Liu Erlong hated Yu Luo Mian, it hadn't reached the point of being heartless. In that case, it seems that this is the only way. HMPH. Dugu Bo also saw Xiao Yu's helplessness, so he didn't say anything more, just snorted coldly. It was also considered a tacit agreement to let Yu Luo Mian come along. Dugu Yan really wanted to go with them. But unfortunately, she had just broken through level 30 half a year ago and hadn't reached the time to obtain a soul ring yet. In addition, there were considerable dangers involved in obtaining a soul ring, so Dugu Bo didn't let her go. Before leaving, Dugu Yan kissed Xiao Yu hard on the face, wishing Xiao Yu a safe return. This scene really made Dugu Bo's teeth itch with anger, but when he thought that if he showed the wrong expression, Yu Luo Mian on the side would definitely open his mouth to mock him, he could only grit his teeth in his heart. Thus, in order to help Xiao Yu obtain his second soul ring, a level 76 soul saint, a level 89 soul Douluo, and a level 91 title Douluo, took Xiao Yu to the Sunset Forest. Before long, the group of four quickly arrived at the Sunset Forest. Walking inside the Sunset Forest, Yu Luo Mian used the aura of his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon to scare away the nearby low-level soul beasts, while speaking to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, do you have any ideas about the soul ring you want to find? One with the light attribute, preferably a sub-dragon soul beast with dragon bloodline. Xiao Yu immediately answered. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yu Luo Mian subconsciously frowned slightly. Light attribute, could this be one of the reasons why his soul had mutated? It's not impossible. Just as Yu Luo Mian was about to continue asking Xiao Yu how he had improved from level 1 soul power to level 20 so quickly, he suddenly remembered that Xiao Yu hadn't submitted yet. Asking clearly now wouldn't be of much use, and he would also be disliked by Liu Erlong and Dugu Bo. Therefore, it was better to wait until Xiao Yu submitted before asking. So Yu Luo Mian closed his mouth and instead said, "Okay, let's go. Today, your Grandmaster will definitely make you satisfied." Yu Luo Mian led the way, Liu Erlong protected Xiao Yu. Dugu Bo leisurely walked at the end. Then thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandpa Dugu, thank you, teacher. Xiao Yu cupped his hands to the three of them. Yu Luo Mian couldn't help but smile when he heard Xiao Yu being so sensible. He straightened his back even more. Dugu Bo also smiled. Liu Erlong affectionately touched Xiao Yu's head. For a moment, the atmosphere between the three, which seemed to be able to solidify at any time, eased a lot because of Xiao Yu's address. Soon, the group followed the route towards the center of the forest. The outer areas are mostly soul beasts from 10 to 500 years old. If you want a better one, you should go deeper to find soul beasts close to 1,000 years old. Before long, they, who had just entered the central part of the forest, saw a strange soul beast exuding a dazzling golden light. Yo, not bad luck, we saw a light attribute soul beast as soon as we came in. What do you think, Xiao Yu? How about this 900-year-old light spirit butterfly? Although it is not a sub-dragon martial soul, the attributes of this soul beast are quite good, and its combat power is comparable to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. And if you are lucky enough to get an external spirit bone, then you might be able to fly. Yu Luomian asked, TCH, just because you say I can fly doesn't mean I can. Nonsense. Dugu Bo sneered. Yu Luomian looked at Xiao Yu as if he hadn't heard him. Xiao Yu looked at the soul beast, remained silent for a moment, and then shook his head. No, Grandpa, I still want to try a sub-dragon soul beast first. If there really aren't any in the end, then I'll choose it. Xiao Yu wasn't worried about the age limit, as he still had treasure chests that hadn't been opened yet. After all, after opening 2 treasure chests, his first soul ring had already been upgraded to a 1,500-year limit. Therefore, what he needs most now is not the age limit of the soul beast, but to find the most suitable soul ring for himself, a soul beast containing dragon blood that can evolve the crouching dragon martial soul. So even if the age limit of this soul ring is a little lower, as long as it can evolve his martial soul, it will be worth it. After all, Xiao Yu can guess that he will definitely get the reward of increasing the age limit by 10,000 years when he opens the treasure chest in the future, so the difference of a few hundred years at this time is nothing compared to the future. Quote. Well, let's go further in and take a look. Alas, it's a pity that most of the soul beasts in our family's Thunder Valley are of the lightning attribute, and there are no light attributes at all. Otherwise, I would have taken you back to the family to get one. Yu Luomian secretly sighed regretfully. Afterwards, the group planned to continue moving forward to see if there were any soul beasts suitable for Xiao Yu in the central part of the forest. However, just as they were about to leave, they heard a cry of surprise. Wow, what a beautiful butterfly, Grandpa's sword, can I use her as my second soul ring? Wrong, don't be naughty, how can you use this kind of soul beast for your second soul ring? Your soul rings were all set by your father. Following this voice was an extremely sharp and full-bodied voice. After hearing this voice and this title, the group who was about to leave stopped. Dugu Bo took the lead and shouted, "Huh, Sword Douluo Chenshin. Yu Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Dugu Bo." Hearing the voice, Chenshin looked forward and saw the strange combination of Yu Luomian, Dugu Bo, Xiao Yu, and Liu Erlong. Isn't Dugu Bo a member of the royal family? How could he be mixed up with Yu Luomian, a member of the upper 3 sects? Looking at this strange combination, Chenshin wondered to himself. Chapter 29 Chenshin's Confusion and Thoughts. Your Excellency Chenshin. Sword Douluo. Quote. Chenshin nodded expressionlessly to their greetings. At the same time, he pushed Ning Rongrong, who was full of curiosity, behind him. Such a lineup made Sword Douluo Chenshin feel extremely confused, although it was nothing to him. But now that Rongrong is here, he has to be careful. Then he said thoughtfully, Second Master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Your Excellency Dugu, I didn't expect to run into you two here. This junior of yours doesn't look very old, but you personally escorted him, so his talent must be not low. Yu Luomian smiled faintly at Sword Douluo Chenshin's casual remark. Haha, he's just a junior of mine, nothing much, he can't compare to the well-known genius of your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Hearing the other party praise her so much, Ning Rongrong behind Sword Douluo proudly straightened her small chest that had just begun to develop. Rongrong is naturally the most outstanding. Since that's the case, let's get down to business. Then we'll take our leave. After all, we're probably not looking for the same kind of soul beast. Seeing that the other party didn't want to say much, it was better to separate, so Sword Douluo said. No problem, Your Excellency Chenshin, please go first. Yu Luomian smiled. In Douluo continent, the strong are respected. Unless the seniority is much higher, the title of Your Excellency is still necessary. After all, there was no conflict of interest between the two sides. Sword Douluo nodded slightly, and then led Ning Rongrong in another direction. As she left, Ning Rongrong's eyes wandered over Xiao Yu's body. After all, although Ning Rongrong didn't know Yu Luomian and Dugu Bo, the only people who could be treated so respectfully by her sword grandpa were those who were also titled Douluos, or people from big families. Therefore, Someone of the same age who could have such a lineup helping them obtain soul rings. Therefore, Ning Rongrong would naturally be curious. Grandpa Sword, who are they? After leaving them, Ning Rongrong asked curiously. The one who spoke to me just now is named Yu Luomian, the second master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. And the old man in green behind him, like me, is also a titled Douluo. His title is Poison. His name is Dugu Bo, and he is a fickle person. Rongrong, remember to be polite when you meet them next time. They are not good people. Chapter 19. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Sword Douluo replied. Wow, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan even has titled Douluos. They are so powerful, but I believe Grandpa Sword is even more powerful. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. That's for sure. Sword Douluo couldn't help but smile upon hearing Ning Rongrong's praise. However, after regaining his senses, Sword Douluo still spoke with considerable confusion. Indeed, but what surprised me the most was that little boy, who actually managed to get Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian to put aside their grievances and join forces. It seems that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has discovered an extraordinary genius. I should go back and have Fengji investigate. Ah, Grandpa Sword, why the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? What if that little boy is the Poison Douluo's grandson? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Impossible. As far as I know, Dugu Bo only has one granddaughter and hasn't taken any disciples. Moreover, as far as I know, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan values bloodlines very much. Unless it's someone from their clan, they would never be so caring towards an outsider. Sword Douluo said, holding Ning Rongrong's hand. Oh. Recalling Xiao Yu's appearance just now, Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, Xiao Yu's calm and unyielding appearance reappeared in her mind. For some reason, this figure seemed to be imprinted in Ning Rongrong's mind at this moment, making it difficult for her to forget. Alright, Rongrong, let's try to get your soul ring before evening, and then we'll go back for dinner right away. Okay. Under the temptation of dinner, Ning Rongrong temporarily forgot everything before and continued to walk forward with Sword Douluo. Quote. I didn't expect to encounter Sword Dao Chenshin. I hope Ning Fengji doesn't notice too early. Yu Luomian murmured inwardly, watching Sword Dao Chenshin's receding figure. He also didn't expect that Ning Rongrong would be getting her soul ring today, and that they would happen to run into each other. Then, he continued to lead Xiao Yu towards the depths of the forest. As time flew by, although the group of 4 found many soul beasts, they still hadn't found one that satisfied Xiao Yu. However, everyone didn't say much about it and continued searching. There was no way around it. Light attribute subspecies dragon soul beasts were too difficult to find. They had found quite a few common subspecies dragon attribute soul beasts though. Xiao Yu, it's okay. If you can't find one that suits your liking, take your time. Everything is for your future. Yu Luomian said to Xiao Yu. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster. And thank you, Grandpa Dugu, and thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Yu Luomian grinned again. Dugu Bo also had a comfortable smile on his face. It's nothing. Who asked you to be my granddaughter's future husband? With such a good talent, naturally, you can't just find any soul ring. Wouldn't that be burying your talent? Dugu Bo said with a light smile. That's right, your talent is very good, so naturally, you can't just mess around with your soul rings. Liu Erlong also touched Xiao Yu's head and smiled. Liu Erlong was also looking forward to seeing what Xiao Yu could evolve the crouching dragon into. So, after a simple rest for one night, the group of 4 simply ate something in the morning and then continued to search for a suitable soul beast. Just as Xiao Yu and his group set out again on their journey to find a soul ring. Within Nodding City, the Grandmaster had also enlisted the help of the Dean of Nodding Academy, who was a soul Grandmaster, to take himself and Little San to obtain Little San's second soul ring. When the Dean of Nodding Academy heard that Tang San, who was only in his 2nd year, had already reached level 20, he agreed to the Grandmaster's request without hesitation. After all, if their academy could produce a true powerhouse, that would be a good thing for him. So, the group of 3 quickly set off towards the hunting soul forest. As for the soul ring they were going to obtain, Yu Xiaogang had already planned it out for Tang San before he reached level 20. This time, their target was the infamous ghost vine within the hunting soul forest. Quote. Xiao Yu, what do you think of that earth dragon bear? Although it's not a light attribute soul beast, nor is it a subspecies dragon soul beast, it contains a trace of dragon blood in its body. Moreover, the earth dragon bear's defense is good, and its strength is also higher than most soul beasts of the same level. If you absorb it, it might bring a huge improvement to your physique. Chapter 30. Even good horses eat regret grass. Looking at the earth dragon bear that had been knocked unconscious in front of him, Yu Luomian asked Xiao Yu with a helpless expression. They had searched for a long time in the central part of Sunset Forest, and besides this earth dragon bear, which was barely passable, they had not found any other soul beasts containing dragon blood. If they wanted to continue searching, they would have to go deeper into the Sunset Forest, but if they continued to go deeper, the soul beasts inside would not be suitable for Xiao Yu. Because the age limit was too high, Xiao Yu at this moment did not feel that he had the ability to absorb soul rings above 1,000 years old. With the system, he did not need to take this risk. Xiao Yu, although I understand your feelings, sometimes there's nothing you can do if you can't find it. Going further in means soul beasts above 1,000 years old, and I don't think you can absorb a light attribute soul beast above 1,000 years old. Therefore, perhaps stopping here is good enough. Looking at the silent Xiao Yu at this moment, Yu Luomian said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue searching with Xiao Yu, he also wanted Xiao Yu to be satisfied. However, the soul beasts further in were no longer suitable for Xiao Yu. In the past 2 days, they had essentially searched through all the soul beasts below 1,000 years in the Sunset Forest. Xiao Yu naturally understood these words. Looks like I'll need to go to the Stardow Great Forest for the next soul ring. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. The Sunset Forest was, after all, not the Stardow Great Forest. The soul rings he needed were more likely to be found in the Stardow Great Forest. Then, Xiao Yu slowly said, Grandmaster, since that's the case, let's choose the light spirit butterfly we saw yesterday. If he could only choose between bloodline and attribute value, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and decided that choosing the attribute was more reliable. After all, he could purify his bloodline through the 9-ranked purple ginseng within the ice and fire yin-yang well, but the light attribute had no prospects yet. While Wolong was still in this state, he didn't want Wolong to be weakened due to the weakening of the light attribute. Advancing side by side was the best choice. If a single aspect was too prominent, it wouldn't be good if the path went astray. Alright, it seems that's the only option. Let's go then, hopefully, someone else hasn't gotten there first. Hearing Xiao Yu's choice, Liu Erlong also revealed a trace of helplessness. Last time, she brought Xiao Yu alone, almost not making it back. This time, high-end combat power was brought, but it turned out that suitable soul beasts couldn't be found. Helplessness. In the end, they returned to the periphery again. After searching around, they quickly saw the light spirit butterfly lying peacefully on the tree. Seeing that the light spirit butterfly was still there, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the luck is good. Xiao Yu, stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. After saying that, Yu Luomian planned to take action. Yu Luomian, don't try to snatch it from me, this is mine. Seeing that such a great contribution was about to be taken by Yu Luomian alone, Dugu Bo immediately stepped forward and said. Dugu Bo, get lost. Xiao Yu is a member of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. What are you doing here? He is my granddaughter's husband. He is a member of our clan. He is my granddaughter's husband. Damn, do you have any new words? He is my son-in-law. Quote. For a time, watching them still arguing, Liu Erlong and Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel secretly helpless. Subsequently, in a fit of urgency, the two of them attacked together again. They released their resentment towards each other onto the light spirit butterfly. Instantly, 2 terrifying pressures directly suppressed this poor light spirit butterfly, which was living leisurely. This poor light spirit butterfly, before it could figure out the situation, felt that its deceased parents were waving to it. Before long, the light spirit butterfly directly fainted under the crushing force of these 2 pressures, without any ability to resist. Under the soul power suppression of Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian, it didn't even have the ability to activate its innate soul skill. After seeing the 2 of them suppress the light spirit butterfly to the point of being half dead, Xiao Yu immediately summoned Wolong. Before long, a purple 1,000-year soul ring appeared beneath Xiao Yu's feet. Although the 3 people present weren't seeing Xiao Yu's purple first soul ring for the first time, they still showed a look of astonishment. Such a scene that violated their understanding, no matter how many times they saw it, they would be shocked. Hey, do you think Xiao Yu's soul ring will change again when he absorbs this light spirit butterfly? Recalling what Erlong had told him before, Yu Luomian subconsciously said. Last time, Xiao Yu's soul ring was promoted to 1,000 years after absorbing a 100-year soul beast for some reason. He didn't know if it would be like this time. But soon, he realized that the person next to him was not his big brother, so he could only shut up. Not sure, only his teacher was there when he obtained the soul ring last time, I wasn't present. Concerning Xiao Yu, Dugu Bo also subconsciously replied. HMPH. After realizing that the person he replied to was Yu Luomian, Dugu Bo couldn't help but snort coldly along with him. Looking at the two people who were at odds with each other at the moment, she also had a headache. Wolong, go, finish it off. At this moment, Wolong, who was fawning like a lapdog at Xiao Yu's feet, immediately ran quickly towards the light spirit butterfly after receiving Xiao Yu's command. Then, under its relieved gaze, Wolong, whose teeth were incredibly good after evolving, bit it to death in one bite. Before long, a yellow soul ring with a trace of purple texture slowly floated above the corpse of the light spirit butterfly. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate too much, and immediately sat down cross-legged to start absorbing. With 3 big shots watching over him, there would definitely be no problem. As the absorption of the soul ring progressed, Xiao Yu found that the absorption of this soul ring was very smooth. He hardly felt any other sensations. Everything was as smooth as if it was a natural occurrence. Thus, after an hour, Xiao Yu finally finished absorbing the soul ring. The feeling of restraint on his body also dissipated from this point. However, feeling the soul power on his body, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Level 21, Too Little, Chapter 20, Absorbing a 900-year-old soul beast didn't even make me jump a few levels. But it's okay, I still have a treasure chest to open. I believe that after I open the treasure chest, I might be able to strengthen myself again. Without delay, taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Yu directly opened the treasure chest. Open black lens bracket ding. Detecting that the host's capture value for Dugu Yan has reached the 2nd stage, achieving the accomplishment, Dugu Yan remembers the host deeply. The host receives the 2nd stage grand gift pack, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gift pack is opening, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host, the age of the 2nd soul ring has been increased to 2,000 years, and the host's adaptive absorption is synchronized, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The light attribute in the host's body has been evolved, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent domain, Radiance Aura, close black lens bracket. Radiance Aura. Consume a certain amount of soul power to actively activate the Radiance Aura. The aura can be used by the host's will to inflict a burning state on those who are illuminated, causing damage, or to accelerate their cultivation speed. Chapter 31 Douluo Continents foretold God as Yu Luomian. Open black lens bracket ding. The host's external soul bone, light wings, automatically evolved into light dragon wings, close black lens bracket. Light dragon wings. All data is increased tenfold on the original basis. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host, soul power level increased by 2 levels, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The host's physique is increased by 100%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host, soul power cultivation speed * 10 times, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The host once again seizes Dugu Yan's plane aura * 10. Dugu Yan's plane aura decreases by 10 points, close black lens bracket. After opening the gift pack, Xiao Yu immediately felt that his physique and soul power had once again undergone a huge improvement. Especially this time, he actually obtained a talent domain that could increase soul power cultivation speed. It goes without saying how rare talent domains are on the continent. You must know that the last person to possess a talent domain was Qian Runshui, the treasure of the Spirit Hall, and the one before that was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, one of the strongest people today, and before that there was also a Yin, a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor incarnate. Moreover, this time not only was his physique increased by another 100%, but also his soul power cultivation speed was increased tenfold. That is to say, his soul power cultivation speed is 100 times faster than the beginning. 100 times the cultivation speed. Even the slowest cultivation speed, under the condition that quantity leads to qualitative change. And with so many soul power accelerations, his cultivation speed can finally be improved. Seeing that Xiao Yu's aura had completely calmed down, Yu Luo Mian licked his lips and asked. Xiao Yu, how is it? Well, very good. Luckily, I obtained a good soul ring. Xiao Yu stood up and said with a smile. Oh, what soul skill is it? Can I see it? Yu Luo Mian said with a faint smile. To this, Xiao Yu said calmly. Of course. Afterwards, Xiao Yu mysteriously summoned Wolong, and his 2 purple soul rings appeared under Xiao Yu's feet. Wolong jumped and landed beside Xiao Yu with unparalleled handsomeness, rubbing his head frantically against Xiao Yu's feet. Xiao Yu squatted down and touched Wolong's head. Wolong seemed to enjoy Xiao Yu's kneading, and even occasionally turned over to let Xiao Yu touch his belly. However, unlike Xiao Yu's calmness, the 3 people around him were stunned at this moment. Because they actually saw that Xiao Yu's second soul ring had turned purple again. And after seeing the 2 purple rings on Xiao Yu's body, the always calm Yu Luo Mian said with a face full of horror. The words he said just now were just casual words, but you actually did it. How did Xiao Yu do it? Xiao Yu's soul ring evolved right under his nose this time. Yu Luo Mian didn't see Xiao Yu doing anything. For a time, Yu Luo Mian, who had always been disbelief in gods and Buddhas, couldn't help but wonder if he had the power of prophecy. He actually guessed that Xiao Yu's second soul ring would be upgraded to 1,000 years again. Okay, Wolong, let Grandmaster, Grandpa Dugu and Teacher Erlong see how powerful you are. After playing with Wolong for a while, Xiao Yu said. Roar. Wolong heard Xiao Yu's instructions, immediately stood up straight with a serious face, and then roared at Xiao Yu, indicating that he was ready. Okay. Afterwards, only the second purple soul ring on Xiao Yu's body began to flicker. Second soul skill. Holy light descends. Xiao Yu accumulated soul power, then opened his palm and waved it towards Wolong's direction. Before long, a golden light curtain descended from the sky, and when it was about to reach the ground, it split into 2 streams of energy, one falling on Wolong's body. Immediately, a pillar of light flashing with golden light formed around Wolong, completely protecting Wolong inside, and the other fell beside Xiao Yu, and a protective shield flashing with golden light also appeared around Xiao Yu. Looking at the golden protective shields around Xiao Yu and Wolong, the 3 people present could tell at a glance that this was a defensive soul skill. Xiao Yu, what is the effect of this soul skill? Looking at the pillar of light protecting Xiao Yu and Wolong at this moment, Liu Erlong asked. It's so similar, it's really too similar. This is really too similar to the protective shield that protected the 3 of us when we used the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill with Xiaogang and Flander back then. And just after Liu Erlong asked the question, the protective shields on Xiao Yu and Wolong's bodies also shattered. Hearing Liu Erlong's question, Xiao Yu also said, my second soul skill is very simple, named Holy Light Descends. It can summon a holy light to descend on myself and Wolong, lasting for 3 seconds. Then the effect is that it can block all incoming attacks in a short period of time. According to my estimate, the current Holy Light Descends may be able to block any attack below a Soul Grandmaster. As for Soul Grandmasters and above, I need to trouble Teacher Erlong to help me experiment. Xiao Yu didn't say that he had obtained the talent domain. After all, he didn't trust Yu Luo Mian yet. Quote. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, the 3 people present all showed a look of astonishment. They didn't expect Xiao Yu's second soul skill to be so perverted, lasting for 3 seconds and being able to block damage. It was also at this moment that Liu Erlong felt that this move was very similar to the protective shield during their martial soul fusion. Good, Xiao Yu, the effect of this soul skill can also be said to be quite good. I didn't expect a bright spirit butterfly to allow you to obtain this kind of soul skill. Yu Luomian clapped his hands and said. However, Xiao Yu slowly shook his head and said, actually, the biggest gain of this operation is not this soul skill. In addition to obtaining a good soul ring this time, I also have a huge gain. Oh, could it be that you also obtained a soul bone? Yu Luomian said with a casual smile. His tone was full of relaxed expression. He was originally quite worried that Xiao Yu would be dissatisfied with the second soul skill, but now it seems that the effect is good. That's right, Speaking of which, perhaps I really have to thank you, Master Grandfather, for your auspicious words before. Boom. Before long, before Liu Erlong and the others could react to Xiao Yu's words, with a thought from Xiao Yu, a pair of golden shining dragon wings appeared behind Xiao Yu. Moreover, Wolong, who was beside Xiao Yu's feet, was unwilling to be outdone and also activated his dragon wings. At this moment, Wolong, with golden dragon wings on his back, was like a true dragon king, full of pressure. Seeing the dragon wings on Xiao Yu and Wolong's backs, Yu Luomian, who originally had a rather indifferent expression, suddenly had a face full of horrified expression. Because on this pair of wings, even he, who was already at level 89, actually felt a trace of soul power pressure. On the other side, after seeing this familiar pair of wings, Liu Erlong's memory surged like a tide. This time, she couldn't help it anymore and directly opened her mouth with an unbelievable expression. Chapter 32 Soul Bone Super Evolution. Isn't this the golden dragon wings evolved from Luo Sanpao when our golden triangle completed the Trinity Martial Soul Fusion skill? Xiao Yu, how could you, and Wolong too, what exactly are you guys? As the memories in her mind slowly merged with the wings behind Xiao Yu, although they were much smaller, Liu Erlong was instantly dumbfounded by the identical appearance. What exactly is going on? Dugu Bo also asked with a shocked expression at this moment. He could clearly see that this thing behind Xiao Yu's back was definitely not just a torso soul bone. This was definitely an external soul bone comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. It's just, why is it okay for Xiao Yu to have it, but Wolong also has a pair? What exactly does this mean? For a time, Yu Luomian and Liu Erlong also turned their eyes to Xiao Yu's direction. They were also very curious about why this was. Why could Wolong and Xiao Yu both have a pair of dragon wings? After Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, after excluding the existence of the system, he briefly explained his situation. In short, it was that the originally obtained external soul bone spirit butterfly wings were somehow transformed by the thin golden holy dragon bloodline in his body. It was transformed into the appearance of this pair of dragon wings at this moment. As for Wolong, Xiao Yu also came up with an explanation. That is, his dragon wings came from a soul bone, while the dragon wings on Wolong's back stimulated Wolong through his own evolved golden dragon wings, causing Wolong's original golden dragon wings, which could not be manifested due to bloodline reasons, to be developed in advance. After hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Dugu Bo, Yu Luomian, and Liu Erlong all showed a dazed and trance expression on their faces. Because this kind of shocking statement, even for them, who can already be regarded as the older generation of Soul Master powerhouses, was the first time they had heard of it. After all, they had never heard of their own bloodline actually allowing the external soul bone to undergo morphological evolution, and even allowing a soul beast with a mixed bloodline to develop other skills. Such a heaven-defying and unbelievable scene, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they might have found it difficult to even understand this scene. However, although they all found this statement incredibly unbelievable. But at this moment, the facts are in front of them, which also makes them have to believe it. After all, no matter what, facts speak louder than words. After Yu Luomian had a brainstorm, he barely gave himself a reason that he could believe, but this was only a reason that he could barely believe under the blessing of multiple filters. That is, the golden dragon bloodline on Xiao Yu's spine is relatively deep, so it can directly change the attributes of this pair of spirit butterfly wings. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. After this bright spirit butterfly's external soul bone fused with the golden holy dragon bloodline in your body, it could directly transform into the golden holy dragon's dragon wings. Yu Luomian said with an extremely complicated expression. Even if he gave himself a convincing reason, Yu Luomian still found it difficult to accept the occurrence of this kind of thing. After all, that is a dragon wing. For them, the blue lightning tyrant dragon people, it is also a dragon transformation skill that some excellent clan elders can possess. Now there are only a few clan members who can completely transform into dragons, which can be said to be a number that can be counted on both hands. Moreover, Xiao Yu's pair of evolved dragon wings can actually make him feel pressure. It is only a pair of wings, so one can imagine how great the potential of Xiao Yu's so-called golden holy dragon bloodline is. For a time, Yu Luomian couldn't help but start to look forward to what it would be like when Xiao Yu achieved the title and Wolong completely evolved into a golden holy dragon. I believe that even the golden holy dragon formed by the iron triangle of Erlong and the others should have a considerable gap in comparison. After all, Yu Luomian has not never seen the martial soul fusion skill formed by the three of them, but that golden holy dragon did not bring Yu Luomian any bloodline pressure at all, which is completely different from Xiao Yu's feeling at this moment. Quote. Xiao Yu, can this pair of wings of yours fly? Do you want to fly up and try? Liu Erlong looked at the wings behind Xiao Yu and asked thoughtfully. Chapter 21. Hearing this question, Xiao Yu began to control the wings on his back. Boom, boom. Before long, under Xiao Yu's control, he could feel his soul power decreasing rapidly. However, as the soul power decreased, the dragon wings on Xiao Yu's back also began to flap. Along with two small hurricanes, they slowly rose from under Xiao Yu's feet. Xiao Yu's entire person began to slowly float in the air. Boom, and in the next moment, in just an instant, Xiao Yu's figure turned into an afterimage and flew into the air. Looking at Xiao Yu who soared into the air in an instant, such a fast speed made the people present show shock again. With such speed, unless it was a soul emperor who was good at speed, even a soul saint who was not good at speed would not be able to catch up to this speed. At least Liu Erlong present was convinced that if she hadn't known and prepared in advance, she wouldn't have been able to react at all. Quote. Is this the feeling of flying? At this moment, Xiao Yu, who had finally flown into the sky, waved his wings and flew freely in the air. After all, as a transmigrator, who wouldn't want to soar in the sky, overlook the mountains and rivers, and laugh proudly at the nine heavens? However, very quickly, Xiao Yu could feel the soul power in his body weakening rapidly. Regarding this, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Looking at the ground below that was dozens of meters high, Xiao Yu stopped flying and honestly landed on the ground. How is it, Xiao Yu? How does it feel? Seeing Xiao Yu land, Liu Erlong was the first to come forward and ask. It feels great. The feeling of flying is very refreshing, but the soul power is consumed too quickly. If I use my full strength, I might only be able to fly for a minute. But if it's floating, then it can last for about 15 minutes. However, the consumption of soul power will accelerate and decrease with the speed of flight. Xiao Yu simply calculated and replied. For a time, listening to Xiao Yu's words, the three people present were shocked again. Flying at full speed can last for 1 minute. And through the calculations just now, Xiao Yu's full speed flight has almost reached the level of a soul saint. Therefore, Xiao Yu was flying at the speed of a soul saint for 1 minute. With such terrifying speed, it can be said that no one will be able to easily stop Xiao Yu in the future. And looking at Xiao Yu at this moment, Liu Erlong's heart was also incomparably dazed at this moment. So, Xiao Yu's guess was correct. So this is the true state that Luo Sanpao should have. Being able to fly, heal, and attack, what they used to need 3 people to combine to complete, Xiao Yu can now complete all by himself. If Xiaogang had been like this back then, perhaps he wouldn't have been so inferior. Chapter 33. Tang San's disdain for the Dean of Nodding College. However, very quickly, Liu Erlong recovered from this sad sigh, and then directly hugged Xiao Yu tightly. Wow, Xiao Yu, you are really amazing, you are really my teacher's pride. Then, her red lips offered a fierce kiss directly on Xiao Yu's face. Immediately afterwards, she hugged Xiao Yu tightly with incomparable affection. And Xiao Yu, who enjoyed the treatment of facial cleanser, didn't know what to do for a while, and could only immerse himself in the smoothness of the facial cleanser and couldn't extricate himself. Yu Luomian, who was watching this scene from the side, didn't know why he suddenly remembered the joke that his big brother had said before in his mind. However, it was only for a moment before Yu Luomian forcibly suppressed it and ignored it. Good lad, this trip out can be said to be quite fruitful. It's not advisable to delay. While it's not dark yet, let's leave quickly. For this statement, the others did not refuse. Although Dugu Bo really wanted to go to his medicine garden to take a look, but now that Yu Luomian was here, he couldn't leave alone. Therefore, he went out with them. Soon, the 4 of them left the sunset forest. Although this time out to obtain soul rings, they didn't hunt down a soul ring that Xiao Yu was satisfied with, but there were still a lot of unexpected surprises. Not only did Xiao Yu obtain another 1000-year soul ring, but he also obtained an external soul bone that evolved into dragon wings. It can be said that the harvest was huge. Quote. However, Xiao Yu's group of 4 was happily walking towards the outside of the Sunset Forest. Tang San's side in the Hunting Soul Forest was not so good. At this time, their group of 3 not only had not successfully hunted the Ghost Vine, but even the 3 of them were tightly entangled by the Ghost Vine's vines. It turned out that not long ago, the Dean of Notting College, who was originally dealing with the Ghost Vine, was directly parasitized by the spores of the Ghost Vine due to a moment of carelessness. And after the spores grew out, they directly injured the Dean quite a bit. This led to a loss of more than half of his combat power. The situation that was originally sure to win was now directly reversed. It turned into the Ghost Vine being sure to win against them. If it wasn't for the Dean having a fire attribute martial soul, and the martial soul happened to restrain the Ghost Vine. Otherwise, the Dean might have already run away with Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. And the Dean's side was not good, but Master's side was even worse. Luo Sanpao, who had already released 3 farts, was now covered in parasitized vines and unable to move. The originally fat body was now completely drained of soul power, and at this moment, Luo Sanpao looked extremely thin and weak. And Master Yu Xiaogang's body was also full of Ghost Vine spores, ready to take root and sprout at any time. At this moment, if these spores took root and sprouted on Yu Xiaogang's body, then Yu Xiaogang would definitely die. As for Tang San, even Yu Xiaogang and the Dean were entangled. What could a mere soul master do? Tang San was the first to be parasitized by the spores. Faced with the Ghost Vine's attack, even if Tang San possessed Ghost Shadow perplexing track and hidden weapons, he couldn't completely avoid it. The ever-present and densely packed spores made Tang San's movement technique suffer a lot. But even so, Tang San was not worried about his current situation, but was very excited in his heart. Because after seeing how powerful the Ghost Vine's spores were, it also made Tang San even more eager to obtain this soul ring. Such a powerful soul skill will definitely make his blue-silver grasses binding ability, which has been amplified by the mandrill snake martial soul, even better. At that time, his hidden weapons will have a better space to display. It really is teacher, as expected, he is amazing, he was able to help me think of such a powerful soul beast. But as soon as he thought of this, Tang San couldn't help but look in the direction of the Dean with a look of dissatisfaction. He didn't expect the Dean to be so weak, a dignified soul sect, he couldn't even beat a soul beast that was more than 600 years old. If he could have won earlier, he might have already been absorbing the soul ring now. The situation that was originally sure to win has now turned into this appearance, making Tang San extremely dissatisfied and unhappy. With such a weak cultivation, can he still be the Dean? It really is a mismatch of virtue. It's better to let his teacher be it. Even if the teacher's strength is not good, but his theoretical knowledge is very strong. When his strength grows up, he will be the teacher's backing, who would dare to bully the teacher then? Quote. On the other side, the Dean of Notting College did not know what Tang San was thinking in his heart at this moment. Perhaps if he knew, he might even leave immediately. He, the dignified Dean of Notting College, came to suffer this humiliation. Dean, let's retreat. If we continue to fight, we will all die here. As for Yu Xiaogang, who was extremely respected by Tang San, was watching this scene with a look of despair and shouting loudly. He didn't want to die here. Although he really wanted to prove himself, he didn't want to die even more. As for this being the optimal choice for Little San's second soul ring, but so what? His life is the most important. Hearing that his teacher actually said that he wanted to give up this soul ring, Tang San was suddenly dumbfounded. Teacher, what are you doing? That's my second soul ring, how can you say that? Immediately afterwards, Tang San opened his mouth to dissuade him. Teacher, no, we can't go, if we leave, what will happen to my soul ring? I really want this soul beast. Little San, let's temporarily retreat first, this time even Dean Sama can't beat this guy. If we continue to stay, it will only be more dangerous. Let's leave first and heal our injuries before coming back. It's just 100-year soul ring, there's no need to risk our lives like this. But I'm the teacher, listen to me. Quote. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San couldn't help but feel a trace of anger rising in his heart. This is his soul ring. How could the teacher do this, and come back next time? What if this soul beast is hunted down by someone else next time? For a time, Tang San, who was a little angry, began to subconsciously dislike the teacher's weak strength in his heart. After all, if the teacher had the strength, why would he have to ask this dean, who is not worthy of his position? No, Tang San, how can you think of your teacher like this? He is your teacher. You are a human, not a beast. In the next moment, conscience occupied the high ground, allowing Tang San to return to being that good child again. But his heart was still incomparably unwilling at this moment. He really wanted this soul ring too much. Boom. However, just as the dean was listening to advice and preparing to take action to take them away, a black afterimage fell from the sky with incomparable speed. Then, with incomparable violence, it directly smashed this ghost vine soul beast flat. And the terrifying impact of this strike directly shook Tang San and the others, who were originally fixed on the vines, dozens of meters away. The area of the ghost vine's original pitch-black territory was directly bombarded by this strike and became incomparably bright. When the scorching sunlight shone on their faces, looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? What was that strike just now? That strike directly flattened the entire ground. Chapter 34. Tang San is really a filial son. And just as they were still dumbfounded, the huge black shadow disappeared in an instant, leaving without a trace, deeply hiding its merits and fame. However, with the disappearance of the black shadow, the appearance of the ghost vine being smashed into mud was also displayed in front of everyone. And along with it, there was also that yellow soul ring, slowly rising from the muddy ghost vine. No, seeing a yellow soul ring floating from the body of the ghost vine that was smashed into mud, Tang San was dumbfounded, followed by a belly full of anger. Chapter 22. His own soul ring, the soul ring he had dreamed of, was just gone like that. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, you stole my opportunity, you have already chosen a path to death. Although Tang San could see that the person who took action was saving the three of them. But, I, Tang San, am lucky and have a long life, even jumping into the ghost sorrow cliff couldn't kill me. Did I need you to save me? Why are you being so presumptuous? Tang San looked at the place where the huge black shadow disappeared, his face showing a fierce look. In this life, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price for stealing my opportunity today. Quote. On the other side, unlike Tang San, at this moment, the master and the dean were filled with relief from surviving a disaster. Although they didn't know who saved them, they were sure that they had been rescued. The only pity was that the ghost vine died. Xiao San's soul ring would have to be found again. However, regarding this point, Yu Xiaogang was confident that, with his knowledge, he could definitely help Xiao San find the most suitable soul ring for him. Quote. On the other side, Tang Hao, who had retracted the clear sky hammer, also had a slightly dazed expression. Because when he took action just now, he clearly didn't intend to kill the ghost vine, he only intended to seriously injure it so that Xiao San and the others could smoothly deal with the ghost vine. But, for some reason, after he took action, his hand suddenly cramped inexplicably, causing him to use a bit too much force. As a titled Douluo powerhouse, even if he only used a tiny bit of force, he could still smash a soul emperor to death. Not to mention a ghost vine that was only over 600 years old. Therefore, in such a coincidental situation, the ghost vine's soul ring that should have belonged to Tang San was smashed to death by Tang Hao with one hammer. Tang Hao was also quite helpless about this, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was just a soul beast that was over 600 years old, he could just find another one. What is this? Before long, Tang Hao saw several spores inexplicably appear on his hand. Tang Hao immediately understood, these were the spores of the ghost vine. Presumably, they were brought back by the clear sky hammer. But in the next moment, Tang Hao saw the spores directly entering his body and starting to suck blood. Seeing that the spores of a mere soul beast that was over 600 years old actually wanted to suck his blood, Tang Hao immediately sneered, as if mocking the spores for their overestimation of their own strength. Your main body is dead, what can you, these clones, do? Then, he planned to use his soul power to expel them. Puff. Before long, these few spores were instantly shattered by Tang Hao's massive soul power. Tang Hao sneered, then turned around and continued to guard Tang San. However, Tang Hao didn't notice that a few spores had flown to his back at some point and had already started to parasitize him. Xiao San, it's okay, it's just a ghost vine. Don't worry, there are many soul beasts in this world, I will definitely help you find the most suitable soul beast for you. Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San's shoulder, who was extremely indifferent at the moment. His face was full of relief and joy from surviving the disaster. Okay, then thank you, teacher. At this moment, Tang San, who had lost his soul ring, didn't have the mood to think about these things anymore. Now he just wanted to cultivate properly, and then find the person who dared to kill the soul beast he had designated. Make him pay the price. Hey, Xiaogang, it's really a pity. At the beginning, it was clearly just a little bit away, just that little bit, the luck was really too bad. The Dean of Nodding City also smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. Logically speaking, it should have been very simple for a soul sect to handle a soul beast that was over 600 years old. And at this moment, Tang San, who was supporting Yu Xiaogang, revealed a trace of indifference and disdain in his eyes after hearing the dean's words. This is the so-called soul sect. How laughable. Blaming all unfavorable factors on luck is extremely laughable. A dignified soul sect can't defeat a soul beast that is over 600 years old. Weakness is weakness, constantly making excuses is truly shameless. For a time, Tang San, who was just a soul master, frantically complained about the Dean of Nodding Academy in his heart. Several times, he even complained about Yu Xiaogang along with him. Xiao San, what are you muttering about? You've been muttering all the way. Is something wrong? Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and asked curiously. It's nothing, I'm just complaining about the Dean's strength being so poor. He can't even kill a soul beast that is over 600 years old, and he still has the nerve to be a. No, Tang San himself didn't expect that he would subconsciously say these words, and then he stammered and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain for a while. Quote. Instantly, after these words were spoken, the originally harmonious situation instantly calmed down at this moment. The Dean of Nodding Academy, who originally had a bitter smile and a trace of guilt on his face, now had a face full of iron blue color. He didn't expect that he would help Tang San so wholeheartedly, even almost losing his life, but in the end, he would get this kind of result. Being despised and ridiculed by a small soul master, and also his own student. If he said these words himself to make fun of himself, there would be no problem. Even if the master said it, there would be no problem, it would just be a joke between friends, but for a junior to say these words in front of an elder, it would be provocation and ridicule. However, unlike the dean's ugly face, a trace of approval unconsciously appeared on the master's face. After all, he also agreed with what little San said. This time it was indeed a huge mistake by their dean. If he were strong enough, how could they fail to kill a mere 600-year-old soul beast? There was nothing wrong with little San telling the truth. However, such words definitely couldn't be said to his face, because the two of them still needed his help. Little San's second soul ring still required the dean's assistance. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang spoke in a rather serious tone. Little San, what are you saying? Quickly apologized to the dean. Tang San, who saw all of Yu Xiaogang's expressions, knew that his teacher definitely thought the same way. Therefore, he spoke even more confidently. I'm not wrong, why should I apologize? Is the dean not allowed to be criticized for being weak? Teacher, don't you think so too? Little San, shut up. The master was instantly stunned when he heard Tang San say this. How could this child drag him into this? Why couldn't little San see the current situation? So the master directly reprimanded him. Chapter 35. Tang San completely enrages the dean. The dean of Nodding College, who originally wanted to pretend not to hear and just treat it as a child's jest, instantly turned extremely gloomy. Saying it once could be an unintentional mistake, but saying it twice, and even saying that the master thought so too, then it seemed that this was the true inner thoughts of this master and disciple. For a time, the dean, who was stimulated by such blatant words, also felt a burst of trance. No, Brother Yan, listen to me, little San is just a child, you. Teacher, I'm right, I'm serious. This matter was originally his fault. If he wasn't too weak, we would have killed that ghost vine long ago. How could it be like this now? Tang San frowned and said after being reprimanded by Yu Xiaogang. What, just because he is the dignified dean, he can't be criticized? I, Tang San, am pure and innocent, and mistakes must be pointed out. Besides, teacher, didn't you also show an expression of agreement with my words just now? Why are you scolding me now? Teacher shouldn't be the kind of person who bullies the weak. On the other side, looking at the master and Tang San who were holding their own opinions at the moment, the dean, who had seen countless kinds of people, would not fail to see the trick in it, and then could not help but sneer. Hee, I didn't expect that I would be open and above board all my life, and devoted myself to the college. I didn't expect that I would be so ridiculed by a child in my own college at this moment. Yes, perhaps it's true as you said, I'm too weak, and I can't even kill 100-year-old soul beast. In that case, Tang San, in the name of the Dean of Nodding College, I expel you. From now on, you can go wherever you want. Nodding College is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang became anxious. That won't do, if you expel little San, how will I teach? He is my disciple. At this moment, not only the master was anxious, but Tang San was also anxious. You want to expel me? Then how will I go to school? No, you can't expel me. No, you can't expel me, I still want to go to school. Why are you expelling me? You want to go to school. What does it have to do with me? Just the fact that you insulted the dean is enough for me to expel you. The dean sneered. Although he was just a soul sect, he helped you, a work-study student, to obtain a soul ring, but you not only didn't thank him, but also relied on Yu Xiaogang's name to ridicule him so much. He, the dignified dean, didn't owe you anything. Did you really think that you could despise everyone in the world just because you became Yu Xiaogang's disciple? I didn't expect that the dignified dean of Nodding College would be such a short-sighted and narrow-minded person. I just said a few truths, and you want to kick me out of the college. HMPH, you really have no class. You deserve to be a soul sect who can't kill a 600-year-old soul beast. Hearing this, the dean was too lazy to get angry with them. Then he activated his martial soul and quickly left here, ignoring Tang San and Yu Xiaogang behind him. Brother Yan, Brother Yan, Brother Yan, listen to me. In Yu Xiaogang's shouts, the dean's figure completely disappeared. Tang San said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Teacher, this useless dean is narrow-minded, I suggest you should interact with him less, otherwise if something happens in the future, and he relies on you, it will be over. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang said with a helpless expression. Hey, little San, you are confused. Although Dean Yan is indeed not strong enough, you can wait until you leave the soul-hunting forest to tell him these words. Why are you telling him now? Now we are in such a dangerous place, and we are injured. What should we do if a few 100-year-old soul beasts come? With our current state, we have no way to leave here. Hearing this, Tang San then remembered that he and the master were still in the soul-hunting forest, and there was still a not-so-short distance from the exit. For a time, Tang San was stunned when he understood the meaning of Yu Xiaogang's words. Then he asked somewhat flusteredly. Then what should I do? Do I have to apologize to him? Hey, now the most urgent thing is to hurry up and get out before it gets dark, otherwise if it's like last time, we'll be in trouble. Chapter 23. Listening to the master's words, Tang San nodded with a slightly flustered expression. Then, he quickly followed Yu Xiaogang's pace. In the shadows, Tang Hao frowned as he watched this scene. In this matter, Xiao San acted somewhat poorly. The current Xiao San doesn't understand how to control his temper at all. Perhaps I should focus on having Yuehua help Xiao San control his temper in the future. Otherwise, if this continues, Xiao San will have no one to rely on. While thinking, Tang Hao scratched his back. Then, he revealed a strange expression. Strange, why does my back feel so itchy? I clearly took a bath just last month. Forget it, I'll still help Xiao San obtain a suitable soul ring, and then leave quickly. After speaking, Tang Hao began searching for a soul ring suitable for Tang San. He planned to personally help Tang San obtain the soul ring. Quote. On the other side, after Xiao Yu and his group of 4 left Sunset Forest, Yu Luomian departed first, presumably to report what he had seen and heard. Then, Xiao Yu, Liu Erlong, and Dugu Bo headed to Blue Tyrant Academy together. Dugu Bo, who had originally planned to visit his treasure land, decided to check on Yan Yan first before returning to seclusion. Xiao Yu, you're finally back. As soon as Xiao Yu and the others returned, they saw a figure rushing into Xiao Yu's arms. As this fragrance entered Xiao Yu's nose, Xiao Yu also tightly hugged the girl in his arms. Seeing this scene, Liu Erlong jealously left, and Dugu Bo immediately roared. Yan Yan, watch your image. What kind of behavior is this in public? Yes, Grandpa. However, although she let go, Dugu Yan's arm was still linked with Xiao Yu's, her small face full of happy expression. Seeing this scene, Dugu Bo, who had originally wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with Yan Yan, lost his mood. He planned to return directly to his treasure land. However, just as he was about to leave, Xiao Yu turned around and spoke. Grandpa Dugu, are you going back to Sunset Forest? Hearing this, Dugu Bo's expression changed slightly. Then, he looked at Xiao Yu in surprise and asked, how do you know? Grandpa Dugu, do you remember when I flew into the sky before? Ah, I remember, what's wrong? Dugu Bo asked in surprise. That time, I saw a layer of poisonous mist in front of me, not too far away. I felt the scent of your azure serpent venom on that poisonous mist. Therefore, I guessed that you set up that poisonous mist, and perhaps you wanted to hide something very valuable. Hearing Xiao Yu say this, Dugu Bo's expression also froze. Chapter 36. Xiao Yu gets forced. He wanted to say something, but after looking around, he realized that it wasn't a good place to talk. So, he said to Xiao Yu, let's go, Xiao Yu, come to my mansion and chat. Afterwards, Xiao Yu asked someone to tell Teacher Erlong that he was going to His Majesty Dugu's mansion. Dugu Bo then took Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan back to his mansion. Here, no one can hear the conversation. Dugu Yan obediently went to make tea for them, leaving Xiao Yu and Dugu Bo to chat alone. Xiao Yu, to be honest, that poisonous mist was indeed set up by me, because inside there, there are good things. Maybe, but I don't know if it counts as good things. I did see a lot of poisonous things. Afterwards, Dugu Bo told Xiao Yu about how he used the treasure land to suppress the toxins in his body, as well as the situation of many strange-shaped herbs growing in that valley. Hearing this, although Xiao Yu already knew, he still showed a thoughtful expression, and then said, Grandpa Dugu, if it's really as you said, that the treasure land can suppress the poison in your body, then there must be a way to remove the toxins in your body. It's just that you haven't found it yet. If you can find someone who is proficient in medicinal herbs, there might be a solution. Hearing this, Dugu Bo's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. After all, as far as he knew, he didn't know if there was anyone on this continent who was proficient in medicinal herbs. The person who might know something was still his enemy. Grandpa, why don't you take me to your treasure land to take a look? Xiao Yu said. No, Xiao Yu, you just obtained a soul ring not long ago, you should stabilize your state first. I'll take you there in a couple of days when I come back. Actually, I'm not in a hurry to detoxify myself. As long as your strength can be raised to the Soul Emperor realm, then your soul skill can also help me detoxify to some extent. I've endured for so many years, and I don't care about these few years. Dugu Bo said with an indifferent expression. I know, but it would be better if you get cured sooner, Grandpa Dugu, so you can feel more comfortable sooner. Although I haven't felt that kind of piercing pain, but... Hearing Xiao Yu's caring words, Dugu Bo also felt a sourness in his eyes. He didn't misjudge the person, Xiao Yu really considers others. Okay. After speaking, Dugu Bo said a few words to Dugu Yan and then left Dugu Mansion to go to the treasure land. This time, he will probably seclude himself for 2 or 3 days to suppress the already restless toxins in his body. And in Dugu Mansion, with Dugu Bo gone, Dugu Yan is in charge. Before long, Xiao Yu, who had intended to return to the Blue Tyrant Academy, was forcibly stopped by Dugu Yan, who wouldn't let him go back. Seeing that Xiao Yu was half dead from dirt, Dugu Yan immediately seized the opportunity and had her maid prepare bathwater. Then, she walked into the bathroom with Xiao Yu. Hehe, Grandpa's not here today, so you're mine, little Yu, today, no one can stop me. At this moment, Dugu Yan's figure was perfectly enchanting, and her fair skin was approaching Xiao Yu. Her bewitching face seemed incredibly flushed from the heat. Her tone was full of charm and desire. Sister Union, aren't you afraid Grandpa will come back and scold you to death? Xiao Yu stood his ground without any fear, looking calmly at the naked Dugu Yan opposite him. Although Xiao Yu's expression was calm at the moment, his heart was quite restless. Before, he would only take off a third of his clothes, and Dugu Yan would directly take care of things, or at worst, they would playfully frolic with clothes on, but never like this, where they were both completely exposed. Hehe, so what if he sees? Anyway, My heart is all on you, Grandpa already knows this. After saying that, Dugu Yan rushed over and hugged Xiao Yu directly. She pushed Xiao Yu into the pool. Because Dugu Yan was taller than Xiao Yu. And Xiao Yu was directly pushed into the pool just like that. Before long, as the two of them fell, waves splashed from the pool. Dugu Yan's jade hands immediately became restless, and Xiao Yu quickly grabbed her rampaging jade hand, helplessly saying, "All right, Sister Union, if Grandpa knows you're doing this behind his back, he'll be very sad. Besides, I haven't grown up yet, so how about we wait a little longer?" Although he could have Dugu Yan now, it would be too disrespectful to Dugu Bo, and he hasn't fully grown up yet, so there's really no need to rush. Single quote. Single quote. At this moment, Dugu Yan, whose mind was gradually clearing, also nodded. How could she make Grandpa sad? However, Dugu Yan, looking at Xiao Yu's aroused state, knew that Xiao Yu was not feeling well either. Okay, you're right, Grandpa is my only family now, I can't let him down. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu, I've made things difficult for you. Dugu Yan sat on Xiao Yu's lap, her jade legs rubbing against him, and whispered. It's okay, Sister Union, haven't we already found a way to not disappoint Grandpa and also make me feel better? Xiao Yu smiled. Oh, I knew it. You wait, you little pervert. Afterward, in order to make Xiao Yu feel better, Dugu Yan began to review the method that Xiao Yu had taught her last time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan finally finished their bath after much dawdling. Xiao Yu was helping the exhausted Dugu Yan wipe her body, then carried her back to her bed. Then he lay down as well. Hugging Dugu Yan, he looked at the system notification that the capture points had increased by another 2, now totaling 77 points, and fell into a dream. Inside the Blue Tyrant Academy, Liu Erlong looked at the empty bed that was now only hers. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight, was full of longing. Recalling Xiao Yu in her mind, Liu Erlong's slender legs couldn't help but twist on the bed. Xiao Yu, a week has passed, isn't today the day the teacher fulfills her promise to you? Why haven't you come back yet? Didn't you say you would always sleep with me? Come back quickly. Before long, the night passed, and the morning sun shone on Xiao Yu's face. Feeling the heat of the sun, Xiao Yu slowly woke up from his sleep. As soon as he woke up, he saw Dugu Yan looking at him affectionately. Awake, Xiao Yu, so energetic in the morning, it seems I didn't satisfy you last night, do you want me to help you again? Dugu Yan's small hand was playing with something in the quilt, while mischievously smiling. Chapter 37. Impulsive Liu Erlong. Sister Union, please don't, you worked so hard yesterday, you should rest well, you were busy for 3 hours yesterday. Feeling Dugu Yan's slightly cool and snake-like smooth and delicate small hand, Xiao Yu smiled helplessly. As expected of Dugu Yan, who possesses the jade phosphorus serpent spirit, her posture last night was unforgettable for Xiao Yu. You know how to talk, all right, you go back first, I'm too tired from last night, I'll sleep a little longer, tell Teacher Erlong I'm taking a leave of absence. Okay, then, Dugu Yan kissed Xiao Yu heavily again. Xiao Yu also immediately returned the favor. Although they haven't taken the final step, thanks to Dugu Yan's boneless figure, they have already developed several positions, so there is no difference from a newly married couple. Soon after, when Xiao Yu returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy, he did not immediately return to the cabin, but guessed that the teacher would definitely not be awake at this time, so he first went to the cafeteria to get a meal, and then returned to the cabin. Chapter 24. Just as Xiao Yu, holding his breakfast, entered, he felt a powerful pressure suppressing him, rendering him unable to move. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Feeling this pressure, Xiao Yu looked forward with a surprised expression, and immediately saw Liu Erlong, whose face was flushed and full of displeasure, and then asked with a look of astonishment. At this moment, Liu Erlong, whose mind was full of anger, couldn't say too much to Xiao Yu. She directly threw Xiao Yu onto the bed, and then without saying a word, fulfilled her promise. Teacher, no, breakfast, eat breakfast first. An hour later, Liu Erlong, dressed neatly again, sat calmly on the chair, with her legs crossed, and ate her breakfast with a bite of water and a bite of egg. After finishing her breakfast, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu, who was lying on the bed at the moment, and said calmly, Your teacher has always kept her promises. If I say 4 times a month, it will be 4 times a month, not one less. Pay attention next time, don't let your teacher break her promise again. If there's a next time, see if I don't kill you. After saying that, Liu Erlong flashed and left this place. Looking at Liu Erlong who flashed and left at this moment, Xiao Yu savored the feeling just now. It was a feeling completely different from the previous coercion. Compared with Dugu Yan's initiative last night, Liu Erlong's initiative carried a hint of oppression, making you wander back and forth in a feeling of shame and explosion. And Dugu Yan was wandering back and forth between explosion and more explosion. Savoring these two feelings, Xiao Yu didn't know what to say for a while. However, suddenly Xiao Yu suddenly looked forward to what would happen if the two of them were together. Quote. Near noon, Dugu Yan, who had woken up, came over from the mansion. As soon as she came over, she directly stuck with Xiao Yu again. Liu Erlong passed by from time to time and didn't know why she felt a sour taste in her mouth when she saw this scene. Then she muttered to herself in her heart, HMPH, Xiao Yu is mine tonight. Quote. In the afternoon, on a cliff, Dugu Yan was leaning on Xiao Yu, complaining with a face full of helplessness. Hey, since I broke through level 30, I've been cultivating for several months, and I've only barely improved 1 level of soul power. This speed of soul power improvement is too slow. She knew that Xiao Yu was amazing, so she also wanted to improve herself as soon as possible, so that she could be more worthy of Xiao Yu. After all, Dugu Yan could barely guess that Xiao Yu would definitely not lack women in the future, therefore, she must have the strength to sit in the position of the main wife. Sister Yan Yan, do you want to speed up your cultivation speed? When Xiao Yu heard Dugu Yan say this, he immediately thought that his talent domain had the ability to increase the speed of soul power cultivation, so he said, of course I want to. Who in this world wouldn't want to speed up their cultivation speed? It's just that how is that possible? Cultivation has always been a matter of course, how can there be a step to the sky? Dugu Yan said without paying too much attention. Sister Yan Yan, I may not be able to take a step to the sky, but what if I can speed up your cultivation speed? You, Xiao Yu, when did you learn to lie at such a young age? That's not good. If there's a next time, I'll tell my grandfather. You can't lie at this age. Dugu Yan frowned slightly and said, it was true that she liked Xiao Yu, but she didn't want Xiao Yu to lie. If he lied at such a young age, what would happen in the future? Hee. Sister Yan Yan, want to bet? Okay, you say, how to bet? I'll take it all. Sister Yan Yan, if I can really speed up your cultivation speed, then next time you accompany me, you can't refuse anything I say, you have to wear whatever I ask you to wear, and you have to do whatever I ask you to do, if not, I'll let you do whatever you want. Although last night's actions were unforgettable for Xiao Yu, they were basically under the guidance of Dugu Yan. Xiao Yu wanted to turn over several times but couldn't, and could only let Dugu Yan be the master. And before completely conquering Dugu Yan, although Dugu Yan listened to him very much, her queen-like temperament did not obey him, therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yu wanted to turn over and be the master in advance. Oh, you have guts, kid, okay, isn't it just a piece of clothing? It's like I don't dare to wear it, but if you lose, I will be your queen in the future. I must be on top in the future. Dugu Yan raised her small fist and said, HMPH, then you watch out, Sister Yan Yan, I specialize in treating all kinds of disobedience. You just wait to kneel down and call me daddy. Afterwards, in Dugu Yan's provocative eyes, Xiao Yu then used his talent domain. Sister Yan Yan, this is my talent domain, the aura of illumination. People who cultivate within my talent domain can increase their cultivation speed by 30%. You can try it if you don't believe me. Looking at Xiao Yu's confident expression, Dugu Yan's eyes were filled with a look of horror as she immediately began to cultivate with a hint of confusion and doubt. Because, this was actually true. Her cultivation speed had actually increased so much. If this momentum continued, her next level of improvement would probably take half a year to a year. However, Dugu Yan was certain that if she could continue like this every day, she would definitely break through to the next level in about 3 months. Xiao Yu, he really wasn't lying. He could actually help others increase their soul power cultivation speed. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I, Sister Yan Yan? Are you ready to fulfill your promise? My queen. Xiao Yu put his arm around Dugu Yan's shoulder and whispered in her ear. When he said the last few words, he even bit her earlobe, which was as soft as cotton. Chapter 38. Starting to tease Ning Rongrong. Instantly, Dugu Yan's face turned red from the heat of Xiao Yu's breath and the sensation of his light bite on her earlobe, and she didn't know what to say. At this moment, she only felt her whole body go weak, unable to make any movements, and she could only let Xiao Yu do as he pleased. For a moment, all sorts of strange feelings impacted Dugu Yan's brain, making Dugu Yan feel incredibly dazed. Finally, Dugu Yan looked at Xiao Yu with tears in her eyes and said, Xiao Yu, can I not call you daddy? My dad died early, I don't want to. Looking at Dugu Yan with tears in her eyes at this moment, Xiao Yu knew that if he really forced her, Dugu Yan would agree. But that would undoubtedly create a crack in Dugu Yan's heart towards him. That would be a bit of a loss. So Xiao Yu said, okay, then call me brother. I usually call you sister, but when that time comes, you have to call me brother. Before long, Dugu Yan, her face flushed, agreed to Xiao Yu's words. Oh, come on, call me brother and let me hear it. Brother, hey, that's a good girl. Xiao Yu touched Dugu Yan's little head. Then he embraced Dugu Yan, whose face was flushed. While stroking her head, he looked at the light curtain in front of him. Open black lens bracket gained 5 points of strategy value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current target, Dugu Yan 82%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a stage 3 treasure chest. Open it. Close black lens bracket. Open it, let me see what I can get. Hehe, then you continue to cultivate, Sister Yan Yan. Looking at the blushing Dugu Yan, Xiao Yu told Dugu Yan to continue cultivating, while he looked at what was inside the treasure chest. Okay, Dugu Yan agreed, and then continued to cultivate. At this moment, Dugu Yan, who was completely subdued by Xiao Yu, began to cultivate obediently. At the same time, she also wanted to take the name of cultivation to temporarily calm the restlessness in her heart. This Xiao Yu is really too bad. Open black lens bracket ding. Detecting that the host's strategy value for Dugu Yan has reached stage 3, obtaining the achievement, Dugu Yan trusts the host immensely. The host receives a stage 3 gift pack, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The gift pack is opening, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing soul power by 3 levels, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1% of the purebred light sacred dragon bloodline, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heart of the dragon, close black lens bracket. Heart of the dragon, the heart of a dragon. The host with the heart of the dragon will be more resilient, stronger when facing stronger opponents. Fearless of death, life force will also be more tenacious, and with the blessing of that 1% of the light sacred dragon bloodline, the strength of ordinary beast soul master will automatically decrease by 10% when they see the host. Note: the higher the quality of the martial soul, the less the strength decreases, the lower the quality of the martial soul, the more the strength decreases. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for the evolution of physique, basic dragon physique, close black lens bracket. Basic dragon physique. The host's physique has been evolved, and the strength of the body is comparable to some ordinary dragons. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the effect of the talent domain, light sacred dragon claw transformation, close black lens bracket. Light sacred dragon claw transformation can add tearing and burning effects when dealing damage to the target. Open black lens bracket. Obtain 30 points of Dugu Yan's plain aura. Dugu Yan's plain aura decreased by 30 points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dugu Yan's plain aura, 50 points, close black lens bracket. Looking at the large number of rewards after opening the treasure chest in front of him, Xiao Yu's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that his stage 3 treasure chest could get so many good things. If he didn't misunderstand, he is now basically a human with a dragon physique. At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Dugu Yan's 4th treasure chest, which represented 100%, and became more and more expectant. After all, there are only 18% strategy value left. And that 18% may require taking the last step to break through, but the future is still long. Xiao Yu is not in a hurry at this time, let's consolidate the present first. Then Xiao Yu opened his system panel. At this moment, the panel has undergone tremendous changes. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul power. Level 26, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul. Crouching Dragon, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul type, light dragon lizard species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evolution direction, dragon lizard species right pointing arrow sub dragon species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul bone, external soul bone golden holy dragon wings, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique, dragon body, heart of the dragon, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket plain aura, 70 points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket achievements obtained. Liu Erlong, Dugu Yan remember the host in their hearts. Dugu Yan trusts the host immensely, 100 times cultivation acceleration, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current targets. Liu Erlong 69%, Dugu Yan 82%, close black lens bracket. Chapter 25. Looking at his dramatically changed system panel, Xiao Yu's face revealed a satisfied expression. However, for some reason, as time passed, Xiao Yu, who had now completely integrated the Dragon Clan physique, felt a wisp of inner fire slowly burning in his lower abdomen. Looking at Dugu Yan, who was currently cultivating, Xiao Yu had the urge to forcibly interrupt her and get intimate with her. In an instant, Xiao Yu knew that this was the dragon blood within him acting up, and he had to restrain himself. No, I can't let desire control my body. Following that, Xiao Yu closed his eyes and began to cultivate, in order to calm the flames within his lower abdomen. Hehe, so you're here, turns out being by your side can improve my cultivation speed, it wasn't in vain that I sneaked out to find you. Just as Xiao Yu was obediently cultivating, a lively and mischievous figure wearing a sky blue dress quickly peeked out. Then, she also began to sit cross-legged and cultivate, enjoying the soul power amplification effect of Xiao Yu's talent domain, and Xiao Yu actually didn't notice that a little fellow had barged in. While Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan were engaged in intimate cultivation, far away from Heaven Do City, within the hunting soul forest, two figures, one large and one small, disheveled and dark, slowly emerged from within the hunting soul forest. And they were none other than Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. However, the two of them no longer possessed the arrogance and unyielding spirit they had when they first entered the forest. What remained was only unparalleled disarray and exhaustion. Ever since Dean Yan left, they had spent an entire day walking out from the depths, and the occasional dangers they encountered along the way left them physically and mentally exhausted. Yu Xiaogang, walking unsteadily, was currently supporting Tang San, who was walking with a wooden stick. Looking towards Tang San's feet, one could see that one of Tang San's feet was strangely bent, as if it had been broken by something, and Tang San, who was hopping out, had a face full of sweat due to the pain. Finally, out, this trip to obtain a soul ring was too difficult. Recalling everything that had happened in the Sunset Forest these past few days, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, preventing his tears from falling. Chapter 39. Soft Rice King expelled from the academy. He also didn't expect that they could be so unlucky these past few days. Bustling about for several days, not only did they end up in such a miserable state, but if they had successfully helped Little San obtain his second soul ring, it would have been worth it, but now they haven't even obtained the second soul ring, which means all their suffering these past few days has been in vain. Damn it, who is so lacking in virtue to randomly throw a 700-year-old soul beast? Don't let me know who you are, or I will definitely skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Tang San said with a face full of anger while dragging his injured leg. Just now, after experiencing all kinds of hardships, they were about to leave the Sunset Forest. But a plant-type soul beast of about 700 years suddenly emerged from nowhere. Originally, Tang San was very excited and planned to kill it to obtain its soul ring, but the result was unexpected. Tang San was careless and was directly crushed and broke his leg by the rolling of this plant-type soul beast. Therefore, even though that soul beast was very suitable for Tang San, and the master really wanted Tang San to stay and absorb the soul ring. There was no way. The severe pain of the broken leg made Tang San unable to calm down and absorb the soul ring. Therefore, they could only choose to give up that soul ring, letting that yellow soul ring disappear into the air. And in the dark, Tang Hao, who saw this scene, was also a little embarrassed at this moment, because that 700-year-old soul beast was thrown by him. His original intention was to let Little San kill it to obtain the soul ring, but who could have imagined that Little San's luck would be so bad, that he would be hit by the soul beast he threw out and break his leg. At the beginning, Tang Hao was also stunned when he saw that he had actually broken Little San's leg. Tang Hao also felt that the scene that was happening at this moment was extremely strange. He was currently wondering if his strength had deteriorated to this point after not using it for so long. In the end, after leaving the hunting soul forest, Tang San and his teacher found a clinic to simply treat it, then took a bath and rested for a night. The next day, they directly left the outer perimeter of the hunting soul forest, heading towards the direction of Notting College. Sitting in the carriage back, Tang San kept using the mysterious heaven skill to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis from his wound. At the same time, he asked confusedly, "Teacher, haven't I been expelled by the dean? Will he still let me into the academy?" "It doesn't matter. What Dean Yan said was just a fit of anger. I will go back and say a few words to him, and you will naturally be fine. Moreover, to be honest, this time it was indeed his fault. We don't have any responsibility." The master snorted coldly. Relying on his relationship, it would definitely be easy to settle a mere elementary academy dean. And if he could kill that 600-year-old ghost vine, there wouldn't have been so much trouble later. Therefore, everything must be blamed on him. It's all his fault. "Don't worry, Little San, you will definitely not be expelled." Hearing the teacher's affirmation, Tang San gradually calmed down, peacefully began to heal his injuries. Soon, after a few days of travel, the two finally returned to the academy. It was currently class time, so there was only one gatekeeper at the entrance. And when the gatekeeper saw Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who were walking with sticks, he immediately snorted coldly. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there. No one except students, teachers, and staff of this academy can enter." "Bastard, Tang San is my disciple, how dare you stop us from entering? What do you think you are? Do you believe that I can make you get out of here with just one sentence?" Seeing that this gatekeeper dared to stop his disciple again, the master said with a face full of coldness. In response, the gatekeeper said with incomparable confidence this time, "Master, it's natural that you can enter, but your disciple can't enter. The dean has spoken. Tang San has been expelled. Since he is an expelled person, then he can no longer enter Notting College. His things have also been packed up long ago. You should let him go back where he came from." Before, the gatekeeper didn't dare to be too arrogant because Grandmaster was the dean's friend. But now that the dean was unhappy with them, why should he be afraid of Grandmaster? Was he afraid that Grandmaster's fart would kill him? Hearing this, Grandmaster frowned even deeper, then looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, wait here. I'll go ask what's going on. I don't believe Yan Tian can really expel my disciple, Yu Xiaogang. He's gone too far." After speaking, Grandmaster quickly headed towards the dean's office. HMPH, he's just a gigolo, but he can be so arrogant while living off women. Truly rare in this world. The gatekeeper looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was now standing tall and proud, and sneered. "Hey, give me my stuff." Tang San was furious that he dared to mock his teacher and wished he could kill him immediately. However, he was seriously injured and had used up all his hidden weapons, so he really couldn't do anything at the moment. Hearing Tang San's words, the gatekeeper sneered, took out a package, and threw it to Tang San. Tang San immediately took his things and carefully checked them to make sure nothing was missing, then breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately replenished the sleeve darts on his arm. These were his trump cards, and he felt more at ease replenishing them. However, when the gatekeeper saw Tang San's current appearance, he couldn't help but sneer. HMPH, with your little broken things, do you really think someone would steal them? No one would even want your things as a gift. You, hearing the gatekeeper insult him so much, insulting the authentic Tang sect techniques he had created, Tang San wanted to attack. But he forcibly suppressed it. A small impatience will ruin great plans. If I attack now, then I can't leave him alive. I can't make things difficult for my teacher. Looking at Tang San's appearance, the gatekeeper couldn't help but become even more disdainful. HMPH, a teacher who lives off women without knowing it, a cowardly and timid disciple, you two are really a perfect match. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, Tang San's eyes turned even redder. But for the sake of the bigger picture, he still endured and didn't act impulsively, allowing the gatekeeper to mock him. On the other side, Grandmaster went straight to the dean's office and saw the dean meditating. He immediately disregarded everything and reprimanded him. Yan Tian, what do you mean? Little San just said a few words to you, are you embarrassed to argue with a child? Quickly restore Little San's student status, Little San still has to go to class. Listening to Grandmaster's words, Yan Tian didn't say much, but said coldly. Grandmaster, my mind is made up. What you say is useless. This time, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I'll forgive Tang San once. Otherwise, as a student, as a weakling, and after I went out of my way to help him obtain a spirit ring, he dared to insult me like that. I'm already very magnanimous for not killing him. A sole elder, and also the dean of an academy, being ridiculed and embarrassed by someone he was wholeheartedly helping, no one could tolerate that. In this Douluo continent where strength is respected, no one would say anything even if Yan Tian killed Tang San. Chapter 40 Mouthy King Yu Xiaogang. Looking at Yan Tian's serious and earnest expression, Grandmaster knew that what he said was right. In this world where martial strength is respected, only weakness is wrong. But Tang San was his disciple, and he couldn't just watch Tang San being expelled from the academy. Yan Tian, even if Little San is at fault, can't you forgive him once for the sake of him still being a child? Besides, you are also at fault this time. If you hadn't failed to kill that devil vine, why would we have ended up like this? How about this, I'll have Little San come in and apologize to you, and you can also take a step back and let Little San continue to come back to class. How about it? Don't forget, with Little San's talent, if he goes to another school, then you'll lose out big time. Grandmaster said in a deep voice. With his arrogance, being able to bow his head to a sole elder dean was already the limit. Grandmaster, no need to say any more. Letting Tang San come back would be insulting my position as dean. Dean Yan looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was now entangled and unclear, and said with an angry expression. If there's one, there will be two. Yan Tian didn't want to be mocked by Tang San in front of him again. Looking at Dean Yan's determined expression, Yu Xiaogang knew that he could only use his ultimate move. Yan Tian, since you are so determined to expel Little San, then I can only leave the academy as well. After all, Little San is my disciple. If he leaves, I'll leave with him. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Dean Yan couldn't help but sneer. What, are you planning to force me with this method? HMPH, Grandmaster, you really haven't corrected your position. I invited you to stay for a few days, and you directly stayed here for several years, eating and drinking for free. Now you want to force me because of this. Alright, if you want to leave, then leave. I won't keep you. But before this afternoon, Grandmaster, please pack up your personal belongings, otherwise I'll have someone throw them out. Yan Tian, you. Seeing that Yan Tian was actually so heartless, Yu Xiaogang immediately revealed a look of shock and anger. He didn't expect Yan Tian to actually agree to his resignation. How dare he? He, the dignified Grandmaster, was actually being kicked out. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang wanted to say that what he said just now was all out of anger. But the words had already been spoken, and with his arrogance, he couldn't turn back. Therefore, he could only say harsh words. HMPH, Yan Tian, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. With Little San's talent, decades later, he will be one of the people who will set foot on the peak of the continent. At that time, you will regret it. After speaking, Grandmaster walked straight out. But not long after he walked out, he heard Dean Yan's voice coming from behind. HMPH, Yu Xiaogang, put away your ridiculous remarks. With Tang San's personality, even if he really is one of the people at the peak of the continent, I don't want to associate with him. I'm not worthy of someone who is so snobbish. Chapter 26. Also, Yu Xiaogang, if you really have such a temper, go settle the meal debts you owe. The people in the cafeteria have complained to me several times, saying you eat without paying. Hearing Yan Tian say this about his disciple, Yu Xiaogang's expression became even more gloomy. Humph, it's just meal money. I, Master, am famous in the Soul Master world, how could I not be able to afford a few meals? After saying that, Master strode quickly towards the cafeteria with his head held high. Is it just eating a bit in the cafeteria? Does it have to be made into such a big deal? The person in charge of the cafeteria immediately showed a surprised expression when he saw Master coming to settle the bill. Then, he immediately took out the ledger and started calculating. But after calculating the bill, Master was dumbfounded. Why is it so expensive? 25 gold soul coins. Are you trying to scam me? Master looked at the old man in charge of the cafeteria with an angry expression. Isn't he just here to eat? What kind of food could cost 25 gold soul coins? Master, it can't be wrong. Because of your distinguished status, I have specially recorded every meal expense you've had. If you don't believe me, take a look yourself. Master immediately took the ledger and started checking it. For a moment, only the rustling sound of Yu Xiaogang flipping pages remained in the quiet cafeteria. After flipping to the last page, Yu Xiaogang's expression had become extremely unsightly. Because the bills on it were all correct, and none of them were extra or wrong. He really owed 20 gold soul coins here, and this was just the cafeteria bill, not including the accommodation fee. Master, now that there are no problems, how do you plan to settle the bill? The old man said with a smile. 25 gold soul coins, even if a soul master went to collect their salary, they could only get that much for more than 2 years. Hearing the old man's words, a look of frustration couldn't help but appear on Master's face. He touched his pocket, not knowing what to say. 25 gold soul coins, where would he get so much money? Although he had just received a subsidy from the spirit hall not long ago, it was only 10 gold soul coins, still quite a distance from 25 gold soul coins. Moreover, taking Little San to get a soul ring a few days ago also cost money. At this moment, Master suddenly regretted why he had spoken so excitedly just now. Making himself so embarrassed now, old Wang, the dean said that if Master doesn't have enough money for the time being, let him pay as much as he can, and the remaining amount can be paid next month after he receives his salary from the spirit hall. At this time, just as Yu Xiaogang's face was full of embarrassment, Director Zhang from the Academic Affairs Office ran over quickly and said to old Wang, who was in charge of the accounts. Oh, no problem, then Master, how much can you pay first? I'll make a note of it. Old Wang said to Yu Xiaogang with a faint smile. And when Yu Xiaogang heard them say this about himself, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but become even more angry. But he couldn't do anything about it. He could only be impotently furious. In the end, Yu Xiaogang, who didn't have enough money on him, could only reluctantly take out 8 gold soul coins, line them up, and place them in front of old Wang. I'll give you 8 first. I'll have someone send the rest over. Then Master, please have someone send it over as soon as possible within the next year, otherwise, if it's delayed for too long, I'm afraid you'll forget. Director Zhang said, HMPH, Yu Xiaogang, mean what I say. Would I delay paying a mere dozen gold soul coins? After saying that, Master left straight away, ignoring Director Zhang and old Wang's gossiping. However, although Yu Xiaogang pretended to be indifferent on his face, his heart was already full of pain and anger. On the way back to his room, Yu Xiaogang endured the mocking gazes of everyone coming and going, and the anger and shame in his heart erupted with unparalleled intensity. He had already made plans. After settling down in Shrek Academy, he would immediately use his theory to train Little San in all aspects. Let these blind people see, and also make them regret today's decision. Chapter 41 Little Ning Rongrong, gotten a hold of. After quickly packing his luggage, Yu Xiaogang quickly left Notting College. He couldn't stay in this kind of place for even a moment. Teacher, why are you? At the school gate, seeing that his teacher was also carrying large and small bags, Tang San, who originally wanted to go back to the academy to find little Wu, suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Wasn't the teacher helping him to plead with the principal? Why did he also pack his luggage? Let's go, Little San, let's not stay in this broken place. Teacher will take you to a better place. Only there can I make you stronger faster. Looking at the teacher's angry expression at the moment, Tang San guessed that the teacher's conversation with the dean was definitely not harmonious, so he didn't ask any more questions and could only follow. At this moment, because of this accidental soul ring hunt, Dean Yan kicked them out of Notting College, making it impossible for Tang San to graduate smoothly. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang could only be forced to start the plan ahead of schedule. Let Little San report directly to Shrek Academy. At the same time, he would also go over, otherwise Little San might not even be able to enroll. Originally, Yu Xiaogang wanted to train Tang San into a monster before letting him go, so that he could return in a high-profile manner. But fate makes fools of people. Now Little San urgently needs a second soul ring, and he doesn't have enough strength to help him get it. In addition, the two of them were kicked out of the academy. Therefore, he could only ask Flander and the others for help. In the end, the master and apprentice, with their large and small bags, headed towards Soto City under the gatekeeper's cold gaze. Quote. Yeah, it feels so good, Xiao Yu, my soul power has increased a lot. Xiao Yu, you're really amazing. Inside the Blue Tyrant Academy, Dugu Yan recovered from her cultivation state and looked at Xiao Yu, who had also withdrawn from his cultivation state beside her, and smiled charmingly. That's right, Xiao Yu, your talent domain is actually so powerful that even my soul power has greatly increased because of your domain. Quote. Who, not long after, Xiao Yu, who was about to reach out and do something to Dugu Yan, heard this voice and immediately looked back with a surprised expression. Then, he saw a familiar figure wearing a sky blue dress sitting cross-legged behind him and Dugu Yan. Her fair jade legs swayed with the sky blue dress, appearing radiantly white. Damn, Ning Rongrong, why are you here? Seeing Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Why would this girl come here? This situation isn't right, is it? How did she get in? This shouldn't be the 7 treasure glazed tile school. How did she get to my side? When did she arrive? Why didn't I notice just now? Dugu Yan was also startled by Ning Rongrong's appearance. She also didn't sense Ning Rongrong's aura. Faced with this question, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth with a proud expression. As the dignified little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, except for entering the royal family where I need to report, I can enter any other place I want. With Grandpa Bone's help, I can naturally come and go as I please. No one can say anything about me. Xiao Yu, I've been quite interested in you since I last saw you, so I inquired about you and planned to see what kind of special abilities you have. When I found out you were at the Blue Tyrant Academy, I came to find you, and it really turned out I guessed right, you actually do have such a unique ability. You can even help others speed up their cultivation. How about this, Xiao Yu, let me discuss something with you. You help me speed up my cultivation, and then what do you want? I can help you get it done. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was standing with her hands on her hips and a proud expression on her face, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment, and instead of directly rejecting, he said, I don't mind if you want to stay and cultivate together, but this matter can only be considered a secret between us. You can't reveal it casually, otherwise I won't let you cultivate with me. Don't forget, behind us is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the grandfather of Sister Yan's beside me is title Douluo Dugu, also a title Douluo. In comparison, it's not worse than your 7 treasure glazed tile school. Your set of tricks is useless on me. Ah, can't I say it? I even wanted to show off after saying it. Hearing Xiao Yu's carrot and stick threat with conditions, Ning Rongrong pouted. She knew that Xiao Yu had many people behind him, so she didn't intend to force it. Although Ning Rongrong is a little devil, she can be considered someone who knows how to judge people. She knows who can be provoked and who can't be easily provoked. Otherwise, if she provokes someone she can't provoke, then it would be a loss to the sect's interests. Otherwise, Ning Fengji wouldn't be so indulgent towards Ning Rongrong. In the end, Ning Rongrong still has her own bottom line, and Ning Fengji also knows this, plus the protection of the sword and bone title Douluos, so Ning Fengji turns a blind eye. Looking at the dissatisfied Ning Rongrong at this moment, Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and said, You can do this, you can break through level 30 as soon as possible, and then give your family a surprise, isn't that better? Anyway, you have such good talent, it's not impossible to break through level 30 earlier. There's a saying called making a fortune in silence. If you spread this matter out, then the time I spend helping you cultivate alone will definitely be reduced. Do you think it's better to cultivate with a few people, or with dozens of people? Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this was indeed the truth. Good things should of course be kept for oneself. Then she smiled and said, Hey, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I promise you. I'll do as you say and give my dad and Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword a surprise. I also promise not to say it, but I can come whenever I want, you can't refuse. Open black lens bracket gained Ning Rongrong's strategy value 5 points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket target already strategized, Ning Rongrong 5%, close black lens bracket. Looking at the light screen in front of him, a smile flashed across Xiao Yu's face, and he nodded slightly, as if to express his agreement. Rongrong, so you're here, I've been looking for you, Who are you? Just as Xiao Yu wanted to say something more, an old voice came, accompanied by an extremely oppressive feeling that followed closely behind. Feeling this oppressive feeling, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan immediately tensed up. The person who came is very strong, even stronger than Dugu Bo. Grandpa Bone. Hearing this title, Xiao Yu immediately knew that the person who came was Ji Yu Rong, Bone Douluo. And when Ning Rongrong saw her Grandpa Bone coming, Ning Rongrong immediately threw herself into the other's arms. Hey, good girl. Touching Ning Rongrong's little head, Ji Yu Rong smiled. And beside Ji Yu Rong, was the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Liu Erlong. Chapter 27. At this moment, Liu Erlong was introducing Xiao Yu to Ji Yu Rong. Honorable Ji Yu Rong, this is Xiao Yu you've been looking for. I didn't expect Miss Rongrong to have met him first. Hearing this, Ji Yu Rong carefully sized up Xiao Yu. He nodded inwardly. A Soul Grand Master at the age of 9 was considered a young man with good talent, but since he was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he couldn't associate with him too closely. In an instant, Ji Yu Rong made up his mind. Chapter 42 Fulfilling the Promise from 2 years ago. Xiao Yu, this is one of the 2 pillars of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a title Douluo named Ji Yu Rong, with the title Bone. You should know this one, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. Liu Erlong introduced to Xiao Yu. Junior Xiao Yu greets Honorable Bone Douluo. Xiao Yu cupped his hands. Junior Dugu Yan greets Honorable Bone Douluo. Dugu Yan also bowed slightly and cupped her hands. Although Ji Yu Rong and her grandfather were both title Douluos also varied in strength. Therefore, facing Ji Yu Rong, who was stronger than her grandfather, Dugu Yan didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He's a handsome young man. No wonder Rongrong is so fond of him. Alright, Rongrong, you've seen the person, so we should leave. Ah, so soon. I still wanted to chat with Xiao Yu some more. Ning Rongrong pouted with a disappointed expression. She still wanted to experience the feeling of leveling up rapidly. Looking at the spoiled Ning Rongrong, Ji Yu Rong's originally unwavering heart suddenly wavered. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xiao Yu say, Rongrong, it's getting late. You should go back with Honorable Bone Douluo. You can come here anytime. Xianxia and Teacher Erlong and I are always happy to have you come and play. Okay, after I go back, I'll have my dad let me come here to study. That way, I can play with you every day. Hearing Xiao Yu speak, Ning Rongrong immediately agreed. She smiled like a flower at Xiao Yu. Open black lens bracket gained 3 points of Ning Rongrong's affection, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current target, Ning Rongrong 8%, close black lens bracket. Ji Yu Rong, seeing that Rongrong actually listened to Xiao Yu, glared fiercely at Xiao Yu. At the same time, he paid extra attention to Xiao Yu, labeling him as a yellow-haired boy, in his heart. No, I can't let this kid see Rongrong again. And I definitely can't let Rongrong come here to study. I have to get Jian Ren to unite with me when we get back. This kid is definitely not someone who will stay put. As a man, Ji Yu Rong naturally saw through Xiao Yu's thoughts. But unfortunately, Rongrong was here, and coupled with their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family background, he couldn't warn him. I didn't expect it to be so lively in the academy after just a few days. Even Honorable Bone Douluo has come. Just as Ji Yu Rong wanted to forcibly take Ning Rongrong away, cutting off this karmic entanglement at the root, a strong voice came from behind. Hearing this familiar voice, Ji Yu Rong's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw Yu Luomian, as well as Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin by his side. Yu Luomian, what are you doing here? Ji Yu Rong said. Honorable Bone Douluo, my daughter is the dean of this academy. It's not a problem for me to be here, right? Hearing Yu Luomian's words, Ji Yu Rong suddenly realized, so that was the reason. It seemed that Yu Luomian and Dugu Bo were working together for this reason. Xiao Yu had a relationship with Dugu Yan, and Xiao Yu was also Liu Erlong's disciple. In addition, Xiao Yu's talent was not bad, so it was possible that Yu Luomian also came to help. Grandmaster. Xiao Yu cupped his hands towards Yu Luomian. Yes, Xiao Yu, I told you before, when you reach level 20, I will bring Tianeng to fight you. Now the time has come, and Tianeng has no objections, so what is your opinion? Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at Yu Tianeng, and found that Yu Tianeng's expression was extremely firm at this moment, and his face was full of confidence. It seemed that he had already come out of his previous confusion. But if Xiao Yu remembered correctly, according to the timeline of the original work, Yu Tianeng should have broken through level 30 at this time. After all, Yu Xianxia was already level 30. But now Yu Tianeng was actually one step behind Yu Xianxia. It seemed that he had spent a lot of time and effort to get out of it. Okay, I have no objections. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to Erlong's training ground. While you are still young, let's settle this matter today. Otherwise, when you become stronger in the future, it will be difficult to solve. After speaking, Yu Luomian and his group headed towards the academy's training ground. Honorable Ji Erlong, if you are interested, you can also come and watch. If you have something to do and want to leave first, I can have Erlong send you away. Ji Erlong, who originally wanted to leave, also showed a curious expression when he saw this scene. But when he thought of Ning Rongrong listening to that kid, he planned to take Ning Rongrong away directly. Let's go, Rongrong, let's go back and eat your favorite pastries. Hearing Bone Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong, who was originally planning to take a good look at Xiao Yu's battle, immediately pouted and said, No, Bone Grandpa, let's go take a look. Please, please. Unfortunately, Ning Rongrong acted spoiled again, making Bone Douluo completely unable to resist, and he could only take Ning Rongrong to the training ground together. Soon, the group arrived at the training grounds, where Liu Erlong cleared the area. Yu Tianeng took the lead and stepped onto the stage. Just as Xiao Yu was about to go up, Dugu Yan suddenly hugged him and kissed him directly on the face. Smooch. Come back quickly, win or lose. The extremely loud kissing sound instantly darkened the faces of everyone present. Especially Yu Luomian, who was about to act as the referee. His expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Ji Erlong was worried about Rongrong being corrupted since she was by his side. Liu Erlong was jealous, while Yu Luomian was afraid that Tianeng would see this scene and shatter his hard-earned Dao heart again. Yu Tianxin felt the same way. As for the person involved, Yu Tianeng, although there wasn't much change on his face, the pain deep in his eyes still betrayed him. The woman he once liked was kissing another man. Who could bear that? Especially now that he was gradually not treating the pursuit of Dugu Yan as a family task, but as a genuine pursuit. His heart ached even more. Xiao Yu, hurry up, everyone is busy. Don't waste time because of you two. Seeing that Xiao Yu seemed inclined to return Dugu Yan's kiss, Yu Luomian immediately urged him. That's right, Xiao Yu, you'll have plenty of time to be affectionate later, why waste everyone's time? Liu Erlong also pushed Xiao Yu with a displeased expression. Looking at Liu Erlong, Xiao Yu apologized. Sorry, I forgot that you seniors are all focused on cultivation and have no offspring. I apologize on behalf of Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia didn't mean to. Hearing this, everyone's expressions, except for Yu Luomian's, turned even darker. What was that supposed to mean? Was he mocking them for being single dogs? Damn brat. Ji Erlong looked at Rongrong, whose eyes were sparkling, and muttered through gritted teeth. Chapter 43. An undisputed duel. He already has Dugu Yan as his girlfriend, and he still wants to pursue Rongrong. At that moment, Ji Erlong had already decided that he would have a good talk with Feng Ji and Jian Ren after returning. He absolutely couldn't let Rongrong join Blue Tyrant Academy. Subsequently, urged by Liu Erlong, Xiao Yu finally stood on the stage. Looking at Xiao Yu opposite him, Yu Tianeng took a deep breath. He slowly said, Xiao Yu, I want to thank you first. It was your words last time that completely awakened me. You're right, Dugu Yan is not a commodity, and I'm not qualified to use her as a bet. This battle has nothing to do with anyone else, just you and me. I just need to defeat you to prove that I'm stronger than you, that's enough. Listening to Yu Tianeng's tell the story words, everyone present couldn't help but nod slightly. It's not simple for Tianong to be able to figure out these things at his age. Although he's still quite lacking, he only lacks the deepening of worldly experience to understand this. He has already understood the essence of it pretty well. Hearing these words, Xiao Yu revealed a smile, then slowly said, "The words are very beautiful, but there's a problem." "What problem?" Yu Tianong asked in astonishment. "That is, I don't think you can beat me. Yu Tianong, you have to know that ideals are ideals, and reality is reality. What you said is completely based on the premise that you can beat me, but what if you can't beat me? Yu Tianong, reality is very cruel." Xiao Yu said with a calm expression. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yu Tianong's expression stagnated. The sense of conviction he had finally managed to build up collapsed in an instant. Because this was also the situation Yu Tianong was most worried about. Looking at Yu Tianong's slightly dazed appearance, and Yu Luomian's increasingly gloomy expression on the side, Xiao Yu then said, oh well, I won't say any more, let's start fighting quickly. Let's finish early and go home. Xiao Yu, Level 26 Assault System Battle Spirit Master, Martial Soul, Crouching Dragon. Please advise. Before long, as Xiao Yu finished speaking, 2 soul rings flashing with purple light appeared under Xiao Yu's feet. Making Xiao Yu, who was already extraordinarily elegant, even more mysterious and tall under the illumination of this purple light. Moreover, the crouching dragon, whose body was becoming more and more burly, whose claws were becoming more and more sharp, and whose golden texture on his body were becoming more and more numerous, also appeared beside Xiao Yu at this moment. Roar. Before long, with a roar, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly, because this roar made everyone present feel the pressure. Especially Yu Rong, who possessed the bone dragon martial soul, actually felt a throbbing from the depths of his soul at this moment. However, when Yu Rong saw the soul rings under Xiao Yu's feet, the expression on his face finally couldn't be held back, and shock was written all over his face. This kid, the first and second rings are actually purple thousand-year soul rings. How is this possible? This completely violates the theory of the Spirit Master world. How did he do it? Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying because his body can't bear it? And Ning Rongrong, who was beside Yu Rong, immediately showed a look of admiration in her eyes. His soul rings are actually all thousand-year ones, so handsome. Just as Yu Rong was still in shock, Yu Tianong, upon seeing the 2 purple soul rings under Xiao Yu's feet, also opened his mouth tremblingly. Chapter 28, Yu Tianong, a level 29 strength attack system battle spirit master, his spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. ZZZZT. Instantly, as 2 yellow spirit rings appeared beneath Yu Tianong's feet, Yu Tianong also completed his spirit transformation, his body beginning to flicker with white lightning. However, Yu Tianong's face was slightly pale after completing his spirit transformation. He seemed to lack any fighting spirit. Because compared to his 2 standard 100-year yellow spirit rings, and compared to Xiao Yu's 2,000-year spirit rings, the difference in spirit rings alone was too great. Come, I'll let you make the first move. At the same time, I'll let you see what a true genius is. Xiao Yu crossed his arms, speaking indifferently. Not only Xiao Yu, but even Wolong beside Xiao Yu, after seeing that his opponent was such a weakling, directly lay down on the spot without moving, his eyes full of human-like contempt. Seeing that this master and servant, one big and one small, were both looking down on him so much, Yu Tianong was completely enraged. Under the burning of anger, Yu Tianong immediately threw all other emotions to the back of his mind. The first spirit ring on his body began to flicker, and then his left hand, covered with a pure white lightning dragon claw crackling with a bright blue color, rushed towards Xiao Yu at a rapid speed. HMPH. Dare to look down on me. First spirit skill, Lightning Dragon Claw. ZZZZT. Before long, accompanied by bursts of terrifying lightning flickering on Yu Tianong's dragon claw. Yu Tianong at this moment seemed as if his entire person had transformed into a ball of lightning. Approaching Xiao Yu at an extremely fast speed, looking at the lightning dragon claw that was close at hand. Xiao Yu's expression was calm. The second spirit ring on his body began to light up. Second spirit skill, Holy Light descends. Before long, a golden holy light descended from the sky, directly shining on Xiao Yu and Wolong, finally forming a golden cylindrical defensive shield. Hiss. Feeling this rich power of light, Yu Rong couldn't help but gasp. Such pure power of light made his dark attribute spirit extremely disgusted. On the contrary, Ning Rongrong's eyes were extremely bright after seeing this scene. ZZZZT. Bang. Before long, in the excited gazes of the crowd, Yu Tianong's lightning dragon claw directly and fiercely collided with Xiao Yu's shield. However, the scene of the dragon claw shattering the shield that was imagined did not appear. The scene that appeared instead was Tianong being directly bounced back by the force of the rebound. Looking at the shield protecting Xiao Yu on the opposite side, it was intact. Yu Tianong's full-strength lightning dragon claw just now did not leave any opening on this shield, not even a crack. Looking at this scene, Yu Tianong's face was full of shock. His spirit skill was actually completely useless. Even if it was a 1,000-year spirit ring, but his spirit power was stronger than him, it shouldn't be such a big difference. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Then, Yu Tianong, not believing in evil, once again rushed towards Xiao Yu. Immediately, the first and second spirit rings on his body began to flicker. First spirit skill, Lightning Dragon Claw. Second spirit skill, Lightning Strike. Before long, Yu Tianong at this moment seemed to have transformed into 9 heavens profound lightning descending divine punishment. Moving towards Xiao Yu's direction, looking at Yu Tianong, who was exerting all his strength at this moment, Xiao Yu yawned, and said lightly to Wolong. Wolong, finish him. First spirit skill, Light Breath. Roar. As the first spirit skill on Xiao Yu's body lit up with a dazzling purple light. A golden breath flew towards Yu Tianong's direction. Chapter 44 Impulsive Yu Tianxin. At the instant the two came into contact, the lightning on Yu Tianong's body rapidly melted and disappeared as if ice and snow had encountered a raging fire. Ah! Instantly, this breath, which directly forcibly melted Yu Tianong's second spirit skill, closely followed and directly hit Yu Tianong, who was in the midst of lightning. After Yu Tianong screamed, he was directly sent flying out of the arena. Falling on an open space, the body that was originally flickering with white lightning had now turned into a trail of golden streamers. Immediately, his consciousness also fell into a coma. Looking at this scene, the crowd watching this battle fell into silence. Seeing that Tianong actually lost so decisively, Yu Luomian also had a look of astonishment on his face. He knew that it would be difficult for Yu Tianong to win, but he didn't expect him to lose so decisively. Without even a shred of resistance, defeated Yu Tianong, who was already infinitely close to level 30, with just one move. At this moment, everyone was in shock and confusion. What exactly was Xiao Yu's strength at this moment? The only one present who understood Xiao Yu very well, Liu Erlong, did not show too much surprise at this scene. After all, she knew that Xiao Yu still had many moves that he hadn't used. From before this battle began, Liu Erlong knew that this was a complete and utter rookie-crushing game. Alright, work is done, Master Grandfather, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Looking at Yu Tianong, who was in a coma at this moment, Xiao Yu stretched his back, said casually in the direction of Yu Luomian, and then prepared to leave. Stop. Just as Xiao Yu wanted to leave, Yu Tianxin, whose face had become extremely gloomy, jumped onto the arena, looking at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. What do you want to do? Xiao Yu said with a cold expression. You injured my younger brother. As his older brother, if I don't help him get revenge, how can I be his older brother? Yu Tianxin said with a faint smile. Tianxin, you go down, this is none of your business. What are you doing up here? Yu Luomian immediately scolded when he saw that Yu Tianxin had also jumped up. Now that Tianong had lost again, he didn't want the sect's twin stars to lose to Xiao Yu. Grandpa, don't worry, I have my own plans. Xiao Yu, come on, let me see your true strength. Quote. Looking at Yu Tianxin's confident expression at this moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sneer. Get revenge? Ridiculous, I just want to ask you, why should I fight you? Who do you think you are? You want me to fight and I'll fight. Who do you think you are? The reason I agreed to fight Yu Tianong was because of my master grandfather helping me hunt spirit rings. Otherwise, do you think Yu Tianong is worthy of fighting me? As for you, what kind of onion are you? Or do you think that with your 3-ring spirit grandmaster strength, I will give you face? Or with your status as the young master of the family? Ridiculous, I'm not a member of your blue lightning tyrant dragon family, your title as young master is useless here. Go cool off wherever you can. After speaking, Xiao Yu directly turned around and left. Roar. Wolong also mocked Yu Tianxin before following and leaving. Xiao Yu, you. Hearing Xiao Yu actually say such things, Yu Tianxin's face instantly became extremely ugly. As one of the sect's twin stars, he had been surrounded by all kinds of beautiful words since he was a child. When had he ever been lectured like this? The tone full of contempt and disdain in those words made Yu Tianxin's heart suffer a great blow. Xiao Yu, since you are so arrogant, I will let you see if I, Yu Tianxin, have the qualifications. Before long, the 3 spirit rings on Yu Tianxin's body began to flicker in unison. Lightning that was much more powerful than Yu Tianong's also began to surround Yu Tianxin. Then he rushed towards Xiao Yu's direction at a rapid speed. Tianxin, you can't. At this moment, Yu Luomian, who had just intended to carry Yu Tianong away, instantly had his eyes split apart after seeing this scene. However, when Yu Luomian wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Courting death, seeing the white lightning that was close at hand, Xiao Yu's face darkened, and then his mind moved. Roar. Sensing Xiao Yu's anger, Wolong directly roared. As this roar sounded, a pure white air wave visible to the naked eye burst out from Wolong as the center in all directions. Bang! What? This is impossible, this. Under this roar of Wolong, Yu Tianxin, who had originally unleashed all his spirit skills, was instantly suppressed by a pressure from the depths of his soul after being swept by the bursting air wave, lying on the ground completely unable to move. At this moment, even Yu Tianxin's spirit did not know why it had shrunk back into his body. Spirit power dissipated, and spirit rings disappeared. As his own spirit dissipated, a sense of inexplicable fear and awe permeated from the depths of Yu Tianxin's soul. I was originally giving Master Grandfather face, so I used spirit skills to defeat Yu Tianong, but you're good, you stretched your face over for me to slap. Now, do you still think that your spirit Grandmaster strength is very powerful? What twin stars, I see, are nothing more than that. If I really want to play seriously, I don't even need to use spirit skills. Xiao Yu looked at Yu Tianxin, who was lying on the ground at this moment, his face full of coldness. Xiao Yu. Hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Yu Tianxin's face was full of humiliation. But he had no way to resist. At this moment, he realized how much water Xiao Yu had released when facing Yu Tianong. Solving Tianong with one move, in their eyes was crushing, but for Xiao Yu, that was already a great release of water. Alright, Xiao Yu, let it go, Tianxin didn't do it on purpose. Liu Erlong slowly walked up, softly comforting Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu heard his teacher's voice, and then snorted coldly. Teacher, I'll give you this face, but you should also persuade your 2 nephews well. Don't provoke others randomly if you don't have the strength, always aiming higher than the sky, but lives are thinner than paper. Then he came to Dugu Yan's side, put his arm around Dugu Yan's fragrant shoulder, and left. Chapter 29, Rongrong, remember to come find me to play when you have time. While hugging Dugu Yan, he greeted Ning Rongrong. Okay, no problem, Xiao Yu, you were really handsome just now. Ning Rongrong said happily. At the same time, she waved to Xiao Yu with a slightly flushed face. Rongrong, no, let's go quickly. We can't stay here. Ji Yu Rong, who was still shocked by Xiao Yu's strength, saw that Xiao Yu was so flirtatious. While hugging Dugu Yan, he even wanted to provoke Rongrong. After seeing this scene, Ji Yu Rong made up his mind that he must not let Rongrong come here to study. Afterwards, Ji Yu Rong also decided to ignore the situation here and directly took Ning Rongrong away from here. Father, this, Xiao Yu didn't do it on purpose, don't you? Yu Luomian, who was frowning tightly, said in a cold voice. Speaking of which, this matter is still Tianxin's impulsiveness. Go and see Tianxin, alas, this kid. Okay, Chapter 45, Xiao Yu's identity transformation. Looking at Yu Tianxin who was lowering his head at the moment, Yu Luomian's heart was also extremely complicated. Logically speaking, as an elder of Tianong and Tianxin, he should teach Xiao Yu, the kid who dared to despise their family's Gemini stars. But not long ago, after he went back and told the patriarch about Xiao Yu's recent situation, the patriarch immediately issued an order. From now on, spare no effort to cultivate Xiao Yu. All the younger generation will be cultivated with Xiao Yu as the center. It was because of this order that he couldn't do this. After all, now the priority of the Gemini stars has been reduced, and now Xiao Yu is the first choice of the sect. Unless Xiao Yu kills them, otherwise, the sect will not pay too much attention to small fights. The weak should submit to the strong. Although it is cruel, survival of the fittest is the consistent policy of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. In addition, it was indeed Tianxin's fault just now. He was the first to attack. Xiao Yu was just acting in self-defense. Even he couldn't say anything about the situation now. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Xiao Yu is willing to contribute to their sect. If he is unwilling to join the sect, then that's another matter. Afterwards, Yu Luomian took the Gemini stars back to the sect. Before going back, Yu Luomian also told Liu Erlong the Patriarch's opinion. When she heard that the Patriarch was actually going to cultivate Xiao Yu, Liu Erlong also looked shocked. The Patriarch, who has always valued the family's bloodline, would actually choose to cultivate an outsider. Alright, I've said so much. In short, Erlong, this matter is no small matter. If it succeeds, it will have a greater than 2 effect on our family and on Xiao Yu. At the same time, congratulations to you for finding such an excellent disciple for our sect. Afterwards, Yu Luomian left Liu Erlong, who looked dazed. He left the academy. On the other side, back in the back mountain where they practiced, Dugu Yan pinched the soft flesh around Xiao Yu's waist with one hand and said with a serious expression. Xiao Yu, you don't even dare to eat me clean, yet you dare to provoke Ning Rongrong. Tell me, are you interested in Ning Rongrong? Why would you agree to Ning Rongrong cultivating with you? Looking at Dugu Yan who looked fierce at the moment, Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. What's wrong? Is our Yan Yan jealous? Tell me or not, tell me or not. Dugu Yan pinched the weak spot on Xiao Yu's waist again. Xiao Yu couldn't help but gasp in pain. Okay, I'm afraid of you. How could I like Ning Rongrong's figure? What I like is the relationship network of their 7 treasure glazed tile school, which has branches all over the continent. Isn't Grandpa Dugu still looking for someone who understands flowers and plants? Instead of us looking for it ourselves to the point of exhaustion, wouldn't it be faster and easier to see if we can get help from the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Therefore, if we have a good relationship with Ning Rongrong, wouldn't it be much easier to find someone? Hearing this, Dugu Yan understood, and secretly sighed that Xiao Yu thought so much. She actually misunderstood him, and then released her jade hand. Then, while stroking the place she had just pinched purple, she opened her throat and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, brother Xiao Yu, I didn't do it on purpose. How would I know these things?" Looking at Dugu Yan who was delicate, soft, and easily pushed down at the moment, Xiao Yu put Dugu Yan in his arms. His hands kept turning up and down on her body. "I'll let you be disobedient. I'll let you be disobedient." Pa. Later, he gently patted Dugu Yan's upturned buttocks. Dugu Yan's face instantly turned red when she felt the fluctuations in that place. At the same time, she was even more looking forward to what it would be like for her and Xiao Yu to be completely together. Quote. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji was currently discussing with Sword Douluo whether to send Rongrong to that academy to study for a period of time. Although Sword Douluo was very unwilling, Ning Fengji was Rongrong's father after all. Daddy, Grandpa Jian, I'm back." Just as they were discussing enthusiastically, Ning Rongrong ran into Ning Fengji's arms. "You're back, Rongrong. Did you see the person you wanted to see?" "Yes, I saw him. Daddy, do you know? Xiao Yu is so amazing. He easily defeated the Gemini stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." Ning Rongrong said with a sparkle in her eyes. "What?" Hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression changed. "Xiao Yu is so powerful." Then he looked at Ji Yu Rong and said in a serious tone. "Uncle Ji Yu, what exactly is going on?" Ji Yu Rong was silent for a moment, and then told everything he saw completely. Before long, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin gasped after hearing Ji Yu Rong's entire process. Especially Chen Xin. He only glanced at Xiao Yu casually last time in the Sunset Forest, but he didn't expect his talent to be so amazing. He could defeat the famous Gemini stars so easily. That is the pride that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has recently been trying to cultivate. "Daddy, Xiao Yu is amazing, right? I want to go to Blue Tyrant Academy. Please help me with the admission procedures tomorrow." Ning Rongrong said. "Okay." Hearing this, Ning Fengji was also overjoyed, and then wanted to agree. Just as Ning Fengji wanted to agree, he was stopped by Ji Yu Rong. "Sect Master, wait, Rongrong, Why don't you go eat some dessert first? We'll talk about the admission later. We have to have a meeting first. You also know that meetings are very boring. Yu Rong said. Ah, okay, but father, I must go to Blue Tyrant Academy tomorrow. Don't forget this. After saying that, Ning Rongrong obediently left the hall. She had eavesdropped on a meeting once before. Ning Rongrong fell asleep by the window after listening to those huge data. Since then, Ning Rongrong didn't want to hear about any more meetings. Alright, Uncle Yu, is there anything you can't say in front of Rongrong? Ning Fengji asked. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had left the hall, Yu Rong then told Ning Fengji everything he had seen and heard. When the two of them heard that Xiao Yu was actually plotting against Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin instantly became extremely vigilant. Chen Xin even looked serious and immediately stood on the same front as Yu Rong, sternly refusing to let Rongrong enter the tiger's mouth. This Blue Tyrant Academy must not be attended. But Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle, you also know that Rongrong has been spoiled by you since she was a child. Do you think Rongrong will listen to you so much and say she won't go? Ning Fengji said with a helpless expression after careful consideration. In fact, logically speaking, Xiao Yu and Rongrong are about the same age, and Xiao Yu's talent and strength are very good, so if Dugu Yan didn't exist, then Xiao Yu is undoubtedly a good choice for a son-in-law. Even if he is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as long as Rongrong likes it, it will be a strong alliance, which also suits Ning Fengji's idea. Chapter 46. Another method of Liu Erlong. But Xiao Yu obviously has other plans, which really makes Ning Fengji unable to choose him. Hearing what Ning Fengji said, the two titled Douluos, Sword and Bone, also looked hesitant. They didn't want Rongrong to enter the tiger's mouth, but they didn't want Rongrong to be sad either. After the three of them were silent for a while, Ning Fengji, who was a wise man, slowly said. How about this, Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle? I have come up with a good idea that can not only dispel Rongrong's thoughts, but also keep Rongrong away from Xiao Yu. Didn't Rongrong say she wants to go to the academy to study? Then let's let her go, but we have to make an agreement. If she can't break through level 22 within a month, it means she is not suitable for going to the academy, then she has to obediently come back with us. We will teach her ourselves. And according to Rongrong's temperament, it is too difficult for her to break through one level in such a short month, so we only need to watch Rongrong in Blue Tyrant Academy for this month. I believe that sending a Soul Douluo into the academy to watch Rongrong and then taking Rongrong back at night, I think there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Rongrong is still young now. Judging from her careless signs, even if she really has a good impression of Xiao Yu, she might forget about it in 2 years. Hearing this method, the two titled Douluos, Sword and Bone, also brightened up, which sounded like a good method. After all, it has been several days since the last time they obtained soul rings, and Rongrong has not started practicing yet, and she is still at level 21 soul power, spending her days either playing or teasing people. Therefore, it is impossible for her to break through level 22 in a month. This method is good, Fengji. Since that's the case, let's follow this method. Chen Xin and Yu Rong smiled at each other. Afterwards, Ning Fengji asked someone to call Rongrong. Ning Rongrong hopped and jumped to the hall. As soon as she arrived, she heard Ning Fengji say, Rongrong, we can let you go to Blue Tyrant Academy. Although we don't think Blue Tyrant Academy can teach you anything, we don't want to force you and make you unhappy because of this. Therefore, if you want to go to school, we can agree, but you need to prove to us that you can improve faster in the academy than at home. Otherwise, you can only stay at home and be taught by me personally. Chapter 30. Ah, then, Dad, how am I supposed to prove it? Heh, it's very simple. 1 month. As long as you can break through one level and reach level 22 soul power within this month, then we'll consider you suitable for the academy and let you enroll until graduation. Otherwise, you should just stay home and cultivate. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Wasn't her original intention to cultivate quickly and then shock her two grandpas and dad? Aren't these things her dad is saying exactly in line with her own thoughts? So, Ning Rongrong immediately agreed to the condition. She patted her chest, guaranteeing that she would definitely break through to level 22 within a month. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was patting her chest and guaranteeing it, Ning Fengji and Yu Rong Chenxin, who were originally smiling, were stunned instead. That's not right, what's going on? Rongrong agreed so quickly. That's not like her. According to the past, they would have to say a few more nice words to get Rongrong to reluctantly agree to this bet, but today Rongrong agreed so quickly and decisively, which made Ning Fengji and the others extremely surprised. Seeing Ning Rongrong agree so decisively, Ning Fengji immediately judged that there was a problem, but now that the bet had been made, they couldn't openly go back on their word. They could only send Ning Rongrong to Blue Tyrant Academy to study tomorrow. Watching Ning Rongrong leave, skipping and jumping, Ning Fengji suddenly felt like he had jumped into a trap. And the target was his own daughter. This feeling made Ning Fengji feel extremely strange. Uncle Jian, do you think there shouldn't be any problems with my plan, right? Rongrong won't give me such a big surprise, will she? Looking at Ning Rongrong's confidence, Ning Fengji directly became unconfident. Probably, logically speaking, that's how it should be. Chenxin and Ji Yurong also looked at each other at this moment. The three of them could never have known that there was someone within Blue Tyrant Academy who could accelerate cultivation speed. Quote. Before long, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, day passed and night came. Liu Erlong, who had already changed into a purple nightgown, sat on the bed in a daze, looking at the distant round moon and fell into deep thought. And after Xiao Yu flirted with Dugu Yan for an afternoon, he sent Dugu Yan back to her room and immediately seamlessly returned to the riverside cabin to find Liu Erlong. Teacher, what's wrong? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled, looking at Liu Erlong, whose expression was not quite right at the moment. Ah, it's nothing, I just remembered some things. Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu, who was lying next to her at the moment. Her eyes were full of complicated expressions. Xiao Yu, Teacher, I'm uncomfortable, can you help me? Before long, Liu Erlong, who wanted to say something, was interrupted by Xiao Yu. What? Liu Erlong looked confused, not understanding for a moment. However, when she saw the tall shadow, she couldn't help but look annoyed. You brat, didn't we agree on once a week? I just helped you this morning, and you want it again now? No way. Liu Erlong slapped him with a slightly red face. Xiao Yu bent over in pain. But teacher, you forced me this morning. I originally wanted to make up for yesterday's now, so that doesn't count. Xiao Yu said, enduring the pain. HMPH, what do you mean it doesn't count? No means no. Once a week, we agreed. Liu Erlong said with her arms crossed, her attitude firm. The huge evil was squeezed out by Liu Erlong's hands into an amazing arc. Ah, is that so? Well then, I'll go find Sister Yan, she's happy to help me. Seeing that Liu Erlong refused, Xiao Yu could only get up helplessly. After fusing with the Dragon Clan physique earlier, Xiao Yu felt that his body was constantly hot, and the fire in his heart was burning non-stop. He urgently needed to vent it fiercely. Otherwise, Xiao Yu wouldn't have needed to break his idea of taking things slowly. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to leave again, Liu Erlong became anxious. She grabbed Xiao Yu's shoulder. No, you can't leave, you promised to accompany me tonight. You don't want to go back on your word again, do you? A trace of grievance flashed in Liu Erlong's eyes. She really didn't want to endure that kind of loneliness again yesterday. But, HMPH, there's no buts about it. Aren't you uncomfortable? It's okay, the once-a-week thing won't change, I'll help you in another way, and I can also tell you some things. Hearing Liu Erlong's words, Xiao Yu then continued to sit on the bed. Although Dugu Yan is indeed good, obedient, gentle, and easy to push down, no matter what, Liu Erlong's ripe figure is something she can't compare to. If the hardware conditions can't compare, then no matter how good the software is, she can only line up behind. Chapter 47 Teacher, I will definitely support you. Afterwards, Liu Erlong stretched out her jade hand, and while talking about what her father said in the morning, she helped Xiao Yu with one hand. However, before she could say anything, Liu Erlong exclaimed, and then used both hands together. At the same time, she secretly sighed, if this big guy was, then what would she become? How old is this kid? If he's an adult, then wouldn't it be even more? And at this moment, Xiao Yu only felt like he had come to another version of heaven. Teacher, are you saying that the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wants me to join your clan? While enjoying Liu Erlong's massage, Xiao Yu asked in surprise. He didn't expect the situation to develop like this. That's right, Liu Erlong said, panting slightly. Hearing this, Xiao Yu fell into silence. According to normal circumstances, he actually doesn't lack resources, and he doesn't need to join any Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. With Dugu Bo around, he doesn't need to worry about his safety either. But if you really want to talk about it, joining them doesn't seem to be a bad thing. After all, they are one of the 3 upper sects. Except for the soul hunting operation a few years later, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is not afraid of any forces at all. Think about it carefully yourself. I can't make the decision for you on this matter. If you join the clan, it's equivalent to having a huge background, but correspondingly, you will also be bound by shackles. Liu Erlong said with a frown. Her hands were already very sore. But when she looked at the progress bar, there was still a long way to go. Before long, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Liu Erlong, who didn't have much patience in the first place, directly gave up. Feeling that her hands were sore and swollen, she directly said, I'm not doing it anymore. If you want to find Dugu Yan, go find Dugu Yan. I can't do it, I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. Think about what I just told you. After saying that, Liu Erlong directly lay down, completely ignoring Xiao Yu, whose eyes were red at the moment. Ah, teacher, no way, or, you rest, I'll do it myself. You do it yourself, okay, but pay attention to your sense of propriety. If you touch something you shouldn't touch, I'll slap you away. Don't forget, after all, I'm still your teacher. Liu Erlong pretended to be fierce and said, these things shouldn't be something a teacher needs to do. But she just did it. And she didn't have any special feelings about it. She was even very satisfied, even a little eager. You know, the last time Liu Erlong had this feeling was with Yu Xiaogang. Okay, afterwards, Xiao Yu also lay down next to Liu Erlong. Then his body began to cling to Liu Erlong's back. His hands wrapped around Liu Erlong's slender waist, feeling the fragrance on Liu Erlong's beautiful back. Then he slowly said, Teacher, it's so good to have you. When I grow up, I'll support you from behind, and you can do what you like. Hearing this, Liu Erlong smiled indifferently. Feeling the strangeness coming from her back, she slapped away Xiao Yu's hand that was gradually reaching upwards. While saying with a calm expression, okay, with you supporting me from behind, I can have more status in the clan. Teacher, I will definitely support you from behind, properly. Xiao Yu said with words and body. Quote. Before long, the time of one night passed quickly. In the morning, when the morning light shone on Xiao Yu's face, Xiao Yu got up early as usual. However, after seeing the mess on the bed, he chose to call Liu Erlong up first. After taking a shower together and cleaning up, Liu Erlong changed the sheets again, and Xiao Yu went to get breakfast. Although Xiao Yu didn't sleep for long last night, he was still full of energy. On the other hand, Liu Erlong was too tired. Although she could sleep, that strange feeling made Liu Erlong feel extremely strange. She couldn't sleep all night. At this moment, Liu Erlong, who was waiting for Xiao Yu to bring back breakfast, recalled the scene last night. She couldn't help but wonder, are he and Dugu Yan actually playing so wild now? Are young people nowadays so good at playing? Some special postures, even she, an old virgin for decades, felt extremely novel. But when she thought that Xiao Yu might have already made real progress with Dugu Yan, Liu Erlong felt a burst of loss in her heart for some reason. And after eating breakfast, Liu Erlong went back to continue catching up on sleep. Xiao Yu went to find Dugu Yan to cultivate together. Chapter 31. Arriving at Dugu Yan's single dormitory, Dugu Yan was still asleep. Xiao Yu gently entered the dormitory with breakfast in hand. Then, he softly woke Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan saw that it was Xiao Yu. She immediately excitedly embraced Xiao Yu. After the two of them spent a good while being affectionate, they finished breakfast and then left the room. They headed to the back mountain for cultivation. And just as Xiao Yu had expected, Ning Rongrong finally overcame all difficulties and arrived at the academy. As soon as she finished the admission procedures, she came to find Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I'm here to cultivate with you. Ning Rongrong smiled at Xiao Yu, her face radiant. Afterward, the three of them chatted for a few words and then began cultivating on their own. The sole Douluo guard hiding in the dark was also shocked to see his young miss so actively starting to cultivate after coming to this kid's side, as if he had seen a ghost. From then on, with Ning Rongrong's joining, Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan, and Ning Rongrong often cultivated together within the academy, and Ning Rongrong's relationship with Xiao Yu also became better and better. Even if there were people watching from the side, they had no way to interfere with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yu's relationship. They could only ensure that there was no physical contact between them. Quote. At the same time, on the other side, at the entrance of Shrek Academy in Soto City, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, arrived here, covered in dust from their journey. Looking at the dilapidated gate and signboard, Xiao Wu, feeling a huge sense of disappointment, couldn't help but open her mouth with dissatisfaction. This is Shrek Academy, I don't see anything special about it. It's so broken down, it's not even as good as Nodding Academy. Little San, are you sure this is the academy that you said was 10,000 times better than Nodding Academy? Hearing Xiao Wu's merciless words, a trace of displeasure appeared on Grandmaster's face. However, considering Xiao Wu's talent, and the fact that she was Tang San's sister, he didn't say much. He simply stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Flender to appear with a cold expression. Xiao Wu, say a little less, I believe what teacher said, this is definitely a good academy that can make us stronger quickly. Tang San noticed that Grandmaster's expression wasn't very happy, so he whispered to Xiao Wu from the side. Alright, then I'll take another look. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and curled her lips. She had originally been attending classes properly, but after hearing that Tang San had been expelled by the principal, along with Grandmaster being driven away, she packed her luggage and chased after them without saying a word. After all, although she was the big sister of the academy, she actually couldn't talk to anyone else within the academy. It was boring to death, so it was better to follow Grandmaster and them. Chapter 48. Rapid improvement within a month. But who knew that after rushing for a day and a night, they would arrive at this small village, this broken academy, which was completely different from what Grandmaster had said. Xiao Wu suddenly regretted giving up being the big sister of Nodding Academy and instead running to this ghostly place. If she was still at Nodding Academy, she should still be eating in the cafeteria right now. By the way, Little San, you have to remember to pay me back for the travel expenses for this day. For you guys, I don't have a single penny left now. Xiao Wu said, looking at Tang San. If Tang San and Grandmaster hadn't been penniless and unable to rent a carriage, Xiao Wu wouldn't have been able to catch up with the Grandmaster and Tang San who were haggling at the carriage shop in Nodding City. It was precisely because Xiao Wu arrived that Grandmaster and Tang San were able to travel to Shrek by carriage. Okay. I'll pay you back when I receive my allowance next month. Tang San said helplessly. Haha, Xiaogang, you've finally seen the light. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just as the siblings were chatting, a loud laugh came. Looking closely, there were several figures rushing towards the direction of the gate. Flender, if it weren't for the compelling circumstances, I wouldn't have come so early. Looking at his old friend on the opposite side, Grandmaster sighed helplessly. Alright, this isn't the place to talk, come, let's go inside and chat slowly. Flender grabbed Yu Xiaogang's hand and walked inside. Along the way, Flender also introduced Yu Xiaogang to the general situation of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that there were no sole Douluo level experts within the academy. Grandmaster also showed a surprised expression when he heard Flender's introduction of the basic situation. He didn't expect that Flender had recruited such a group of people with considerable strength in the past few years. And although there were relatively few students in the academy now, their talents were all passable. And this was even more in line with Yu Xiaogang's psychological thoughts. Better to have less but better. For a time, when he thought that he could teach so many geniuses, Grandmaster also felt a little impatient. After all, if he could cultivate them all into talents, then his theory could truly shock the entire continent. Before long, with the mutual introductions of both parties, the Shrek 7 devils in the original work were also gradually taking shape in advance. Except for Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, the other 5 were all present. And when Flender learned that Tang San had already reached level 20 and needed a soul ring, he agreed without saying anything, letting them rest well tonight, and tomorrow, he would send Zhao Wuji, who was a soul saint, to personally take him to obtain a soul ring. At this point, Yu Xiaogang and his group of 3 had completely settled down in Shrek Academy. And Grandmaster's teaching would officially begin after Tang San obtained his soul ring. Quote. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Tang San, who was mixing in Shrek, successfully obtained his second soul ring with the help of Zhao Wuji. Although it wasn't the Ghost Vine martial soul, he found a mandala snake of about 600 years. After absorbing its soul ring, Tang San's blue-silver grass's toughness and toxicity were further enhanced. And in the battle with Dai Mubai, even when facing Dai Mubai, who had just entered the Soul Grandmaster realm, Tang San could still use the blue-silver grass's considerable toughness and Tang sect's unique skills to fight back and forth with Dai Mubai without him using his third soul skill. Moreover, under Master's special training, the five of them were rapidly increasing their level of cooperation. This allowed Master to see the hope of proving himself. Within Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Yu's life was much simpler. During the day, he still cultivated with Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan. Under the influence of the talent domain, the three of them were rapidly improving their strength. After cultivating during the day, Ning Rongrong was taken home in the evening, while Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan spent time together in their own world before it was completely dark, occasionally letting Dugu Yan help him relieve his pent-up desires. And as Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan's tacit understanding deepened, sometimes Xiao Yu only needed to gently squeeze Dugu Yan's fullness, and Dugu Yan would obediently squat down. And at night, Xiao Yu would go to Liu Erlong's bed as usual, hugging the fragrant and soft teacher to sleep. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of the last time. Unless Xiao Yu requested it, Liu Erlong wouldn't help Xiao Yu anymore, directly letting Xiao Yu manipulate her body as he pleased. And within this month, Liu Erlong, who was originally quite resistant, became less resistant and even a little expectant of further progress with the passage of time and the increase in the number of times. After all, that unparalleled feeling became more and more intoxicating for Liu Erlong. And it was precisely because of Dugu Yan and Liu Erlong's tireless efforts that Xiao Yu, who had obtained the Dragon Clan physique, didn't feel so uncomfortable. As for the improvement of soul power, Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan both successfully broke through one level with the help of Xiao Yu's domain, reaching level 33 and level 22. And Xiao Yu also relied on the Dragon Clan's physique to break through another level of soul power within a month. Now Xiao Yu has also reached level 27 of soul power. If he continues to improve at this rate, it is believed that perhaps he won't even need a year before Xiao Yu can break through the realm again and reach the Soul Grandmaster cultivation of level 30. On this day, Ning Rongrong was cultivating with Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan when the Soul Douluo guard who had been hiding in the dark appeared and came to Ning Rongrong. "Miss, the 1-month period has arrived. The sect master has arrived and is waiting for you in the office." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong had a happy expression on her face. Because the 1-month period had arrived, today was the day to give her father a surprise. "Dad is here, that's great, let's go, Xiao Yu, I'll take you to see my dad." After saying that, before the Soul Douluo could react, Ning Rongrong had already grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and ran towards the gate. And Dugu Yan saw Ning Rongrong holding Xiao Yu's hand. She also immediately grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and followed behind. Seeing this scene, the Soul Douluo shook his head and smiled wryly as if he was used to it. He had seen this kind of scene many times in the past month. At first, he could still stop them, but later he couldn't stop them at all. And inside the office, Liu Erlong was personally receiving Ning Fengji at this moment. "Dean Liu, the 1-month period has arrived. Thank you for taking care of Rongrong this month. Here are 1 million gold soul coins, which will be considered as the tuition fee for bothering you this month." Ning Fengji took out a card and said with a faint smile. "Sect Master Ning is joking. Tuition fees don't need that much. Besides, I think Rongrong has worked quite hard in her cultivation this month. I don't think she won't reach level 22. Liu Erlong did not accept the money, but said indifferently. Liu Erlong had heard Xiao Yu talk about the bet between their father and daughter, so she was not kept in the dark. Chapter 49. Ning Fengji's shock and Sword Douluo's killing intent. Hehe, Dean Liu is too kind. It's just that we all know very well that it is almost impossible for a soul elder to break through one level in a month. Perhaps it is possible for others. However, I still know Rongrong very well. Although I have seen her hard work this month, breaking through the realm is not something that can be done just by wanting to break through. Moreover, the breakthrough speed of auxiliary soul masters is much slower than that of ordinary soul masters." Ning Fengji shook his head and said casually. He just regarded Liu Erlong's words just now as a joke, a platitude. Whether she breaks through or not, You will know when Rongrong comes later. Liu Erlong didn't say much about Ning Fengji's statement. After all, Liu Erlong wouldn't have much confidence if it were someone else, but if it was with Xiao Yu, then she would have confidence. After all, she knew that Xiao Yu had a talent domain that could speed up people's cultivation. Although the effect on a soul sage like her was minimal, it had a considerable effect on a soul elder like Ning Rongrong. Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled helplessly. He was too lazy to say anything more. Dad, Grandpa soared. Soon, as a voice sounded, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin turned their heads towards the door with gentle smiles on their faces. However, when they saw Ning Rongrong holding Xiao Yu's hand, and Xiao Yu holding Dugu Yan's hand, the three of them walking in together, the expressions on their faces instantly darkened. Chen Xin even looked fiercely at the soul Douluo who was responsible for protecting Rongrong not far away. The soul Douluo who was responsible for taking care of Ning Rongrong shrank his neck when he saw this scene. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Chapter 32. Due to the setting, Chen Xin didn't lash out, but glared at Xiao Yu with murderous intent. Seeing Chen Xin's gaze, Xiao Yu also knew when to back down and instinctively wanted to let go of Rongrong's hand, but then he muttered to himself inwardly. HMPH, you old fart, wait until I reach the peak of my cultivation, and I'll kiss Rongrong's face raw right in front of you. But even though Xiao Yu wanted to let go, Rongrong was unwilling to release her grip and continued to hold onto Xiao Yu's hand. Rongrong, come here, come to daddy. Ning Fengji was still the most experienced, and he immediately got Ning Rongrong to let go of Xiao Yu's hand, directly embracing Ning Fengji. Chen Xin, on the other hand, stared at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. The surging murderous aura made Xiao Yu's hair stand on end. However, with the help of the Dragon Clan physique, Xiao Yu didn't show any fear. Looking at Xiao Yu, who showed no abnormality at this moment, Chen Xin, who knew how terrifying his murderous aura was, also showed a surprised expression. Ning Fengji also glanced at Xiao Yu with the corner of his eye, then smiled at Ning Rongrong with incomparable gentleness. Rongrong, the 1-month period has arrived. Have you fulfilled the agreement between us? Yes, Rongrong has achieved it. Rongrong, lying is not a good habit. Hearing Rongrong's words, Sword Douluo Chen Xin also spoke with a gloomy expression. Improving by 1 level in a month, how is that possible? No way, Grandpa Sword, I really broke through. If you don't believe me, look. After speaking, Ning Rongrong directly took out the soul power testing crystal. Then, she circulated her soul power and imprinted her hand on it. Before long, the soul power crystal emitted a burst of light. Seeing this light, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chen Xin both showed surprised expressions. Because although this light was not too bright, it was obviously the soul power light that a level 22 soul master would have. Rongrong, you actually broke through to level 22 within a month. Looking at the crystal ball, Sword Douluo Chen Xin said with a face full of astonishment. Ning Fengji and Chen Xin never expected the plot to develop like this. Hehe, how is it? I'm amazing, right, Daddy? I told you I could definitely do it. Daddy, now that I've done it, can I continue to stay here? Ning Rongrong said with a smile like a flower. Circa. Can. Ning Fengji, who was currently brainstorming, muttered subconsciously. Then, he looked at Rongrong and Xiao Yu with an extremely complicated expression. He knew that Rongrong had been cultivating every day for the past month, but even so, it was impossible to break through 1 level in a month. In an instant, Ning Fengji recalled Rongrong's strange reaction after he stated the condition. Could it be that Rongrong agreed so quickly because she was already sure that she could break through to level 22? That's why she agreed so confidently. Or did Rongrong use some other method to break through to level 22? But leveling up is not a trivial matter. What methods could a child like Rongrong have? Fengji, this. Hearing Ning Fengji agree to Rongrong, Sword Douluo Chen Xin immediately became anxious. Rongrong can't stay here. This Xiao Yu doesn't look like a good person at all. But he is the designated successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and they have no way to stop him. Otherwise, it would be an internal war of the upper 3 sects. In response, Ning Fengji, after a brief thought, comforted Chen Xin, who was full of anxiety, and then said to Liu Erlong. I know what I'm doing, Uncle Jian. Since that's the case, Dean Erlong, the sect still has matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Rongrong, I'll send someone to pick you up and take you home later. Daddy, now that I can stay, you should dismiss the guard. It's ridiculous to have a guard in the academy. Seeing that her father was about to leave, Ning Rongrong immediately spoke. Hearing that Rongrong actually wanted to dismiss the guard, Ning Fengji frowned. How could the guard be dismissed? If that kid Xiao Yu took advantage of the lack of a guard to get handsy, how would they know? However, now that Rongrong had fulfilled their agreement, they had no way to make Rongrong leave the academy and go home. For a moment, Ning Fengji couldn't help but feel a little helpless about this scene. This time, he felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. If he had strongly refused at the time, perhaps this would not be the outcome. But he didn't expect Rongrong to actually be able to fulfill this request. Rongrong, you should cultivate here with peace of mind. Let's talk about this matter when we get back tonight. Ning Fengji couldn't help but start a delaying tactic at this moment. He never expected that his worries a month ago would actually become a reality. Okay. In response, Ning Rongrong couldn't immediately throw a tantrum on the spot, and could only wait until she went back at night to talk about it. Then this junior will see sect leader Ning off. Liu Erlong immediately stood up and saw Ning Fengji off, leaving Blue Tyrant Academy. After seeing Ning Fengji off, Ning Rongrong grabbed Xiao Yu's arm. Her budding figure leaned against Xiao Yu, rubbing against him non-stop. Brother Xiao Yu, Rongrong is amazing, right? Amazing, Rongrong is really amazing. Even sect leader Ning was taken aback. Xiao Yu smelled the milky fragrance emanating from Ning Rongrong and stroked her little head. Feeling Xiao Yu's touch, Ning Rongrong was like a kitten, catering to Xiao Yu's hand, constantly rubbing her hair against Xiao Yu's hand. Chapter 50. A two-pronged approach enters the right track. Hey, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yu is my boyfriend, don't go too far. Seeing this scene, Dugu Yan couldn't help but feel jealous. She grabbed Xiao Yu's other hand and rubbed her increasingly voluptuous figure against him, her enchanting eyes staring at Ning Rongrong while also glaring fiercely at Xiao Yu. This little pervert, I knew he couldn't resist the little beauty Ning Rongrong who offered herself up. HMPH, Sister Yan, Xiao Yu Gerger hasn't married you yet, he's just your boyfriend. I can be Xiao Yu Gerger's girlfriend too. Being a girlfriend isn't your exclusive right. Ning Rongrong refused to be outdone and pulled Xiao Yu closer to her. As the little devil of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who could beat her in a quarrel? You little brat, you've rebelled. You dare to steal a man from your sister. Dugu Yan sneered. So what if I steal him? Sister Yan, why don't we compete to see who is more suitable to be Xiao Yu Gerger's girlfriend? Ning Rongrong giggled. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was like a white lotus, while Dugu Yan was like a thorny rose. Both women had their own special combat power. Seeing the two of them about to argue, Xiao Yu quickly put his arms around their fragrant shoulders and tried to persuade them. All right, stop arguing. Rongrong, Sister Yan is still your sister, don't always go against her. Sister Yan, you too, Rongrong is still young, don't be so serious with her. We all cultivate in the same circle, harmony is the most important thing. Hearing Xiao Yu speak, Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan both shut their mouths, but their eyes still revealed stubbornness. Looking at the two women who were unwilling to yield, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. These two women with such extreme personalities, perhaps the quarrels will become more intense in the next few years. It seems that I need to find someone with a more moderate personality to harmonize the two of them. After this farce, Xiao Yu and the others planned to return to the back mountain to continue their cultivation. Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan each held one of Xiao Yu's arms, unwilling to yield. Feeling the two different sensations, one large and one small, coming from his hands from time to time, Xiao Yu felt both joy and helplessness in his heart. But they hadn't been gone for long when they saw Yu Tianxin's figure appear. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you think your strength has increased again and you've come to avenge your humiliation. Xiao Yu looked at Yu Tianxin's complicated expression and sneered. Xiao Yu, Grandpa is currently in seclusion and doesn't have time to come, so he asked me to inform you that it's Great-Grandpa's birthday in 2 months. He wants me to invite you and Aunt Erlong to attend Grandpa's birthday celebration. At the same time, he wants to take advantage of the birthday banquet to announce your identity to the clan members and guests present. It's considered a complete recognition. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. Birthday banquet, recognize my name. It seems that the so-called reputation of the family successor is more important than I thought. Okay, I will definitely attend. Seeing that Xiao Yu agreed, Yu Tianxin prepared to leave and return to report. But before leaving, he turned his head and said, Xiao Yu, although you have agreed to Grandpa's request, not everyone in the clan is convinced by you. Therefore, this birthday banquet may not be easy for you. Many people will hope to see you make a fool of yourself. I hope you are prepared. Regarding Yu Tianxin's kind reminder, Xiao Yu sneered. Hehe, they are just a bunch of cowards who only dare to slander others behind their backs. I can easily handle them. At the same level, I fear no one. Seeing Xiao Yu's confidence, Yu Tianxin was also stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, Xiao Yu is just so confident. Just a beast roar was enough to suppress himself. Ning Rongrong, who was on the side, couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration when she saw Xiao Yu's domineering side. Open black lens bracket gained Ning Rongrong's affection points +3, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current target, Ning Rongrong 11%, close black lens bracket. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Yu was still wondering why his affection points hadn't increased this month. He didn't expect that it would increase today because of a few words. Moreover, he can now get a treasure chest, and he is one step closer to his next upgrade. However, it was only now that Xiao Yu reacted after seeing the affection points. The little devil is indeed worthy of being called the little devil. She is truly well deserved. She can actually pretend so well. Even with the current 11% affection points, it's only a little pleasing to the eye. It's not even close to liking him. And she even claimed to be stealing a man from Sister Yan. I think she's just stealing a man from Sister Yan for fun, otherwise the affection points wouldn't have increased at all. If it weren't for his talent domain that could help her speed up her soul power cultivation, Ning Rongrong might not be so close to him. But unfortunately, Ning Rongrong, your acting skills can deceive people, but my system can't deceive people. It seems that I can't let you come to my side to cultivate so easily. Xiao Yu looked at Ning Rongrong, his face full of mysteriousness. Xiao Yu Gerger, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at Rongrong like that? Ning Rongrong saw Xiao Yu's strange gaze and couldn't help but clutch her collar, asking with a gentle smile. Chapter 33. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was almost flawless at this moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, little witch. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was like a pure white lotus flower of first love at this moment, Xiao Yu released Dugu Yan, then held Ning Rongrong's delicate little head, which had no makeup on it, in both hands, and caught her off guard, kissing her hard. Ooh! Instantly, feeling the fiery touch on her lips, Ning Rongrong's face immediately underwent an immense change. Almost subconsciously, she pushed Xiao Yu away. Her tone even carried a hint of anger. Xiao Yu Gerger, what are you doing? Rongrong, didn't you say you wanted me to be your boyfriend? I'm just exercising the rights of a boyfriend in advance. Xianxia and I have already openly bathed together. Surely you don't want to fall too far behind Xianxia, right? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile, holding Dugu Yan. But, that's... Ning Rongrong said, her eyes filled with tears. Seeing Ning Rongrong about to explode, Xiao Yu walked over. He forcefully pulled Ning Rongrong into his arms. His fingers gently fiddled with Ning Rongrong's fragrant hair, softly murmuring. Ning Rongrong, who had intended to resist fiercely, immediately quieted down after hearing Xiao Yu's words. Ning Rongrong, stop pretending. I know you have no feelings for me, but since you want to cultivate here with me, you have to pay a price, right? As the daughter of the sect leader, you should be very clear about the principle of, no pain, no gain. Just consider your first kiss as the price for your cultivation here for the past month. In the future, if you want to cultivate here with me, you must pay a price. Of course, the price I need is not as simple as money. Chapter 51. Completely controlling the little witch. If you are unwilling, you can leave at any time, and I won't stop you. After all, I don't lack a woman like you. But don't even think about letting the sword Douluo and bone Douluo from your sect come to find me. Behind me are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and Poison Douluo. Once a conflict occurs, the only one who will regret it will be you. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Ning Rongrong instantly raised her head, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Xiao Yu. She was now extremely confused as to how Xiao Yu had seen through her. She had clearly disguised herself so well. In order to speed up the cultivation of her soul power, she had even changed her temperament for him. She had even had such intimate contact with him, which was clearly the kind of intimate contact that only she and her father, as well as Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa, were qualified to enjoy. She was confident that her disguise was undetectable by anyone. But the fact was that Xiao Yu had indeed seen through her. Heh, not bad eyes, but useless. Ning Rongrong, you took the initiative to come to my door, so don't blame others. Xiao Yu pinched Ning Rongrong's snow-white face, which was as smooth as a peeled egg. Alright, that's all I have to say. Now, I want to kiss your tender face again and see what it tastes like. At the same time, consider it the price you need to pay for the next month. If you are willing to stay, don't dodge. If you are unwilling, then dodge, and I will let you go, and we will each go our separate ways in the future. Xiao Yu stroked Ning Rongrong's tender little face and said softly. This little face was really something else, incomparably smooth, making people want to lick it. Hearing these words, Ning Rongrong's originally weak body suddenly stiffened. He actually wanted to kiss her again. Wouldn't that mean that after a while, he would make even more excessive demands? So, in order not to lose more, Ning Rongrong glared at Xiao Yu fiercely, and then wanted to leave. However, although she really wanted to leave immediately, and go home with her father, who hadn't gone far yet. But for some reason, she just couldn't take a step. She could only stand there blankly, letting Xiao Yu manipulate her. Quote. After a moment, Ning Rongrong, who had relaxed her whole body, wiped her face with a bit of saliva and looked at Xiao Yu with anger and grievance in her eyes. She, the dignified little witch of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had never been forced like this before. Not only was her first kiss stolen, but her face was also licked by this guy like a candy, making her feel disgusted. This guy is really a bastard. However, Ning Rongrong was still very strange at this moment. Her acting skills were definitely seamless, but why could he see through her? How did you know? Ning Rongrong, who couldn't think of the reason after thinking about it, asked the confusion in her heart. And to this, Xiao Yu didn't say much. He just stretched out his hand and waved it at Dugu Yan, and Dugu Yan consciously came into Xiao Yu's arms, letting him hold and play with her. Look, Rongrong, you still have a lot to learn. If you want to be my woman, your little cleverness is not enough. Yan Jia, teach her well in the future. After saying that, Xiao Yu also kissed Dugu Yan's face and mouth fairly. Looking at the wet kiss between the two of them, Rongrong felt disgusted, although. But for some reason, there was actually a kind of expectation in her heart. No problem, Rongrong, it seems that we don't need to compete anymore. In the future, you are destined to be suppressed by me. Now, Dugu Yan can see that Ning Rongrong actually has no good feelings for Xiao Yu at all. Xiao Yu is also clear about this, but both sides are pushing and pulling to the limit for their own interests. Ning Rongrong is for the speed of cultivation, and Xiao Yu is for the resources of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It's just that looking at it now, her man is still better, and he is still for her grandfather. For a time, Dugu Yan's eyes became more and more gentle when she looked at Xiao Yu. Miss, the sect leader and the others have already left. Just after everything was over, the sole Douluo who was originally responsible for protecting Ning Rongrong also rushed back. However, he felt that the atmosphere at the scene at this moment seemed a little wrong. So he subconsciously asked, Miss, did anything happen? The guardian's face was extremely ugly. It couldn't be so unlucky, right? He had only left for such a short time, and the miss had. This kid is too good at seizing opportunities. Rongrong, people are asking you, quickly answer them. Xiao Yu touched Ning Rongrong's little head and said with a faint smile. Ning Rongrong glared at Xiao Yu fiercely, and at the same time, the look in her eyes towards the guardian was not very good. I'm fine, you can leave. Listening to Ning Rongrong's obviously wrong words, the guardian wanted to ask more questions, although. But he was afraid of Ning Rongrong, the little witch, so he dismissed the idea. After all, if Ning Rongrong was really wronged, she would have already exploded. How could she be so quiet like she is now? However, seeing Xiao Yu so easily make the little princess, who was in a bad mood, speak, the guardian couldn't help but sigh at Xiao Yu's power. Is this the power of love? Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. Rongrong, so good. Xiao Yu continued to touch Ning Rongrong's little head. HMPH, let's go, I've already given you the price, hurry up and cultivate. Ning Rongrong said coldly. She had already let him kiss her, did he want her to leave? How could that be possible? Looking at Ning Rongrong walking in front, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan smiled at each other. My little man really has a way, even the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school can be so easily manipulated. Hehe, Yan Jia, I have even more powerful manipulation methods. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you tonight. Little pervert, I don't care, but you don't dare to. Dugu Yan said, a hint of peach blossom appearing in her eyes. It's not that I don't dare, it's that the time hasn't come yet. Xiao Yu said with a helpless wry smile. Then okay, let me see your manipulation methods tonight. Does it have a name? Yes, I named it the Jiuliu Great Art. What a strange name, but it doesn't matter, let me see your ability tonight. Hehe, I guarantee that Yan Jia won't be disappointed. Quote. Walking on the way to the back mountain, Xiao Yu also took the opportunity to open the gift bag he had just obtained. Open black lens bracket. The strategy for Ning Rongrong has reached the first stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first stage gift bag. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The gift bag is automatically opened. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 500-year increase in the age of all soul rings. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Soul power level increased by 1 level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Obtained Ning Rongrong's plain aura *5. Ning Rongrong's plain aura reduced by 5 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Liu Erlong's plain aura 80 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dugu Yan's plain aura 50 points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ning Rongrong's plain aura 95 points. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu had already expected the things in the gift bag. Although he still didn't have much of a concept of plain aura, since he had already taken it, he didn't know, then he didn't know. He believed that he would use it sooner or later in the future. At this moment, after obtaining a gift bag from Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yu's strength level also reached level 28. He had taken another step towards the Soul Venerable Realm. And Xiao Yu could also feel that his soul skills had also been greatly improved due to the increase in the age of his soul rings. Chapter 52, Liu Erlong's Past. Just then, Xiao Yu saw Liu Erlong walking back with a very disappointed look on her face. Teacher, what's wrong? Xiao Yu asked with a puzzled look when he saw the disappointed look on Liu Erlong's face. And to Xiao Yu's question, Liu Erlong didn't say much, just shook her head with a wry smile and left. After all, this was her own business and had nothing to do with Xiao Yu. In the following time, after the 3 of them finished cultivating in the back mountain, Ning Rongrong was taken back to the family as usual. And Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan packed up the food as usual and went back to Dugu Yan's dormitory to eat. Chapter 34. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Xiao Yu looked at Dugu Yan, whose face was full of anticipation, and as always, reached out towards those large, sinful mounds. Sister Yan, now that we've finished eating, shouldn't we have some dessert? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile as he needed. However, Dugu Yan didn't immediately squat down as she usually did. Instead, she fiercely grabbed Xiao Yu's lifeline, and the expectation in her eyes immediately turned into a murderous gaze as she asked. Xiao Yu, Ning Rongrong didn't ask you just now, but now I want to ask you. Even though you've got a hold on Ning Rongrong, I can see that you also have the intention of taking her in. You wouldn't really want to have both me and Ning Rongrong, would you? Looking at Dugu Yan's face at this moment, Xiao Yu smiled helplessly. He touched Dugu Yan's pretty face and then slowly said, "What do you mean by, have both? Don't make it sound so bad. I just want to give Ning Rongrong, who is very talented but playful, some advice on her life path. After all, I am her brother Xiao Yu. She has worked so hard to put on this long act with us in order to speed up her cultivation. I definitely have to give her some guidance on the right direction in life. Otherwise, what if she goes astray? HMPH, how nice it sounds. Brother Xiao Yu, you really are a good brother." Dugu Yan's jade hand exerted a little force. Xiao Yu immediately felt a tightening in his lower body. "Ah, Sister Yan, stop it, if you squeeze any harder, we'll become sisters. HMPH, becoming sisters is fine too. At worst, this old woman, won't marry for the rest of my life and will just stay with you. Although she said that, Dugu Yan still released her hand. Since we've already spoken so frankly, then I won't hide anything. If you want to take Ning Rongrong, you can, I have no objections. After all, I know very well what kind of character you men have. Plus, Ning Rongrong is still the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If you can completely conquer her, it will be of great help to you in the future. But, I'll say this first, in this family from now on, I must be the elder one. Do you understand? Dugu Yan squatted down, moving her mouth and hands at the same time. Finally, it turned into completely using her mouth. Xiao Yu pressed Dugu Yan's head and said, Sister Yan Yan is still the best, I like Sister Yan Yan the most. Sister Yan Yan, don't worry, although Ning Rongrong's acting skills are good, she is still young and has been spoiled, so she doesn't know the dangers of the world. Therefore, it's still very easy to control her. As he spoke, Xiao Yu lifted up Dugu Yan, who was currently squatting, and in Dugu Yan's shocked gaze. Sister Yan Yan, my methods are about to begin. As time passed, the shock in Dugu Yan's eyes never stopped. Quote. Finally, after Dugu Yan weakly begged for mercy, Xiao Yu returned to the riverside cabin. There, Liu Erlong was wearing pajamas and leaning on the bed, staring blankly out the window. Teacher, what's wrong with you? I've never seen you make such an expression before. Xiao Yu asked with a puzzled expression. Looking at Xiao Yu, Liu Erlong felt as if the emotions that had been building up in her heart for a day wanted to be released, and she began to tell Xiao Yu the whole story. It turned out that the reason why Liu Erlong had become like this was because she had learned about her uncle's birthday. At that time, after sending Ning Fengji back, Liu Erlong happened to see Yu Tianxing walking towards the school gate. She then stopped him and chatted for a few words. When she learned that her uncle's birthday was coming up, her expression also changed slightly. And when Yu Tianxing gave her an invitation, Liu Erlong's expression became even more dazed as she looked at the invitation in her hand and the words, Dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, written on it in hot gold letters. Because this was the first time she had received an invitation to attend her uncle's birthday, and such a formal invitation. Before, she had always been brought there by her father. And even if she was brought there by Yu Luomian, she was only ridiculed when she went. Therefore, this made her, who was already unwilling to return to the family, instinctively resist. Xiao Yu, you should know that I am my father's illegitimate daughter, right? Ah, I know, what's wrong? Master seems to be very good to you, doesn't he? He even helped you set up this Blue Tyrant Academy. Yes, father is very good to me, but his legal wife, that is, my nominal stepmother, doesn't think so. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. Then, he only heard Liu Erlong continue to say, After my mother died, I followed my father back to the family, but my father's legally married wife didn't like me, especially when she learned that I had awakened the fire dragon martial soul, and that my innate soul power was actually one level higher than her son's. She became even more targeted at me. Because my appearance divided her son's fatherly love, my father was helpless in this situation. After all, both sides were his own flesh and blood, and he couldn't favor either side. But how could I, who had no support in the clan other than my father, compare to her, who had deep-rooted power and background in the clan? Therefore, even though I had tried my best to be a transparent person. However, under the oppression of my stepmother, my situation became increasingly difficult. Although it wasn't to the point of death, that oppressive environment made me extremely uncomfortable. You also know my personality, enduring in that kind of environment is really no different from killing me. It was precisely because of this that I couldn't bear the oppressive family, so I chose to leave the family and go out to train. And it was at that time that I met Xiaogang and Flander, and together we formed the Golden Iron Triangle, which had a small reputation on the continent. It was also at that time that I fell in love with my cousin, Yu Xiaogang, whom I shouldn't have loved the most. Then, you should know everything else. On the night Xiaogang and I were getting married, my father came and revealed my identity. After Xiaogang found out, he ran away in shame, and I was captured back by my father, intending to forcibly cut off my thoughts about Xiaogang and end that ill-fated relationship. However, after I was brought back by my father again, I didn't choose to return to the family again, but instead used my anger to open this Blue Tyrant Academy, just to avoid returning to the family. My father may have also been thinking of letting me support an academy so that I could forget my feelings for Yu Xiaogang, so he agreed and used the power of the family to help me set up this academy. Since then, I have completely settled down in the academy, until your appearance. Chapter 53, Dugu Bo returns from seclusion. Do you know, Xiao Yu, I have returned to my uncle's birthday a few times before, but I was brought back by my father. Those few times I went back, no one except my uncle and my father gave me a good look. A few times I didn't even have a chair to sit on. However, this time, because of you, I received an invitation for the first time. Getting the invitation proves that I am no longer that dispensable illegitimate daughter, but a dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy who is valued even by the clan. Listening to Liu Erlong say these words that I don't know how long she suppressed in her heart, Xiao Yu slowly hugged Liu Erlong, and then, in her puzzled expression, slowly opened his mouth. Teacher, don't worry, I am now someone the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has specifically named to cultivate. In the future, with me here, I will definitely not let others bully you. Even if that person is your stepmother, or even your father. This time, you come back to the clan with me, and I will let the people in the clan see how amazing of a backer you have now. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong felt that he was joking. But her heart was still incomparably moved, and she hugged Xiao Yu back. No matter what, at least Xiao Yu was willing to stand up for her. Before long, feeling Xiao Yu's sincerity, Liu Erlong couldn't help but sob slowly in Xiao Yu's arms. 2 streams of moved tears slowly flowed from her eyes. In just an instant, they soaked Xiao Yu's clothes. Xiao Yu stroked Liu Erlong's hair, his face full of distressed expression. After listening to Liu Erlong say these words from her heart, Xiao Yu finally knew how much Liu Erlong had paid for Yu Xiaogang in the original story. For him, Liu Erlong did not hesitate to break with her father, did not hesitate to completely break away from the family, did not hesitate to give up the academy she had worked so hard to support, and let the Blue Tyrant Academy rename itself Shrek Academy, and even did not hesitate to bear the eyes from the family in the world, and did not hesitate to completely give up the possibility of returning to the family. And even so, even Liu Erlong, who had paid so much at that time, could only get Yu Xiaogang's lukewarm attitude. If it wasn't for Tang San becoming a god later, which gave his self-esteem a little comfort, he would still not have agreed to Liu Erlong's feelings. Compared to Yu Xiaogang, Liu Erlong, who was born as an illegitimate daughter, had more reasons to choose to give up this relationship, but she didn't. Even if she was burdened with the scolding of the whole world, she was willing to be with Yu Xiaogang. Gangzi, Gangzi, saying that you are cowardly is an insult to the word cowardly. I hope you don't pester the teacher in the future, otherwise, I would rather the teacher be unhappy, and I will kill you. That night, Xiao Yu didn't have any other actions. Instead, he hugged Liu Erlong and slept peacefully. Quote. On the other side, within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, although the night was already deep. But in Ning Fengji's study, Ning Fengji and the Sword and Bone Douluo were still discussing something. Fengji, have you really decided to let Rongrong go to the Blue Tyrant Academy? That kid doesn't look like a good person to me. Ji Yu Rong asked with a gloomy face. That's right, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think maybe letting Rongrong approach that kid is a good choice. Moreover, Uncle Bone, Rongrong is more powerful than you think. The reputation of the little witch is not for nothing. Do you really think Rongrong would like a kid she's only met for a month? Ning Fengji said with a faint smile. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Just from seeing that one side in the morning, Ning Fengji knew that Rongrong had no feelings for that kid. Presumably, Rongrong's staying by his side is completely for another reason. As for what the reason was, Ning Fengji had also asked Ning Rongrong, but Rongrong always avoided talking about it. Seeing their expressions, Ning Fengji couldn't help but show a helpless look, so he continued to speak. Uncle Jian, Uncle Ji Yu, you should know that the birthday of Yu Yuanjun, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, is coming soon, right? I know, didn't we also receive an invitation? But what does this have to do with that kid? Uncle Jian, Uncle Ji Yu, as far as I know, that kid also received an invitation, and even his teacher, because of him, received a formal invitation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Hearing this, the sword and bone Douluo's faces changed in shock. If it was really according to Fengji's statement, then that kid's status within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was even higher than they imagined. In the clan, Yu Yuanjun, as the patriarch, logically speaking, all the clan members must attend his birthday. And Xiao Yu is Liu Erlong's disciple, so logically speaking, he must attend, and there is no such thing as an invitation. But this time, Xiao Yu was invited to go. From this point of view, it can be seen that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's attitude towards Xiao Yu is even more powerful than they imagined. But Fengji, that kid is too flirtatious. Chenxin spoke again. But no matter what, Chenxin, who doted on Ning Rongrong, still insisted on speaking. Ji Yu Rong on the side also nodded, expressing his agreement. To this, Ning Fengji smiled faintly. Hee, Uncle Jian, it's just being flirtatious, as long as it's a man, being flirtatious is normal, but whether or not he has the capital to be flirtatious is what we should pay attention to. Xiao Yu can receive such attention from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, perhaps he already has this qualification. Moreover, Uncle Jian, Uncle Ji Yu, don't forget, Dugu Yan is not a simple person either. The vision of Dugu Bo behind her is no worse than yours. Since he can invest in Xiao Yu in advance, perhaps, we can too. Listening to Ning Fengji's words, the sword and bone Douluo also showed a thoughtful expression. Now, it seems that there is no better choice than listening to Fengji. After all, this kid Xiao Yu, apart from being a bit flirtatious, his other abilities are all at the top level. In the blink of an eye, the dark night passed, and day arrived. Xiao Yu brought breakfast to Dugu Yan's dormitory. As soon as he came in, he saw Dugu Yan was massaging Dugu Bo's back. Grandpa Dugu, you're out of seclusion. Xiao Yu also showed an excited expression on his face when he saw Dugu Bo. Since Dugu Bo said last time that he was going to the Sunset Forest to seclude himself for a while, he thought he was just secluding himself for a few days. As a result, he didn't expect to seclude himself until now. Yeah, I'm out of seclusion. Recently, I felt something in my heart, so I secluded myself for a little longer. I originally wanted to try if I could break through the 92nd level that has troubled me for more than 10 years, but unfortunately, too many toxins have accumulated in my body, so I still can't break through the 92nd level. Dugu Bo said with a helpless face. Grandpa, don't worry, when Xiao Yu breaks through the Soul Emperor, he will be able to help you dispel the poison. At that time, you will be able to completely break the shackles. Dugu Yan also said from the side. Chapter 35, I'm not in a hurry, as haste makes waste. Xiao Yu's talent is so good, it's best to let everything progress gradually according to his talent. I've endured for so many years, so I don't mind waiting a few more years, Dugu Bo said, patting Dugu Yan's jade hand. The main reason I came this time is because Xiao Yu said he wanted to see my herb garden, right? This time, I'm here to take you there to see if there are any herbs you recognize. Grandpa, I want to go too. Hearing that they were going to the herb garden, Dugu Yan immediately started begging. Even she hadn't been to her grandfather's herb garden yet. Alright, the reason I didn't let you come with me before was because the toxins in your body hadn't been completely cleared, and the energy in the herb garden was too violent. With your previous strength, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Now that the toxins in your body have been removed and you've reached the Soul Elder Realm, it's time to let you go take a look. Dugu Bo readily agreed. After asking Liu Erlong for leave, Xiao Yu followed Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan to Sunset Forest. As soon as they left, Ning Rongrong excitedly ran to find Xiao Yu. But when she learned that Xiao Yu had left with Dugu Bo, she immediately returned to the sect with a displeased expression. Liu Erlong was helpless about this. After all, those who came to find Xiao Yu were all little ancestors. Alas, with Dugu Yan accompanying Xiao Yu, he won't be bored. On the other hand, it looks like he'll be spending the next few days alone again. Liu Erlong sighed helplessly and then left in the direction of the academy. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan were brought by Dugu Bo to the edge of the poisonous miasma in Sunset Forest. Xiao Yu, Union, this is the poisonous miasma I set up to protect my herb garden. The poisonous miasma you saw last time was this one. By the way, I need to remind you that the toxicity of this poisonous miasma is extraordinary. Even Soul Douluo level experts will suffer from poisoning if they stay inside for too long. Therefore, Unless you hold my special antidote pills in your mouth to prevent the toxins from entering your bodies, you can't go in casually. Dugu Bo said, taking out 2 light purple pills. Okay, Grandpa. Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan said in unison. After the 2 of them took the pills, they entered the poisonous miasma under Dugu Bo's lead. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the poisonous miasma and arrived outside a valley. As soon as they arrived here, Xiao Yu felt that the temperature outside this valley was already much higher than outside the poisonous miasma. Immediately, Dugu Bo grabbed them both, one in each hand, and leapt forward. They directly arrived at the top of the valley. When the 3 of them arrived at the top of the valley, Xiao Yu could clearly feel that the temperature here had become much higher. Looking down, after passing through the layers of gray-white smoke, the 2-colored lake water, resembling a Taiji symbol, came into view. Ice and fire yin-yang well. Seeing this herb garden, the expression on Xiao Yu's face became even more excited. Wow, what a beautiful place, Grandpa, you should have brought me here earlier. Dugu Yan said with a happy expression, looking at the beautiful scenery below. Hehe, Yunian, it's not that I didn't want to bring you here, but the temperature here is too high, and your strength is too low. You can't suppress the toxins in your body. If I had brought you here earlier, the toxins in your body might have been further triggered. Dugu Bo said helplessly. After speaking, Dugu Bo took the 2 of them down. They arrived at a temporary residence built by Dugu Bo. I knew you 2 would come sooner or later, so I built a cave for each of you, with all the living facilities inside. Dugu Bo said, pointing to 2 caves not far apart. After the few of them settled down briefly, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan each went to the herb garden to observe. Before leaving, Dugu Bo also told them not to touch the flowers and plants casually. Because he sensed that many flowers and plants contained potent poison. The toxicity of some flowers and plants was even comparable to his own jade phosphorus serpent emperor poison. Before long, Xiao Yu, who already had some understanding of some immortal herbs in his heart, saw many immortal herbs after searching for a while. The easiest to identify was the odd velvet sky sunflower, which resembled a chrysanthemum. The incomparably noble Kiluo tulip. The snow-colored swan kiss, with a blood-red body and a curved flower resembling a swan. A rather large fragrant Kiluo immortal plant, with an overall semi-pink color and light purple stamens. And the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, with its bright colors resembling a flame. Then there were the octagonal mystic ice grass and the blazing apricot flood dragon, growing on both sides of the pool. Xiao Yu, who didn't retain much of his memories from his previous life, could only remember these immortal herbs with more obvious characteristics. As for the Narcissus jade muscle bone and the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, Xiao Yu didn't dare to make a judgment casually. It was better to be conservative when identifying immortal herbs. After all, Xiao Yu wasn't in a hurry to use the immortal herbs now. His main purpose in finding the immortal herbs was to detoxify Grandpa Dugu. However, if Xiao Yu remembered correctly, Tang San wasn't the only one in this world who possessed a complete collection of immortal herbs. Chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall and the Breaking Clan, one of the 4 affiliated clans of the Clear Sky sect, also had them. Chrysanthemum Douluo had the inherited memories brought to him by his martial soul. The Breaking Clan had a complete family inheritance. However, if he wanted to get the complete collection of immortal herbs from the 3 of them, it would be relatively difficult. Tang San, with his previous experience, would naturally be unlikely to give it to him. Chrysanthemum Douluo had conflicts with Grandpa Dugu, so that was also unlikely. That only left Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan. However, if it was Yang Wudi, Xiao Yu, who had read the original novel, knew that Yang Wudi was extremely longing for that fragrant Kiluo immortal plant, so this could be used as a breakthrough. How is it, Xiao Yu? Did you find anything? Originally, Dugu Bo was watching the 2 of them from the high platform. Dugu Yan was still immersed in the sea of flowers, while Xiao Yu was obviously thinking about something. That's why Dugu Bo showed up to ask. I'm sorry, Grandpa Dugu, I didn't recognize many, only 2. Oh, which 2? Xiao Yu actually recognized 2, which made Dugu Bo look puzzled. One is that chrysanthemum over there, which is extremely similar to the martial soul of Ju Douluo from the Spirit Hall. I once saw a papal decree in a book, so I recognized it at a glance. Dugu Bo nodded slightly to this. Indeed, that is Chrysanthemum Guan's martial soul from the Spirit Hall. I recognized it at a glance back then. Although I guessed that old codger might know something, I have a grudge against him, so I didn't want to go looking for him. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and continued. The other one is this Yushang Qiluo Immortal Treasure. Yushang Qiluo Immortal Treasure. Hearing this name, Dugu Bo's expression froze. Yes, I saw a record of this flower in the Spirit Hall's library in Tiando City. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to record such a thing. Who wrote that book? Dugu Bo's eyes lit up as he spoke. It wasn't written by anyone, but it was a reward. Reward. That's right, a reward from 10 years ago. Chapter 55. 3 days later, initiate the cleansing mode. 10 years ago, whose reward was it? It came from the Breaking Clan, one of the former subordinate 4 clans of the Clear Sky School. They once used the Clear Sky School's name to issue this reward. However, because Tang Hao killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall at that time, this reward was directly revoked by the Spirit Hall shortly after it was published. The Breaking Clan also suffered retaliation from the Spirit Hall because of Tang Hao, and was also abandoned by the Clear Sky School. In the end, perhaps because the Breaking Clan was abandoned and under economic pressure, they never mentioned the reward again. I was able to learn about this matter because I accidentally saw the record of this reward in a book. And in that record, coincidentally, there was a picture drawn by someone from the Breaking Clan for easy identification, and the appearance in that picture is very similar to this big flower. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Dugu Bo frowned slightly, secretly calculating in his heart. 10 years ago, Yan was still young, and I still needed to use the soul power of this medicine garden to remove the poison, so I really didn't have time to look at any rewards. In addition, because of Tang Hao's matter, the Breaking Clan, being attacked from both sides, may have been unable to handle these things, so it is not impossible for this reward to be interrupted. Good kid, you are really my lucky star. If I had known, I would have brought you here earlier. I didn't expect you to open up my thinking as soon as you came. It seems that I need to go to the Breaking Clan. Dugu Bo patted Xiao Yu's shoulder with a big laugh. Listening to Dugu Bo's words, Xiao Yu said, Grandpa Dugu, if you are going to the Breaking Clan, I suggest you bring this Yushang Qiluo Immortal Treasure. As far as I know, the Breaking Clan doesn't respond to soft or hard tactics. Perhaps only by directly hitting their lifeline can they be willing to give up the record. That's right, that's the logic. As far as I know, the people of the Breaking Clan like to prefer shattering jade to preserving tile. Holding a soul-breaking spear, they can often fight beyond their level, so it's better to exchange reasonably if possible. Moreover, it's better to keep a low profile in this kind of thing. Dugu Bo nodded slightly. Then he planned to pick up this Yushang Qiluo Immortal Treasure, but halfway through, his hand froze. But, how do I take this thing? Coincidentally, there is a method for picking it on the Breaking Clan's reward. After speaking, Xiao Yu picked the flower according to the method and put it in Dugu Bo's Rui treasure pouch. Satisfied, Dugu Bo put the Rui treasure pouch into his arms and smiled contentedly. Alright, since that's the case, I'm going to the Breaking Clan. As for you, do you choose to stay here or go back to the academy? Let's go back to the academy. It's better not to stay here for too long without knowing the specific situation. Well, that's right, since that's the case, let's go. After making up his mind, Dugu Bo called Dugu Yan and then the 3 of them left immediately. Xiao Yu looked at the ice and fire yin-yang well under his feet, determined that next time, when Grandpa Dugu brings back the immortal herb record, he will start cleansing this place. After all, although he is a transmigrator, he has long forgotten the method of eating immortal herbs. To be on the safe side, let's wait a few more days. Quote. Before long, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan who were sent back, and couldn't help but look surprised. After briefly explaining to Liu Erlong also understood the reason. At the same time, she also asked someone to notify Ning Rongrong who had returned to the sect. Before long, Ning Rongrong, upon learning that Xiao Yu had returned, immediately rushed over from the sect. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, she rushed into Xiao Yu's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Xiao Yu also touched Ning Rongrong's small head with a gentle smile, and then kissed Ning Rongrong hard on the face in Ning Rongrong's murderous eyes, and then took them to the back mountain one in each hand. Xiao Yu's gentle expression made Dugu Yan next to him have a face full of black lines. If she didn't know that Xiao Yu and Ning Rongrong's relationship wasn't that good, Dugu Yan might really be jealous. After all, the two of them are too good at acting. They look like a pampered little wife meeting her husband after a long absence. The two's intimate moments don't show that Ning Rongrong hates Xiao Yu very much. And Xiao Yu ignored Ning Rongrong's dislike and kept taking advantage of her. Compared to this, Xiao Yu seems to be more dominant. So, during the time waiting for Dugu Bo to return, Xiao Yu and Ning Rongrong started another boring cultivation. Chapter 36. Although cultivation is always said to be monotonous. However, surrounded by the fragrance of the two women, Xiao Yu didn't feel so bored. Especially after cultivation, the occasional benefits with Rongrong and Yanyan rapidly brought the three closer together, at least superficially. Especially Ning Rongrong, who was initially extremely resistant to Xiao Yu's large hands reaching for her, gradually got used to Xiao Yu treating her face like candy. Sometimes, when the mood struck him, Xiao Yu would even put Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan's faces together. Although Ning Rongrong hated this feeling, she just didn't want to leave. She didn't know why, but if it were the old her, she might have left long ago. How could the dignified little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School put up with this? Quote. 2 days later, in the morning, outside the riverside cottage, Xiao Yu woke up from his sleep. But he didn't see Liu Erlong's figure. Immediately, Xiao Yu remembered that today was the day for new student enrollment. Liu Erlong had gone to bed early yesterday for today's event. Because of this, Xiao Yu's attempts to use his newly developed inventions yesterday were forcibly stopped. But the school opening had nothing to do with him. He still went to buy breakfast as usual, and then went to find Sister Yanyan. Today, only Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan cultivated together, while Ning Rongrong went to attend the opening ceremony. Although Ning Rongrong didn't want to go, after all, with her personality, she didn't like being watched like a monkey, but as the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, she needed to appear in that segment. Although Dugu Bo, also a title Douluo, wouldn't care about these things and quietly let Dugu Yan join the Blue Tyrant Academy. But the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School couldn't do that. It was the second largest sect on the continent. For the dignified little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to enroll so unclearly simply didn't fit the style of the world's second sect. After buying breakfast and leaving the cafeteria, Xiao Yu saw many unfamiliar figures. They seemed to be of all ages. It seemed that they should be the students who enrolled this year. Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to them and went straight into the single dormitory where Dugu Yan was. After eating breakfast with Dugu Yan, the two of them went to the back mountain for cultivation as usual. Cultivating until noon, Dugu Yan and Xiao Yu got up together to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Walking on the way to the cafeteria, he could clearly feel that there were many more people here. Teacher Erlong's academy is getting more and more lively. Yes, but no matter how much the number of students increases, it basically makes no difference to the teacher. She is just a hands-off shopkeeper in this academy. The person in charge of the academy should be Teacher Yinshu now. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, Chapter 56, enjoyed the protagonist treatment. You little brat, if Teacher Erlong hears you say that about her, she will definitely slap you hard again. Dugu Yan said with a smile. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall the slap that Liu Erlong gave Xiao Yu when she and Xiao Yu first met, because Xiao Yu had angered her. If she breaks me, I'll come to you for comfort, Sister Yanyan. If I get slapped silly, will you take care of me, right? Xiao Yu hugged Dugu Yan and said with a slightly pleading tone. Ah, stop it, it's so ticklish. Dugu Yan pushed Xiao Yu away, a hint of blush on her pretty face. After all, doing these intimate actions in the crowd made her a little shy. Afterwards, the two arrived at the cafeteria while joking around. Although there was a line here, it was nothing to Xiao Yu. As a disciple of the academy's dean, he naturally had preferential treatment. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of everyone, he directly walked into the back kitchen marked, "No admittance to unauthorized personnel." After a while, he took out 2 plates of food from inside. When the people in line saw this scene, they immediately offered Xiao Yu extremely respectful and lofty gazes. After all, anyone who could enter the Blue Tyrant Academy knew that although the dean was a woman, she was upright and impartial. Many new female students enrolled with the dean as their idol, so anyone who dared to do this must have a deep background and was someone that their ordinary students needed to look up to. Standing inside the cafeteria, Xiao Yu looked for Dugu Yan's location. Xiao Yu was responsible for getting the food, and Dugu Yan was responsible for saving the spot. This was the tacit understanding that the two of them had developed over a short period of time. Sometimes, when Ning Rongrong was there, Xiao Yu would also take 3 portions. Then, under the envious gazes of others, he would take the 2 women to find a place to eat. Little brat, get out before I get angry. Just as Xiao Yu was looking for a place, he heard a voice calling Sister Yan Yan. It was just that there was a hint of anger in this voice. Hearing that the voice was not quite right, Xiao Yu looked over and saw 3 figures standing in front of Dugu Yan, who had her arms crossed. The leader of the 3 people opposite Dugu Yan opened his mouth with a sly smile. Hee, little sister, you're so beautiful and so spicy, not bad, I like it. I haven't seen you in school before. You're new, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Taelong, a level 31 strength attack system battle spirit venerable, martial soul great power ape. I will definitely have a spot among the future title Douluos. I could have graduated today, but the dean wants to open some kind of advanced class, so I chose to stay. If you encounter anything in the academy in the future, you can tell me, bro. No one dares to provoke me in this academy, but correspondingly, I'll treat you to lunch at noon, and then I'll take you out to stroll around Tiando City in the afternoon. Are you willing? After speaking, Taelong even wanted to put his arm around Dugu Yan's fragrant shoulders, but he was stunned in place by Dugu Yan's cold gaze and didn't dare to move. Exactly, our brother Taelong is from the Strength Clan, and his grandfather is the famous Titan, the clan leader of the Strength Clan, a Seoul Douluo level powerhouse. Several of Taelong's lackeys echoed from the side. In their eyes, a Seoul Douluo was already an unattainable powerhouse of their family. I'll say it one more time, get lost. So what if you're a Seoul Douluo? I don't care. If you dare to pester me again, I'll make you guys crawl out of here today. Dugu Yan's beautiful eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils. Her 32nd level soul power poured out. The soul power, containing potent poison, directly suppressed Taelong and the other 2. Taelong and the others immediately felt the pressure. Taelong was okay, but his 2 lackeys felt their legs tremble under the pressure of Dugu Yan's poisonous soul power, as if they would kneel at any moment. Feeling Dugu Yan's soul power, Taelong's expression also changed in shock. This girl's soul power is actually stronger than mine, and the fluctuating soul power reveals strangeness. If I'm not careful, I might not get any advantage. Damn, where did this girl come from? With her strength, she can't be a freshman, but if she's a senior, she can't be this strong, and I wouldn't recognize her. Xianxia, where did these blockheads and Mr. Grumpy come from? Just as Taelong was shocked by Dugu Yan's strength, Xiao Yu's voice came. Xiao Yu, they came to flirt with me. I'm telling you, kid, if you don't cherish me, I might be snatched away at any time. When Dugu Yan saw Xiao Yu, she grabbed Xiao Yu's arm. Her large, evil breast squeezed Xiao Yu's arm. She spoke with unparalleled charm. This scene stunned Taelong. Boy, what's your relationship with her? Seeing this scene, Taelong, feeling as if his things were being snatched away, spoke with an incomparably fierce expression. What's my relationship with her? Hearing this question, Xiao Yu couldn't help but reveal a smile. Then, without saying a word, he chose to use action to explain his relationship with Xianxia. Xiao Yu held the food in one hand, then held Dugu Yan's head with the other, and finally, in front of everyone's eyes, directly kissed her slightly cool lips. Feeling the warmth from Xiao Yu's lips, Dugu Yan's face instantly turned incomparably red. Ooh, instantly, Xiao Yu's action directly caused the crowd watching the excitement in the cafeteria to boil over. At this moment, most of the people present were young and vigorous, and what could make young people boil over more than love and showing off? Although the cafeteria was noisy during meal times, the sounds of quarrels and noise were still easy to distinguish. Therefore, after the quarrel just happened here, the originally incomparably noisy entire cafeteria instantly quieted down, and for a time, everyone's eyes were focused here. And after seeing this scene, Taelong was even more devastated. Bastard, I just asked you to say it, why did you use your mouth? Why did you use your mouth? You could have just said it, wouldn't I have known if you said it? Taelong shouted with a flushed face. He never expected that Xiao Yu would directly kiss her. This directly made Taelong feel that his eyes had been struck by a critical hit. It was like the helplessness and frustration of having something that was originally considered to belong to you being taken away by someone else. Why, just because I'm Yu Xiaogan's man, and what are you? Do I need your permission to kiss my girlfriend? Do you live by the sea, nosy? Xiao Yu sneered. Damn it, I am the chief of the Blue Tyrant Academy, the most talented person in the entire academy, how dare you despise me? Tailong roared. As a descendant of the Strength clan, this was the first time he had been told, what are you? Laughable thing, is the chief of the Blue Tyrant Academy very impressive? Judging by your age, you should be a little older than my Yu Xiaogang, but my Yu Xiaogang is almost 33 now, what about you? You've only just barely stepped into the Soul Venerable realm, and you think you have good talent. Just a mere Soul Venerable, acting like you're the dean of the academy. Chapter 57 Arrogant Tailong. Hearing Xiao Yu's disdainful sneer. Tailong, who was crossing his arms, looked angry at this moment. Although what he said was true, the existence of their Strength clan was special, and it was not impossible to defeat the strong with the weak. HMPH, boy, you can say such things, proving that you have never truly understood the peculiarities of the Soul Master world. Although my soul power is not as good as hers, if we really fight, she might not necessarily be able to beat me. Within our Strength clan, it has always been possible to defeat the strong with the weak. My grandfather said that with my current strength, I am not even weaker than a General Soul Grandmaster. Tailong crossed his arms and said with a confident face. The surrounding students couldn't help but show surprised expressions when they heard Tailong's words. Although many people had heard of the peculiarity of the Strength clan, they did not expect the Strength clan to be so magical. Soul Venerable in Battle Soul Grandmaster. That is a difference of one soul ring. That is not even crossing levels, but crossing ranks. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Tailong's expression became even more awesome. He already had a posture of looking down on people with his nostrils. However, just as everyone was still in shock, Xiao Yu's sneer rang out. Laughable, if your Strength clan was really that powerful, why would you always shrink in a corner of Heaven Do City, forging iron and eking out a living? If you were really that powerful, could you have been ruthlessly abandoned by the Clear Sky School? If you were really that powerful, could you have become an affiliated sect of the Clear Sky School? Chapter 37. If you guys are so powerful, logically speaking, you should have a place among the lower 4 sects. You're talking big. Those who know will know that your power clan's spirit is the Great Strength Gorilla, but those who don't know would think your spirit is the Titan Giant Ape. You're actually so confident. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Tai Long's expression became extremely gloomy. There were naturally exaggerations and loopholes in his words. Although his strength could be compared to a soul sect, he would definitely lose in a real fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said half of his words and left the other half for people to imagine. But he didn't expect this guy to expose it directly. And as Xiao Yu said, it would be great if their spirit was really the Titan Giant Ape. Enough, kid, you dare to look down on our power clan spirit. Then your strength must be very strong, right? How about this, if you have the ability, let's have a fight and see who's stronger. If you win, I'll apologize. If I win, you leave this beauty, how about it? Hearing Tai Long's words, Xiao Yu sneered. How ridiculous. If you win, I leave my girlfriend, and if I win, you just apologize. You're really good at calculating. Hearing that his idea was exposed, Tai Long felt a burst of helplessness in his heart. Then how about this, whoever loses has to shout, I am a pig, 3 times here, how about it? Tai Long immediately changed his tune and said, okay, I'm really looking forward to the scene of you releasing your great strength gorilla spirit and shouting, I am a pig. Xiao Yu sneered, although Xiao Yu didn't like this kind of gambling. But since the other party's plan had already reached his face, if he didn't react at all, what difference would there be between him and a good-for-nothing? Isn't risking everything for a beauty the reason? His woman was being targeted, how could he not drive him away? After speaking, Tai Long immediately walked outside. Xiao Yu handed the food to Dugu Yan, and then also walked outside. Dugu Yan wasn't worried at all about whether Xiao Yu could defeat Tai Long. Come back quickly, the food is going to get cold. Don't worry, just a Soul Grandmaster, I can solve it quickly. I guarantee that the food will definitely be hot when we eat later. Xiao Yu smiled, and Tai Long, who was walking in front, was even more angry and clenched his fists tightly when he heard Xiao Yu say this. How much was he looking down on him, actually thinking of defeating him before the food got cold? But it was useless to say anything now, everything would be decided by strength. Tai Long, Spirit, Great Strength Gorilla, 31st level, Strength Attack System Soul Grandmaster. After shouting, Tai Long's 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, began to appear under his feet. Xiao Yu, Spirit, Crouching Dragon, 28th level, Strength Attack System Battle Soul Master. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tai Long was first stunned, and then immediately burst out laughing. Haha, what the hell, I thought you were so awesome, but you're just a soul master. Really laughable. But before Tai Long could finish laughing, he saw 2 unusual purple soul rings flashing under Xiao Yu's feet. And with the appearance of the soul rings, a huge dragon lizard with a body length of nearly 3 meters also appeared beside Xiao Yu's feet, as if filled with baleful aura. Seeing this scene, Tai Long was shocked. A face that was originally full of mockery now revealed an incomparably horrified expression. Originally, he wanted to mock Xiao Yu for wanting to lose quickly and go back to eat. But after seeing this scene, he couldn't say a word of mockery. And it wasn't just Tai Long. The crowd watching this battle also looked at the 2 purple soul rings under Xiao Yu's feet with their mouths wide open. Some people even dropped the chicken legs they had worked so hard to buy on the ground in shock. At this moment, the originally noisy entrance of the cafeteria was silent. It seemed that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. 1,000-year soul rings were not uncommon, but 1,000-year first and second soul rings, they had never even heard of them, let alone seen them. The soul ring age system had been deeply rooted in people's hearts for a long time. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Xiao Yu didn't care about the gazes of the others around him, but hooked his finger at Tai Long, his face full of contempt. Seeing this scene, Tai Long was extremely angry, but he was really shocked for a while. Even if his soul power was stronger than Xiao Yu's, he didn't dare to attack at all. Roar! Seeing that Tai Long didn't dare to attack, the crouching dragon beside Xiao Yu let out a disdainful roar. Then it turned its back to Tai Long and farted in Tai Long's direction. PFF'd. In the extremely silent environment around, the crouching dragon's fart was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The people around wanted to laugh, but because of Tai Long's identity as the son of the Power Clan's chief, they could only hold back until their faces turned red. Seeing this scene, Tai Long's face instantly turned incomparably livid. He was actually despised by a spirit. I'll screw you, what if you have 1,000-year first and second rings? I don't believe I can't fight above my level like your Power Clan. In a fit of rage, Tai Long, whose first, second, and third soul rings were all lit up, attacked with all his strength. Tai Long, who had completely lost his mind after being provoked by the crouching dragon's fart, disregarded everything. To this, Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. He didn't even have the idea of using a soul skill. Surpassing levels to fight, to deal with you, there's no need to even fight you directly. Before Xiao Yu could give instructions, Wolong, who was beside him, stood up and stretched lazily. Then, he roared loudly. Roar. Chapter 58. Sword Douluo's approval. Instantly, as this roar containing the dragon clan's pressure of the light sacred dragon resounded in everyone's ears, everyone present felt a pressure from the soul that heavily suppressed them. In this roar, everyone instantly felt their heads become dizzy, and in a trance, they seemed to see a golden dragon spreading its wings and displaying its might in front of them. Puff! At the same time, unlike the surrounding crowd, Tai Long, who had activated all 3 of his soul skills to face the roar directly, was directly blasted to the ground, vomiting blood. As the martial soul and soul rings on his body dissipated, Tai Long, who was suppressed on the ground and unable to move at all, looked at Xiao Yu opposite him with disbelief. I told you, right? To fight you, there's no need to surpass levels, because you're not worthy. Come on, fulfill your promise. Xiao Yu said indifferently, looking at Xiao Yu, who had suppressed the chief of the Blue Tyrant Academy on the ground without even using soul skills. The faces of the surrounding people were full of shock. Especially some of the newcomers, who were now looking at Xiao Yu with surprise. The existence of such a powerful senior in the academy. Doesn't that prove that the academy's capabilities are stronger than they imagined? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? What was that roar just now? Just as everyone was still in shock, a gentle voice came from not far away. The person who came was teacher Yin Shu, who had come to eat before changing shifts. As soon as he arrived, he saw Tailong lying on the ground with a face full of disbelief and Xiao Yu with his arms crossed not far away. Looking at this scene, it was as if Xiao Yu was a school bully bullying people. Immediately, Yin Shu said to Xiao Yu with an angry expression. Xiao Yu, although you don't need to attend classes, you don't need to bully your classmates at this time. Didn't the dean tell you what day it is today? Are you here to cause me trouble? Do you think I'm not busy enough? The more Yin Shu spoke, the heavier the aggrieved tone in his voice became. Damn it, he just came to apply for the position of director of teaching, but the heartless dean entrusted him with important tasks, and he is now responsible for the entire academy. Although Liu Erlong gave him a salary increase, it's not like he's doing the work of 5 people with the salary of 2. Originally, today's entrance ceremony was almost done, and he could finally have a meal and rest. As a result, the dean's disciple caused such a thing again. This master and disciple really don't let people worry. Hey, teacher Yin Shu, what are you talking about? I didn't bully anyone, he started it first, I just came to buy food. He insisted on pursuing Sister Yan Yan, so I had to take action. Everyone around can testify for me. Xiao Yu spread his hands helplessly and explained the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Yin Shu looked at the reactions of the people around him and sighed helplessly. I see, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu, I've been under too much pressure recently. I misunderstood you. It's okay, teacher Yin Shu. It's fine as long as things are clear. Tailong, hurry up, Sister Yan Yan and I are in a hurry to eat, and you're delaying teacher Yin Shu's meal. You, hearing Xiao Yu's urging, a trace of shame flashed across Tailong's face. But he still shouted loudly, I am a pig, I am a pig, I am a pig, accompanied by these 3 shouts resounding at the entrance of the cafeteria. At this moment, everyone in the entire academy knew that Tailong was a pig. Hee, although you're not a good person, at least you kept your promise. After saying that, Xiao Yu greeted them and left with Dugu Yan. However, when they left, the words they said made Tailong feel even more heartbroken. I didn't say anything wrong, right, Sister Yan Yan? The food is still hot. Quote. Looking at Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan who were leaving, Yin Shu walked helplessly to Tailong, who was in a trance at the moment. Tailong, don't look, Xiao Yu is the dean's disciple, so he doesn't attend classes at the academy. He is personally taught by the dean. Don't even think about the one next to him. She is the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, the poison Douluo. Fortunately, His Majesty Dugu is not here today, otherwise, if he knew about today's matter, even if your grandfather came, he would have to apologize. Yin Shu said while checking Tailong's injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no injury on the other party's body. The people of the Strength clan have always been protective of their own, so it would be difficult to explain if they were injured. Listening to Yin Shu's words, Tailong finally understood who the person opposite him was, and a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder I haven't seen them before. Tailong muttered with a dazed expression. Then teacher Yin Shu, how did that Xiao Yu manage to have 1,000-year soul rings for both his first and second rings? Hasn't that already exceeded the limits of the human body? Chapter 38, This. I don't know about this. That's other people's secret. I'm just a poor, hard-working ghost. How would I know about such things? Listening to Yin Shu say this, Tai Long was still upset, but the fact that he was easily suppressed even with his 3 major soul skills fully activated had already convinced him. The Power Clan reveres the strong. Otherwise, Tai Tan wouldn't respect and fear Tang Hao so much. Xiao Yu, who showed his strength, naturally gained Tai Long's respect. After all, whether it was a purple, 1,000-year first or second soul ring, or a soul grand master defeating a soul elder, these were things that Tai Long couldn't do. In the distance, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Chen Xin of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School couldn't help but nod slightly as they watched this scene. Sword Uncle, see, I wasn't wrong yesterday. 1,000-year first and second soul ring, and that roar containing dragon might, how could ordinary geniuses possess such a combination? I told you that title Douluo Dugu wouldn't act casually. Ning Fengji adjusted his glasses and said to Sword Douluo Chen Xin beside him. HMPH. In response, Sword Douluo Chen Xin couldn't say anything other than a cold snort. After all, even he couldn't obtain 1,000-year purple soul rings for both his first and second rings. Moreover, that dragon roar actually made Chen Xin feel like he was facing the old dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, the people of the Power clan are known for protecting their own. This kid beat Tai Long. I want to see if he can beat Tai Tan, that old stubborn sword, Douluo Chen Xin said with a sneer. The more Chen Xin thought about Tai Tan, that old stubborn, the more he wanted to see this kid get embarrassed. The Power clan, if I remember correctly, their gathering, which they hold every few years, is about to begin soon. I heard that the Sensitive clan and the Control clan have already arrived in Heaven Do City. Heaven Do City is getting more and more lively. Ning Fengji also said, Chapter 59, staying to watch the fun. As for the Power clan coming to find Xiao Yu, Ning Fengji wasn't worried. After all, it was just Tai Tan. With the Clear Sky School around before, he wasn't anything. Now that the Clear Sky School is gone, he's even less of a threat. Even if they were wiped out, the Spirit Hall wouldn't say anything. After all, their Power clan is currently the only sect that openly supports the Clear Sky School. If it weren't for the fact that they're all old, weak, sick, and disabled, the Spirit Hall would have destroyed them long ago. Then, Dad, do you want to stay and see how this excitement will develop in the end? Ning Rongrong suddenly said at this time. Oh, indeed, we can. As expected of the little witch. Sword uncle, shall we stay? Let's see how the situation will develop this afternoon. Ning Fengji also became interested. It was a good opportunity to examine Xiao Yu. See how many people would step forward because Tai Tan was bullying the weak if he really appeared. I have no objection, Chen Xin nodded indifferently. Watching the fun was fine, but the main thing was to accompany Rongrong. Quote. As expected, less than 2 hours after Ning Fengji said those words, Tai Nuo brought the pale-faced Tai Long to the Blue Tyrant Academy to call for someone. Dad, let's go back. This is my own business. What's the point of you coming to stand up for me? Aren't you making me a laughingstock in the academy? At the gate of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tai Long, whose face was still slightly pale, said to his father, Tai Nuo, in an almost pleading tone. He didn't expect that he would just mention it casually when he got back, and his father would immediately get anxious and hurriedly drag him over to get revenge. Making a laughingstock? What laughingstock can you make? You've been bullied like this. Don't I, your old man, have the right to stand up for you? People have made you bark like a dog. Is that not bullying you? Our Power clan is united from top to bottom. If the academy doesn't help you, I, your old man, will help you. If I don't help you get revenge today, others will think that the people of our Power clan are easy to bully. Tai Nuo looked at his son, who was cowering at the moment, and immediately felt angry. He didn't even know to say that he was being bullied in the academy when he got back. He was still foolishly saying that he saw a genius with 1,000-year soul rings for both his first and second rings. People bullied you so openly and blatantly, even making you bark like a dog, and you can't even see it. You're still foolishly saying that you're fine, that you were convinced. My silly son. You don't even know that you're being used as a pawn. Tai Nuo was filled with helplessness at having such a silly son. Afterward, the furious Tai Nuo brought Tai Long to find Yin Shu. Yin Shu's expression changed slightly when he saw the angry father and son. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. Teacher Yin Shu, my son was beaten in your academy. Does your academy have no response at all? Tai Nuo questioned. Tai Nuo, it's not that we don't have a response, but it's just that Tai Long himself proposed the duel and lost. Xiao Yu didn't make things too difficult, and he left immediately when he saw me coming. So what can I do? Moreover, I also asked the people who were watching at the time, and Xiao Yu didn't do anything wrong from beginning to end. It was Tai Long who provoked Xiao Yu's girlfriend first. Yin Shu said with a serious expression. Hearing that Tai Long was beaten for flirting with a girl, Tai Nuo felt both happy and angry. Immediately, he slapped Tai Long hard on the head. Tai Long covered his head in pain and looked at his father with a aggrieved expression. Why did you hit me again? You kid, you have the demeanor of me back then, but you're not like your old man. I won back then. I snatched away your mother, and that's how you came to be. Seeing this scene, Yin Shu's face turned even darker. This is completely bandit behavior. They can still say it so confidently. Does having a title Douluo at home make them so arrogant? Tano, don't blame me for not reminding you, the person he stopped back then was the granddaughter of titled Douluo Dugu Bo. As far as I know, Dugu Bo is even more protective than your strength clan. If something really happens, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it yourself. So, while things are gradually calming down, you should quickly take Taelong back. Hearing Yin Shu's voice, Taeno's expression also changed. Dugu Bo's granddaughter was indeed not easy to provoke. Although his father was a sole Douluo, Dugu Bo's strength was not in combat power, but in lethality. If that old monster really went crazy, I'm afraid their entire strength clan would have to be buried with him. However, that being said, as a member of the strength clan, how could Taeno lose face in front of others? He still couldn't help but sneer. HMPH, so what if it's Dugu Bo? Our strength clan is still one of the 4 affiliates clans of the Haoshan sect. Would we be afraid of a Dugu Bo? Although the words were spoken, Yin Shu could still hear the bluster in his tone. After all, everyone now knew that the Haoshan sect had abandoned their 4 affiliates clans. The other 3 clans had accepted their fate, only your strength clan was still foolishly dreaming of returning to the Haoshan sect. However, Yin Shu would not say these things, and only complained in his heart. What about Xiao Yu? What about that kid? That kid doesn't have any deep background, right? Taeno was silent for a moment before asking. Oh, Xiao Yu, he is our dean's personal disciple. That's great, let's go, son, let's find Xiao Yu, he's easy to bully. Hearing that Xiao Yu was only a disciple of Soul Sage Liu Erlong, Taeno's confidence immediately increased. In addition, Liu Erlong was still a woman, which made Taeno underestimate her even more. So what if she's a soul sage? Wouldn't she still have to kneel when she sees my father? Afterwards, Taeno forcibly left, ignoring Yin Shu's obstruction, to find Xiao Yu. And Yin Shu, who was only a soul elder, was no match for Taeno, who was also a soul elder and had the strength attribute. Therefore, he could only watch Taeno leave. In the end, Yin Shu could only get up and go to find the dean. He couldn't stop this matter. He could only mobilize the dean. Before long, under the guidance of the crowd, Taeno quickly saw Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan, who were cultivating together. Seeing Dugu Yan's enchanting face, Taeno also understood why his son would take a fancy to her. It's a pity that she is Dugu Bo's granddaughter, otherwise, he could really snatch her back to be his daughter-in-law. At this moment, because Taeno's actions were extremely arrogant, many people knew that Taelong's father had come to find Xiao Yu. Therefore, they came to watch. Hey, was it you who injured my son? However, Taeno didn't care about others. With Taeno's loud roar, the aura belonging to a soul elder was ruthlessly suppressed on Xiao Yu and the others. Xiao Yu, who was frowning, felt the intrusion of external forces and immediately woke up from his cultivation state. Looking at Taeno not far away and Taelong, who was shrinking back at this moment. Xiao Yu immediately knew their intentions. Chapter 60 Strength compared to Soul Elder. Uncle, didn't your elders teach you that it's impolite to disturb other people's cultivation? Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing Xiao Yu's incomparably disrespectful words, Taeno sneered. HMPH, so what? For people weaker than me, our strength clan has always adhered to the principle of stepping on them to death if we don't like them. Oh, so that means that for people stronger than you will kneel in front of them and ask for peace. Xiao Yu also sneered. Looking at Taelong, Xiao Yu immediately recognized that this person was probably his father, Taeno. Xiao Yu was a little speechless about this. Wasn't this Tang San's own script? Why is it now happening to me? Regarding Xiao Yu's sneer, Taeno said in a cold voice. You sharp-tongued brat, I want to see if you will still be so temperamental when I break your hands and feet later. Originally, I just wanted to seek justice for my son, but now it seems that I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Under such a tense atmosphere, Dugu Yan also stood up, also releasing her martial soul, looking at Taeno with a heavy expression. Xiao Yu, the other party is a soul elder, I'll help you. No need, just a mere soul elder, I don't take him seriously. You go to the resting area. Xiao Yu smiled confidently at Dugu Yan. That's a soul elder, no matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly fight against someone 3 major stages higher, right? Dugu Yan panicked when she heard that Xiao Yu was going to face Taeno, who had the strength of a soul elder, alone. Don't worry, I have confidence. However, Xiao Yu still said with a face full of care. To be honest, Xiao Yu actually wanted to test his current strength. Seeing that Dugu Yan also wanted to make a move, Tano instinctively wanted to ridicule her, but when he thought of her grandfather, he gave up the idea and continued to sneer at Xiao Yu. You little bastard, are you ready? Considering that you are so weak, as long as you can withstand 10 moves from me, this matter will be over. Just a great soul master, 10 moves are enough for him to cripple this kid. He will let this kid know what cruelty is. 10 moves, no need, you can go all out. After all, I won't hold back either. You are a soul elder and have the great strength gorilla martial soul, maybe you will be a very good sandbag. Sandbag, good, very good. This is the first time someone has called our strength clan a sandbag. You not only injured my son, but now you have insulted the dignity of my strength clan. Dignity, the dignity of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Can that even be considered dignity? Chapter 39, Hearing Xiao Yu's cold laughter. Xiao Yu would also laugh at this statement. They're openly admitting to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, yet they still mention dignity. Is the strength clan so laughable? Hearing that he was being insulted by a junior, Tai Nuo could no longer bear it. The first 2 yellow soul rings on his body began to directly flash with light. Soon, with the surge of power and the power amplification of condensed strength, Tai Nuo's muscles swelled to an incredibly exaggerated extent. The originally tight-fitting clothes were now directly burst apart. At this moment, Tai Nuo, with his martial soul activated, walked towards Xiao Yu as quickly as a 10,000-year soul beast. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Xiao Yu's expression also tightened. Crouching dragon, however, after sensing the violent aura on Tai Nuo's body, Xiao Yu, possessing the dragon clan's body, was naturally aroused with ferocity. His originally peaceful eyes now became full of balefulness and killing intent. A pair of eyes also directly turned into menacing vertical pupils because of this. And Crouching Dragon, who had appeared, also showed a vigilant expression looking at Tai Nuo opposite him. The scales and sharp claws all stood ready. And upon seeing Xiao Yu release his martial soul, Tai Nuo's expression also changed in shock. Because in addition to seeing Xiao Yu's 1,000-year first and second soul rings, he also felt a pressure and fear from the depths of his soul from the martial soul beside Xiao Yu's feet. This fear shocked Tai Nuo, who was a soul king. At this moment, looking at this scene, many people around were extremely anxious, but Tai Nuo's huge body made them retreat. Although someone had already gone to find the dean, logically speaking, it should only take a moment for a soul king to beat a great soul master to death. Feng Ji, after all, the other party is a soul king. Should we help this kid? Chen Xin asked. Let's observe a bit more. If it really doesn't work, we'll trouble Uncle Jian to take action. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and spoke. To be safe, it's better to be cautious. Kid, I'll let you lie down for a few months and think carefully about how to respect your elders. Tai Nuo's fist, bigger than Xiao Yu's head, rushed towards Xiao Yu's body with terrifying force. You are Tai Long's father, not my father. What are you? What makes you worthy of my respect? Sacred Dragon Claw, break it for me. Along with Xiao Yu's cold laugh, Xiao Yu's left hand rapidly formed a huge golden dragon claw under the flash of golden light. On this dragon claw, at this moment, it was constantly emitting a sacred aura. In front of this sacred aura, Tai Nuo, who was closest, even had the idea of wanting to kneel down and submit. Bang, and in that instant, this dragon claw directly collided with Tai Nuo's fist. Boom, at the moment of the collision, a terrifying force erupted from their bodies. Under the influence of this terrifying force, the ground beneath their feet actually cracked open. The originally clean stone ground was now full of cracks. What? And this was secondary, the main point was, Xiao Yu actually received Tai Nuo's punch. Xiao Yu, with the strength of a great soul master, actually received Tai Nuo's punch. This scene directly stunned everyone present. They didn't expect Xiao Yu's strength to reach this level. With the strength of a great soul master, he directly resisted a soul king's attack. Although it was unknown whether it was full strength, it was still an attack using the first and second soul skills. It was actually blocked so easily. And at this moment, the most shocked person was none other than Tai Nuo. They of the Strength clan knew best what their strength was like. Although Tai Nuo was only a level 52 soul king, his father had once said that, judging by his current strength, with the amplification of soul skills, his power would not even lose to a soul sage. But at this moment, even so, his attack was still blocked by this mere great soul master opposite him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing. At this moment, Tai Nuo's face was full of shock and disbelief. Tai Nuo, daring to bully my student, do you really think your strength clan can do whatever they want in Heaven Do City? The next moment, just as Tai Nuo was still full of shock, a huge soul sage pressure quickly flew towards Tai Nuo. And closely following behind was a huge shadow of a fire dragon. Chapter 61. The three clan leaders arrived together at Blue Tyrant Academy. If this weren't the academy, seeing this figure, many people would have thought this might be a 10,000-year soul beast. Damn it, why is she here? Seeing Liu Erlong directly rushing towards him with her martial soul avatar activated. A trace of panic flashed across Tai Nuo's face. At the same time, seeing the fire dragon claw getting closer and closer. Tai Nuo could only immediately use all the soul skills on his body. Attempting to resist this angry blow. Third soul skill, Source of Strength. Fifth soul skill, Strength suppresses mountains and rivers. Instantly, Tai Nuo, with his full strength unleashed, grew another level in size. Then he intended to face Liu Erlong, who was currently planning to strike out in anger. But the next moment, he clearly felt his hand being restrained. What? Before long, seeing that his hand was still being restrained by Xiao Yu, Tai Nuo's expression completely changed. If he hadn't used his full strength just now, Tai Nuo would have felt incredible, but now that he had gone all out, he was still restrained. Just who is this kid? And it was in this moment of distraction that Liu Erlong's attack arrived. Boom! Instantly, Tai Nuo's tall figure was completely covered by Liu Erlong's sixth soul skill. The majestic flames, carrying scorching heat, exploded with a strong explosion centered on Tai Nuo. Dad, seeing his father being completely crushed, Tai Long couldn't sit still any longer, and immediately rushed into the pit with his martial soul activated. But he was pushed away by a fireball from Liu Erlong that didn't have much attack power. But a soul sage's angry strike, even if it was just a casual blow, sent Tai Long flying several meters away before he stopped. Your father is fine, take him back. Tai Long, given your performance in the academy, you should just graduate. I don't need you here. Liu Erlong's figure appeared, standing in front of Xiao Yu, her expression cold. Bullying her student, not to mention Tai Long, she could expel anyone. Dean, hearing that the dean had actually directly expelled him, Tai Long's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Then he could only apologize in a low voice, and then carried his father away from the academy amidst the discussions of the people around him. Xiao Yu, are you alright? Seeing Tai Nuo and Tai Long leave, Liu Erlong quickly turned around and looked Xiao Yu up and down. Only after confirming that Xiao Yu was fine did she completely relax. Phew, you kid really scared me to death. You actually dared to face a Soul King alone, and still a Soul King with extreme strength attributes. You really don't want your life. Liu Erlong immediately changed her expression and said, Hee, I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, he's a clumsy Soul King, how could he hurt me? Xiao Yu smiled. Alright, stop being so glib. You should go to my cottage to take shelter first. The Strength Clan's leader will definitely come later. I need to be responsible for dealing with him. Then teacher, aren't you going to ask Grandmaster to come forward? There's no need, it's just mediating a dispute, and my Blue Tyrant Academy is also one of the top in Heaven Do City. Even if he, Titan, is angry, he can't do anything too outrageous. Not to mention his Strength Clan, even the Clear Sky sect can't run rampant here. Liu Erlong said casually, alright, this is none of your business. Go do what you need to do. Don't stay here anymore. Liu Erlong, looking at Xiao Yu and the two others who were walking towards the wooden house at this moment, then began to drive away the onlookers on the side. On the other side, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chen Xin, who had deeply watched all of this, exchanged glances full of horror. Fengji, your decision might be right. After seeing Xiao Yu's dragon claw that emitted an extremely rich dragon might, Sword Douluo Chen Xin once again witnessed the horror of Xiao Yu's talent. Talent domain, that kid actually has a talent domain. Tai Nuo and the others might not be able to see it, but Sword Douluo Chen Xin, as a top title Douluo, couldn't possibly not see that layer of domain. It was precisely because of that layer of domain that Xiao Yu had the capital to contend with a Soul King. This was really too terrifying. Just how many trump cards does this kid still have that he hasn't used? Every time they see this kid can always give them different surprises. Just like this time, he even displayed his offensive talent domain. Moreover, the combat power displayed by this kid after his full burst can actually contend with a Soul King. Rongrong, be more friendly with this kid in the future, and have less of your little witch temper. Ning Fengji touched Ning Rongrong's beautiful hair and said softly, Dad, I'm already very polite to Xiao Yu. I didn't even refuse when he wanted to kiss me. Ning Rongrong said, Oh, Xiao Yu has already kissed you. Not bad, keep up the good work. But Rongrong, you still have to be careful and pay attention to keeping a sense of proportion. After all, you two are still too young. Ning Fengji was still slightly worried in his heart. After all, although Dugu Yan's appearance is not bad, my Rongrong is also exquisitely beautiful. Chapter 40. Although she hasn't fully developed yet, what if Xiao Yu likes Rongrong like this even more? Although Ning Fengji wasn't worried about Rongrong and Xiao Yu doing that kind of thing, he was worried that if they didn't take proper protective measures, it wouldn't be good if she got pregnant at this age. The impact on the future would be too great. Dad, I'm your daughter. Why are you always talking to Xiao Yu? How could Xiao Yu possibly do anything to me if I don't agree? Ning Rongrong's little face was full of dissatisfaction. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had already forgotten how Xiao Yu used her as a human-shaped lollipop. Rongrong, I'm planning for your future. I'm very satisfied with this child, Xiao Yu. If you can make him care for you as much as I care for you, then I won't have to worry in the future. Ning Fengji said with a face full of pity. Dad, a little Xiao Yu. With your daughter's beauty and wisdom, isn't it easy to win him over? Quote. On the other side, within the Power Clan, Taelong, covered in sweat, put his father on the bed in the room, and then immediately went to call his grandfather. When Titan learned that his son had been seriously injured, he couldn't bear it immediately. After listening to Taelong's account of the whole process, he immediately took Taelong to the Blue Tyrant Academy to seek justice. And those who went with them were the Patriarch of the Defense Clan, Niugao, and the Patriarch of the Speed Clan, Baihei. They were originally drinking together, just waiting for Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan to bring people over. Originally, Yang Wudi should have arrived first, but who knew what delayed him? So, the few people who were happily drinking together immediately walked towards the Blue Tyrant Academy to seek justice for Tenno's injury, leaving only a few people to take care of Tenno. Soon, Liu Erlong, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Titan rushing over, as well as Baihei and Niugao who were traveling with him. Although Liu Erlong didn't recognize them, being able to travel with Titan meant that their identities were likely not much different. Chapter 62. I want the sect, not the sun. Senior Titan. Liu Erlong cupped her hands and said, Don't, I can't afford the title of senior. Why didn't you think I was your senior when you bullied my son? Senior Titan, I respect you as a senior, so I'm advising you nicely. It was your son who first. No need to say anything, I know everything. Although you and your disciple injured my son and grandson, I should hold you accountable to uphold the dignity of my Power Clan, but now those are secondary. I'm here today mainly to settle another score with you. Hearing Titan's words, Liu Erlong's expression froze. If it wasn't about Taelong and Tenno, then what could it be? Your disciple shouldn't have joked about the Clear Sky sect where my master is. How about this, let your disciple come out. He suppressed my grandson with his aura, and I will also suppress him with my aura. As long as he can withstand the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, this matter will end here. If not, then don't blame me for making him lie in bed for a few days. The name of Clear Sky must not be humiliated, Titan said with a gloomy expression. In front of the Clear Sky sect, he could offer his own life, let alone his son and grandson. Hearing Titan's words, Liu Erlong didn't expect that the reason for Titan's anger was here. Senior, Xiao Yu is just a child. It's not appropriate for you to treat a child who is not even 10 years old like this. Hearing that Xiao Yu was not even 10 years old, Titan raised his eyebrows slightly. Taelong behind him was even more shocked. So, Xiao Yu was actually not even 10 years old. A level 28 Great Soul Master who is not even 10 years old. At this moment, Taelong realized how ridiculous it was when he said he was the #1 genius of the Blue Tyrant Academy. He is the real #1 person in the Blue Tyrant Academy. HMPH, what if he's young? He's something born by a mother but not raised by a father. If this kind of cheap-mouthed brat was in my power clan and dared to insult the Clear Sky sect, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Hurry up and let him out, otherwise, don't blame me for taking action myself. Titan said with an incomparably gloomy expression. Old orangutan, enough, I think this matter can end here. There is a reason for everything, and the Clear Sky sect's affairs have nothing to do with us. Don't blame the child. Niu Gao and Baihei on the side persuaded. They didn't expect that the cause of the matter was actually because of a 10-year-old child. HMPH, old rhinoceros, old white bird, you should know my character. The reputation of the Clear Sky sect must not be damaged. If even you stop me today, then we can't even be friends. Titan said coldly. Orangutan. You. Hearing Titan's stubborn words, Niu Gao immediately became angry. He originally thought he was here to find a place for his virtuous nephew Tano, but he didn't expect that your purpose here was for the reputation of the Clear Sky sect. Hasn't the matter of your son and your grandson made you think that the Clear Sky sect that abandoned you is more important? And Baihei at this moment also looked at Titan with an incomparably complicated expression. He couldn't figure it out either. The Clear Sky sect can abandon even his family with blood relations, so why does Titan still maintain the Clear Sky sect so much? Although the other three clans all knew that even now, the Power clan still admired the Clear Sky sect immensely, but they didn't expect that Titan would actually admire it to this point, willing to make things difficult for a child for the sake of the Clear Sky sect's reputation. Orangutan, enough, for the sake of a Clear Sky sect, to make things difficult for a child, how can you even bring yourself to do it? Go back with me, don't embarrass yourself here. Niu Gao, who also had a rather violent temper, directly stepped forward and grabbed Titan, wanting to pull him back directly. He didn't want to get angry here because of a child, wouldn't that be letting people watch a joke for nothing? But who knew that Titan would directly break free from Niu Gao's pull and then release his spirit without any regard? Immediately, those 8 spirit rings began to flicker up and down on Titan's body. That instant of eruption caused everyone present to take a subconscious step back. At this moment, Titan, with an extremely serious gaze, stared fiercely at Liu Erlong. His tone was full of suppressed rage, as if he were a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Dean Liu, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to call him out, or am I going to go in and find him myself? Titan, don't be so shameless. This is my Blue Tyrant Academy, not your Strength clan. You want to touch my student? Don't you weigh yourself to see how much you're worth? After seeing Titan's aggressive appearance, Liu Erlong also stopped pretending and directly cursed angrily. In the original story, Liu Erlong could even confront Bibi Dong face to fight for Yu Xiaogang, let alone a Soul Douluo Titan. Good, such a tyrannical Liu Erlong. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. After being scolded by Liu Erlong, Titan couldn't bear it any longer and decided to take action directly. As expected of the Strength clan, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You don't dare to make things difficult for the Spirit Hall, which forced the Clear Sky School to seal its mountain and abandon you. Instead, you're making things difficult for a woman here. How impressive, Strength clan. Just as Titan was about to attack, a mocking voice came from within the academy. Hearing this voice, Liu Erlong became anxious. Xiao Yu, what are you doing out here? Get back inside, this is none of your business. Titan also looked towards the source of the voice and saw Xiao Yu's presence. So, you're Xiao Yu. You do have the appearance of a young prodigy. Regarding the matter between you and my grandson, I can refrain from interfering out of consideration for your age, but I cannot tolerate your insult to the Clear Sky School. Come, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you can withstand me for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will let you go. If not, then obediently pay the price for offending the Clear Sky School. Titan sneered. Titan, what kind of skill is it to bully the small with the big? If you have the ability, fight me. Liu Erlong directly cursed angrily. HMPH, so what if I bully the small with the big? If you have the ability, you can bully the big with the small and let me see. I'd like to see how many fools will stand up to stop me when I'm seeking justice for the Clear Sky School. Just because the Clear Sky School isn't coming out of its mountain, do you really think its reputation as the #1 sect on the continent is fake? Quote. Sword uncle, let's go. If we wait any longer, it might be too late. Looking at the scene, which could explode at any moment, Ning Fengji spoke to Chen Shen. Alright, with Titan Soul Douluo's strength, he is almost unstoppable, which is basically a dead end for Xiao Yu. Therefore, taking action now would likely earn a lot of goodwill from Xiao Yu. Moreover, Ning Fengji was also somewhat provoked by Titan's words. The reputation of the number 1 sect on the continent should have fallen to their 7 treasure glazed tile school, both openly and secretly, after the Clear Sky School sealed its mountain. Many people naturally thought so as well, and Titan's words clearly touched a soft spot in Ning Fengji's heart. However, before they could take action, they saw a flash of lightning on the field. At the same time, a voice even more domineering than Titan's was heard. Chapter 63, Unmatched Background. Old Gorilla, how dare you bully the dragon son of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Do you believe that I can make the people of your Strength clan remain in Heaven Do City forever as unjustly dead skeletons? Yu Luomian, seeing the person who came, Titan's expression changed slightly. He had heard rumors before that Blue Tyrant Academy was opened by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Now it seemed that it was actually true. Moreover, Titan would not have the slightest doubt about Yu Luomian's words. After all, with Yu Yuanjun not present, Yu Luomian was the spokesperson for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. His words were basically the family's direction. HMPH, Yu Luomian, are you also going to interfere? What he insulted was not only my Strength clan, but also the former number 1 sect on the continent, the Clear Sky School. A mere Clear Sky School, it's fine to insult them. They were forced by the Spirit Hall to the point where they almost couldn't protect their own mountain gate. You're still trying to find fame for them here. Titan, don't you think you're being extremely ridiculous right now? Before Yu Luomian could speak, a sinister voice followed closely. Before long, a cloud of emerald green poisonous mist quickly passed through the crowd and stopped in front of Yu Luomian. The poison slowly dissipated, and an old figure appeared with the gradually dispersing poisonous mist. Dugu Bo, even you have come. Seeing Dugu Bo, Titan's expression finally changed. He could still rely on his hard strength to say a few words to Yu Luomian, but when facing Dugu Bo, who was already a titled Douluo, Titan had to be extremely vigilant. Seeing Yu Luomian and Dugu Bo on the opposite side, Bai He and Niu Gao also stood beside Titan with slightly changed expressions. Although they did not agree with Titan's approach, their 4 clans were united, and they would naturally face difficulties together first. It was a pity that Old Mountain Goat had not arrived yet, otherwise their confidence would be a bit stronger. After all, Old Mountain Goat's combat power could fight a titled Douluo. Dugu Bo, although you are a titled Douluo, that is not your confidence to insult the Clear Sky School. Titan roared with red eyes. He only wanted justice, but now so many people were coming out to stop him. Titan felt a little isolated and helpless. Oh, so what? This old man acts alone. Could it be that the Clear Sky School will come out of its mountain again to kill me just because of my words? Hee, I think if they dare to come out of their mountain, they might die even before I do, because the Spirit Hall has been waiting for them to show their flaws. Dugu Bo sneered. Old poison, you. Titan roared with fiery eyes. Heh, I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Old man Titan, Xiao Yu is just a child, a few jokes won't damage the reputation of the Clear Sky School. On the contrary, if you continue to be entangled, perhaps it will not only fail to solidify the Clear Sky School's reputation but will also lower its prestige. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, you should know when to stop. Just as the atmosphere between the two sides was incredibly tense, a faint laughter came. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw Sword Douluo Chenxin and Ning Fengji, as well as Ning Rongrong being led by Ning Fengji. The 7 treasure glazed tile school, even they have come. Are you all trying to protect that little bastard? Seeing Ning Fengji, Titan's expression became even more unsightly. Seeing that even the 7 treasure glazed tile school had taken action, Niu Gao and Bai He's expressions also became extremely gloomy. If the opponents were only Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian, they could still confront them, but now with the addition of Sword Douluo Chenxin, even if Old Goat was present and the 4 clans gathered, it would be useless. If the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan joined forces, even the Clear Sky School back then would have to choose to reason with such a lineup. Titan, we are giving you face now, don't be shameless. If you call Xiao Yu a bastard again, believe it or not, I will slaughter your power clan. Dugu Bo roared in a low voice. Dugu Bo, Although you are a titled Douluo, my power clan is not made of mud. If you have the ability, then you. Before Titan could speak, Niu Gao and Bai He, fearing that the situation would escalate, hurriedly and forcibly restrained Titan. After a good explanation, Titan finally shut his mouth. Lord Dugu, Old Ape misspoke. I apologize to you on his behalf. Sect Master Ning, Lord Chenshin, we will take Old Ape back now. We have disturbed you greatly today, please forgive us. Niu Gao cupped his hands towards Ning Fengji and said. Afterwards, he pulled Titan, who was now full of resentment, away from here. Thus, this matter was completely over. And Dugu Bo also looked at the departing Titan with a gloomy expression. Although titled Douluos cannot be humiliated, it is not absolute. Quote, Xiao Yu, brother. Watching Titan and the others leave, Ning Rongrong rushed into Xiao Yu's arms. Her little head kept rubbing against Xiao Yu's chest. Xiao Yu touched Ning Rongrong's little head, and then said to Sword Douluo Chenshin, who was now full of smiles and a gloomy expression. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your help. Thank you, Lord Chenshin, for your help. Hearing Xiao Yu's thanks, Chenshin's expression also slowly eased. What about me? What about me? Xiao Yu, what about me? Ning Rongrong said in a manner of asking for credit. Thank you, Rongrong, too. Hehe, if it weren't for seeing that the capture value hadn't increased at all, Xiao Yu would have really believed this little witch's performance. Looking at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yu playing around with each other at the moment, Ning Fengji became more and more satisfied with Xiao Yu. Such a genius, with a strong background. If the only shortcoming is being a playboy, then Ning Fengji doesn't mind. After all, he had read an ancient book, which stated that a great power once said that the bloodline of elites should be developed more. If Xiao Yu and Rongrong's future children could inherit both of their martial souls at the same time, resulting in a twin martial soul, that would be even better. Then, holding his cane, he slowly said, Little friend is my daughter's classmate. Since you have encountered such injustice, then as Rongrong's father, I will definitely help you. However, I think that even if I wasn't here today, with the help of Lord Dugu and Sect Master Yu, you would still be safe and sound. Ning Fengji greeted Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian on the side. Sect Master Ning, it's been a few days, how have you been? You old dragon is still so energetic. Afterwards, Ning Fengji and Dugu Bo Yu Luomian also greeted each other. Finally, Ning Fengji left the academy with Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo. After Xiao Yu and the others bid farewell to Ning Fengji, they walked towards the academy. On the other side, the surrounding students who were watching this scene all showed a dazed expression. Because they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. This Xiao Yu, whom they usually didn't understand at all, actually had so many strong people escorting him. The 7 treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan of the upper 3 sects, and even the royal family's guardian Dugu Bo, actually came forward to support Xiao Yu. Is this the real genius? With Xiao Yu's current background, who in the entire Heaven Do city can provoke him? Chapter 64, Prelude to Martial Soul Evolution. Grandpa Dugu, was this trip smooth? Walking at the back with Dugu Bo, Xiao Yu asked. It was quite smooth. Exchanging the items was simpler than I imagined. I only took out the flowers, and Yang Wudi eagerly gave me what I wanted. He also warmly invited me to stay with him, so I came back a few days late. Since that's the case, Grandpa Dugu, time is of the essence. Let's go directly to pick the immortal herbs tonight. Okay, regarding those immortal herbs, after Dugu Bo saw Yang Wudi's introduction of those immortal herbs, his heart was also burning. It was only at this moment that Dugu Bo realized what a powerful treasure mountain he had been holding without knowing it. If he had known the wonderful uses of those immortal herbs earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered so many years from poison, and his son and daughter-in-law wouldn't have died. So, after calling Dugu Yan, Xiao Yu briefly explained to Liu Erlong, and then left with Dugu Bo and the others. Before long, after leaving the academy, Dugu Bo and the others happened to run into the people of the Breaking Clan who were just about to leave. Lord Dugu, we meet again. Yang Wudi cupped his hands with a cold expression. Heh, clan leader Yang, what a coincidence. Why, is your 4 clans gathering over so quickly? Dugu Bo asked. He had heard Yang Wudi mention their 4 clan gathering. Sigh, it's not that it ended, it's that I left early. At the gathering, that old ape kept mentioning the Clear Sky School. He knows we have a blood feud with the Clear Sky School, yet he didn't care at all. He clearly doesn't respect us brothers, so I left first. Yang Wudi said with a disgruntled expression. HMPH, I didn't expect Titan to be so loyal to that extent. It's quite rare. Dugu Bo shook his head at this. After chatting for a few words, Dugu Bo briefly introduced his granddaughter and Xiao Yu, and then they dispersed. Yang Wudi led his team away from Heaven Do City, returning to the Strength Clan. Xiao Yu followed Dugu Bo towards the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Meanwhile, within the Strength Clan, a member of the Strength Clan hurriedly came to Titan's room to report what he had just seen. When Titan learned that Yang Wudi was actually chatting and laughing with Dugu Bo, the expression on his face became extremely gloomy. Yang Wudi, you know I have a grudge against Dugu Bo, yet you still associate with him. It seems you really don't want to be brothers anymore. On the other side, Xiao Yu and the others returned to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Coming here again after a few days, it seemed as if nothing had changed, still a vibrant scene. This time, with the help of Yang Wudi's ancestral illustrated manual, Dugu Bo quickly identified the functions and edible methods of most of the immortal herbs. Sigh, it was frustrating not knowing what these things did before, but now that I know, it's even more frustrating. With so many immortal herbs and their effects, I'm overwhelmed. Dugu Bo said with a helpless wry smile. After carefully reading the manual, Xiao Yu slowly said, Grandpa Dugu, I think since there are so many types of immortal herbs here, why don't you, like me, choose to directly evolve your spirit through your bloodline? This might be more useful than simply increasing a single spirit attribute. Besides, it's not like a person can only eat one type of immortal herb in their lifetime. After evolving your spirit bloodline, eating an immortal herb that increases attributes might lead to even greater improvement. Xiao Yu, who knew the benefits of bloodline evolution, said, Oh, that makes sense. If it's feasible, I can give it a try. Afterwards, Dugu Bo began searching for the immortal herbs he needed. Soon, Dugu Bo saw the immortal herbs he needed, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd and an immortal herb called the Seven-Colored Purple Poison Flower. According to the illustrated manual, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd contains a trace of dragon blood, which might help his Jade Phosphor Serpent successfully break through the limitations of its bloodline, while the Seven-Colored Purple Poison Flower is used to increase his bloodline's poison after the breakthrough. After all, poison is the foundation of Dugu Bo. After finding the immortal herbs he needed, Dugu Bo began searching for a target for his granddaughter. Xiao Yu came to the edge of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. After realizing that his strength was not enough to touch the pool water, he focused his attention on the two immortal herbs on the edge of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, pondering to himself. It seems that if I want to go deep into the pool to find the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, I need to create a small Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well within my body, forging an Ice and Fire immunity body. Therefore, having made up his mind, Xiao Yu planned to consume the octagonal mysterious ice grass in the infernal apricot flood. So, after saying hello to Dugu Bo, Xiao Yu began to devour the immortal herbs. After looking at the illustrated manual, Dugu Bo also knew that consuming the octagonal mysterious ice grass in the infernal apricot flood would create an ice and fire immunity body, which seemed quite suitable for Xiao Yu, so he didn't refuse. He only told Xiao Yu to be careful and let him leave. At the same time, Dugu Bo also prepared to wait until Xiao Yu finished consuming them before consuming his own. He didn't feel safe leaving Yan Yan alone here. Coming to the side of the octagonal mysterious ice grass, Xiao Yu summoned the crouching dragon and activated his talent domain. Sacred Dragon Claw. With the activation of the talent domain, a layer of golden dragon claws appeared on Xiao Yu's left hand. Under the illumination of this layer of golden dragon claws, the octagonal mysterious ice grass seemed to be submitting to Xiao Yu. With the help of his soul skill, Xiao Yu effortlessly grasped the octagonal mysterious ice grass in his hand. The extreme cold on the octagonal mysterious ice grass only caused bursts of white smoke to rise under the grip of the sacred dragon claw, but had no other effect. Afterwards, following the same method, Xiao Yu came to the side of the infernal apricot flood, plucked it using the same method, and then stuffed it into his mouth. Roar! The moment these two immortal herbs entered Xiao Yu's body, an incomparably terrifying dragon might suddenly erupted from Xiao Yu's body. 3 colors, red, blue, and gold, erupted from Xiao Yu's body. Feeling the huge changes in his body, Xiao Yu immediately jumped into the pool of the ice and fire yin-yang well not far away, using the pool water to balance the three energies in his body. Seeing its master jump down, the crouching dragon, sensing the anomaly, also jumped down immediately. Thanks to Xiao Yu obtaining the dragon clan body, Xiao Yu didn't feel too uncomfortable now. He only felt itchy all over, as if something was about to grow. Soon, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Xiao Yu and the crouching dragon had been soaking in the pool for at least 6 hours. Just as Dugu Bo on the shore felt that the time was too long and was planning to go down to take a look with his strength, the originally calm surface of the water instantly set off bursts of huge waves. Bang! Chapter 42. Accompanied by a loud noise, Xiao Yu and Wolong's figures flew out of the pool of water. Chapter 65. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Dugu Bo used his soul power to disperse the flying pool water, then looked with surprise at Xiao Yu and Wolong, who were radiating golden light, their golden wings slowly flapping, suspended in the air, looking like gods. Level 30. Feeling the surge of soul power within his body, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, but Xiao Yu also knew that his soul power improvement was definitely more than just level 30. Perhaps he needed to obtain his third soul ring to see what his true strength was. Xiao Yu looked at Wolong beside him. Wolong's changes were not too great. Besides being 1/3 larger in size, the few golden lines on his body were even more dazzling, and the scales on his body changed from the original light purple to red, blue, and purple. A pair of slender and strong claws were blue on one side and red on the other. According to his perception, Xiao Yu knew that with the help of the 2 immortal herbs, Wolong could now release 3 types of attribute attacks. Namely, light, fire, and ice. Although Wolong did not seem to have changed much, Xiao Yu knew that Wolong's actual damage attributes had been improved by several levels. Xiao Yu, how do you feel? Dugu Bo said from the shore. I feel great. I have reached level 30. Now I need to obtain another soul ring to know how many levels I have actually improved. Xiao Yu said as he flew to Dugu Bo's side. Not bad, amazing. It seems you have gained a lot. The 6 hours of waiting were worth it. Dugu Bo said. Xiao Yu remained noncommittal to Dugu Bo's statement. In fact, Xiao Yu only spent 2 hours completing the forging of the ice and fire body. As for the remaining time, he dived into the depths of the pool, intending to find the legendary remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King to see if he could make further improvements. However, although he found them after diving deep for 2 hours, he couldn't take anything away, because a consciousness poured into his mind at that time, urging him to raise his strength to the Soul Sage realm before coming here again. Presumably, the consciousness that poured into my brain was the undissipated will of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Could it be that they sensed the Holy Light Dragon bloodline in my body and specially told me this? Forget it, I'm already in my 30s, and I believe it won't take long to reach the Soul Sage realm. Perhaps I will know by then. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Grandpa Dugu, I've absorbed almost enough, you go and absorb it. Okay, Yan Yan started 3 hours ago. I also found an immortal herb for her that can improve the Bai Lin snake bloodline. You watch over her for me. Okay. After entrusting everything to Xiao Yu, Dugu Bo left to absorb the immortal herb. This time, he was going to absorb the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. As long as he could improve his bloodline, the troubles caused by the poison would be completely resolved. Time flew by. An hour later, Xiao Yu, who was cultivating, felt a change coming from Dugu Yan's direction. He immediately opened his eyes, and soon saw that Dugu Yan had finished absorbing the immortal herb and was adapting to her body after a surge in soul power. How is it, Sister Yan Yan? Seeing Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan immediately rushed into Xiao Yu's arms. Those huge, evil things squeezed fiercely in Xiao Yu's arms, while she softly said, "Very good, Grandpa helped me choose an immortal herb. After I absorbed it, the Bai Lin snake martial soul evolved towards the flood dragon." Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan hugged each other like this, talking about their situations. However, as time passed, feeling the softness in his arms, Xiao Yu's bloodline, which he had been restraining very well, stirred up again. Sister Yan Yan, Dugu Yan also noticed something. After hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Dugu Yan gave Xiao Yu an alluring look. Then, with a slightly changed expression, she looked in the direction of her grandfather. After seeing that her grandfather was still absorbing the immortal herb and had not noticed, she took Xiao Yu to another hidden corner. Sister Yan Yan, under the not too bright light of the ice and fire yin yang well, Dugu Yan, who had taken off her clothes, was now showing her perfect figure to the fullest under the dim lighting that appeared and disappeared. Especially after swallowing the immortal herb and her bloodline evolving. Dugu Yan's figure also improved rapidly as a result, even surpassing the mature woman Liu Erlong. Once she sat down, Xiao Yu instantly felt an unparalleled sense of fullness. Xiao Yu, I don't know why, but since my martial soul evolved, I seem to have fallen in love with this kind of thing. Dugu Yan's seductive voice echoed in Xiao Yu's ears. An hour later, Dugu Yan, with a slightly tired face, took out clean water and handed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was helping her wipe her body. Looking at the perfect body so close at hand, Xiao Yu gently and comprehensively played with a piece of unpolished jade. Okay, Xiao Yu, it's been almost 2 hours of kissing and touching, haven't you touched enough? Although you enjoyed yourself this time, I haven't enjoyed myself yet. When my bloodline is stable, I will definitely fight you for 300 rounds. Dugu Yan's slender arms wrapped around Xiao Yu's neck. She said with a flowery smile. Now, because Dugu Bo was present, Dugu Yan didn't want to make too much noise. After all, although the feeling of being discovered was wonderful, Dugu Yan didn't want her grandfather to see this scene. Therefore, Dugu Yan chose to let Xiao Yu enjoy himself first, and she would delay it later. Otherwise, if they were together, it would take who knows how long. Sister Yan Yan, looking at your aura, you should have improved a lot. The two put on their clothes while chatting. Yes, I've increased by 8 levels. Now I've reached level 40 in soul power. As long as I acquire another soul ring, I can become a soul elder. Dugu Yan said excitedly. Afterwards, the two, fully dressed, sat by the ice and fire yin-yang well, quietly pouring out their hearts to each other. Although Xiao Yu's hands were not well behaved, constantly moving up and down, Dugu Yan also paid him back in his own coin, focusing on Xiao Yu's lower body. Thus, the two tormented each other back and forth. Before long, the gazes they exchanged became increasingly blurred. Boom! However, the next moment, a towering aura jolted the two awake from their dazed state. They felt that if it weren't for this aura, they would have been unable to pull themselves out. Xiao Yu shook the water off his hands. Dugu Yan also fiercely grabbed a handful before standing up. Looking towards her grandfather's location, she saw Dugu Bo inside the stone house. Dugu Bo had also finished absorbing the immortal herb and stood up. Having finished absorbing the immortal herb, Dugu Bo slowly opened his eyes. His originally emerald green pupils had undergone a huge change, turning into dark green, and the aura around him soared. Level 91, Level 92, Level 93, Level 94, Chapter 66, Reencountering the Titan Without a Leash. With the evolution of his bloodline and the complete transformation of the toxins in his body into his own soul power, Dugu Bo directly and completely broke through the threshold of level 92 in one fell swoop, and even soared all the way to a height of level 94. Grandpa, hearing his granddaughter's call, Dugu Bo calmed his aura and pulled Dugu Yan, who rushed over, into his arms. Yunur, not bad. It seems that the azure dragon pattern flower is very suitable for you. It actually allowed you to directly reach level 40. After you adapt for a while, you can absorb the second immortal herb. Looking at the changes in his granddaughter, Dugu Bo smiled happily. Grandpa, your changes are also very big. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you've rejuvenated. Dugu Yan said. At this moment, Dugu Bo's appearance had undergone a huge change after absorbing the immortal herb, resulting in the evolution of his martial soul. His originally old appearance directly transformed into that of a middle-aged man under the influence of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, and his physique was even more robust than before, almost on par with Yu Luo Mian and Titan. His originally emerald green long hair had also transformed into dark green long hair. At this moment, apart from the outline of his face being barely recognizable, his whole person looked very different from before. If you didn't look carefully, almost no one would be able to tell that this person was actually the old poison Douluo, Dugu Bo. Hehe, of course, once a person breaks through to the title Douluo realm, their lifespan will be greatly increased. Grandpa, I was previously troubled by toxins, so I appeared relatively old. But now it's different. After consuming the immortal herb, the toxins in my body have completely transformed into soul power that I can use. This not only greatly increased my own strength, but also greatly increased the various attributes and quality of my martial soul. I call my current martial soul the Azure-Scaled Flood Dragon. I hope that one day I can truly see it become the Azure-Scaled Poison Dragon. Grandpa Dugu, no matter what happens in the future, at least now, the poison that has tormented you for so many years can be considered completely over. Xiao Yu said, congratulating him. But all of this has to be thanks to you, Xiao Yu. If you hadn't said that the Breaking Clan had an immortal herb catalog, perhaps even now, I would still be standing still. Being able to meet you can also be considered my luck. Dugu Bo said with a sigh. Hehe, that's right, Xiao Yu is the most amazing. Dugu Yan also said with a smile. But, Yun'er, although I won't interfere with you too much, and I know that you young people are like dry firewood meeting a flame, but, don't blame me for being nosy, you are still young, remember to be restrained, take precautions, and also, Xiao Yu, call me Grandpa directly from now on. Dugu Bo said to Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan with a helpless expression. With his experience, he could naturally see the difference in Dugu Yan's body, so he could also deduce that his family's cabbage had already been eaten. Grandpa, hearing these words, Dugu Yan lowered her head with a flushed face. So, Grandpa knew all along. This feeling of being exposed made her shy and embarrassed. Yes, Grandpa, Xiao Yu also smiled helplessly. All right, now that the immortal herbs have been absorbed, then Xiao Yu, Yun'er, let's go. I'll conveniently take you to acquire soul rings. Dugu Bo said. Soul power at level 94 was enough to allow them to walk unhindered throughout the Sunset Forest. Okay, Dugu Yan did not object to this, and Xiao Yu spoke after a moment of silence. Grandpa Dugu, if possible, I would like to go to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt soul rings. After all, we came to see it last time, and there were no soul rings that I needed, and I think that with my current physique, perhaps the maximum soul ring age limit I can absorb is 3 to 4,000 years. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll simply take you to the Stardow Great Forest together to search. With my current strength, even if we encounter 100,000-year soul beast, I can still bring you to safety. Dugu Bo did not refuse this. Still that same sentence, Xiao Yu's talent was so good, therefore, every step he took should be on the path that would allow Xiao Yu's strength to improve further. Then let's go. Let's go back first. After all, we're going to the Stardow Great Forest and need to replenish some supplies. Buying them on the spot isn't a good idea. Dugu Bo said. Grandpa, wait a moment, I want to bring an immortal herb back to my teacher. Dugu Bo did not stop him from doing so. After all, Liu Erlong had nurtured Xiao Yu, and she was also qualified to receive an immortal herb. Chapter 43. If it were that old thing, Yu Luo Mian, Dugu Bo would rather destroy the immortal herb than give it to him. After a brief rest, the three of them left the ice and fire yin-yang well. Before leaving, Xiao Yu also plucked an immortal herb suitable for Liu Erlong and gave it to her. That immortal herb was called the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. In fact, logically speaking, the most suitable immortal herb for Liu Erlong here should have been the Blazing Apricot Flood, which had a chance to evolve Liu Erlong's flame into the ultimate fire, but Xiao Yu took it away to forge the water and fire impervious golden body. Therefore, he could only settle for this one as a second choice. As for the most powerful immortal herb present, the Acacia Heartbroken Red, Xiao Yu didn't think that his current conquest value with Liu Erlong was enough to make her feel deeply for him, so Xiao Yu wanted to leave it for Sister Yun'er. After all, Sister Yun'er is currently the only person with whom he has had substantial breakthroughs. Moreover, it was both of their first times, whether in soul, body, or even posture, they were incredibly compatible. Soon, the trio left the medicine garden, chatting and laughing, and headed towards the outer reaches of Sunset Forest. Dugu Bo led the way, while Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan were lovey-dovey behind him. Although this was the depths of Sunset Forest, with Dugu Bo's 94th level soul power pressure, even soul beasts of tens of thousands of years wouldn't dare to attack easily after sensing this soul power pressure. Hey, Sister Yun'er, why don't we come to the ice and fire yin-yang well by ourselves next time? After all, the commotion we two make is so big, and the quiet, uninhabited environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well is the most suitable for us to have a great battle for 300 rounds. Xiao Yu whispered in Dugu Yan's ear. HMPH, you little lecher, alright, am I afraid of you? When we have time one day, let's come to the ice and fire yin-yang well and indulge ourselves. Dugu Yan was also incredibly looking forward to this. She murmured softly in Xiao Yu's ear. The fiery breath and seductive words made Xiao Yu feel a surge of restlessness. HMPH, I didn't expect to run into you little bastard again. What's this, are you a sentimental little bastard? Yesterday it was Dugu Yan by your side, and today you've changed people. Just as the two were chatting happily, a cold laugh came. The three people present fixed their eyes and saw Titan, who happened to be leading his clansmen here to hunt soul rings. Because she had consumed the immortal herb, Dugu Yan's figure and temperament had changed greatly. Therefore, Titan, who had only met Dugu Yan a few times, only remembered some rough outlines. Yo, isn't this the loyal old dog Titan of the Clear Sky School? What's wrong, didn't your Clear Sky School put a leash on you today? Chapter 67 Titan's Last-Ditch Resistance. Oh, I remember, isn't your Clear Sky School master being forced into a difficult situation by the Spirit Hall right now? Where would they have time to care about you, this old dog? Don't even mention you, this old dog, even your entire strength clan, this entire dog kennel, hasn't it all been abandoned by them? Xiao Yu wasn't annoyed when Titan called him a little bastard, and immediately launched a critical strike. Sure enough, not long after Xiao Yu spoke, Titan's face turned extremely livid, and the aura of a soul Douluo was surging wildly. After all, no one can tolerate being called an old dog like that. Moreover, the faces of the several Strength Clan members who had come here to obtain soul rings behind him were also extremely unsightly after hearing these words. Dog kennel, this was the first time someone had used such words to refer to the people of their Strength Clan. Little bastard, you still dare to provoke me even at this point. I'd like to see, without you Luo Mian and Ning Fengji protecting you today, I'd like to see who can stop me from killing you. Grandpa, this old dog Titan looks down on you. He didn't even mention you. It seems like you need to let the world see your foundation as a titled Douluo. Xiao Yu didn't respond to Titan's words, but turned to look at Dugu Bo. Heh, if it were yesterday, it might have been quite difficult, but now, to kill Titan, it's effortless. Dugu Bo put his hands behind his back, his entire aura fully unleashed, his face full of confidence. He had been looked down upon by some top soul Douluos for more than a day or two, but since he could vent this anger now, he naturally wouldn't choose to let it go. The great strength guerrilla martial soul of their Strength Clan was certainly violently powerful. But in the final analysis, strength has always been synonymous with dragons. Even the Titan Giant Ape, the overlord of the Soul Beast realm, still has an even more powerful big brother, the Azure Bull Python, the Forest Emperor who has begun to transform into a dragon. Who are you? How dare you challenge me? Do you believe that I can lead the Strength Clan to slaughter your entire family? Titan looked at Dugu Bo, whose face had changed greatly at this moment, and sneered. Titan didn't recognize Dugu Bo for a while because of his greatly changed appearance. As for the arrogant Titan, Dugu Bo, as if looking at a dead man, slowly took a step forward. Before long, as 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 flickered under Dugu Bo's feet. A terrifying soul power of up to the 94th level directly suppressed the previously arrogant Titan. Want to kill me, Dugu Bo? Yesterday you couldn't, today, you're even less likely to. I've been feeling itchy since my soul power increased. Since you've ignorantly run into me, then I'll take you as the first to be sacrificed. You are Dugu Bo. How is this possible? Your strength, and your appearance. At this moment, upon learning that the middle-aged man with dark green hair in front of him was actually Dugu Bo, Titan's face was full of horrified expression. But at this moment, the situation on the scene didn't give Titan time to be shocked at all, because the pressure of that soul power had already surged towards him like a raging tide. Under this pressure, Titan was caught off guard for a moment, and actually knelt down on both knees just like that. No, this is impossible. Seeing his knees kneeling on the ground, Titan's face was full of disbelief. Roar. In order to resist the pressure of this soul power and prevent himself from kneeling down, Titan could only summon the martial soul in a rather embarrassed manner to resist. However, even after summoning the martial soul, Titan still felt boundless pressure. I'll hold off Dugu Bo, you guys go back and invite Bai He and Niu Gao over. Quick! Titan shouted loudly at the group of Strength Clan members behind him. Although Titan had a volatile temper, he was extremely meticulous. At this moment, he immediately determined that he was no match for Dugu Bo, who had undergone such a drastic change. Therefore, he wanted to send someone back to call for help quickly. However, Titan overestimated himself after all. How could a mere soul Douluo completely stop a title Douluo of level 94? Dugu Bo simply raised his hand casually. Several streaks of dark green poisonous mist quickly flew towards the direction where the members of the Strength clan were fleeing. Before long, accompanied by screams of incomparable misery, Titan's heart sank to the bottom. Dugu Bo, if you dare to kill me, you are declaring war on the Clear Sky School. Aren't you afraid that the Clear Sky School will come out and grind your bones to ashes? Titan rebuked. At this moment, the fear of death that lingered in his heart was gradually eroding Titan's loyal and filial heart. Clear Sky School. Whatever, the current me doesn't need to fear any Clear Sky School. Moreover, aren't you overestimating yourself too much? The current you is just an old dog abandoned by the Clear Sky School. What makes you think the Clear Sky School would choose to gamble the lives of all its disciples to kill me for you? Dugu Bo sneered. Hearing Dugu Bo's words, Titan also suddenly remembered. The terror of Dugu Bo lies in his ever-victorious poison. That kind of terrifying poison that even title Douluos can't completely block. If Dugu Bo is really provoked to the point of desperation, even the Clear Sky School cannot bear the price of a mutual destruction. Ah, I'll fight you. Finally, Titan, with no way out, roared angrily, and the seventh soul ring on his body began to flicker. Instantly, Titan's already incomparably strong body transformed into a giant ape nearly 10 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Watching Titan, who had unleashed his spirit avatar, the seventh soul skill on Dugu Bo's body also began to flicker with black light. Before long, accompanied by a burst of intense dark green light, a biphosphorus dragon evolved from the biphosphorus serpent spirit appeared on the scene. Only to see that the rear half of this dark green biphosphorus dragon coiled on the ground was still a smooth snake tail, while the front half, standing tall and proud, was covered in dense scales. In the gaps between the scales, there were also thick back thorns, looking incomparably grim. On its front body, there was also a pair of sharp claws, as if it could easily split mountains and crush rocks. A pair of dark green vertical pupils were full of majesty. Even if Titan, who had transformed into a giant ape, only glanced at it, he was frightened and lowered his head. And the biggest difference between this biphosphorus dragon and the previous biphosphorus serpent emperor was the two bulges on the head of the snake. As long as the dragon horns within those two bulges mature, then it will truly evolve into a dragon. Roar. Looking at the drastically changed biphosphorus serpent emperor opposite him at this moment, Titan roared forcefully, to boost his morale. But his eyes were full of solemn expression. On this strange giant python, Titan felt an incomparably huge pressure. Therefore, Titan wanted to fight quickly and decisively, looking for an opportunity to escape. Immediately, the eighth soul ring with the strongest age limit on his body began to flicker. Eighth soul skill, 1000 Jun. As a burst of black light lit up on Titan's body, Titan, whose muscles had swelled again, punched fiercely towards Dugu Bo's body. Chapter 68. Taking Titan's head home. Titan's 8th soul skill comes from 1000 Jun and with an age limit of nearly 40,000 years. This soul skill can increase Titan's own strength by 500%, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. Moreover, it can be stacked with the previous soul skills that increase strength. Therefore, under the blessing of multiple strength attribute soul skills, Titan's current strength has definitely surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo. Faced with this powerful and heavy punch, if it were yesterday's Dugu Bo facing this attack, he might still be restrained. But now, after the evolution of his spirit, the biphosphorus serpent emperor has completely evolved into a flood dragon, and Dugu Bo no longer has this trouble. Although Dugu Bo is not weaker than Titan in terms of brute force, Dugu Bo is not the kind of brute who only knows how to use brute force. For him, taking it easily is more in line with Dugu Bo's battle strategy. Head Soul Bone Skill, Medusa's Gaze. Only to see a burst of dark green light flickering in those majestic vertical pupils. Then, under the illumination of a burst of dark green light, Titan was quickly petrified, even his fist that was halfway out was petrified, fixed in place and unable to move. 9th Soul Skill, Biphosphorus Dragon Roar. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Titan to react, Dugu Bo opened his bloody mouth. As the black soul ring with red lines flickering on his body shone brightly, a dark green, violent breath rushed straight towards Titan, who was completely petrified and unable to move at this moment. Boom! Soon, under this breath, even Titan, who was as tall as 10 meters after using his spirit avatar, was shattered into huge blocks of stone and fell to the ground. 2 moves to easily kill Titan, the might of poison Douluo, terrifying as such. Watching Titan who had been killed, Dugu Bo dispersed his spirit avatar, came to Titan's head full of horrified expression, and smiled contemptuously. Titan, I hope you can keep the sentence, title Douluo cannot be humiliated, in your heart in your next life. A mere soul Douluo, I really don't know where you got the courage to provoke me again and again. After collecting the 3 soul bones from Titan's body, Dugu Bo said to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, let's go to the Strength clan first, and send their clan leaders head back. If they are as ignorant as Titan, I don't mind slaughtering their Strength clan. Grandpa is awesome, Xiao Yu shouted. Dugu Bo smiled indifferently, and then, carrying Titan's petrified giant head, headed towards the Strength clan amidst the horrified expressions of the passers-by. Especially the 9 bright soul rings flickering on the person holding the head filled everyone present with awe and immense pressure. In an instant, the news spread rapidly throughout Heaven Do City. After all, even in Heaven Do City, seeing a title Douluo required a stroke of luck. Soon, the news reached the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the ears of the royal family. When they heard that a strange titled Douluo carrying a gorilla's head had arrived in Heaven Do City, they immediately sent people to investigate the reason. Meanwhile, within the Strength clan, Tai Nuo had just bid farewell to Senior Niu Gao and Senior Bai He, who had chosen to leave. Titan's words yesterday made them unwilling to stay any longer, and they chose to leave early. Tai Nuo was helpless about this and could only send them off on behalf of his father. As soon as he returned to the clan, he saw the titled Douluo with 9 soul rings in the sky throwing a huge rock towards the Strength clan. Boom! Instantly, this huge rock shattered many buildings within the Strength clan upon landing. Many members of the Strength clan were injured or even buried under the rubble as a result. In an instant, the originally peaceful Strength clan was plunged into chaos. This is, originally, he wanted to look up and question why that person was doing this, but when Tai Nuo saw the slightly familiar gorilla head, a trace of disbelief flashed across his face. As his gaze deepened, Tai Nuo really felt that the more he looked, the more it resembled his father, especially when he felt a strong sense of sadness gushing out uncontrollably. Tai Nuo finally completely believed his eyes. This rock was actually his father's head. What exactly is going on? Didn't his father take the clansmen to hunt soul rings? How could he be reduced to this state? Not only was his life taken, but now even his head was cut off and brought back to the clan. Who is it? Just as Tai Nuo's eyes turned red, an icy voice echoed in the sky above the Strength clan, and everyone in the Strength clan heard this voice. Titled Douluos cannot be humiliated. Titan has repeatedly violated my taboos, so I have killed him. I hope the Strength clan will learn a lesson and understand the meaning of titled Douluos cannot be humiliated. In the future, when you see me, retreat. At this moment, the people of the Strength clan who heard these words showed incomparable anger. Their patriarch was beheaded and thrown back into the clan as if he were garbage. Now, not only did they lose their patriarch, but they were also being directly accused and taught a lesson. This kind of humiliation was difficult for the entire Strength clan to swallow. At this moment, Tai Nuo's brain was filled with anger, and he shouted with a heart-wrenching voice. Members of the Strength clan, the patriarch is dead, let us avenge the patriarch. No matter who you are, you will bear the wrath of our Strength clan. Avenge. Avenge. In an instant, the Strength clan, which had been filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere, was instantly filled with the anger of revenge. Led by Tai Nuo, the clansmen summoned their martial souls one after another, preparing to fight back. So what if you are a titled Douluo? Today, even if we all die together, we will perish with you. However, they seemed to have forgotten how big the gap between them and a titled Douluo was. Just as Tai Nuo raised his arms and shouted, the icy voice rang out again. Since you are so stubborn, then the Strength clan will be destroyed today. As soon as the words fell, Tai Nuo felt weak, nauseous, and uncomfortable all over. The martial soul and soul power that had originally erupted also dissipated at this moment. At this moment, Tai Nuo could only collapse helplessly to the ground, powerless. This is Poison. Quote, Chapter 69, The Strength Clan Cemetery. In an instant, Tai Nuo, who fell to the ground and gradually lost consciousness, knew what his situation was at this moment. He also knew who the titled Douluo above was. But at this moment, he had no way to resist. He could only feel this colorless, odorless, and invisible poison frantically eroding his body. Before long, only a stick of incense's worth of time had passed. More than 210 members of the Strength clan turned into puddles of blood and melted into the ground. The originally lively Strength clan was directly transformed into the Strength clan's cemetery. Quote, Quote, just after Dugu Bo slaughtered the Strength clan, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yu Luo Mian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the 3 committee members of the royal family received the news and arrived here. Moreover, in the dark, many academy deans and family patriarchs also secretly came here after receiving the news. Although they had tried their best to rush here, when they saw the tragic state of the Strength clan, they couldn't help but gasp. More than 200 clansmen, including more than 100 soul masters, had turned into blood in such a short period of time. What kind of person did Titan offend? What kind of life and death feud is this? Who is your excellency? Why did you slaughter the Strength clan for no reason? Although titled Douluos cannot be humiliated, slaughtering an entire clan is too cruel. Please tell us the reason. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action to suppress you. Ning Fengji asked with a solemn expression. Looking at the huge titan's head below, they confirmed their guess. Who on earth has the ability to kill the Power Clan so easily? Moreover, this person looks so unfamiliar. For a moment, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and the 3 Royal Education Committee members all looked serious, except for Yu Luomian, who looked puzzled. Because he saw Xiao Yu, who was hugging a girl taller than him, not far away. Uncle Ning, Master, this is Grandpa Dugu Bo, not an outsider. Seeing the tense situation at this moment, Xiao Yu also stood up to explain at this time. What, you are Dugu Bo? After confirming Xiao Yu's identity, the people present looked at the middle-aged man in shock. For a moment, they couldn't compare the strong middle-aged man in front of them with the old Dugu Bo before. Brother Dugu, what exactly is this? Seeing Dugu Bo's great change, Ning Fengji asked with a face full of astonishment. Yu Luomian was also shocked. Damn, you old boy reincarnated. Even if he had predicted it, he was still shocked when it was really revealed. Hehe, it's just that I had a little chance encounter, and my appearance has changed a lot. Not long ago, this old thing Titan provoked me again in the Sunset Forest, and even threatened to destroy my clan. Therefore, I didn't want to endure it, so I killed him easily. Just now, the people of the Power Clan wanted to avenge Titan. In order to prevent future troubles, I killed them all. You should have no big relationship with the Power Clan, right? Dugu Bo's understatement shocked the people present. Especially Yu Luomian, who was originally a top soul Douluo, was not afraid of Dugu Bo at all. Because Dugu Bo's poison had no effect on him. But if he wanted to kill Titan, it was impossible to be as easy as Dugu Bo said. Brother Dugu, aren't you a little impulsive? Ning Fengji also smiled bitterly at this. At this moment, Ning Fengji's vigilance towards Dugu Bo had risen to a considerable level. Although he knew that Dugu Bo's poison was powerful before, seeing is believing. After seeing it today, Ning Fengji was completely enlightened. Although any of their 7 treasure glazed tile schools 2 title Douluos could destroy the Power Clan, they couldn't do it as easily as Dugu Bo. After all, that was more than 200 soul masters. Even a range attack wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly. Dugu Xianxia, I suggest you go to the Imperial City to talk to His Majesty. After all, it's a matter of exterminating a clan, and the 3 of us can't make the decision. The 3 Education Committee members also opened their mouths with bitter faces at this moment. What is this? The royal family's enshrinement slaughtered a clan in the street, how can their royal family handle this? No, I still have to accompany my granddaughter and grandson-in-law to hunt soul rings. When I come back and have time, I will go to see Emperor Shui Yi. After saying that, after a simple farewell to the 2 people present, Dugu Bo left with Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan. Since his strength has increased, Dugu Bo is much more confident. As the only title Douluo of the royal family, he has the confidence to make the emperor wait. Otherwise, why would he be invited to be an enshrinement? Enshrinement, how can he be called upon at any time when nothing happens? Looking at Dugu Bo and the others who left freely at this moment, the 3 education committee members couldn't help but reveal bitter expressions. Then, helplessly, they could only immediately order the city defense army to guard this place, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Finally, after arranging everything, the 3 of them went back to report this matter to His Majesty and Prince Shui Xing. After all, this matter is neither big nor small. And Yu Luomian, after regaining his senses, also hurried towards the direction of Blue Tyrant Academy. After all, he had just heard that Dugu Bo's grandson-in-law was going to obtain the 3rd soul ring. And his grandson-in-law, isn't he Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu has broken through Soul Venerable. When did this happen? Wasn't Xiao Yu still not breaking through yesterday? Why did he break through after one night? What exactly happened this night? At this moment, although it had only been one night since he had seen Xiao Yu, Yu Luomian always felt as if he hadn't seen him for several years. Although they went to destroy the Power Clan in the middle, after they returned to Blue Tyrant Academy, the Academy's courses had not yet started, and everyone was still eating breakfast. Therefore, the news of the Power Clan being destroyed had not yet reached here. After Dugu Bo brought Xiao Yu back to Blue Tyrant Academy, he first took Dugu Yan back to prepare the things to go to Stardo Great Forest. And Xiao Yu came to the cafeteria, and after taking a breakfast as usual, returned to the small wooden house. As soon as he returned to the small wooden house, he saw Liu Erlong's quilt covering her navel. And all other parts of her body were exposed. Looking at Liu Erlong's bold sleeping posture at this moment, Xiao Yu smiled helplessly, then shook Liu Erlong's shoulder. Called her up to eat breakfast. Liu Erlong looked surprised when she saw Xiao Yu's return. Especially when she heard that Xiao Yu had now reached the 30th level of soul power, a look of horror appeared on her face. Chapter 70. Journey to Stardo Great Forest. Just as Xiao Yu was about to bring up the matter of the immortal herb, Yu Luomian arrived at the entrance, looking at Xiao Yu with excitement. Xiao Yu, didn't you just break through to the 20th level not long ago? How did you reach the 30th level so quickly? Yu Luomian's arrival dispelled Xiao Yu's intention to immediately take out the immortal herb. After all, Xiao Yu didn't trust Yu Luomian, so he didn't want to create unnecessary complications. Grandmaster, I've gained some insights in my cultivation recently, so my breakthrough speed has been a bit faster. Xiao Yu casually made up an excuse. Gaining insights can lead to such a quick breakthrough. That's too unbelievable. Although he said that, Yu Luomian still found it incredible. After all, Xiao Yu had jumped from the 20th level to the 30th level in just a few months, which would shock anyone. But considering that Xiao Yu was one of their own, he didn't think too much about it. Ha ha ha, good boy, a 9-year-old soul elder, truly worthy of being the dragon child of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Luomian laughed loudly. He then prepared to personally take Xiao Yu to obtain a soul ring. However, just as the 3 of them were chatting enthusiastically, Dugu Bo, who had prepared everything, arrived with Dugu Yan. When he saw Yu Luomian, Dugu Bo's expression froze. Especially knowing that Yu Luomian was shamelessly insisting on helping Xiao Yu hunt for a soul ring, Dugu Bo glared at Yu Luomian with dissatisfaction. Although he really didn't want this old geezer Yu Luomian to come along, considering that he was the father of Xiao Yu's teacher, and also having a peak soul Douluo to help would make hunting soul beasts much easier and safer, Dugu Bo didn't refuse. Fine, but don't drag me down if we encounter danger. Dugu Bo sneered. Old poison, you. At this moment, Yu Luomian, whose strength was far inferior to Dugu Bo, had to be careful even when arguing. Seeing Yu Luomian becoming cautious when interacting with him, a hint of smugness appeared on Dugu Bo's face. Although Liu Erlong also wanted to help Xiao Yu obtain a soul ring, the Stardo Great Forest was far away, and the academy had just started, so someone needed to guard it. Therefore, Liu Erlong could only helplessly stay at the academy. She stood at the academy gate, watching the group leave. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed quickly. Xiao Yu and his group of 4 finally arrived at the Stardo Great Forest after traveling and stopping along the way. After resting for a night in an inn not far from the Stardo Great Forest, the four of them entered the Star Do Great Forest. Because Yu Luo Mian's martial soul was suitable for clearing the way, Yu Luo Mian was responsible for clearing the path in front, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan were behind, and Dugu Bo, with the strongest cultivation, chose to be at the rear to guard against everything around them. Xiao Yu, Yan, the danger level of the Star Do Great Forest is much higher than that of Sunset Forest, so after entering the forest, you must stay by my and Yu Luo Mian's side at all times. Never leave alone. If you encounter danger, immediately release your martial soul and shout for help. Dugu Bo said. Listening to Dugu Bo's cautious tone, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan both nodded. A cautious look appeared on their faces. Then, the group of four began to delve deeper into the forest. Because the age of the soul ring they were looking for was not low, they needed to search deeper for soul beasts. As the group continued to go deeper, the age of the soul beasts they saw gradually changed from hundreds of years to thousands of years. Yu Luo Mian, who was clearing the way in front, therefore always maintained a vigilant mind. And the Star Do Great Forest was indeed the Star Do Great Forest. After only searching for half a day, Dugu Bo discovered a soul beast that was quite suitable for Yan. A flame-poison dragon scorpion with an age of about 6,000 years. The flame-poison dragon scorpion not only had an extremely strong shell, but it also possessed a fire poison that was more difficult to remove than normal toxins. Finally, it also possessed considerable attack methods, that pair of claws with considerable lethality. Previously, Dugu Bo had Dugu Yan absorb soul rings that were mainly auxiliary, because their martial soul's own jade phosphorus serpent poison was the best means of attack, and they didn't need other soul skills to enhance attack attributes. Therefore, at that time, the role of soul skills was only to allow the jade phosphorus serpent poison to better invade the opponent's body. But now that the martial soul had evolved, poison was no longer the only thing, so Dugu Bo also needed to consider some other means of attack. And this flame-poison dragon scorpion was just right for all his ideas, with damage, defense, and enhanced toxicity. Although the age was a bit high, now that she had absorbed the immortal herb, he believed that there was still a good chance of success. Soon, under the strong crushing power of Dugu Bo's jade phosphorus dragon, this terrifying poisonous scorpion with a body length of more than 2 meters and an age of 6,000 years was beaten by Dugu Bo until it was only left with one breath. Then, Dugu Yan immediately summoned her martial soul, completely killed the poisonous scorpion, and then sat down cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. Standing on the other side, Yu Luo Mian looked at the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, whose martial souls seemed to have undergone extremely huge changes, and a confused look appeared on his face. What exactly happened to them during this time? Soon, although Dugu Yan's expression was extremely ugly during the process, but she still managed to absorb the 6,000-year-old flame-poison dragon scorpion, and obtained a remarkable soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Poison Fang. After the soul skill is released, it can summon a poisonous fang with Jade Phosphorus Serpent Poison, and then shoot it towards the enemy. While attaching armor-piercing effects, it also attaches Jade Phosphorus Serpent Poison and the fire poison of the Flame Poison Dragon Scorpion. It can be said that the burst damage and continuous damage are full. Moreover, this soul skill can also be released together with Dugu Yan's third soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Purple Poison. In the large patches of Jade Phosphorus Serpent Poison mist, the hit rate of the same colored Jade Phosphorus Poison Fang will be greatly improved, and it will be difficult for the enemy to defend against this unavoidable move. So, after helping Dugu Yan obtain a soul ring, the next thing was to find the soul ring needed by Xiao Yu. As for the soul beast that Xiao Yu needed, it was even rarer, so the group, who couldn't find it after searching for a day, decided to find an open place to rest for the night and continue searching tomorrow. When it came to dividing the tents at night, because Yu Luo Mian came in a hurry, he didn't bring a tent at all, and Dugu Bo only brought 3 tents because he thought there were only 3 people. And Dugu Bo and Yu Luo Mian didn't want to stay in a tent that the other had stayed in. Therefore, helplessly, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan could only share a tent, and Dugu Bo and Yu Luo Mian each had one. After all, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan had already made substantial progress, so there was no big problem with sleeping together. At this moment, looking at Xiao Yu and his granddaughter walking into the tent together, Dugu Bo suddenly regretted why he had let Yu Luo Mian, this old bastard, come along. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have had to see this upsetting scene. Chapter 71, The Alluring Dugu Yan. Inside the tent, Xiao Yu looked at Dugu Yan, who was close at hand, and smelled the fragrance emanating from her body. Although he felt restless, Xiao Yu knew what the situation was. Therefore, after a goodnight kiss with Dugu Yan, they both fell into a dream. Soon, a peaceful night passed. The next morning, everyone woke up and, after a simple meal of dry food, began to continue searching for a suitable soul beast for Xiao Yu in the vicinity. Near noon, the group, who had been searching for most of the morning, came to a small stream to rest. However, the next moment, Xiao Yu, who was chatting, felt an incomparably rich power of light aura from behind him. Xiao Yu immediately turned his head to look. Before long, a unicorn emitting holy light all over its body was drinking water by a small stream in the distance. After seeing this soul beast, Xiao Yu couldn't help but reveal an excited look. Holy light unicorn, good guy, to actually encounter a soul beast with such a rich power of light. Judging by the length of the horn on its head, which is about 40 centimeters long, its age should be more than 4,000 years, which is enough. As Xiao Yu stood up, Dugu Bo and the others immediately looked behind him. They also discovered this soul beast. Oh, it's actually a holy light unicorn. You're really lucky, Xiao Yu. This kind of soul beast is hard to come by. It not only has healing abilities, but also possesses an attack power that soul beasts of the same age can hardly match. Dugu Bo couldn't help but smile as he looked at the holy light unicorn opposite him. Grandpa, Grandmaster, I'll have to trouble you. I'll choose it for my third soul ring. Such a rich power of light is exactly what Wolong needs. Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian perked up when they heard this. Since Xiao Yu had spoken, they had no reason not to take action. Before long, facing the double blow from Yu Luomian and Dugu Bo, even the holy light unicorn, which was invincible in combat at the same level, couldn't resist and could only fall unwillingly by the stream. Finally, Xiao Yu completed the final blow. Looking at the purple soul ring slowly born from this unicorn, Xiao Yu immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. Soon, Xiao Yu, who already had the physique of a dragon, was able to absorb the soul ring quite easily, even if he skipped 3,000 years. How is it? What is your third soul ring like? He asked with a smile, watching Xiao Yu complete the absorption of the soul ring easily. My third soul skill can be regarded as a replica of the Holy Light Unicorn's talent soul skill, Light Sanction. Therefore, I named it Holy Dragon Sanction. I can let Wolong use soul power to create a phantom of a Holy Light Dragon. Then, it quickly flies towards the enemy's location to explode. I can also detonate it in advance, causing a large amount of light attribute damage. However, because my current strength is not enough, I can only summon the dragon's head and cannot completely summon the entire Holy Light Dragon. As he spoke, Xiao Yu also summoned Wolong. As the third purple soul ring on his body began to flicker, Wolong raised its head and roared, and a golden breath. Before long, this golden breath flew to a place about 1 meter above Wolong's head and hovered, and then this golden breath quickly transformed into a strange magic circle flashing with golden light. Finally, a dragon head flashing with golden light roared out from within this formation, which was about 2 meters long, roaring towards the dense forest not far away. And just as it approached the dense forest, accompanied by a huge cloud of dust, this dragon head directly erupted with an extremely loud sound. As the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone present could see that within the pit, which was about 2 meters wide, there were still streaks of golden light attribute energy eroding the land. Seeing this strike, Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian couldn't help but nod secretly. Just a dragon head alone had such power. At this moment, they were looking forward to seeing what it would be like if Xiao Yu summoned the complete phantom of the Holy Light Dragon. After obtaining the soul ring, Xiao Yu checked and found that this Holy Light Unicorn did not give birth to a soul bone. Therefore, after a simple clean-up, the group walked out of the Star-Do Great Forest. Now that the purpose of obtaining the soul ring had been achieved, there was no need for them to continue staying here. While the weather was still good, they could leave the Star-Do Great Forest before nightfall. Then, they could stay in an inn outside for one night and return early the next morning. Things went even more smoothly than they had imagined. The road out of the Star-Do Great Forest was very smooth. It was only in the evening that the few of them had already left the Star-Do Great Forest. Then, according to the original plan, the group found a restaurant nearby and opened a few rooms. Then, the group dispersed from the restaurant. This was a small town, and although it was close to the Star Do Great Forest, it was not a dangerous place. Therefore, Dugu Bo did not need to follow Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan all day long. Therefore, after booking the rooms, he chose to stay in the room to rest. Yu Luomian originally wanted to have a good chat with Xiao Yu, but seeing that he wanted to flirt with Dugu Yan, he could only back down and stay in the restaurant to drink. As for Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan, as young people, they naturally wanted to have a good time in this small town. Anyway, with their strength as a soul sect and a soul king, it was believed that no one in this small town could deal with them. As for those who could deal with them, it was believed that as long as they reported the names of Dugu Bo or Yu Luomian, basically no one would dare to provoke them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. Dugu Yan and Xiao Yu bought a lot of things outside and returned to the restaurant with some fatigue, intending to have a good night's sleep after eating. Waiter, bring up all the good dishes you have here. This girl is hungry. Dugu Yan sat down on the chair with great boldness and shouted. Okay, miss, please wait a moment. The waiter also responded very sensibly, and immediately went to the back kitchen to report the menu. Hehe, Xiao Yu, are you coming to my room tonight, or am I going to your room? Even if we don't do anything, at least we can comfort each other. Dugu Yan leaned on Xiao Yu's side and said with a charming tone. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. Looking at Dugu Yan with strange eyes. Just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, what the two of them didn't notice was that her charming expression was being watched by a little fat man holding a big chicken leg, and he was drooling in his heart. Damn, boss Dai, look at that one is top quality. Look at it, that's top quality. The little fat man holding the chicken leg said to the young man who was drinking beside him. The young man looked in the direction of the voice and saw Dugu Yan's enchanting face. Instantly, he was captivated. Chapter 72, Ma Hongjun's Death Wish. Meanwhile, completely ignoring everyone else's public display of affection, Xiao Yu slowly leaned his head towards Dugu Yan's ear and gently kissed her delicate earlobe before slowly saying. I'll go to your side. As a man, I should be the one taking the initiative. How could I let you be on top of me? Being so close to Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan's already rosy cheeks turned even redder. A touch of pink gradually crept into her eyes. You little rascal, you're getting bolder and bolder. It seems I need to take advantage of being able to suppress you now and give you a good squeeze, or else when you get older, won't I just be at your mercy? Dugu Yan said in an extremely alluring tone. Hehe, Sister Union, wasn't I the one always on top of you last time? Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. HMPH, wasn't that because I wanted to see how long you were? Dugu Yan giggled. And what was the result? Quote. At this moment, looking at the shy expression on Dugu Yan's face, the chubby man in the distance, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, broke the chicken leg in his hand after seeing this scene. His face was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. HMPH, fatty, if you like her, just go and snatch her. Then we brothers can share. Dai Mubai looked at Dugu Yan's exquisite face and the perfect figure, of which he could only see half. Those curves, those long legs, those fair jade legs peeking out from under the skirt. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. He had played with so many beauties in Soto City, but none could compare to this hot and flavorful one. If he could play with her once, it would indeed be worth the trip. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Fatty Ma Hongjun's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. Ah, that's not good, Boss Dai. If they were ordinary people, we could just play with them and then send them away, but what if they are also soul masters? Looking at them, they don't seem like ordinary people. What if they have elders behind them? Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai couldn't help but sneer. So what if they are soul masters? Looking at their age, their strength will definitely not exceed soul elder. And I am already a level 32 soul elder. With me here, are you still afraid of these people? Moreover, haven't you already reached level 20? You can be considered a genius, no matter how you put it. As for background, our teacher Zhao is a soul saint level powerhouse. Isn't he upstairs right now? Besides, we also have Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang, who comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. In terms of background, who can compare to us? I believe as long as we don't go too far and don't cause any deaths, Teacher Zhao won't make things difficult for us. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, A look of joy appeared on Ma Hongjun's face. According to Boss Day's statement, this method seems really feasible. But even though Dai Mubai said so, the young Ma Hongjun simply didn't have the courage. Seeing that Ma Hongjun still looked afraid to act, Dai Mubai couldn't help but sneer. Don't forget our principal's famous saying, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Are you mediocre? Hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately said righteously. How could I, Ma Hongjun, be mediocre? You wait and see how I win the beauty's heart. So, Ma Hongjun couldn't wait to wipe his mouth. Then, he put down the chicken leg and came to Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan. As the line of sight drew closer, Ma Hongjun looked at the increasingly beautiful and enchanting Dugu Yan. The saliva at the corner of his mouth couldn't be stopped, and the evil fire in his body gradually felt unbearable, as if it was about to burst out. Then, he opened his mouth with suggestive words. Miss, following this kind of man is no fun. My name is Ma Hongjun, and my martial soul is Fire Phoenix. As long as you follow me, I can definitely make you. Where did this little fat duck come from? I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Get lost. Before Ma Hongjun could finish speaking, Dugu Yan, whose harmonious atmosphere had been interrupted, stared at Ma Hongjun with a murderous look in her eyes. Although the little fatty in front of her looked young, his way of speaking and his eyes made Dugu Yan feel very disgusted. Therefore, Dugu Yan didn't even have the idea of saying a few words to him. And seeing Dugu Yan's angry expression at this moment, which was another kind of charm, made Ma Hongjun even more fond of her in his heart. Then, he planned to continue speaking. Bang! Before Ma Hongjun could open his mouth, a dragon claw composed entirely of gold directly slapped Ma Hongjun away. Boom! Instantly, Ma Hongjun, who had been slapped away, directly smashed a table and collapsed in the ruins in an extremely embarrassing manner. My sister Union told you to get lost, so why are you still here, disgusting people? Xiao Yu said with a cold expression. Seeing that signature mohawk, Xiao Yu immediately recognized that this guy was definitely Ma Hongjun, one of the protagonist group. And since he was here, then presumably the others might also be here. Sure enough, Xiao Yu quickly saw Dai Mubai, who had angrily stood up and walked over because Ma Hongjun had been slapped away. Dai Mubai walked in front of Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan, first taking a deep look at Dugu Yan, who was leaning in Xiao Yu's arms at this moment, and then stared at Xiao Yu with his arms crossed. While revealing a hint of jealousy on his face, he said coldly. Boy, you actually dared to hit someone from our Shrek Academy. Do you know that you have caused a great disaster? HMPH, Shrek Academy. Don't bother bragging about a third-rate academy I've never even heard of. Besides, I feel like an academy that teaches students to approach people with such ill intentions must be teaching nothing but deception and trickery. Hearing Xiao Yu's cold laughter, Dai Mubai's gaze darkened. Kid, you dare insult our Shrek. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your teachers and elders, and let you know what respect is. White Tiger, possess. As 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared, Dai Mubai completed his White Tiger transformation, then stared fiercely at Xiao Yu. Kid, apologize to my friend, and obediently hand over the beauty beside you. If you do, I might spare your life. Dai Mubai sneered. Seeing Xiao Yu's strength in sending Ma Hongjun flying with 1 palm, Dai Mubai understood that Xiao Yu was not weak. Therefore, he didn't choose to test him but planned for a quick victory. Looking at the 3 soul rings on Dai Mubai's body, Xiao Yu slowly stood up. How laughable. I really don't understand where a mere soul elder gets the guts to swagger around here. Soon, a terrifying dragon aura burst forth from Xiao Yu's body. 3 deep purple soul rings appeared beneath Xiao Yu's feet. At the same time, a faint purple magic array, about 1 meter tall, appeared beside Xiao Yu. From within this faint purple magic array, the worm, its body length having grown to nearly 3 meters, walked out slowly with an arrogant gait. Chapter 73. You're wrong for hitting someone. The worm, after walking out of the passage, first rubbed against Xiao Yu's legs as usual, then looked at Dai Mubai, who was possessed by the White Tiger martial soul, and after looking him up and down, its vertical pupils were filled with mockery. Its eyes seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? Master wants me to deal with this kind of trash again. Bastard, you actually dared to hit my handsome face. Phoenix, possess." At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been sent flying into the ruins by Xiao Yu, also immediately completed his martial soul possession after recovering. Then, With a leap, he arrived beside Dai Mubai. Damn it, you bastard. If I let you walk out of here with all your limbs intact today, I'm not Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun said with a face full of anger. Immediately, he prepared to use his first soul skill. However, when he, with a face full of anger, saw the 3 purple soul rings under Xiao Yu's feet, a look of horror could not help but appear on his face. His body even took several steps back involuntarily. 3,000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Your soul rings. At this moment, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were both shocked by Xiao Yu's 3 purple soul rings. Mubai, fatty, what is this? This is impossible. At that moment, just as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were completely suppressed by Xiao Yu's soul rings, 2 more figures walked in from outside. When this man and woman saw the soul rings on Xiao Yu's body, they also showed horrified expressions. Hearing this, Xiao Yu turned his head, and then his eyes narrowed. He didn't expect to see Xiao Wu and Tang San here. It seems different from the original work. They don't seem to have met so early. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by my transmigration? Xiao San, Xiao Wu, come and help quickly, this kid just hit Fatty and insulted Shrek Academy. Seeing Tang San coming, Dai Mubai immediately said. Dai Mubai originally thought that he could crush this kid with his soul elder level strength. But he didn't expect that this kid was not only a soul elder, but also a soul elder whose 3 rings were all 1,000-year soul rings. This made Dai Mubai lose the confidence that he could win against the opponent in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, after seeing Tang San come back, Dai Mubai's confidence also greatly increased. Although Tang San only has level 26 soul power now, with his control ability, he absolutely can't beat him unless he uses the 3rd soul ring. What, you dare hit Fatty? Doesn't he know that Fatty is someone Xiao Wu is protecting? Let's go, Xiao San, let's help Fatty take revenge. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who feared nothing more than peace, immediately possessed her martial soul and pulled Tang San to Ma Hongjun's side. Tang San, who wanted to ask about the reason, smiled helplessly. Then he followed Xiao Wu to Ma Hongjun's side. Since Xiao Wu wants to fight first, then let's fight first, and talk about right and wrong after the fight. Looking at this scene, Dugu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her heart became even more contemptuous of the so-called Shrek Academy. It was clearly you who started the conflict first, so why are you acting like we are the victims now? At this time, Tang San also understood the cause and effect of the matter after a brief understanding and said, Friend, I already know the cause and effect of this matter. No matter what the cause of the matter is, you ultimately hurt my classmate and insulted our academy. Therefore, you better apologize to my classmate immediately, apologize to our academy, and compensate for the losses. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Shrek Academy cannot be humiliated. Shrek is the hard work of the Grand Master, and loving the house and its crow, Tang San will naturally choose to maintain Shrek's reputation. Moreover, Tang San also wanted to take advantage of this trend to ask him why his 3 soul rings were all 1,000-year ones. This is obviously completely inconsistent with the teacher's description of the 10 core competitiveness. Listening to Tang San's advice, Xiao Yu shook his head. This Shrek is truly as domineering as ever. They only allow people from their academy to bully others, but they don't allow others to fight back, otherwise they will use their power to suppress others. This scene can be described as, the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the common people are not even allowed to light lamps. Third brother, I really didn't do anything else, I just wanted to get to know this lady, I didn't have any other intentions, besides, who knows what this lady does, dressed so seductively, who knows if she's a good person. Ma Hongjun immediately came to Tang San's side, who was speaking up for him, and opened his mouth as if he had found a backer. Hearing Ma Hongjun say this, Xiao Yu, whose expression was originally quite calm, instantly turned gloomy. The dragon might on his body was also rapidly increasing. His eyes also turned into vertical pupils in an instant. And sensing the change in its master, Wolong also put away its frivolousness and stared fiercely at the 4 people opposite. Although from Wolong's perspective, the people opposite were nothing to it. But they angered its master. Dare to anger its master, even if the other party is an ant, Wolong will burn it to death. Fatty, step back. Tang San and the others also immediately felt the change in the aura of the person opposite. Obviously, Ma Hongjun's words just now had angered him. Friend, if you apologize now, we can still sit down and have a good chat. Tang San drew a few vines of blue-silver grass in his hand and said, "Apologize, I never apologize, because even if I am wrong, I will make others apologize to me, not me apologize to others. Fatty across from me, if your hands and feet don't break today, I will take your last name." Looking at Xiao Yu, who was aggressive at the moment, Ma Hongjun was immediately so scared that he almost withered. Hiding behind Dai Mubai, he didn't dare to show his face at all. And at this moment, Dai Mubai, who was bearing Xiao Yu's pressure, was also under great pressure. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. He could even feel his white tiger martial soul trembling. This had never happened before. Just at this moment when the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, Wolong moved its mind. Sensing Xiao Yu's instructions, it directly spewed a breath fiercely towards the other party. And the four people opposite immediately began to defend. At this time, 2 pairs of golden dragon wings grew out of Xiao Yu's back. Then a flash, he grabbed Ma Hongjun, who was hiding behind Dai Mubai at this moment. In Ma Hongjun's terrified eyes, a light dragon claw directly snapped Ma Hongjun's left hand. Instantly, as his left hand was snapped, the severe pain caused Ma Hongjun to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Hearing the shrill screams, Tang San and the others turned their heads and saw Ma Hongjun's body being thrown directly outside. Directly slammed heavily on the ground outside. Then he saw Xiao Yu turn his head and say, "This is someone else's restaurant, don't ruin their business, I'll wait for you outside." The wings on his back fluttered slightly. After speaking, Xiao Yu's figure had already arrived outside. And along with it, there was Ma Hongjun's shrill scream. Obviously, Ma Hongjun's hand or foot was broken again. Chapter 74 Beating Shrek's 4 Monsters. Damn it, go out, can't let him continue to torture Ma Hongjun. We have to stop his brutality. This bastard is too ruthless, we were just joking with him, and he directly broke Ma Hongjun's hand. Hearing Ma Hongjun's screams, Dai Mubai and the others rushed out in a hurry. Dugu Yan found a place with a good view and continued to sit and watch the battle outside, while shouting to the waiter who was serving the dishes. "Waiter, bring the meals we ordered here." Okay. After hearing Dugu Yan's words, the waiter hurriedly brought the food to Dugu Yan's table. After asking softly, he quickly left here. Dugu Yan ate while watching the situation outside at this moment. Dugu Yan wasn't worried that Xiao Yu couldn't beat these few trash fish. What she was worried about was whether the food would get cold after Xiao Yu came back. Quote. "No, don't, let me go, please, I dare not anymore. Please, let me go. My teacher is a soul saint level powerhouse, if you hurt me, he won't let you go." At this moment, Ma Hongjun, whose one hand and one foot had been broken, begged Xiao Yu with tears streaming down his face. The pain of having his hands and feet broken made Ma Hongjun no longer dare to have the slightest arrogance. At this moment he just wanted to quickly beg for mercy so that the tyrant in front of him could stop. Looking at Ma Hongjun, who was almost completely without any intention of resisting at this moment. Xiao Yu was still indifferent, and was about to raise his foot to break Ma Hongjun's other hand. Xiao Yu felt his foot being fixed. Looking closely, it was a thick blue-silver grass that bound his ankle. "Bastard, let go of Fatty." In the next moment, what rushed towards him was Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai after their martial souls were possessed. Xiao Yu looked at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu rushing towards him head-on. Xiao Yu's second soul ring began to light up. As Xiao Yu waved his hand, a golden light fell heavily from the sky, slammed heavily on Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Puff! Instantly, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, who were hit by this golden light, instantly spat out blood. And their fists and feet attacks were also directly blocked by the defensive pillar formed by this golden light. Tear! With just one force, Tang San's blue-silver grass, which had been blessed with the toughness of 2 mandrill snakes, was easily torn off by Xiao Yu. Crack! And after tearing off the blue-silver grass, he once again directly stepped heavily on Ma Hongjun's other arm. Instantly, Ma Hongjun's other hand was also broken. Fatty! Looking at Ma Hongjun, who was howling miserably again at this moment, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai looked incomparably anxious. In the next moment, they saw the first purple soul ring on Xiao Yu's body begin to emit a bewitching purple light. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai thought that Xiao Yu was going to launch an attack on them, so they quickly began to defend. However, after waiting for a while, they were not attacked, and just when they were still confused. There was a sound from Tang San's side, who was some distance behind them. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai turned their heads and saw that Tang San was desperately dodging the attack of the dragon lizard just now. They saw that the dragon lizard was spitting golden light towards Tang San's direction. And wherever this golden light passed, the ground was torn open a huge crack. It is conceivable how terrifying the damage of this golden light is. And at this moment, Tang San, who did not dare to take this move head-on, used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to dodge quickly. While displaying a huge number of blue-silver grass frantically wrapped around Wolong. Attempting to control Wolong to threaten Xiao Yu opposite. It was just a few breaths of time later, Tang San was shocked to find that his blue-silver grass could not control this strange martial soul at all. Even with the tenacious blessing of the two mandrill snake soul rings, his blue-silver grass was still easily torn off by the monster in front of him like ordinary blue-silver grass. For a time, Tang San could only desperately dodge with Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track while thinking of ways to deal with it. Quote. Dare to be distracted while fighting me. Just when Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were stunned looking at the scene in front of them. A cold hum containing dragon might entered their ears. While shaking their minds, their bodies suddenly paused. However, through the afterglow, they could see that a golden light was rushing towards them quickly. Seeing the golden dragon claw, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu felt an incomparably huge pressure. Xiao Wu, hide behind me. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. As the purple soul ring on Dai Mubai's body began to flicker. Dai Mubai's body swelled up again. A black pattern also appeared on his face. At this moment, Dai Mubai, whose various attributes of his body had soared by one time, looked at the golden dragon claw that was close at hand with a serious expression. Then Dai Mubai put his hands in front of him, preparing to take this blow head-on. And Xiao Wu used all her soul power to support Dai Mubai from behind, trying to share a little for Dai Mubai. Bang! However, the two of them obviously overestimated their strength. This dragon claw very easily directly slapped away Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu who were fully defending. By the way, Xiao Wu was also directly slapped away. Then fell heavily on the ground. For a time, the two, who were injured, could only collapse weakly on the ground, and it was difficult to even get up. Xiao Wu, Tang San on the other side couldn't help but see Xiao Wu injured. He directly took out the Zug Divine Crossbow, which had the greatest lethality at the moment, and then pressed the launch button towards Wolong's direction. Ga bang! Ga bang! Instantly, accompanied by an extremely loud explosion, 16 sharp crossbow arrows flew towards Wolong's direction at a rapid speed. Just as the hidden weapon was about to hit Wolong, a light descended from the sky and directly blocked the attack of the 16 sharp crossbow arrows. It was precisely this moment of slowness that Tang San immediately turned around and rushed towards Xiao Wu's direction. After helping Dai Mubai up, he picked up Xiao Wu, whose mouth was full of blood. Looking at Xiao Wu, whose mouth was full of blood from her injuries. Tang San's eyes turned red as he looked at Xiao Yu. You dare to hurt my Xiao Wu, I will make you pay the price. Then he tightly gripped the Zug Divine Crossbow in his hand and slowly said. Boss Dai, Xiao Wu, this guy is not easy to deal with. His martial soul and himself can use soul skills. This is unheard of. You go deal with that beast, this guy, leave him to me. Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, knowing that they were no match for the person opposite, could only nod slightly. Then they came to Wolong's side. Their role at the moment was only to help Tang San stop this soul beast. Otherwise, in a 2-on-1 situation, Tang San's chances of winning would be even smaller. Chapter 75, The Unreasonable Zhao Wuji. As for whether Tang San could deal with the guy opposite, perhaps he could with the help of hidden weapons. After all, they also knew how powerful Tang San's hidden weapons were. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was conjuring golden dragon claws with one hand, Tang San quickly took out hidden weapons from his soul tool with both hands. Before long, strangely shaped flying knives and steel needles began to spin rapidly in Tang San's hands. At the same time, he spoke with murderous intent. You are very strong, but you shouldn't have hurt my Xiao Wu. To help Xiao Wu get revenge, I can only use some extraordinary methods. How laughable, now that the boomerang has hit you, you know it hurts. You didn't have this look just now, I still prefer your arrogant look just now. Looking for death, Tang San was obviously too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiao Yu. He waved the hidden weapons in his hand and quickly approached Xiao Yu. Looking at the various types of hidden weapons whistling towards him, Xiao Yu sneered, and instead of retreating, he quickly approached Tang San. Although he was not afraid of Tang San's hidden weapons, this was a duel, not a friendly match. Xiao Yu didn't need to let Tang San scatter flowers there. What Xiao Yu had to do now was to quickly control Tang San. Then, before Zhao Wuji came here, he would break Ma Hongjun's last leg. Seeing that the person opposite didn't retreat but advanced, Tang San couldn't help but sneer. As if mocking the ignorance of the person opposite. Then he planned to take a good look at the astonished expression of the person opposite. However, what gradually changed Tang San's expression was the second soul ring on Xiao Yu's body began to flicker. A golden light flashed on Xiao Yu's body. The cylindrical defensive wall formed by this golden light easily blocked the whistling hidden weapons. Then, in Tang San's astonished eyes, before Tang San could use Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step to run away, a dragon claw directly and fiercely pinched Tang San's neck. Instantly, Tang San, who was grabbed by the neck, only felt a sharp pain. And accompanied by bursts of suffocating pain. Brother. Little San, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, who were still confronting Wolong, immediately turned their heads when they heard Tang San's cry. At a glance, they saw Tang San being strangled by the neck. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai completely panicked. Even Little San's hidden weapons were useless. Tang San still wanted to use his Zug Divine Crossbow for the final struggle. But Xiao Yu easily snatched it away. Then, in Tang San's gradually bloodshot eyes, he casually used the light dragon claw to crush it, and then threw it on the ground like garbage. Not bad toys. Listening to this mocking voice, accompanied by a violent feeling of suffocation, Tang San was completely unable to resist at this moment. His eyes were white, and his face was flushed. As long as Xiao Yu used a little force, Tang San could finish ahead of schedule. But Xiao Yu wouldn't do this. After all, Tang Rishan was still nearby. Although his grandfather and senior brother were protecting him, if he killed Tang San, it would be an endless feud. So, after mocking Tang San, Xiao Yu, with Tang San in his hand, came to Ma Hongjun, who was already dumbfounded. Looking at this peerless ruthless person who had defeated the four of them with his own strength, Ma Hongjun's face was filled with endless regret. Why was he so talkative? Why did he provoke such a killing god? Teacher Zhao, if you don't come out, we will all be wiped out. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally couldn't help it and shouted loudly towards the upstairs. Soon, a thick sound came from upstairs. Ha, little Bai, I was wondering when you would ask me for help. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong figure jumped from the upstairs to the ground. He looked at Wolong on the side, and then said to Xiao Yu, who was preparing to lift his foot. Little friend, this matter is our Shrek's fault. Now that you have hit them, why not let my student go? After all, we will meet again in the future, it's not good to offend too deeply. How laughable, who will meet you again in the future, who do you think you are? Crack, instantly, as soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, he lifted his foot again and broke Ma Hongjun's fourth leg. This directly caused Ma Hongjun to scream and then faint from the pain. After casually throwing Tang San aside, Xiao Yu said to Wolong. Come, Wolong, let's go for a midnight snack. Roar. Hearing that he could have a midnight snack, Wolong immediately followed Xiao Yu happily. Seeing that Xiao Yu ignored him so much, Zhao Wuji immediately put away the smile on his face. A pressure unique to a soul saint was fiercely suppressed on Xiao Yu's body. Boy, I'll give you a chance, join our Shrek, and today's matter will be written off. If you don't join, today, you and your little girlfriend won't be able to escape. Zhao Wuji said with a sneer. How laughable, what is your Shrek Academy? You are worthy of me joining you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves, are you worthy? Even though he was under the pressure of the Soul Saint, Xiao Yu, who still possessed the Dragon Clan's physique, was not afraid at all. Moreover, his elders were also upstairs. Was he afraid of a Zhao Wuji? HMPH, a sharp-tongued kid, it doesn't matter, I'll knock you two unconscious and take you back. Then, you will have to join even if you want to, and you will have to join even if you don't want to. With good seedlings like you, your talents can only be better developed in our Shrek, but before that, you need to get rid of your wildness. Mubai, You go clean up that little girl, this one is left to me. Zhao Wuji said to Dai Mubai. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's face lit up. Letting him go, wasn't this a benefit for himself? Although he couldn't take the last step, it should be okay to touch some other places. That big chest, that butt, that waist, damn. The thought of it made Dai Mubai, who was burning with desire, quickly react. After speaking, Dai Mubai walked towards the restaurant with a happy face. But Dai Mubai had not taken a few steps when he felt difficulty breathing and fell to the ground with a purple face. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically. Before he could step forward to check, he saw a middle-aged man with black hair and a middle-aged man in a blue gown slowly walking out of the door. Tisk tisk, Shrek Academy, what courage, in broad daylight, you even want to forcibly take my grandson-in-law and granddaughter to your academy. It seems that today, I need to resume my old business and destroy another evil force. Accompanied by an incomparably gloomy voice from this black-haired and burly middle-aged man. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 9 soul rings slowly appeared on this middle-aged man. Chapter 76. Let them die slowly. Sealed, sealed, sealed. Title Douluo. Seeing the black-haired middle-aged man with 9 soul rings flashing, Zhao Wuji, who was full of confidence, immediately turned into a look of panic. He didn't expect that in this small shop, he could just happen to meet a title Douluo, who was very few in number on the continent. He originally thought he had met 2 phoenixes in a chicken coop. He planned to take them back and cultivate them well to strengthen Shrek's reputation. But he didn't expect that these 2 were actually dragon sons in a dragon's nest. An existence that he couldn't afford to offend at all. Behind Zhao Wuji, Xiao Wu, after seeing the 9 soul rings flashing with various colors, first flashed a trace of anger and intolerance in her eyes, and then hid behind Tang San, who could only barely get up in a sorry state, with incomparable fear. Trying to conceal her aura as much as possible. Trying not to let the other party notice her. Tang San was even more pale as he protected Xiao Wu, who was trembling, and looked at the 9 soul rings in shock. This is title Douluo. This pressure is indeed terrifying. Compared to teacher Zhao and the dean, I don't know how much stronger. Tang San muttered to himself. He had always heard about the horror of title Douluo, now seeing it with his own eyes, it was indeed well deserved. This was the first time Tang San felt the pressure of title Douluo, and at the same time, he had a stronger expectation for becoming stronger as soon as possible. If he could reach title, then he would definitely be able to rebuild his Tang sect on this continent. Quote. Senior Zhao Wuji, I don't know that title Douluo is here, and there was a conflict with the senior's descendants, but we didn't mean to, please be merciful, senior. Don't embarrass these children. Looking at the person who came, Zhao Wuji immediately bowed respectfully. His tone was full of trembling words. As you wish. Listening to Zhao Wuji's begging words, Dugu Bo didn't give Zhao Wuji any thoughts of begging for mercy at all. He directly circulated the Bilan snake poison in his body, and then slapped Zhao Wuji's chest fiercely. Puff! Instantly, after his chest was struck by a palm covered in a blue-green, highly poisonous energy, Zhao Wuji spat out a large amount of black-purple blood and flew backward. He finally collapsed on the ground, and after a long while, he slowly stood up. Looking at the green palm print on his chest, with several streaks of blue-green energy spreading around it, Zhao Wuji's face was filled with despair. He could feel that after taking this blow, he wouldn't live much longer. You've already been poisoned by my jade scale serpent venom. It will gradually corrode your flesh and bones. Every moment, you'll feel your muscles and bones being corroded and melted, until you finally turn into a pile of rotten flesh before you die. Cherish every day you have left. Looking at the scene, with some people collapsed and others injured, Dugu Bo didn't bother to say much, uttering a few casual words. Then, he turned around and led Xiao Yu away from the place. Under the powerful pressure of the title Douluo, the people present didn't dare to make the slightest move. They could only watch the 3 people leave. As Dugu Bo passed by Dai Mubai, he flicked his finger. A streak of blue-green poison directly pierced Dai Mubai's waist. Only then did he completely enter the restaurant. He sat down next to Dugu Yan, and the 4 of them began to eat their midnight snack. Watching Dugu Bo leave, Zhao Wuji's face was filled with despair, but thinking about the children still being here, he forced himself to endure the pain. He said to Tang San, "Little San, I'm sorry. This time, I failed to protect you properly. First, take Ma Hongjun to find someone to give him simple medical treatment, and try to reattach his limbs as much as possible. Then, Xiaowu and I will take Mubai and find another inn to rest in. Okay, Teacher Zhao. Looking at Zhao Wuji's deathly pale face, Tang San didn't say much. Being extremely proficient in poison, Tang San could clearly perceive the kind of pain Teacher Zhao was currently enduring. At the same time, Tang San also glanced, almost imperceptibly, at the black-haired old man who was chatting. A title Douluo who is skilled in using poison. I'd like to see, when I reach the title Douluo level, whether your poison is stronger, or my Tang sect's poison is stronger. Tang San dragged Ma Hongjun, whose limbs were broken, while muttering as he left. Quote. Grandpa, I thought you would kill them all, just like you did with the Power Clan. I didn't expect you to spare their lives. Dugu Yan said, looking at the few people who were leaving in a sorry state. Hehe, Union, killing them directly would be too easy for them. Letting them die slowly is the best punishment for them. Besides, 2 of them have title Douluos backing them. If I killed them all, it would be the same as directly tearing up the relationship with those forces. If Yu Yuanjun had come with me today, I wouldn't have been afraid, but unfortunately, it was Yu Luomian who came. The gap between a title Douluo and a soul Douluo is huge. I don't know how long Yu Luomian can last in his hands. Plus, you guys are here too, and we need to protect you, so to keep you safe. Letting those instigators who provoked you die a slow death is the best way. Otherwise, once a title Douluo war breaks out, the scene will be ugly. Hearing Dugu Bo say this, the usually arrogant Yu Luomian smiled bitterly helplessly. He didn't expect that he would become a burden now. But there was no way around it, that was the reality. Having a 9th soul skill and not having a 9th soul skill was a world of difference. In addition, the title Douluo who appeared today was a legend. No matter how proud Yu Luomian was, he could only put away his arrogance in front of him. Oh, can students from that third-rate academy actually have title Douluo backgrounds? With such a background, why would they need to go to Shrek Academy? Isn't that a waste of talent? Who among them is it, Grandpa? Dugu Yan asked in astonishment upon hearing this. Union, that's just their own idea, and we have no right to interfere. As for who it is, it's those 2 children named Tang San and Xiaowu. Yu Luomian and I have reached an agreement with that title Douluo. I won't touch the 2 of them, and he won't touch you. As for the others, I'm free to do as I please. Dugu Bo said lightly. Dugu Bo didn't mention the matter of the 100,000-year soul beast transforming. After all, this was not something the 2 children needed to know. After hearing this, Xiao Yu, who had been wondering why Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian still hadn't seen through Xiaowu's transformation, finally had a look of realization after hearing Dugu Bo's explanation. Chapter 77 Xiaowu's Departure and Tang San's Rage. No wonder Xiaowu was able to escape the eyes of a title Douluo and a soul Douluo. It turns out it was already prearranged, plus Sister Union and I are here, so they can't easily make a move. I believe if Sister Union and I weren't here today, Grandpa and Grandmaster would have taken Xiaowu away no matter what. Xiao Yu muttered to himself. Old poison, no matter what, we can say that we've broadened our horizons today. Recalling the little girl who exuded the aura of a soul beast, Yu Luomian's tone was now tinged with some unwillingness. After all, as Dugu Bo said, if his elder brother had come with him today, no matter what, they wouldn't have let a transformed, walking 100,000-year soul beast leave from under their noses. A 100,000-year soul beast, that's an existence that's hard to come by, and it's even a transformed 100,000-year soul beast that's very easy to deal with. Such a heaven-sent opportunity was just watched as it left. Yes, it really opened my eyes. To this, Dugu Bo also nodded faintly. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Shrek Academy, is it? Yu Luomian looked out the window, muttering in a low voice with a somber expression. Although he let go of that 100,000-year soul beast this time, now that he knew she was at Shrek Academy, as long as she was still within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, it wasn't like there was no way to catch her. On the other side, Tang Hao, hiding in the shadows, scratched his bleeding back frantically while secretly regretting that Dugu Bo and Yu Luomian had discovered Xiaowu's true identity. Dugu Bo was fine, although he had broken through to level 94, he was ultimately alone, without any background or power. But Yu Luomian was not easy to deal with. If he went back and reported this news to Yu Yuanjun, then Xiaowu would definitely be subjected to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's overwhelming capture. As members of the upper three sects, Tang Hao knew perfectly well how weak and powerless those so-called contracts were. If the temptation was great enough, those contracts wouldn't even be worth toilet paper. Therefore, unless he could kill them both right now and silence them permanently, but, in his current severely injured state, killing Yu Luomian would require him to pay the price of another serious injury. Adding to that, there was also Dugu Bo, a level 94 title Douluo, by his side. With the two of them working together, he had no chance of winning, and might even anger them, causing the agreement to break down prematurely. It seems I have no choice but to bring the plan forward and get Xiaowu to leave Shrek as soon as possible, otherwise, when the pursuit arrives, I won't be able to protect both of them at the same time. With this in mind, Tang Hao took one last look at Xiao San, who was leading Ma Hongjun into the clinic, and with a few flashes, arrived beside Zhao Wuji, who was supporting Dai Mubai. Then, taking advantage of Zhao Wuji's inattention, he directly kidnapped the dispirited Xiao Wu. No, feeling herself being taken away, Xiao Wu didn't even have time to shout before being forcibly taken away. And when Zhao Wuji realized that Xiao Wu was also gone, he felt even more exhausted. Puff! The poison in his body had already spread throughout his body. Now, seeing that Xiao Wu was also gone, Zhao Wuji was overwhelmed with anxiety and spat out another mouthful of black-purple blood. Sizzle. As this mouthful of blood was spat out, it even corroded the ground, making a sizzling sound. Damn it, I'm really unlucky. I finally escaped the pursuit of that old thing, Titan, and now I'm poisoned and dying because of these little brats offending a title Douluo. Alas, if I can't find her, that kid Tang San is going to go crazy again. I'm really having a hard time. Now, Zhao Wuji knew that he only had to settle Dai Mubai first, and then go out to find Xiao Wu. On the other side, Tang Hao took Xiao Wu to the entrance of the town, which was very close to the Star Do Great Forest, so Xiao Wu could return quickly. After Tang Hao revealed his identity and explained the reason, Xiao Wu, even though she was reluctant, could only turn around and choose to leave. She wanted to be with Tang San, but since her identity had been discovered, she could only leave, otherwise it would bring danger to Tang San. Even if she really had to die, her spirit ring and spirit bone could only belong to third brother. Uncle, please tell third brother I'm sorry. After saying that, Xiao Wu quickly ran towards the Star Do Great Forest. And at the central lake within the Star Do Great Forest, the Forest Overlord, Titan Giant Ape, and the Forest Emperor, Azure Bull Python, sensed Xiao Wu's aura. The Titan Giant Ape hurriedly rushed towards the outer perimeter of the forest. Watching Xiao Wu leave, Tang Hao immediately turned around and left, returning to Xiao San's side. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, night fell and morning arrived. The exhausted Tang San brought Ma Hongjun, who had now woken up but was still unable to walk on his own, to the inn, and happened to meet Zhao Wuji, who had been searching for Xiao Wu all night after settling Dai Mubai. Teacher Zhao, we're back. The doctor said that Fatty's injuries are quite serious, and the bones in his hands and feet are shattered. They are powerless. Tang San said calmly. At the same time, his eyes looked around, searching for the pink figure with an expectant expression. Alas, go back and let teacher Xiao Xin see if he can do anything. Having been poisoned, and having vomited several mouthfuls of poisonous blood that were enough to kill an ordinary person while searching for Xiao Wu, and not having rested all night, Zhao Wuji was now exhausted and needed to rest well. Everyone, go and rest well first. We'll set off back to Shrek tomorrow. Fatty's second spirit ring will have to wait. Zhao Wuji said helplessly. He originally wanted to leave today, but he was too tired today. Teacher Zhao, where's Xiao Wu? Which room is she in? Isn't she awake yet? Tang San asked, unable to see Xiao Wu's figure. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Wuji's face. Then he slowly said, I'm sorry, Xiao San. Xiao Wu suddenly disappeared when I sent Xiao Bai over yesterday. I immediately went out to look for her after settling Xiao Bai, but I couldn't find her after searching all night. I'm very sorry. Teacher Zhao, what do you mean? Xiao Wu is gone. Tang San's expression finally changed, and he asked with a look of astonishment. Yes, Xiao San, Xiao Wu is gone. I'm very sorry, I didn't take good care of her. I went out to look for her all night last night, but I just couldn't find Xiao Wu's figure. I'm very sorry, I lost Xiao Wu. Zhao Wuji said, looking at Zhao Wuji, who was sincerely apologizing at this moment. The expression on Tang San's face immediately changed from astonishment to anger. After a brief silence, he shouted at Zhao Wuji in a hoarse voice. You can even lose Xiao Wu when I asked you to look after her, what else can you do? You might as well just die. Chapter 78. The Bitter Shrek. After that night, Tang San's furious roar instantly silenced the originally noisy environment. Everyone turned their heads to look at the absurd scene of a young man scolding a middle-aged man. Feeling the curious gazes of the people around him, Zhao Wuji was now both guilty, red-faced, and very self-reproachful. As the teacher leading the spirit beast hunt this time, he didn't protect them well, it was indeed his fault. Third brother, okay, stop talking, Teacher Zhao didn't do it on purpose either. There's nothing Teacher Zhao can do about things developing like this. Besides, Teacher Zhao is also. Shut up, fatty, do you still have the nerve to speak? Isn't everything we're experiencing now thanks to you? If you hadn't been unable to control your lower body and provoke the title Douluo's granddaughter, would we have fallen to this point? I think you're the one who should die. Hearing Ma Hongjun speak up for Zhao Wuji, Tang San scolded angrily. If he hadn't provoked the title Douluo's granddaughter yesterday, how could they have become like this today? If they hadn't become like this, his Xiao Wu wouldn't have disappeared without a trace until now. Hearing Tang San's angry scolding, Ma Hongjun didn't dare to say a word, lowering his head with a look of grievance. Because when it came down to it, their current predicament was due to his impulsive actions last night. But he really couldn't help it, his evil fire wasn't something he could just suppress. At the thought of the evil fire, Ma Hongjun felt as if the evil fire within him was starting to ignite again. Alright, Xiao San, I understand your anger, but please trust me, once I safely escort you back, I will have the dean send people to search. Right now, my priority is to ensure your safety. Zhao Wuji said in a low voice. The situation was already ugly enough, so Zhao Wuji wanted to end this scene as soon as possible. No need, you should just stay here and wait to die, I'll go find them myself. After speaking, Tang San ignored Zhao Wuji's obstruction and left the restaurant, aimlessly searching within the town. Soon, as Tang San was searching, he passed by the tavern where their tragic night had begun and saw the four people who had caused their group to fall apart in just one night preparing to leave in a carriage. Looking at the four people who were now leaving in a carriage, Tang San's eyes instantly turned red. It was because of these four that his Xiao Wu had been abducted by unknown individuals. It's all because of them. Causing my Xiao Wu to be missing, you have already earned a death sentence. But even in his rage, Tang San's mind was incredibly clear. Because he knew that if he attacked them now, he, with no background, would definitely die. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to find Xiao Wu, and then remember this hatred in his heart, waiting until the day he became a titled Douluo to avenge himself. At this moment, Tang San's desire for cultivation became even stronger. But then, Tang San inexplicably recalled the scene of the battle yesterday with the young man who looked about the same age as him. Clearly, they were about the same age, but the other person was already a three-ring soul venerable, while he was still a great soul master, with a considerable distance to go before becoming a soul venerable. Moreover, Tang San admitted that even if he added his third soul skill to his blue-silver grass, he didn't have the confidence to win against the opponent. Ultimately, no matter what, the blue-silver grass's combat ability is still too weak. If I switched to cultivating my left-hand martial soul, would the situation last night have been different? For a time, this conjecture began to take root and sprout in Tang San's heart. The battle last night could be said to be the only battle Tang San had lost so far. Even when he used the hidden weapons that had been unfailingly effective in recent years, it was still the same. This caused Tang San's heart to suffer an extremely huge blow. On the other side, Zhao Wuji settled Ma Hongjun into a room. Just as he was about to leave to get some rest, Ma Hongjun stopped Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, my evil fire is about to be uncontrollable. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, a look of despair appeared on Zhao Wuji's face, who was already incredibly exhausted both physically and mentally. These four people are all more troublesome than the last. Okay, you wait here, I'll go find someone. Soon, Zhao Wuji brought someone back. Here, fatty, conditions are limited, you'll have to make do, it's just to release some evil fire. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he left the room directly. He didn't want to see the next scene, nor did he want to think about it, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to help but vomit. But the conditions really were limited, leaving Ma Hongjun staring blankly at the ant who probably weighed 250 pounds. Tisk tisk, little friend, you're injured like this, I didn't expect you to still have such strong desires. It's okay, this ant has plenty of experience, I'll definitely make sure you enjoy it. No, don't come over, don't come over. I don't want it, I don't want it. Looking at the ant who was almost twice his size, Ma Hongjun could only struggle and cry out. But it was of no use, and in the end, in Ma Hongjun's desperate gaze, the ant directly sat on top of Ma Hongjun. Before long, Ma Hongjun only felt that his lower body was about to shatter. And in the next room, Dai Mubai, hearing Ma Hongjun's screams, also woke up faintly. However, when he woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Damn it, fatty, what are you yelling so loudly for, it's so noisy. Damn it, it hurts so much. Releasing evil fire so early in the morning. Serves you right for having your legs broken yesterday. After muttering to himself, Dai Mubai left the room, intending to get something to eat and then go out to have some fun. Yesterday's Dugu Yan had stirred up Dai Mubai's desires, so he wanted to vent. But when Dai Mubai stood up, he suddenly realized that something seemed to be missing from his crotch. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically. He quickly took off his pants and found that it was still there. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered in horror that he couldn't feel it at all. For a time, Dai Mubai's expression completely changed. He couldn't feel the existence of little Dai Mubai anymore. How could this be? Why is this happening? 1. At this moment, Dai Mubai's expression gradually became dull. No, accompanied by Dai Mubai's shrill scream echoing in Zhao Wuji's ears. Zhao Wuji looked at Xiao Wu's farewell letter in his hand and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 79. Ning Rongrong watches the live broadcast. Damn it, would you die if you told me you were leaving? You have to tell me with a letter. This letter was naturally written by Tang Hao because he didn't want to see Xiao San anxious, wanting Zhao Wuji to pass it on to Tang San. But Zhao Wuji, looking at the ground with a large hole corroded by the poisonous blood he had just spat out, sighed helplessly. Then, he simply went to sleep without caring about anything. He'll give the letter to Xiao San later when he's tired from searching. Exhausted both physically and mentally, he only wanted to take care of his own dying body first. Tomorrow, he'll immediately take them back, he doesn't care anymore, he doesn't have the energy to care. Each and every one of them is a worry. Quote. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After Zhao Wuji brought Tang San and the others back, Flander and Yu Xiaogang handled the aftermath, while Zhao Wuji went to his little house to lie down and prepare to die. On the other side, Xiao Yu's side. From the Stardo Great Forest to Tiando City, Xiao Yu and his group finally returned to Tiando City after walking and stopping. As soon as they returned to Tiando City, Dugu Bo was invited to the royal family to report the matter of the Power Clan. Yu Luo Mian, after sending Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan back to the Blue Tyrant Academy, simply explained a few things before returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Ah, my butt is numb from sitting in the carriage for 3 days, I want to take a good bath and get a good night's sleep. Dugu Yan stretched lazily, her curvaceous and perfect figure was now on full display. Xiao Yu immediately walked to Dugu Yan's side and took her hand. Putting his arm around Dugu Yan, he said, Sister Union, let's go, I'll help you scrub your back. Little pervert, help me scrub my back. Are you planning to use your hands or your? Dugu Yan glanced at him thoughtfully. Some time ago, Xiao Yu's back style had made Dugu Yan realize in astonishment that her body could actually be played with like this. Hee, either way works. Afterwards, the two of them walked hand in hand towards Dugu Yan's dormitory. Although Liu Erlong also knew that Xiao Yu had returned. But after learning that he had returned to Dugu Yan's single dormitory, she didn't immediately go to find him. She just shattered the table in her little wooden house with a punch and muttered fiercely. Damn it, this rebellious disciple Xiao Yu, just because he has a girlfriend, he forgot that I, his teacher, am also very lonely. Quote. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Inside the bathroom of Dugu Yan's single dormitory, the originally spacious bathroom was now full of water stains from the battle. After a great battle, Dugu Yan pushed away Xiao Yu, who wanted to stick close to her, with a look of disgust. She cleaned the marks on her body. Xiao Yu, you bastard, I had already washed myself clean, and you dirtied me again. It's fine if you plant strawberries on my body, but you planted so many, and you even planted them on my neck. Are you trying to make me lose face? Dugu Yan glared fiercely at Xiao Yu beside her. Hehe, isn't it because my sister Yunian is too charming? Besides, who doesn't know we're together now? No one would dare to say anything even if they saw it. After speaking, Xiao Yu wanted to continue touching her. But he was pushed away by Dugu Yan. No, that's enough, I'm going to sleep, I'm too tired. After speaking, Dugu Yan, wrapped in a bath towel, wanted to leave the bathroom to go to the bedroom to put on clothes and sleep. But who knew that after Xiao Yu saw this scene, he simply dried his body. Then he rushed out of the bathroom and, amidst Dugu Yan's exclamations, pulled open Dugu Yan's bathrobe. Then he picked up Dugu Yan in his arms, preparing to carry her upstairs. You little rascal. Feeling Xiao Yu's firm chest, Dugu Yan didn't resist too much. Xiao Yu, Sister Yunian, you. However, just as the two of them were about to go upstairs, a surprised voice came from the living room. Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan turned their heads and saw Ning Rongrong looking at everything with a flushed face. Damn, seeing Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yan and Xiao Yu's expressions first froze for 2 seconds. Then they quickly pulled on their bathrobes. Rongrong, why are you here? This is my dormitory, why didn't you say anything when you came in? Dugu Yan said with a flushed face. Ning Rongrong, after learning that Xiao Yu had returned, planned to come and find Xiao Yu to cultivate together. After all, the feeling of accelerating cultivation was addictive. But who knew that she would actually see such a scene now? Now, although Ning Rongrong really wanted to run, she didn't know why. The desire in her heart prevented her from taking the steps to escape. She could only turn around and cover her eyes, but even if she covered her eyes, the memories couldn't be erased. Recalling the scenes she had just seen, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel her heart beating rapidly. Watching Ning Rongrong, who seemed a little too eager to deny something, Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan exchanged a smile. Then, at Dugu Yan's urging glance, he slowly approached Ning Rongrong. He embraced the bashful Ning Rongrong. Instantly feeling the heat from Xiao Yu's body, Ning Rongrong's face flushed even more red. Open black lens bracket ding. Gain 10 points of Ning Rongrong's affection. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current affection target. Ning Rongrong 21%. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the system's notification, Xiao Yu finally understood how to capture Ning Rongrong's heart. So, the seemingly mischievous little girl likes a bit of dominance. That's right, perhaps as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she's used to being dominant, so she might find it novel and easier to accept when others are reasonably assertive with her. In the original story, Dai Mubai's actions weren't dominance, but threats. Rongrong, although you're still young, you'll be mine sooner or later anyway. Today, study hard what you'll be doing in the future. Xiao Yu whispered in Ning Rongrong's ear. He kissed her earlobe and then kissed Ning Rongrong's reddened cheek. Okay. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, with over 1/5 affection, had no resistance and no intention of refusing. Then, Xiao Yu took Ning Rongrong's small hand. Amidst Dugu Yan's teasing smile, the two girls went upstairs together and returned to the room. Rongrong, study hard and see how your sister Yan does it. Quote. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, night fell. In the evening, Dugu Yan, who had been busy all day, fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Yu then took Ning Rongrong, whose face was flushed, and left the room. He prepared to send Ning Rongrong away from Blue Tyrant Academy. Looking at Ning Rongrong's flushed face, Xiao Yu embraced her and said, Rongrong, go back and review what you learned and tasted today. I have an exam in 2 days. Ning Rongrong savored the bitterness in her mouth. Her face was flushed, but she couldn't say a word. She could only nod her head. Chapter 80. Liu Erlong accepts the loss. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Yu at all. After all, the scene she had just witnessed had a huge impact on Ning Rongrong's values. Although she was a little devil who knew all kinds of dirty jokes, she had heard what pig running was like, but today, personally seeing the pig running, feeling the pig's texture, and even tasting the feeling of eating pork, was something she had never experienced before. Soon, after handing Rongrong over to the people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school who had come to pick her up, Xiao Yu returned to the cabin. He prepared to give the immortal herb to Liu Erlong. Last time, because Yu Luomian came here, Xiao Yu didn't take out the immortal herb. Now, with only him and Liu Erlong present, he could make his move. Teacher, your dearest disciple is back. Xiao Yu opened the door and said with a smile. As soon as he came in, he saw Liu Erlong looking at him with a serious face. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu slowly put away his smile, and then couldn't help but sigh that things were bad. He had too much fun with Sister Yan Yan and forgot that there was still a Liu Erlong waiting to be fed. My kidneys, please hold on. Old teacher. Xiao Yu quickly came behind Liu Erlong, tapping his lower back while massaging the shoulders of Liu Erlong, who was currently full of anger. Xiao Yu, you ungrateful disciple, do you still remember that I'm your teacher? You forgot about your teacher after having Dugu Yan. You might as well just move in and live with Dugu Yan. Liu Erlong slapped away Xiao Yu's hand and said with a face full of anger. Even Liu Erlong herself didn't realize it. At this moment, Liu Erlong was full of jealousy when she said this. After all, under normal circumstances, according to Liu Erlong's personality, when Xiao Yu came back at this time, Liu Erlong would curiously chase after him and ask what Xiao Yu and Dugu Yan had done in the room, and then ridicule Xiao Yu for being useless. It was impossible for her to show such jealousy. Looking at Liu Erlong, who was full of jealousy at this moment, Xiao Yu knew that his plan for the past few years had not been in vain. Now, it shouldn't take too long to truly become an unfilial disciple. So, after waiting for Liu Erlong to vent for a while, Xiao Yu slowly said, Teacher, don't be angry. Getting angry will make you look less beautiful, and didn't I come back to accompany you as soon as possible? And I brought you a gift. After speaking, Xiao Yu took out the crest phoenix sunflower that he had wanted to give Liu Erlong for a long time. Teacher, this is the most suitable immortal herb for you that I found in Grandpa Dugu's medicine garden. If you eat it, your potential will greatly improve. Even the evolution of your martial soul is not impossible. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Liu Erlong couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Martial soul evolution, are you dreaming? Everyone's martial soul is destined at birth. If it is to evolve, it must either evolve or degenerate at that time. These are all correct theories with documented records. How could it evolve again because of a herb? Oh, teacher, you don't believe it. Do you dare to bet? Okay, what do you want to bet? If your martial soul doesn't evolve after you take this immortal herb, I'll let you arrange anything. If it evolves, you let me arrange anything, how about it? Xiao Yu said with a smile on his face. Perhaps today he could get the teacher's third gift package. Hearing this, Liu Erlong glanced at Xiao Yu, then snorted. HMPH, fine, if you can't evolve, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days, kid. Okay, if it evolves, teacher, no matter what happens then, you can't blame me. Looking at Xiao Yu's aggressive gaze, Liu Erlong suddenly felt a little uneasy, but also a little expectant. So she nodded. Afterward, Liu Erlong followed Xiao Yu's instructions and consumed the immortal herb. Then she closed her eyes and began to absorb the medicinal power contained within the immortal herb. Before long, as time passed, night completely fell. Soon, after Liu Erlong finished absorbing the immortal herb, she slowly opened her eyes, and as soon as she opened them, she saw Xiao Yu who was currently meditating. Looking at Xiao Yu, the gentle expression on Liu Erlong's face became even more tender. Because just as Xiao Yu had said, her martial soul had evolved, and the speed of her soul power cultivation had also greatly increased. Originally at level 73, Liu Erlong was now a top-tier soul saint at level 79, and Liu Erlong could also clearly see that she was only a step away from level 80. According to the current speed of soul power cultivation, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long, perhaps only a year at most, before she could successfully break through the soul Douluo realm. By then, after obtaining the 8th soul ring, everything would be settled. However, after the excitement, Liu Erlong looked at Xiao Yu who was currently meditating and began to have second thoughts. What if this kid had ulterior motives? I knew I shouldn't have agreed to that kind of thing. I'm his teacher, what if something goes wrong? But then she thought, I'm his teacher, would he really bring up some ridiculous things? For a moment, Liu Erlong's cheeks flushed red as her mind raced. Quote. Hee, teacher, how do you feel? Xiao Yu opened his eyes, looked at Liu Erlong whose face was flushed, and smiled faintly. Yes, you were right, my martial soul has indeed evolved. Although the direction of the evolution is a bit strange, it has indeed evolved. Not only has the intensity of the flames greatly increased, but the soul power has also greatly improved. Perhaps in a few more years, I will be able to break through the soul Douluo realm. Liu Erlong coughed a few times and said casually. In that case, teacher, does your promise still count? Looking at Xiao Yu's gaze, Liu Erlong's face became even more flushed. Even though she was currently a top-tier soul saint, Liu Erlong was retreating in the face of Xiao Yu's relentless advance. Soon, she was forced against the wall by Xiao Yu. Looking at Xiao Yu who was close at hand, Liu Erlong then stammered. Let's get this straight first, what exactly do you want to do? I'm your teacher, you can't mess around. We can't do this. Looking at Liu Erlong who was outwardly strong but inwardly weak, Xiao Yu sneered. Then he grabbed Liu Erlong's jade hand and pushed her directly onto the bed. Looking at Liu Erlong's blushing face, he stroked her pretty face while reaching towards those mysterious peaks. Seeing this situation, Liu Erlong felt a trace of anticipation in her heart, as well as a trace of throbbing from the depths of her heart. Xiao Yu, we are teacher and student, you can't do this, we are teacher and student, but, this is my promise, I'll indulge you this once, but only once, and also, remember to turn off the lights. Liu Erlong murmured with a blushing face. No, it's no fun turning off the lights, it's more interesting to fulfill the promise while looking at your face, teacher. Chapter 81. 3 Chapters of Agreement After One Night. As Xiao Yu's words echoed in Liu Erlong's ears, Liu Erlong's face became even redder. Afterward, she could increasingly feel the warmth from Xiao Yu's body. Quote, open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 points of Liu Erlong's capture value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket target captured. Liu Erlong 84%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd stage capture value gift pack for Liu Erlong. Does the host want to automatically open it? Close black lens bracket. The system's electronic voice resounded in Xiao Yu's ears, but Xiao Yu was too busy to care about these things at the moment. He gasped and said, leave it for now, I'll open it myself later, don't bother me while I'm doing serious business. Xiao Yu, what are you saying? Shouldn't you stop now? Liu Erlong's red lips were slightly open, her fragrant tongue slightly sticking out as she asked, covered in sweat. Damn, you're making so much noise, you can still hear me. Xiao Yu subconsciously paused for a moment. Then he pulled up Liu Erlong's beautiful hair, using the feeling of pain to make Liu Erlong continue to lose herself, and then said. It's okay, teacher, it's okay. Quote. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Xiao Yu got out of bed and looked at Liu Erlong who was frowning tightly. Recalling the madness of last night, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile helplessly. He casually threw away those several pairs of damaged black, white, and flesh-colored stockings, tidied up the clothes scattered on the bed, and then covered Liu Erlong, who was kicking the blanket, before heading to the cafeteria to get food. After getting the food and returning, seeing that Liu Erlong was still sleeping, he planned to wake her up to eat breakfast before continuing to sleep. Before long, Xiao Yu arrived beside Liu Erlong and shook her fragrant shoulder. But there was no reaction at all. It was as if she had fallen into a dead sleep. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu seemed thoughtful, then reached in and, after scaling the peak bravely, kneaded it a few times. Instantly, Liu Erlong landed a heavy punch on Xiao Yu's face. Bang! The power of a punch from a top soul sage directly sent Xiao Yu staggering back several steps. Fortunately, Liu Erlong didn't use much force, otherwise Xiao Yu would have had his head exploded. Xiao Yu covered his face and said, Teacher, are you trying to murder your husband? Shut up, you old woman, tell me, what did you do last night? I'm asking you, what did you do? I'm your teacher, what did you do? How dare you? Liu Erlong, enduring the stinging pain in her lower body, stood up from the bed, pinched Xiao Yu's ear, and questioned him. Her eyes were full of anger and guilt. I must have been crazy last night to cooperate with you like that. Xiao Yu, you really are. Recalling her initiative and madness last night, Liu Erlong felt like she was really crazy. Last night, she did whatever Xiao Yu asked her to do. Xiao Yu, in order to enjoy himself, even rummaged through her wardrobe, making her change clothes from time to time, trying on all kinds of outfits. This kid really doesn't treat me like his teacher. Teacher, it hurts, be gentle, be gentle. Xiao Yu looked at Liu Erlong, who was as smooth as a peeled egg. He begged for mercy frantically. Looking at Xiao Yu's aggrieved face at this moment, Liu Erlong couldn't say anything more. After all, she didn't resist yesterday. If she had resisted, Xiao Yu definitely wouldn't have been able to do anything. So, ultimately, the blame lies with herself. What on earth did I do yesterday? In the end, Liu Erlong sighed helplessly, slapped Xiao Yu on the head, and then pulled his ear again, saying fiercely, Xiao Yu, things have come to this, I have to accept it. If you dare to let me down in the future, I'll chop yours off and feed it to the dogs. I'm sorry, Xiaogang, in this life, I belong to Xiao Yu. Liu Erlong continued to murmur in her heart. Teacher, are you willing to do that? Don't you like it a lot? Weren't you very happy when I pulled your hair yesterday? Hearing this, recalling her crazy words last night, Liu Erlong couldn't help but increase the force in her hand out of shyness. Xiao Yu cried out in pain. HMPH, that's because I was letting you have your way. I'm about to become a soul Douluo, can't I suppress you, a little man? Ridiculous. Liu Erlong said stubbornly while putting on her clothes. Alright, haven't you had enough fun yesterday? Eat. Liu Erlong said with a serious and earnest expression. Seeing Liu Erlong's serious expression, Xiao Yu finally released his hand from scaling the peak. After Liu Erlong was dressed neatly, the two of them sat together on the chair, eating the breakfast that Xiao Yu had brought. Last night's consumption was quite large, so Xiao Yu brought a large amount. At least 3 times the normal portion. While eating, Xiao Yu said indifferently, Teacher, can we change that 1 week one-time thing to what we did last night? Hearing this, Liu Erlong sneered. She spat lightly, calling him a little pervert, and said indifferently, Impossible, don't even think about that kind of thing last night. You're too young, we'll talk about it when you're older. That 1 week one-time thing is fine. Too young, no way, teacher, haven't you experienced it yourself? Xiao Yu asked in confusion. Hearing this, Liu Erlong couldn't help but recall the feeling from last night. She slapped Xiao Yu on the head. Who said that? I'm talking about age, you're too young, it's really not suitable to do this for a long time. You and Dugu Yan too, remember to restrain yourselves. You still have decades of time in the future, enough for you to get tired of playing, don't rush this moment. Listening to these words, Xiao Yu said casually, Oh, I don't care, but I'm afraid that you, teacher, can't take it. I heard that women in their 30s are like tigers and wolves, are you sure you're okay? Since the words have already been spoken, some flirtatious words can also be said openly. Get lost, am I, a dignified soul sage, the kind of person whose body is controlled by desire? Liu Erlong sneered. She felt that Xiao Yu was underestimating her. However, Xiao Yu was skeptical about this. After all, Liu Erlong had retained her virginity for so many years. Once it was broken, and at this age, could she really endure it? Forget it, since the teacher said so, let it be. Anyway, if it really doesn't work, I'll go find Sister Yan, or train Ning Rongrong more. Besides, the 1 week one-time thing hasn't been cancelled, has it? Anyway, I'm not lacking. By the way, teacher, what happened to your spirit after you ate the immortal herb last night? You didn't say anything last night. Xiao Yu suddenly remembered and asked. I wanted to say it, but did you give me a chance to speak? Speaking of this, Liu Erlong glared at Xiao Yu fiercely. Then she continued, although it still seems unbelievable now, thanks to you, my spirit has indeed mutated. Originally, I only had the fire dragon spirit, but after swallowing that so-called phoenix sunflower. First, the power of the flame has been enhanced by several levels. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the ultimate fire. Moreover, the original simple fire dragon spirit has now undergone a huge change, directly becoming a mutated fire dragon with phoenix wings on its back. Chapter 82 Life Winner. Because of the evolution of the spirit, it not only gave me the ability to spread my wings and fly, but also the spirit itself and the various attribute states that can be attached to me have been improved several times. It can be said that I feel that my current combat power has even surpassed some real soul Douluo powerhouses. Although this spirit is the first time it has appeared in the world, I dare to be sure that my spirit is definitely not weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, and I even feel that it will be stronger than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, so I call my new spirit the Extreme Flame Dragon Phoenix. Listening to Liu Erlong's words, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Extreme Flame Dragon Phoenix, what an incomparably domineering name. It really fits Liu Erlong's domineering personality. But I didn't expect that the Phoenix Sunflower brought such a big impact to the teacher. From this, it can also be seen how difficult Ma Hongjun's evil fire is. The immortal herb with such a huge effect only allowed Ma Hongjun to improve his level and clear his evil fire. Soon, Xiao Yu, who was full, prepared to go find Sister Yan to practice. Hearing Xiao Yu's words that he forgot about the teacher after having a wife, Liu Erlong waved her hand at Xiao Yu with a look of irritability, telling him to get lost. Get lost quickly. Don't bother me, I was exhausted yesterday. I'm going back to sleep, you help me ask Yinshu for leave. Okay, then teacher, I'll go first. After saying that, Xiao Yu planned to leave, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. So he walked back, holding Liu Erlong's face, which still had breadcrumbs on the corner of her mouth, and said, Teacher, since that thing is not allowed, can I at least have a kiss? After saying that, he directly kissed her in Liu Erlong's stunned eyes, casually kissing off the breadcrumb. Taking advantage of Liu Erlong's lack of reaction, he quickly ran away. Afraid that Liu Erlong would punch him again. Looking at the departing Xiao Yu, Liu Erlong touched her lips, and a gentle look appeared in her eyes. Oh, what a little troublemaker. After experiencing that kind of thing last night, Liu Erlong suddenly felt that her originally empty and lonely life had become much more fulfilling, and that feeling of longing was now all gathered on Xiao Yu's body. As for whether this kind of relationship with her disciple would bring gossip from the outside world, Liu Erlong was not worried about it. On the contrary, she felt extremely satisfied, because Liu Erlong could feel Xiao Yu's true feelings for her. Therefore, under the mutual pursuit, she was not afraid of any external pressure. Back then, she could break with her family for Yu Xiaogang alone in order to be with Yu Xiaogang. This time, she could do the same. Moreover, with Xiao Yu's talent and her own strength as a sole Douluo, even if her Blue Tyrant Academy was closed and she was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, she wouldn't starve to death following him. Since she had given him her body, and she was covered with the marks left by this little guy Xiao Yu, then what was she afraid of? When Xiao Yu grows up, she will torture him to death. Let him immerse himself in her tenderness. As for the gossip of others, they would only dare to say it behind their backs. Who would dare to say it in person? With her current strength comparable to a sole Douluo, let's see who dares. Quote. Xiao Yu came to Dugu Yan's dormitory and saw that Dugu Yan had already gotten up. Presumably, she was too tired yesterday. After a long journey, she fought with him until evening. So she slept a little longer. She just woke up now. Sister Yan, I miss you. Xiao Yu hugged Dugu Yan, smelled the fragrance on her body, and said softly. Little pervert, are you sure you miss me or want to play? Dugu Yan glanced at Xiao Yu casually, then her jade hand, which was hanging down naturally, grabbed slightly. Instantly, Xiao Yu staggered back a few steps in pain. At this time, Ning Rongrong also came to Dugu Yan's dormitory. She came to find Sister Yan to go find Xiao Yu together. But who knew that Xiao Yu had already arrived? Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiao Yu, Ning Rongrong subconsciously wanted to retreat. Yesterday's events were still vivid in her mind, and Ning Rongrong subconsciously felt panicked. If Xiao Yu lost his temper at her, a support-type soul master, she definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. But just a few steps back, she was grabbed by Xiao Yu with quick eyes and hands. Feeling Xiao Yu's breath, Ning Rongrong stopped moving like a porcelain doll, letting Xiao Yu hold her in his arms. Touching Ning Rongrong's smooth and white face, which was like a peeled egg, he casually said. Rongrong, where are you planning to go? Rongrong closed her eyes tightly and didn't speak, just shaking her head quickly. Feeling Xiao Yu's breath, Ning Rongrong's face turned even redder. Xiao Yu gently patted Ning Rongrong's upturned butt, and Ning Rongrong's entire body went limp, kneeling on the ground and leaning against Xiao Yu's feet. She was panting slightly. Dugu Yan looked at this scene with a face full of helplessness. She said to Xiao Yu and Ning Rongrong, you guys hurry up, don't mess up my room, I'm going to wash up first. Go ahead, Sister Union, I'll take Rongrong out in a bit. Xiao Yu said, holding Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yu, I. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something, but Xiao Yu stopped her. Don't talk, feel it with your heart. Quote. After Dugu Yan finished washing up, she happened to see Ning Rongrong swallowing and drinking water. Looking at Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan smiled faintly. Xiao Yu, don't be too beastly, Rongrong is still young, don't go too far. Understood, Sister Yunian. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was out of tune at the moment, Dugu Yan, who knew Xiao Yu's temperament, had no choice. She could only glare at him with a captivating look. After quenching her thirst, Ning Rongrong trotted to catch up with Xiao Yu, and then the three of them went to the back mountain to cultivate together. Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan each held one of Xiao Yu's arms, walking on the road of Blue Tyrant Academy. The students who passed by saw that Xiao Yu was actually holding the arms of two beauties, one big and one small. Everyone's faces were filled with jealousy and envy. They wished they could kick Xiao Yu away at this moment and go between these two beauties themselves. The two figures, one blue and one green, completely conformed to the public's male satisfaction with the opposite sex. The blue figure was petite and cute, and her body development could be described as a budding lotus. The green figure had a hot body, and her curvy figure made people unable to stop looking over there. However, although the onlookers were extremely envious and jealous, they could only be envious and jealous after all, and no one had the courage to go up and strike up a conversation. After all, they had personally seen Xiao Yu's posture of fighting against the Soul King. Moreover, the backgrounds of these two beautiful women were also very impressive. They, who were generally still great soul masters, didn't want to bring disaster to themselves and their families. Soon, after arriving at the back mountain, Xiao Yu kissed Dugu Yan and Ning Rongrong respectively, tasted their sweetness, and then began to unfold his talent domain. Under the effect of Xiao Yu's domain, Dugu Yan and Ning Rongrong quickly entered a state of cultivation. Xiao Yu also took advantage of this time to open the gift package he had obtained yesterday. Chapter 83 Liu Erlong, who is reluctant in her heart. Open black lens bracket ding. Detected that the host's strategy value for Liu Erlong has reached the third stage, obtained the achievement. Liu Erlong trusts the host incomparably, everything is prioritized to the host, forgets all past affection. The third stage gift package is being opened, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The gift package is being opened, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing soul power by 3 levels, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing the soul ring age by 3,000 years, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the pure light holy dragon bloodline, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for evolving the heart of the dragon into the heart of the dragon general, close black lens bracket. Heart of the dragon general. The heart of the dragon general who is responsible for guarding Dragon Island in the dragon clan. The various attributes of the dragon general are 5 times higher than ordinary dragons. And with the blessing of that 11% light holy dragon bloodline, the strength of ordinary beast soul spirit masters will automatically decrease by 20% when they see the host. Note: the higher the quality of the martial soul, the less the strength decreases, and the lower the quality of the martial soul, the more the strength decreases. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for the evolution of physique, Dragon General Dragon Clan Physique, close black lens bracket. Dragon General Dragon Clan Physique. The host's physique has been evolved, and the body strength is stronger than most ordinary dragon clan. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for the increased effect of the talent domain, Light Holy Dragon Full Body Armor, close black lens bracket. Light Holy Dragon Full Body Armor. The host can use the talent domain to display the Light Holy Dragon Full Body Armor to complete the initial overall dragon transformation. Open black lens bracket. Gain 30 points of Liu Erlong's Plain Aura. Liu Erlong's Plain Aura decreased by 30 points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Liu Erlong's Plain Aura, 50 points, close black lens bracket. As the system's voice ended, Xiao Yu was considered to have completely accepted this third stage gift package. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power in his body. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the horror of the dragon clan's physique. The current self can be called a humanoid magical beast. And it is still a humanoid magical dragon containing the bloodline of the dragon blood. Immediately, Xiao Yu also called up his attribute panel. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul power. Level 37, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul, crouching dragon, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket martial soul type, light dragon lizard species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evolution direction, dragon lizard species right pointing arrow sub dragon species, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket soul bone, external soul bone golden holy dragon wings, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique, body of the dragon general, heart of the dragon general, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket plain aura, 120 points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtained achievement. Liu Erlong, Dugu Yan remember the host in their hearts. Liu Erlong and Dugu Yan trust the host incomparably, 100-fold cultivation acceleration, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket successfully conquered object. Liu Erlong 84%, Dugu Yan 82%, close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, Xiao Yu can basically conclude that the current self, a mere soul king, is no longer his opponent, even a soul emperor. If it is some beast martial soul, he may be able to rely on the dragon clan's physique to win against the opponent. After opening the gift package, Xiao Yu also threw himself into the state of cultivation again. Feeling the terrifying soul power cultivation speed that was presenting a leap forward, Xiao Yu sighed. His current cultivation speed may be faster than geniuses like Tang San and Xiao Wu who have innate full soul power. Before long, time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Within this month, Xiao Yu's life gradually returned to calm. Teasing Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan in the morning, cultivating during the day, and there were some slight changes in the evening. No longer always together with Liu Erlong. But one day Liu Erlong's wooden house and one day Dugu Yan's boudoir. On this day, after Xiao Yu kissed Liu Erlong, who was blushing at the moment, he left and went to Dugu Yan's residence. Looking at Xiao Yu's leaving figure, Liu Erlong's eyes instantly turned red. Her jade hand clenched into a fist fiercely. She stared fiercely at Xiao Yu who was leaving. Damn it, this Xiao Yu, this unfilial disciple, I said don't do it, so you don't do it. Where is the courage you had to force me before? You should force me. If you force me, wouldn't it be easier for me to find an excuse? Do I have to admit my mistake first before you are willing to do it? Since that last time, Liu Erlong has endured it for a whole month. As Xiao Yu said, it was the first time in many years to taste the forbidden fruit. How could she be able to endure it so easily? The feeling of tasting the sweetness is very uncomfortable. And every time when doing that thing once a week, Liu Erlong would look forward to Xiao Yu being able to force her a little. Even if it was just a little, she would not have any resistance. But Xiao Yu didn't. Even if he saw it, he didn't force her. Unfilial disciple, unfilial disciple. The soul power on Liu Erlong's body began to riot. Finally, Liu Erlong couldn't bear it anymore. Under the riot of soul power, she directly pulled Xiao Yu back. Then she directly threw Xiao Yu onto the bed. Teacher, didn't you say you wouldn't play this game? What's wrong with you? Xiao Yu looked at Liu Erlong and said with a smile. You little brat, are you doing it on purpose? Don't you know what I want to do? Liu Erlong said with red eyes. Hee, teacher, I'm young, I really don't understand. Why don't you remind me? Xiao Yu slowly approached Liu Erlong's ear and kissed her hot earlobe. Then he said faintly. Feeling Xiao Yu's breath, Liu Erlong's momentum instantly weakened. Xiao Yu, don't force me. You hurry up. Liu Erlong said, hugging Xiao Yu. Teacher, promise me one condition, okay? Okay, you hurry up and say it, I promise you anything. Teacher, in a moment, we will no longer call each other teacher and disciple, but master and servant. You should call me master. Okay, hurry up. By the way, teacher, remember to activate martial soul possession. Martial soul possession, why, are we going to fight? Can you beat me? Liu Erlong looked confused when she heard this request. No fighting, but I want to be a dragon knight. Before long, Xiao Yu, who was grabbing Liu Erlong's 2 dragon horns with his big hands and riding the dragon phoenix to gallop on the battlefield, fought like this all night. Since then, because of tonight's reason, Liu Erlong's promise fell apart. Xiao Yu's once-a-week task has become a once-a-week Dragon Knight adventure. Quote. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, Xiao Yu's life can be described as extremely busy. Ever since he was selected as the dragon son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant dragon family at Yu Yuanzheng's birthday banquet more than a year ago, Xiao Yu has received Yu Luomian's close protection and the family's resource tilt. If Liu Erlong hadn't broken through to the Seoul Douluo, perhaps even in the academy, Yu Luomian would not have left easily. After having to deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrant dragon family's tests every once in a while, Xiao Yu also had to walk among Liu Erlong, Dugu Yan, and Ning Rongrong, 3 beauties. And also had to feed Liu Erlong, who had the biggest appetite among the 3 women. Liu Erlong's appetite is at least 3 times bigger than Dugu Yan's. At least 5 times bigger than Ning Rongrong's. Fortunately, after 2 years, Xiao Yu was now a handsome young man with a height of 1.88 meters. His body had also become much stronger as a result, especially with the blessing of the dragon general physique. Even dealing with Dugu Yan and Liu Erlong at the same time within a day would not be a problem. As for the remaining strength, it would be more than enough to deal with Ning Rongrong. Chapter 84. A beautiful girl who doesn't believe in fate in the forest. Although Xiao Yu was not old, because he was handsome, had a strong physique, was gentle, and polite, he had already become the male god that all the girls in the entire Blue Tyrant Academy yearned for. If it weren't for the frightening backgrounds of Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan, perhaps love letters would have filled the entire cabin long ago. And in these 2 years, the conquest values of the 3 women had also increased a lot. The biggest increase was Ning Rongrong. Although Xiao Yu hadn't taken the final step, considering that Ning Rongrong was still young, even so. After 2 years of continuous cultivation by Xiao Yu, Ning Rongrong was now walking the path that Dugu Yan had walked in the past. Only the last step hadn't been explored yet. All the other adventure sites that could be developed had been developed. Therefore, Ning Rongrong's conquest value had now reached 45 points. Xiao Yu also received a gift pack from her. And after opening the gift pack, in addition to obtaining the most basic 10 points of Ning Rongrong's plain aura, this gift pack also provided Xiao Yu with a 2-level soul power level bonus, and each soul ring's age increased by 2,000 years. And Wolong's first soul skill was evolved. The original breath ray directly became an energy wave that was several times thicker, which was not only amazingly lethal, but also had a solar eclipse effect, which could bring continuous damage. As for Dugu Yan and Liu Erlong, they respectively gained 5 points and 3 points from them. Although not much, it was normal since they were basically at their limit. And after Xiao Yu opened the gift pack, coupled with the superiority of the Dragon General physique and various amplifications, Xiao Yu's soul power level had now leapt to level 46. He was only 4 levels away from the Soul King realm at level 50, and according to Xiao Yu's speculation, perhaps in only half a year to a year, he would be able to successfully break through to the Soul King realm. At this moment, Xiao Yu's soul power improvement speed could be said to have surpassed all the geniuses on the continent with innate full soul power aptitude. Even Qian Runshui, who had innate full soul power of level 20, was still the same. In 2 years, Xiao Yu directly broke through to level 46. When Yu Yuanzhen, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong heard this, their faces were full of shock and horror. They all marveled at their own vicious vision and felt fortunate to have invested in Xiao Yu. Especially Ning Fengji, who was originally worried about Rongrong's future, but now after seeing Xiao Yu's talent, Ning Fengji was instead worried about why Rongrong was still so young. If she was older, he would definitely have Rongrong give birth to a child first to tie down Xiao Yu. As for Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan, who cultivated together with Xiao Yu, with the blessing of Xiao Yu's talent domain, Dugu Yan had also broken through to level 45 after 2 years of stable cultivation. Once she breaks through to level 50, she will be able to absorb the Acacia Heartbroken Red. And Ning Rongrong was different from the original work, directly breaking through to level 30 after 2 years. Liu Erlong also successfully broke through to the Soul Douluo level of 83 within these 2 years. Relying on the advantage of her martial soul, even Yu Luomian was unable to steadily win against the current Liu Erlong. You must know that Liu Erlong was only an 83-level soul Douluo, while Yu Luomian was an 89-level peak soul Douluo. But even so, even with the huge soul power disadvantage of 6 levels, under the influence of the martial soul, this 6-level advantage was completely wiped out. Yu Luomian almost didn't pop his eyes out after seeing this scene. However, when he thought that one person opposite was his daughter, and the other was the dragon son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Luomian was not unhappy, but very happy. As for how they did it, Yu Luomian didn't dwell on it too much. After all, martial soul evolution was a mysterious thing that couldn't be obtained by force. It was just that now, looking at Xiao Yu, who was already a senior soul grandmaster at the age of 12, and seeing the increasingly intimate scenes of Ning Rongrong and Dugu and Xiao Yu, Yu Luomian was increasingly troubled about who to find as Xiao Yu's wife. At the last birthday banquet of the eldest brother really put all the unmarried beauties in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from 12 to 30 years old in front of Xiao Yu for her to choose at will. Even if Xiao Yu said he wanted them all, he and the eldest brother could grit their teeth and agree, but Xiao Yu didn't choose any of the beauties in the clan, which made Yu Luomian and Yu Yuanjun feel extremely headache. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Yu already had Dugu Yan and Ning Rongrong, proving his orientation, otherwise Yu Yuanjun would have almost called a man of the same age to go up. After all, without bloodline continuation and restraint, the friendship of Liu Erlong's apprenticeship alone could not completely tie Xiao Yu down. It's just that Yu Luomian didn't know at this moment that the reason why Xiao Yu didn't accept, in addition to the fact that he really couldn't look down on these reasons without conquest value to take, the main reason was that his daughter had already been Xiao Yu's Dragon Knight for 2 years. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's incomparable restraint at the final moment of the siege, Liu Erlong wouldn't want to. At the last moment, it was placed on Liu Erlong's mouth and drunk by Liu Erlong as a beauty medicine. Therefore, Liu Erlong has become more and more radiant in the past 2 years. Otherwise, with Xiao Yu's speed and ability, maybe Xiao Yu and Liu Erlong would already have 2 children. Quote. This day, Yu Luomian came to the gate of Blue Tyrant Academy as agreed, intending to take Xiao Yu and Ning Rongrong to obtain soul rings together. This trip was mainly for Ning Rongrong to obtain soul rings, and Xiao Yu inexplicably proposed to go together. Liu Erlong had to take care of the academy, so as Xiao Yu's guardian, Yu Luomian naturally had to follow. But who would have thought that after he came, he saw that Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo were already waiting. Sword Douluo, I didn't expect you to be following this time to obtain soul rings. Yu Luomian looked at Sword Dao Chenshin behind Ning Rongrong and cupped his hands. That's right, after all, Rongrong is going to obtain soul rings, we still have to send someone. Although I wanted Rongrong to just obtain them in the nearby Sunset Forest. But Rongrong, that little girl, forgets her grandfather once she has a lover, insisting on going to the Stardo Great Forest at Xiao Yu's word. The sect master can't do anything about it and can only let Rongrong go. Sword Douluo Chen Xin also said helplessly. In the past 2 years, Sword Douluo Chen Xin has seen how quickly Ning Rongrong's attitude has changed, mentioning, brother Xiao Yu, in almost every sentence, which made his old bones quite jealous. However, Xiao Yu's talent is indeed good, so even if they are jealous, they can't do anything about it. After all, it's of great benefit to Rongrong's future. Although they don't know why Xiao Yu wants to go to the Stardo Great Forest instead of somewhere closer, it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of spending a little more time, let's just treat it as a relaxation. Grandpa's sword, why are you saying so much? Ning Rongrong pouted beside Sword Douluo. Her face was full of shyness. Even though everyone knows about it, Ning Rongrong still feels shy when it's said like this. Chapter 85, Confident Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 85, A beautiful girl who doesn't believe in fate within the forest. P.S. Starting from Chapter 83, both the main text and the title have been changed. I can't change the title, so I can only put it in the main text, sorry. It will return to normal starting tomorrow. The content has been greatly revised according to the suggestions of the readers, and some details have been added, thank you. By the way, I'm replacing the entire chapter, so paragraph reviews may disappear, not deleted, please be aware. Alright, I won't say any more. Soon, Xiao Yu arrived at the gate of the Blue Tyrant Academy and met up with Sword Douluo and Yu Luomian. Just after Xiao Yu arrived, Dugubo's figure also appeared in the rear. Old Poison, are you going too? Seeing Dugubo behind Xiao Yu, Yu Luomian asked with a look of astonishment. Isn't this trip just to help Ning Rongrong obtain her third spirit ring? Is such a strong lineup needed? Sword Douluo can go for Rongrong, Xiao Yu is my grandson-in-law, how can I not go? It just so happens that I recently broke through and have nothing to do. What's wrong, old dragon, do you have any objections? Otherwise, don't you go, I'll take Xiao Yu. Dugubo said with a calm expression. Hehe, wouldn't dare, Poison Douluo is right. In the past 2 years, not only have his daughter and Xiao Yu made great progress, but Dugubo, this old fellow, has also inexplicably reached level 94 in spirit power and then improved another level. Now he has reached level 95. The current Dugubo is not the weakest titled Douluo that he could previously look down upon. Now, he is on equal footing with his elder brother Yu Yuanjun. Especially since he is alone, free and easy, unlike his elder brother who controls the entire family. Therefore, Yu Luomian had long lost some other thoughts and only had respect in his heart. Since Poison Douluo is also going, then I'm even more relieved. Without further ado, let's set off directly. Sword Douluo didn't say anything about this. After all, having a level 95 titled Douluo with them will make it much safer in the Stardo Great Forest. That being said, at Sword Douluo Chen Xin's level, Yu Luomian is no longer worthy of attention. The biggest use of letting him go is to watch over Rongrong and Xiao Yu. Only someone like Dugubo can make him take it seriously. Soon, the group set off towards the Stardo Great Forest. 3 days later, the 5 people, who had been eating and wandering along the way, finally arrived at the Stardo Great Forest. Although Yu Luomian, Sword Douluo, and Poison Douluo didn't have much interaction. But Xiao Yu and Ning Rongrong did. Therefore, most of the time Ning Rongrong was playing, and the others accompanied her, eating and drinking as they pleased. Ning Rongrong is the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, is it wrong for her to play? It's just that at night, Ning Rongrong has to change her usual behavior and let Xiao Yu play, and she accompanies him. The 5 of them stayed in an inn for 1 night to rest, and the next day they entered the Stardo Great Forest in the morning mist. On the other side, at the same time that Xiao Yu and the others entered the Stardo Great Forest, on the other side of the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest, a team of people also entered the Stardo Great Forest in an orderly manner. On the other side, located in the central lake of the Stardo Great Forest, inside a delicately styled log cabin, a woman with a serene face and a head of jet black, smooth, and shiny hair casually scattered behind her on the pink bed. Although her face still has some childishness, one can already see from her face how moving her appearance will be in the future. At this moment, this beautiful woman in a white and pink long dress is staring blankly at the sparkling lake outside the window. A pair of crystal high heels are casually placed by the bed. A pair of white silk jade legs with silver ornaments are casually sitting on the bed. Looking at the lake outside the window, the girl's eyes are full of longing and expectation. This girl is Xiaowu, who left Tang San's side 2 years ago and returned to the Stardo Great Forest under Tang Hao's urging for her own and third brother's safety. In the past 2 years, she didn't feel anything when she saw him often before, but now even Xiaowu herself didn't expect that she would miss third brother so much. Could this be the love that her mother often talks about? Xiaowu can't tell, but she knows that she is missing third brother more and more now. Brother, it's been 2 years, are you doing well? The girl's sighing appearance makes people can't help but feel a sense of protectiveness. Wishing they could put her in their arms and play with her. Dong, dong, dong. Not long after, with the sound of huge vibrations, the originally calm lake also produced layers of ripples. As the ripples increased, a huge, pitch-black figure, with muscles all over its body as hard as diamonds, came to the front of the log cabin. The figure slowly lowered its head and looked at the beautiful girl by the bed. It said in a muffled voice, "Sister Xiaowu, that young man you told us to watch out for last time, he's here. He's already entered the Stardo Great Forest with the people protecting them." Hearing this, Xiaowu's eyes, which were originally filled with loneliness, instantly lit up. "Erming, is this true? Where is he? Take me to see him." Hearing this, Xiaowu immediately jumped from the bed onto the Titan giant ape's shoulder. Her eyes, looking towards the edge of the forest, were filled with anticipation. A few days ago, Xiaowu, who was missing Tang San too much, calculated the days and guessed that Sanjay might break through the Soul Venerable stage soon and need to come to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt soul rings. Therefore, she asked Erming to pay attention to whether her Sanjay had entered the forest. Unexpectedly, she guessed right. Sanjay had indeed broken through the Soul Venerable stage and entered at this time. She could finally see Sanjay again. Sister Xiao Wu, are you sure you want to go out? Daming hasn't returned from exploring the bottom of the lake. With just me alone, if we encounter two titled Douluos above level 95, then I won't be able to protect you. Don't worry, I'm now a level 33 Soul Venerable. I've awakened the soul skill of teleportation, so I have some self-protection ability. Besides, their Shrek Academy teachers are only soul sages, and there are no titled Douluos at all. Moreover, we're just going to take a look. We won't be so unlucky as to encounter titled Douluos above level 95, especially two of them. There aren't that many titled Douluos above level 95 in this world, and it's unlikely that we'll encounter them on this one trip. Xiao Wu said with a face full of anticipation. Well, alright then, but Sister Xiao Wu, they're here to hunt soul beasts. Isn't it not good for us to do this? Erming scratched his head and said with a puzzled expression. Those people were clearly here to hunt soul beasts, so why were they acting like they were welcoming them in? This made Erming very puzzled. Erming, what do you know? Sanjay wouldn't kill good soul beasts. Sanjay only kills soul beasts that would harm the forest. Don't worry, Sanjay is doing this to better balance the forest. Xiao Wu said impatiently to Erming. She explained Sanjay's position on obtaining soul rings. At the same time, she urged him again. Now she just wanted to see her Sanjay again. The Titan giant ape scratched his head and nodded honestly. Then, he immediately took Xiao Wu to the edge of the forest. Since Sister Xiao Wu had spoken, Erming naturally didn't dare to disobey. It's just that this theory sounded quite reasonable at first, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt like something was wrong. Chapter 86. The Little Cat's New Master. Brother, for your safety, even if I can only see you from afar this time, I'll be willing. Standing steadily on Erming's shoulder, Xiao Wu murmured inwardly as she watched the edge of the forest getting closer and closer. Quote. Meanwhile, at another entrance to the Stardo Great Forest, the group consisting of Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Flender, and Yu Xiaogang was walking through the forest in an orderly manner. The group was divided into 4 camps, talking and laughing. Flender and Yu Xiaogang were chatting about the past. Oscar was grateful that Tang San had helped him obtain the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Ma Hongjun was chatting with Dai Mubai about lewd things. As for Zhu Zuqing, who had just enrolled not long ago, she looked at everything in front of her with a gloomy expression and remained silent. It had been several days since she came to Shrek Academy to find Dai Mubai, but these few days had been very uncomfortable for Zhu Zuqing. First, she saw Dai Mubai hugging a pair of twins and having a good time in a hotel for an entire day before coming out. Now, looking at her classmates, although they were all very talented, everyone had their own disgusting aspects. Brothel Brothers, Sausage Uncle, and Tang San, the only one who seemed normal, also mentioned the name Xiao Wu from time to time. Especially since they had been classmates for several years, which made Zhu Zuqing, who had just enrolled, feel out of place with them. Wow, Boss Dai, look, a top quality one. Just as Ma Hongjun was chatting with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun suddenly saw a beautiful young woman in a blue dress enter his line of sight. Hearing the noise, everyone present looked over there. Especially Oscar. After seeing this figure, his face was filled with throbbing, and his eyes were full of the graceful figure of this beautiful young woman. The moment he saw her, Oscar had even thought of the names of his future children with her. However, soon, the girl's gentle and soft voice, like a trickling stream, broke his fantasy. Grandpa Jian, Xiao Yu, come quickly. However, after the girl shouted those 2 words, the expressions of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others, who were still admiring the beautiful scenery, changed drastically in an instant. No, it can't be, we can't be so unlucky, right? We encountered him last time, and we're actually going to encounter him this time. How is that possible? The Stardo Great Forest isn't owned by his family, how could it be such a coincidence? Sure enough, before Tang San could finish comforting himself, he saw that nightmare-like figure parting the grass and appearing in front. He came to the side of the beautiful young woman in the blue princess dress, put his arm around her slender waist, and told her to walk slowly so she wouldn't fall. Seeing this scene, Oscar, who had been looking forward to it, instantly felt his heart break, and his originally bright eyes dimmed at this moment. This sweet love had ended before it even started. Looking at the changing expressions of the crowd at this moment, Zhu Zuqing also looked at the figure who was hugging the girl. What exactly happened that made them so afraid of him? Oh, it's actually you guys, you're really lucky, you actually encountered you again. Smelling the fragrance on Ning Rongrong's body, Xiao Yu showed a sneer when he saw Tang San and the others opposite him. Little fatty, is your hand and foot okay? Hearing Xiao Yu's devilish laughter, Ma Hongjun instantly broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Xiao Yu's direction with a terrified expression. Recalling the previous pain, Ma Hongjun immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed in apology. I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong at the time. I was too young, I apologize to you, please don't break my hands again. I beg you. Looking at Ma Hongjun kneeling down and apologizing without hesitation at this moment. Flander, who was walking behind, was very annoyed when he saw his disciple being so humble, but when he thought that the person standing behind him was poisoned Douluo Dugu Bo, he had no way to deal with it. In this world, strength is still the most important thing. Although they are soul saints, they are still just ants in the face of title Douluo, only slightly larger ants. Ignoring Ma Hongjun kneeling down at this moment, Xiao Yu also saw Zhu Zuqing, who had joined Shrek Academy. As one of the goals of coming to the Stardo Great Forest, Xiao Yu, for the sake of conquest points for Zhu Zuqing with big breasts, a narrow waist, and plump hips would naturally not let her go. Yo, someone actually enrolled in your broken academy. Tisk tisk, little beauty, what's the point of going to this broken academy? Do you want to come with me? I can help you achieve the goals you want to accomplish. Xiao Yu released Ning Rongrong, ignoring the crowd who were full of fear and dared not say a word, then quickly walked to Zhu Zuqing, looked her up and down, and sighed in his heart. As expected, it was the same as in the original book. Although she was young, her development was extremely exaggerated. She simply crushed Ning Rongrong, and even Dugu Yan was slightly inferior in figure. Especially that leather jacket that clung to her body, making people's blood boil just looking at it. Being looked up and down by Xiao Yu like this, Zhu Zuqing's pretty face also turned slightly red. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do. She naturally knew what Xiao Yu's eyes meant. Although she used to hate this kind of gaze, she was already in a desperate situation, so what could she do? She could only let this gaze scan her. In the past few years, she had tried her best to come to Shrek Academy, risking almost certain death, just to survive, but after she risked her life to leave her family and come here. What she saw was not Dai Mubai, who was diligently cultivating and focusing on resisting the family, but Dai Mubai, who was indulging in various women, shouting about changing women like clothes. Therefore, if this young man, who coveted her body, was really willing to help her escape her fate, then what harm would there be in submitting to him? It was just a body, giving it was fine. Submitting to him was better than losing her life. Besides, he was not bad looking, and was the same age as her. Even in the Star Luo Empire, he would be a perfect marriage prospect. But, would he be willing to offend an empire for her sake? For a moment, a hint of hesitation flashed in Zhu Zuqing's eyes. Seeing the various thoughts flashing in Zhu Zuqing's eyes, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Knowing that there was hope, perhaps things would progress even more easily than he had imagined. However, Dai Mubai, who felt his hair color starting to turn slightly green at this moment, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Zhu Zuqing, don't forget, you are my fiancé, you. Noisy. Roar. Dai Mubai had just said half a sentence when, with a roar of a dragon, Xiao Yu directly sent Dai Mubai flying with a holy dragon claw. Dai Mubai didn't even have time to activate his martial soul before he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into a tree. Clutching his bleeding chest, his face was full of pain. Chapter 87. The Swindler Yu Xiaogang. Mubai, kid, you. Seeing his student being sent flying, Flanders' expression instantly became extremely gloomy. A pair of dry, eagle-like hands began to tremble. He wanted to attack, but he didn't dare. Me? What about me? What? You, a mere soul saint, want to attack me? Didn't you see the fate of the last soul saint who wanted to attack me? Hearing this, Flanders' expression instantly froze. The original anger was instantly cooled down. He naturally knew Zhao Wuji's fate. Zhao Wuji suffered for more than a year after returning to Shrek Academy before dying miserably. The originally strong man was left with only a layer of skin when he died. His bones, muscles, and internal organs were all poisoned. In the end, Zhao Wuji was cremated, and even his room was burned clean, for fear of the poison spreading. Zhao Wuji was his old friend, and Flander had an extremely deep impression of this. At this moment, Flander hated it so much, hating why his strength was so weak. Others flirted with his students in front of him, and even beat his students, but he had no way to do anything. If he risked his life, not only would he die, but Xiao San and the others would also die. The others also trembled, not daring to make the slightest move when they saw this scene. On the other side, Rongrong saw that Xiao Yu's gaze was actually attracted by this big-breasted sister. Although she felt jealous, she still came to Xiao Yu's side, took Xiao Yu's arm, and said to Zhu Zuqing, "This sister, Xiao Yu doesn't invite just anyone. Come on, if you come, we will be sisters in the future. When the time comes, I will introduce you to other people." Xiao Yu touched Ning Rongrong's head. "Good girl." Ning Rongrong nudged her head, enjoying Xiao Yu's caress like a kitten. Seeing this scene, Oscar's heart was even more broken. She was clearly his unattainable goddess, but she was so humble in front of others, and she even helped him find new women at all costs. This kind of scene made Oscar and Ma Hongjun really full of jealousy and envy. Looking at Xiao Yu's sincere face and Ning Rongrong's words that fueled the fire, Zhu Zuqing, with a flushed face, nodded subconsciously for some reason. Open black lens bracket ding. Gained 1 point of Zhu Zuqing's conquest value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current target. Zhu Zuqing 1% close black lens bracket. Watching the increase in the conquest value, Xiao Yu knew that this wave was stable. Next, all he had to do was move this sensitive and shy big cat in body and spirit. Now, as the son of the dragon, the son-in-law of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the son-in-law of Dugu Bo, Xiao Yu didn't need to be as humble as before to win people over, he could be a little more high profile. Subsequently, in Dai Mubai's desperate gaze, Zhu Zuqing walked towards Xiao Yu. "Zhu Zuqing, you bitch. I am your fiancé." Dai Mubai's reckless voice echoed in the distance. "Dai Mubai, I gambled on you once, but you only know how to indulge in women. Now, I want to gamble a second time," Zhu Zuqing said coldly. Hearing this, Xiao Yu wrapped his arm around Zhu Zuqing's slender waist and said indifferently, "Don't worry, leave everything to me. The marriage contract is still with you, right?" Feeling Xiao Yu's arm around her, Zhu Zuqing's body suddenly became extremely stiff and trembled slightly. But she still forced herself to take out the marriage certificate. Xiao Yu came to Dai Mubai and stepped heavily on Dai Mubai's chest. "From now on, Zhu Zuqing has nothing to do with you. If you dare to bother her again, I don't mind killing you before your big brother does." After tearing up the marriage certificate, he casually scattered it on Dai Mubai's body. "You, why would you?" Dai Mubai looked at the shredded marriage certificate on his body with a painful expression, then his anger flared up, and before he could finish speaking, he fainted. Looking at the unconscious Dai Mubai, Xiao Yu sneered, then returned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, put his arms around their waists, and prepared to leave. However, at this time, Yu Xiaogang spoke. Yu Xiaogang believed that he came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He didn't need to be too afraid of Dugu Bo behind him. Especially after seeing the strength that Xiao Yu showed at this moment, the master's desire to accept a disciple started to burn again. Then, Yu Xiaogang confidently said to Xiao Yu, "Young friend, I wonder if you would like to become a disciple. I see that you have excellent talent. If you are willing to join our Shrek Academy and become my disciple, maybe I can help you improve your strength." Tang San's eyes also lit up when he heard this, and a look of anticipation appeared between his eyebrows. If the teacher accepted him as a disciple, wouldn't he be his junior brother? At that time, he would ask him how he absorbed soul rings beyond the age limit. When Flander heard this, his face also lit up. If they really accepted Xiao Yu, then all of their current disadvantages could be turned into advantages. Not only was Zhu Zuqing still here, but they also kept another seemingly talented girl. Hearing this, Xiao Yu, who was about to leave, turned his head and looked at Yu Xiaogang with a sneer. "Who do you think you are? You're worthy of taking me as a disciple." Hearing Xiao Yu's question, Yu Xiaogang raised his head confidently. Hehe, young friend, my name is Yu Xiaogang, and outsiders call me master. I am still a little famous on the mainland, and I also come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. You should know this family, right? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is... Oh, you are from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Hearing this, Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled at Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zuqing was a little confused when she saw Xiao Yu and Ning Rongrong's smiles. But she could still see that their smiles were full of ridicule. But Yu Xiaogang didn't notice this at all. He thought that Xiao Yu was surprised by his background, so he was about to continue speaking. He heard Xiao Yu shout to the figures who were walking behind him. Grandmaster, there's someone here named Yu Xiaogang. He said he's also from the clan, but I don't recognize him. Do you know him? Oh, you recognized everyone in the family at the birthday celebration a year ago. How could there be someone you don't recognize? Interesting. I'd like to see who is so bold as to impersonate someone from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. As this voice came from behind Xiao Yu, Yu Xiaogang's originally confident and proud expression changed drastically in an instant. His whole body began to tremble rapidly. If he hadn't been supported by Flander on the side, he might have fallen directly. Soon, in Yu Xiaogang's terrified eyes, 3 figures slowly appeared in front of him. And the old man in the blue dragon patterned robe made Yu Xiaogang's pupils shrink, and the fear in his eyes couldn't be stopped. Flander also looked shocked when he saw Yu Luomian. The memories in his mind instantly recalled the past. Chapter 88, Yu Xiaogang's sophistry. But at this moment, the person with the most complicated feelings still firmly supported his old friend, with a firm look on his face. After all, he was the strongest person present. If even he fell, it would be really over. Hehe, who do I think it is? It turns out to be the good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang who was expelled from the family long ago. Yu Xiaogang, you good-for-nothing, you were kicked out of the family back then, and now you dare to use the family's name to swindle and deceive. It's a loss that you are my eldest brother's son. It's fine if you don't try to win face for the family, but you still shame the family. Following Xiao Yu's gaze, Yu Luomian also saw Yu Xiaogang and Flander. Especially after seeing that Yu Xiaogang was still so timid and cowardly, Yu Luomian's face once again showed a gloomy and indifferent expression. His tone was full of contempt and anger. As the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect master, this kid not only disgraced the sect, but also abandoned his precious daughter, causing her to guard her boudoir for so many years. If it hadn't been for Xiao Yu's appearance that made Erlong smile again. And last year, at the eldest brother's birthday celebration, he stood up for Erlong as the son of the dragon, greatly improving Erlong's status in the family. So that the clansmen dare not easily despise and bully her. Erlong also wouldn't eliminate her inner demons. Not only did her strength rapidly increase and break through to Soul Douluo, but also allowed her spirit to complete its evolution. Otherwise, who knows how long that silly girl Erlong would have continued to shut herself off. My teacher's name, Grandmaster, is known to all. Who are you to dare insult my teacher? Hearing his teacher being insulted, Tang San was the first to stand up, looking at Yu Luomian with a gloomy face. Hearing Tang San speak, Yu Xiaogang was about to open his mouth when he heard Yu Luomian sneer. Heh, truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. If your teacher had half your courage back then, he wouldn't have fallen into such a state. Looking at Tang San, Yu Luomian casually waved his hand. Instantly, a surge of intense soul power directly suppressed Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San's expression drastically changed, and he directly knelt down before Yu Luomian. You bastard, how dare you? Before Tang San could erupt in anger at being suppressed to kneel, he heard Yu Luomian say. My name is Yu Luomian, and I am your teacher's uncle. What? You were disrespectful to me, causing you to kneel, and you still have objections. Hearing this, Tang San was instantly speechless. The hand that was originally reaching for hidden weapons also paused. Since leaving the Tang sect, the 4 words, respecting teachers and valuing the way, were deeply engraved in his bones. Kneeling towards his teacher's elder, he really couldn't refute anything at this moment. But he still stubbornly said, HMPH, even if you are my teacher's uncle, you cannot insult my teacher like this. My teacher is not a waste at all, he is a grandmaster known to all. I have my current strength entirely thanks to my teacher's guidance. Tang San stubbornly tried to stand up, but under the terrifying pressure of a Soul Douluo, even if Tang San used all his soul power and fully circulated the mysterious heaven skill within his body, he still couldn't stand up. Oh, looks like he's only 12 or 13 years old, but he already has level 30 soul power. Tisk tisk, just average, I guess. In the past 2 years, Yu Luomian had become somewhat aesthetically fatigued from watching the growth of Xiao Yu, Dugu Yan, and Ning Ronggrom, so he really couldn't find Tang San's displayed strength to be impressive. HMPH, Little San has innate full soul power, a talent rarely seen in the world. He is only 12 years old and already is soul venerable. Uncle, this talent is top-notch even within the clan. How can it be just average in your mouth? Yu Xiaogang stubbornly said, hearing his uncle insult him. Yu Xiaogang could endure it, but hearing him insult his disciple, Yu Xiaogang couldn't bear it. After all, that was his hope for turning the tables. Laughable frog in a well. Do you really think it's rare to break through to soul venerable at 12 years old? You waste, open your eyes and take a good look. This is the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Ronggrom. She just had her 12th birthday last week, and she just broke through level 30 a few days ago. I'm here today to help her obtain her 3rd soul ring. You wouldn't want to say that your disciple just had his 12th birthday yesterday, would you? Yu Luomian sneered. Boom. Before long, hearing these words, the confident look on Yu Xiaogang's face was instantly replaced by shock. His entire brain seemed to explode, causing Yu Xiaogang to have a splitting headache. He had naturally heard of Ning Ronggrom with his knowledge and experience, the true little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. But Yu Xiaogang didn't expect Ning Ronggrong's talent to be so strong. A 12-year-old auxiliary type soul venerable is half a year younger than Little San. And the most crucial thing is that the cultivation speed of auxiliary type soul masters is much slower than that of normal soul masters. Calculating it this way, she almost completely crushed Tang San. At this moment, not only was Yu Xiaogang shocked, the rest of the Shrek Academy members present were also shocked as they looked at Ning Ronggrom, who was nestled in Xiao Yu's arms. Especially Oscar. Originally, he was still complacent about breaking through to level 30 at the age of 14, but he didn't expect that this seemingly soft and cute young girl was actually faster than him. Is this the 7 treasure glazed tile school? No wonder it's the 2nd sect on the continent. For a time, the self-abasement and loneliness on Oscar's face became even more intense. Now he had completely recognized the reality in the insurmountable gap. However, upon further reflection, Oscar became even more curious about Xiao Yu's identity. What kind of excellence must a man possess to make the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school willingly dedicate herself like this? At this moment, Zhu Zuqing, who was enduring discomfort, also looked at Ning Ronggrom with a surprised expression. She didn't expect that this beautiful girl, who always thought of her man, actually had such a deep background. For a time, Zhu Zuqing felt that she seemed to have bet correctly. Listening to these cruel facts, Yu Xiaogang pursed his lips, and a stubborn look appeared on his dead fish face. So he continued to stubbornly say, Uncle, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is a large family with a great foundation, but Little San cultivates alone. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's attempts to excuse himself, Yu Luomian's expression darkened even more. Bastard, you waste, I didn't expect that after so many years, your ability to quibble is still so strong. If it weren't for my big brother Sake, I would really want to clean up the family now. I'm too lazy to argue with you about these things now. Now, kneel down and meet the dragon child that our sect newly established last year. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's expression froze. Dragon child, wasn't that title always vacant? When was it inherited? Before long, before Yu Xiaogang could react, he felt a soul power pressure heavily pressing down on him. Bang! Under the pressure of this soul power, Yu Xiaogang's knees softened instantly, his shoulders slumped, and he knelt directly on the grass. Chapter 89. Little Cat gradually adapting. And the target of his kneeling was not Yu Luomian, but the kid he had been thinking of taking as a disciple. You. Before Yu Xiaogang could open his mouth to question, he heard Yu Luomian scolding angrily. Bastard, haven't you met our dragon child yet, you good for nothing? Yu Luomian said. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face showed a look of horror. He is the dragon child. How is that possible? My father would never give the position of dragon child to someone else. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, kneeling on the ground, was full of disbelief. He didn't believe that his father would casually give the title of Dragon Child to others. After all, even Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxing were not qualified to have this title. HMPH, why is it impossible? Xiao Yu is now 12 years old, a level 46 soul elder. Isn't his talent much better than your crappy Tang San? As soon as Yu Luomian said this, the people present looked at Xiao Yu's direction with horrified expressions. Especially Tang San and the others. The horrified look on their faces was even more intense. Because they clearly remembered that when they met him 2 years ago, he was still a soul grandmaster. In just 2 years, not only had he broken through to become a soul elder, but he had also raised his soul power to level 46. 12 years old, level 46. This was no longer something that Yu Xiaogang could explain with the words, large family and big business, just now. With such talent, Yu Xiaogang couldn't find any excuses to argue, because even the Clear Sky School, even Tang Hao, couldn't reach level 46 at the age of 12. Oscar looked at Xiao Yu, and a hint of understanding also appeared in his heart. So that's how it is, so that's the real reason. For a time, upon hearing Xiao Yu's age and soul power cultivation, Yu Xiaogang's face was full of disbelief, as if he had gone mad. No, this is impossible, my theory can't be wrong, how can there be someone who is 12 years old and level 46? Hearing this, Yu Luomian's gaze towards Yu Xiaogang became more and more indifferent and cold. For the sake of his elder brother, he had been enduring not taking action, but now, he was about to lose his patience. Just as Yu Luomian raised his hand, intending to educate Yu Xiaogang properly on behalf of his elder brother, Xiao Yu slowly spoke. He, a frog in a well, only believing in the small patch of blue sky that he can see, and then completely denying that the blue sky should be boundless. How ridiculous. No wonder you were kicked out of the sect. The sect leader is truly unlucky to have a son like you. Teacher grandfather, I suggest that when we go back, we should still let the sect leader test his bloodline. Xiao Yu took a step forward, and the soul power on his body began to surge. Soon, 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, appeared under Xiao Yu's feet. Previously, after obtaining Ning Rongrong's gift pack, it directly allowed Xiao Yu's original 1,000-year 4th soul ring to completely advance to 10,000 years. The first 3 soul rings had also been upgraded to the range of 5,000 to 8,000 years through multiple gift pack age increases. Looking at the luxurious scene in front of him, Yu Xiaogang was completely dumbfounded. No yellow, all purple, and the 4th soul ring is an unprecedented black 10,000 years. Looking at the scene that was so beyond Yu Xiaogang's imagination, Yu Xiaogang's hands trembled slightly at this moment, his blood-red eyes were full of disbelief, his mouth slowly opened, and then slowly closed, as if he wanted to argue about something. But in the face of such a powerful impact, Yu Xiaogang knew that it was useless no matter what he said. Therefore, he could only lower his head with a flushed face. And could only kneel on the ground with incomparable frustration, respectfully calling out, "Dragon Child." And Zhu Zuqing, who was beside Xiao Yu, also brightened her eyes when she saw the 4 soul rings under Xiao Yu's feet. Perhaps not only would she not have to die, but she could even take it a step further. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, who was finally kneeling on the ground at this moment, Yu Luomian snorted coldly, then looked at Tang San, who was kneeling on the ground at this moment, and said indifferently. You're called Tang San, right? Although you are this good-for-nothing's useless disciple, you are still considered 1/3 of a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family disciple. You should also pay your respects. But remember, you have to kowtow. At this moment, Tang San, who had been severely struck by the words, 12 years old, level 46, had an even more unsightly expression after hearing these words. Not only did he have to kneel, but he also had to kowtow. In the dark, Tang Hao, who was watching this scene, also frowned tightly. He instinctively wanted to take action, but Tang Hao quickly relaxed his brows. He felt that if little San could be courageous after knowing his shame, it might be even more beneficial to his future. After all, the path he had taken in the past few years had been too smooth. This Xiao Yu was a very good whetstone to force little San to move forward. Little San, remember today's humiliation, and you must repay it double in the future. Tang Hao murmured inwardly. On the other side, Tang San had no choice but to do as he was told, kneeling in front of Xiao Yu and kowtowing. After all, Even if he had learned the entire Tang sect's secret techniques in his previous life, he still had to kneel and worship the inner sect disciples. Therefore, although Tang San felt humiliated, the order of seniority and inferiority in his heart began to comfort himself again. After Tang San also paid his respects, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang felt the soul power on their bodies being removed. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's face, which was ashen at this moment, Yu Luomian sneered. Yu Xiaogang, ah, Yu Xiaogang, you just take your precious disciple and live a dog's life in Shrek Academy. After saying that, he left with the others. Encountering Shrek was just an interlude. Their goal was still Rongrong's third soul ring. Let's go, Zhu Zuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Yu said to the two girls, then put his hands on their slender waists respectively. Ning Rongrong's waist was slender and soft, and Zhu Zuqing's waist, although equally slender, was full of fleshiness. Especially when combined with Zhu Zuqing's slightly firm body, one hand soft and one hand hard, it was extremely enjoyable. Moreover, an even better thing about Zhu Zuqing is that when supporting her waist, even a slight sway can bring little surprises. Zhu Zuqing blushed as she felt all of this, her heart filled with shyness. Before long, the Shrek group, Fear Failures, watched Yu Luomian and the others leave. The emotions in their hearts were hard to describe. Flander, his face full of frustration, then helped up Yu Xiaogang. Oscar then helped up Tang San. Ma Hongjun came to the back and carried the unconscious Dai Mubai on his back. For a time, after experiencing this event, the expressions on their faces were all very unsightly. Their so-called Shrek was being ground into the dirt without any dignity. Little San, are they the ones you mentioned last time who broke Fatty's limbs and poisoned Teacher Zhao? Oscar asked, his body trembling. Yes, Tang San stared at the departing figures with bloodshot eyes. His eyes, full of anger, were filled with icy killing intent. Chapter 90. Xiao Yu is really too good at it. Today's shame, Tang San, at this moment, could be said to have engraved it in his heart. Right now, Tang San only had one thought in his mind. That was power. He needed power now. He extremely desired power. At this moment, the seed called, switching to cultivate the hammer, deeply planted in his heart, began to take root and sprout, and began to grow wildly. Because now, blue-silver grass was no longer able to provide Tang San with the capital to crush his peers as it had in previous years. Perhaps if he were to switch to cultivate the hammer now, it would be a better choice. If he were cultivating that hammer now, would he still be so easily defeated in the last battle? And after hearing Tang San's confirmation, a hint of self-deprecation appeared on Oscar's face. Mocking himself for actually thinking that a toad could eat swan meat. However, Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, at least he wasn't the one who had his limbs broken by that ruthless person named Xiao Yu today. Looking at the dejected expressions of the crowd, Flander knew that they couldn't continue like this. If they continued to consume each other like this, they would really be completely finished. Therefore, he spoke up. All right, Xiao Yu is the dragon son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. His status and treatment are naturally completely different from yours, but you don't need to belittle yourselves. You are all monster-level existences among your peers. Cultivate hard, and you also have the possibility of reaching the title Douluo level. Moreover, there is still a long time in the future, and who can grow to the peak is still uncertain. Like this, Hongjun, you first take Mubai and Xiaogang out. We will help Little San find a soul ring and leave immediately to meet up with you. Okay, teacher. Ma Hongjun nodded slightly, then took Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaogang, who was currently looking gloomy, away. Xiaogang, you must cheer up, for your own sake and for Little San's sake. You also know that Little San's talent is more than just what it seems. Don't let a Xiao Yu break your state of mind. Before leaving, Flander spoke into Yu Xiaogang's ear. As a brother, he naturally knew that Tang San was also a twin martial soul, so he still had great confidence in Tang San's future. Xiao Yu was indeed powerful, but he was not a twin martial soul. Therefore, under the premise that both sides cultivated to the same level, the twin martial soul would inevitably have more advantages. Listening to Flander's words, Yu Xiaogang's pale face regained a little color, and his originally slightly trembling body gradually stopped trembling, and confidence also emerged in his eyes. Yes, why didn't he think of this just now? Little San was a twin martial soul, and the second martial soul was the world's #1 weapon martial soul, Clear Sky Hammer. So what if Xiao Yu's soul ring was 1,000 years old? Once Little San's second martial soul was attached with 9 10,000-year soul rings, then in this world, who could stop Little San's 9-ring 10,000-year clear sky hammer? For a time, thinking of the scene of Tang San in the future surrounded by 9 black soul rings, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but appear extremely excited, so he spoke up. Flander, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be trapped in this dead end. Hongjun, you first take Mubai out. I want to help Little San with the soul ring. I can't retreat at the last minute. I still have to prove on this continent that I, Yu Xiaogang, am definitely not trash. Listening to Yu Xiaogang's words, Ma Hongjun looked at Flander. Seeing Flander nod slightly, he carried Mubai and ran towards the outside of the forest. Watching his old friend regain his confidence, Flander also revealed a gratified smile. Yes, this is my confident master Yu Xiaogang, who can do everything flawlessly. Quote. On the other side, Xiao Wu, who had deeply watched everything just now, had a face full of anger. That bastard Xiao Yu, 2 years ago, forced me to leave Big Brother San's side, and now he's still bullying Big Brother San. I won't spare you. Second Ming, find a chance to teach them a lesson. But, Sister Xiao Wu, 2 of them are titled Douluo, what if you encounter danger? Don't worry, I won't go over. After I hide, you can go over. Even if you can't kill that Xiao Yu, give me a good lesson. No problem, that kind of small fry, I can shock him to death with a fart. Thank you, Second Ming. It's okay, Sister Xiao Wu, as long as you are satisfied, I can do anything. Titan Giant Ape said in a muffled voice. Then he immediately followed Xiao Yu and the others. On the other side, walking on the road to find the soul ring, Dugu Bo looked at Zhu Zuqing, whose face was blushing at the moment, and couldn't help but marvel. You kid, you're not satisfied with my family's Yan Yan and the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and you actually abducted another one. You really are eating from the bowl and looking into the pot. Listening to Dugu Bo's sour tone, Sword Douluo also looked at Xiao Yu with an unkind expression. Only Yu Luomian didn't care and said, so what, Xiao Yu is so excellent, what's wrong with marrying a few more? Didn't Ning Fengji also marry several? Hearing this, Sword Dao Chenxin, who knew everything, turned his head and didn't want to look anymore. Xiao Yu groped Zhu Zuqing while continuing to speak. Sword Grandpa, Grandmaster, Grandpa Dugu, you underestimate me too much, right? I'm not entirely for myself, I have my reasons, okay. Isn't the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition about to start in a while? I heard the reward is 3 soul bones. Moreover, I heard that it's quite suitable for Teacher Erlong, Sister Yan Yan, and our Rongrong, so I want to find people to team up in advance. As for the team members, I definitely have to choose people I trust and like, after all, I don't want to spend time cooperating with others. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the 3 people present all showed a look of understanding, and then they all showed satisfied smiles. So that's how it is, in that case, it's understandable. Indeed, with Xiao Yu's strength and status, there is naturally no need to cooperate with others. Alright, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, just don't bully my Yanzi. In the end, Dugubo shook his head helplessly. He could also imagine how attractive a young man like Xiao Yu would be to the opposite sex. Sometimes, you don't even need to say anything, and beautiful women will take the initiative to surround you. Fortunately, Xiao Yu is not indiscriminate, otherwise, in the past 2 years, Blue Tyrant Academy would not be an academy, but Xiao Yu's harem. Zhu Zuqing, who was on the side, saw that Xiao Yu had actually arranged everything, and a look of envy appeared on Ning Rongrong's face. Although Xiao Yu's recruitment of her had requirements, Zhu Zuqing was not opposed to it, because she knew very well that her body would be tired of playing with sooner or later, but if she could be useful to Xiao Yu, then the ending would be completely different. Hehe, Zuqing, don't worry, you will also have soul bones in the future. I guarantee it. Xiao Yu noticed the look of envy on Zhu Zuqing's face and said. Chapter 91. Holding a beauty in my arms, killing soul beast martial souls. No, I don't care, I don't need anything, as long as it can make me. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing quickly said subconsciously. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Xiao Yu. No, you need it, my woman, how can I favor one over the other? But Zuqing, We still have to line up. Teacher Erlong is first, Sister Yan Yan is second, Rongrong is third, you can only be fourth. Okay, I can do anything, you arrange it. Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Zhu Zuqing could only nod with a blushing face. The three people walking in front sighed helplessly when they heard Xiao Yu's words. This kid is really good at it. With just a few words, he completely won over a little girl. Once the word, line up, came out, she didn't even have the idea of competing for favor. Not long after, as time passed, time came to the next day in the blink of an eye. Finally, a soul beast suitable for Rongrong was found in the Star-Do Great Forest. This soul beast is called Musk Cloud Deer. It can turn Rongrong's third soul skill into a soul skill that increases soul power. It can also be regarded as the designated soul beast in the inheritance soul ring matching of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Since it was just a soul beast of more than 1,000 years, Xiao Yu took action. It is reasonable to hunt soul beasts for his woman. So, under the blessing of Xiao Yu's talent domain, the light sacred dragon's full body armor and the light dragon claw. This musk cloud deer, which was more than 1,000 years old, was easily taken down by Xiao Yu. Ning Rongrong began to absorb the soul ring after killing it. However, just as Ning Rongrong began to absorb the soul ring, not far from here, a huge dark purple spider was running towards them rapidly. Moreover, wherever this spider passed, the originally lush plants instantly became withered, purple, and stinky. Even some thick trees would not be corroded by the poison, but they would be cut off by the sharp spider legs of the spider that was running for its life in a panic. Everywhere this spider passed was ruins and the desolate scene after being corroded by highly poisonous. Seeing this spider that was quickly attacking, Yu Luomian pondered for a moment and said, "This is a human-faced demon spider of more than 2,000 years. It seems that it should be injured and being chased, otherwise it would be impossible to be so panicked. Xiao Yu, I'll leave it to you." "No problem." Seeing this human-faced demon spider, Xiao Yu was also overjoyed. "I just don't know if it will be the one that provided Tang San with the external soul bone in the original work." Wolong. Looking at the human-faced demon spider in front of him, Xiao Yu directly summoned Wolong. After all, Xiao Yu didn't want to fight him. After all, seeing the tragic state of this human-faced demon spider, he could definitely imagine how strong the fishy smell on his body was. Xiao Yu, who has been in a fragrant environment all year round, didn't want to smell that smell. So, he let Wolong, who could attack from a distance, hunt it. As for himself, he stood beside Zhu Zuqing, hugging the fragrant, soft, and plump cat while directing Wolong. With Wolong's appearance, Wolong took a few steps forward under Xiao Yu's instructions, and then the second soul ring on Xiao Yu, who was holding Zhu Zuqing at the moment, began to flicker with light. Then, Xiao Yu gently waved his hand in the direction of the human-faced demon spider. A pillar of light directly blocked the path of the human-faced demon spider. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise. The human-faced demon spider obviously did not expect a pillar of light to suddenly appear and block it, so it only heard a loud crash. It crashed directly and heavily into the golden pillar of light. Gigi. Feeling the pain, the human-faced demon spider let out a miserable scream, and then quickly stood up. It wanted to go around and continue running, but the crash had made its head dizzy. Its movements were also a bit erratic. And at this moment, Xiao Yu's first soul ring lit up again. Wolong, shoot it to death. A golden ball of light slowly condensed in Wolong's mouth. After a brief charge of 2 seconds, this evolved breath of light was launched. Boom. A golden energy wave with a diameter of more than half a meter flew quickly towards the human-faced demon spider. Seeing this thick energy wave spewing from Wolong's mouth, everyone present showed surprised expressions. Especially Dugu Bo. He had seen Xiao Yu's move before, but when did it become so thick and big? On the other side, the human-faced demon spider seemed to feel that its life was in great danger. It immediately used its 8 legs to block in front of itself, trying not to be hit in a vital spot. However, this human-faced demon spider still underestimated the damage of this breath of light. As the golden energy slammed into its body, the golden energy began to frantically impact it. The human-faced demon spider also let out a series of extremely miserable screams. Finally, amidst the human-faced demon spider's miserable screams, the human-faced demon spider was directly pierced through the body. Then, Unwillingly, it completely lost its vitality. The human face on its chest was directly annihilated by this breath. The seemingly incomparably sharp 8 spider legs had now turned into fragments on the ground. Wolong, great job. Xiao Yu came to Wolong's side and then touched Wolong's head. Wolong coquettishly nudged Xiao Yu's leg. After solving the human-faced demon spider, Xiao Yu came to the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. He began to search around for that external soul bone. Damn, could it have been destroyed by me? Impossible, there's no reason why an external soul bone would be so easily destroyed. Soon, Xiao Yu, using the light dragon claw, quickly found a spinal bone about 10 centimeters long, and there were 8 neatly arranged protruding spikes on this spinal bone. It looked just like the 8 legs of the human-faced demon spider. Looking at this soul bone, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Looks like it should be you. Good luck. Not only did I gain Zhu Zuqing, but I also intercepted Tang San's external soul bone. This trip to the Stardow Great Forest was really worth it. Heavens, it's actually a soul bone. Kid, quickly put down the soul bone for me, and I will spare you the crime of killing my soul beast. Just as Xiao Yu was about to go back, an old voice entered Xiao Yu's ears. Xiao Yu turned his head and saw an old figure appearing in front of him. Looking at this old man holding a dragon-headed crutch and with 8 soul rings flashing on his body, Xiao Yu roughly knew the identity of this old man. Soul Douluo, Dragon Duke, Meng Shu. It's just, so what if he's a Soul Douluo? My bodyguard is a Soul Douluo, and now there are 2 title Douluos above level 95 present. You actually dare to provoke me at this time, then you can be considered to have provoked a tough customer. Old thing, you want me to give you the soul bone that I obtained? What are you? How dare you snatch things from me? Xiao Yu sneered. Chapter 92. I still prefer you the way you were at the beginning. Good, you sharp-tongued kid, you actually dare to insult a Soul Douluo level expert like this. I see that you haven't figured out the huge difference between you and me. Very good, since that's the case, I've changed my mind now. I want to take you back to our family and train you to be a dog of our family. To make you serve our family for life. Seeing that this kid actually dared to insult him like this, Meng Shu, who was used to receiving all kinds of flattery over the years, also showed a cruel smile on his face. After all, for so many years, this was the first time someone dared to insult him like this, and it was still a junior. Although he had done things like exterminating talented young people before, what he liked most was to bring those people into his family to strengthen the family. Thinking about it, this kid was actually able to kill this 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider with his own strength, and he looked so young. To have such talent at this age, wouldn't it be better to directly pack up the soul bone and the person and take them away? At this moment, Meng Shu had even thought about how to take good care of Xiao Yu after he was tied back. Oh, want me to be a dog of your family? Old thing, are you sure you're worthy? Xiao Yu sneered. Although I am a bit far from Master and the others, if they really want to rescue me, they can get here in a few strides. Where does Meng Shu get the confidence to say these words? What a joke, with my strength as an 8-ring Soul Douluo, is that not enough? Meng Shu said with a cold smile. The pressure of a Soul Douluo fiercely suppressed Xiao Yu. Soon, Xiao Yu felt a huge pressure coming, but quickly, this pressure was neutralized by another pressure coming from behind. Just as Meng Shu was confidently thinking that Xiao Yu would definitely submit, an old man in a blue robe with dragon pattern long shirt walked out slowly from behind Xiao Yu, and the smile on Meng Shu's face instantly froze. The expression on his face also rapidly changed from frozen to fear and horror, and the dragon rod he was holding tightly and the 8 soul rings on his body began to tremble violently. Before long, as he completely saw the person coming, Meng Shu said with a bitter face, slowly uttering the name of someone he was extremely afraid of. Yu Luo Mian, this kid is actually from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I'm done for, I've caused trouble, I've caused big trouble. At this moment, Meng Shu, who saw this scene, suddenly felt disheartened. Although he is domineering, he has now encountered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which can be said to be even more domineering in the Soul Master world. His little bit of domineering is simply a kitten seeing a tiger in front of them, a junior meeting an ancestor. Yu Luo Mian, who came to Xiao Yu's side, looked at Meng Shu, who was at his peak, and couldn't help but sneer. Dragon Duke Meng Shu, you are quite brave now, you even dared to provoke people from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Or do you think that after opening the academy, you have the support of the Heaven Do Empire's royal family, so you can be so unscrupulous when facing our upper three sects. Listening to Yu Luo Mian's sneer, Meng Shu's whole body trembled, his chrysanthemum tightened, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his old and wrinkled face. Then he immediately put away his martial soul, and then bowed respectfully and said, Sect Master Yu, I didn't know this little friend was from your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I'm very sorry, I apologize for my rudeness just now. After speaking, Meng Shu also bowed to Xiao Yu and said, Little friend, I'm really sorry, I accidentally offended you. I apologize to you here, and please don't hold a grudge against me. At this moment, Meng Shu, with a smiling face, was filled with humility and humbleness. Although Meng Shu and Yu Luo Mian are both soul Douluos, but Meng Shu is only an 83rd level soul Douluo, while Yu Luo Mian is an 89th level soul Douluo. His martial soul is still the number 1 beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. How could he possibly beat the opponent? Moreover, the opponent is from the second largest sect in the world, while he is only from a small family, and he simply cannot afford to offend them. At this moment, Meng Shu was also regretting it to death. Why didn't he take a closer look before speaking? He had clearly seen that the 3 people behind this kid looked extraordinary. But when he saw the soul bone, he was directly blinded by greed and planned to snatch it regardless of the consequences. After all, that was a soul bone. Even he only had 1 soul bone on his body now. Meng Shu's heart was filled with regret at this moment. Hee, old guy, you know how to apologize now. Where's the arrogant attitude you had just now? Why is it gone? I still prefer your rebellious look from just now. Looking at Meng Shu, who was bowing and apologizing at this moment, Xiao Yu said with a sneer. Hearing Xiao Yu's domineering words, Meng Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Little friend, I'm really sorry, it's my fault. I don't know how you can forgive me, I'm willing to apologize. It seems that if he doesn't seek this kid's forgiveness today, then perhaps the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family won't let them go. Grandpa, old man, what are you doing? Just then, a light voice and an old but harmonious voice came from behind Meng Shu. Oh, so it's Sect Master Yu Luo Mian, I am Chao Tianxiang, this is my granddaughter Meng Yiren, greetings Sect Master Yu Luo Mian. When Chao Tianxiang got closer, she saw Yu Luo Mian's figure at a glance. So she immediately bowed and greeted him. Meng Yiren also immediately bowed to Yu Luo Mian. That is the vice sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. No wonder even her grandfather has to salute him. Seeing Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiren, Yu Luo Mian's heart, which was about to burst into anger, suddenly stopped. He took a deep look at Meng Yiren and slowly said, Meng Shu, I think your granddaughter is not bad. My dragon son is short of a bed-warming maid, so let her go. Hearing this, Meng Shu subconsciously said it was impossible. Meng Yiren also hid behind her grandmother with a drastic change in expression. Her face was full of fear. Sect Master Yu, what's going on? Your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is certainly domineering, but you can't do such a thing as robbing people in the street. Chao Tianxiang also immediately said with an extremely serious expression while protecting her granddaughter behind her. And the bitter smile on Meng Shu's face became even stronger after hearing this condition. Sect Master Yu, this is absolutely impossible. I only have this one granddaughter, how can she go to be a bed-warming maid for your sect? How about we change the condition? And Chao Tianxiang also said with disappointment when she saw her old partner being so useless at the moment. Meng Shu, what do you mean? People are about to snatch your precious granddaughter, why are you still being so respectful to him? Quick, use your martial soul fusion skill and immediately take Yiren away from the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 93, A Maid Full of Exotic Charm. Meng Shu turned his head with a helpless expression after hearing this, and briefly explained what had just happened. Upon hearing that Meng Shu had offended this young man named Xiao Yu because of a soul bone, Chao Tianxiang's face also revealed a solemn expression. She swallowed back the words she originally wanted to scold her husband with. After all, anyone would be tempted when they saw a soul bone. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough to control the situation. If it were someone else, they would have taken action as well. Sect Master Yu, this matter is indeed our Exotic Beast Academy's fault. Please be lenient, we really can't hand over our granddaughter. She's our only granddaughter. Faced with Chao Tianxiang's plea, Yu Luomian sneered. Dragon Duke, Snake Mother-in-law, don't tell me you think I'm discussing this with you. Either hand over the person, or the Exotic Beast Academy will no longer need to exist. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's dragon child cannot be humiliated. Hearing Yu Luomian's resolute words, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's faces were filled with fear. Both were flesh and blood, and they were finding it very difficult to choose. At this moment, the young Meng Yiren was also in a dazed state after hearing these words. However, she knew that the person in front of her was the vice-sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and his words were absolute and there was no third option. Therefore, in order to prevent her grandparents' hard work from being destroyed. Therefore, the sensible Meng Yiren slowly stood out and said, Sect Master Yu, I am willing to be a servant, please spare the Exotic Beast Academy. Yiren, no, Yiren, hearing that his granddaughter had stood up at the first moment. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang immediately looked at Meng Yiren with shocked expressions. Haha, good, 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 it seems you know what's good for you. From now on, you are our dragon child's maid. Whatever he asks you to do, you must do it, understand? The sudden change in identity made it impossible for Meng Yiren to adapt completely, but she still tried her best to control her body from trembling. Yes, Yiren understands. Then, Yiren came to Xiao Yu's side and said to Xiao Yu slightly. Young Master Xiao, this is Yiren's first time being a maid. If there is anything I don't do well, please let young Master Xiao know. Looking at the scene in front of him, Meng Shu's heart almost broke. Yiren, Grandpa is sorry for you. Yiren, Meng Shu didn't expect that his greed would lead to him losing Yiren like this. How was he going to explain this to his son and daughter-in-law? At this moment, the regret in Meng Shu's heart rose to another level. If he could do it again, he would never choose to offend Xiao Yu, and would even avoid him. Alright, Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, you can leave. I will help Meng Yiren find her third soul ring. Yu Luomian said indifferently. At this moment, seeing that things had been completely decided, Meng Shu knew that he was powerless to turn the tide. He could only respectfully say with a pale face, Sect Master Yu, please take good care of Yiren. Finally, he pulled the reluctant Chao Tianxiang and left into the distance, turning back every few steps. Grandpa, Grandma, looking at her departing grandparents, Meng Yiren's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't expect that she was just here to help herself obtain her third soul ring today. Why did the final result turn out like this? Kid, your grandmaster is not bad, right? I helped you get a bed-warming maid. Although Meng Yiren is a bit older than you, her talent is barely acceptable and she can also help you participate in the competition. She can be considered a suitable candidate. Yu Luomian said to Xiao Yu. Hearing Yu Luomian's words, Xiao Yu casually responded. Yeah, it's alright. For me, as long as she's obedient enough, that's enough. Xiao Yu gently raised Meng Yiren's chin, looked at Meng Yiren's rosy face, and unscrupulously looked up and down Meng Yiren's figure, looking at Meng Yiren, who was full of exotic charm all over. Xiao Yu put his big hand on Meng Yiren's face and gently stroked it a few times, and then pinched it a few times. Although her skin was relatively unique, it still maintained the tenderness and elasticity that she should have at her age. And these few strokes also made Meng Yiren's face even redder, and her body involuntarily began to tremble slightly. Alright, let's study it slowly after we go back. Follow me now. Xiao Yu glanced at Meng Yiren and said casually. Okay, young Master Xiao. Meng Yiren nodded with a blushing face. This was the first time she had been so close to a member of the opposite sex. And it was also the first time she had been touched by a member of the opposite sex. Open black lens bracket ding. Gain 3 points of Meng Yiren's strategy value, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current target. Meng Yiren 3%, close black lens bracket. Before long, seeing the light screen of this system prompt, Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Meng Yiren, who was just a supporting character in the original work to help Tang San act tough, could also allow him to gain strategy points. Originally, Xiao Yu was thinking of letting her go after playing until the end of the competition. But judging from the current situation, Meng Yiren can't be let go so easily. After all, those are all real gift packages. Can't be let go easily. Soon, Xiao Yu took Meng Yiren back to the team,